Chapter 1, Meeting Basic Needs First. Master Lin, here is tomorrow's menu. Li Tianqi handed a list to the portly figure in the lounge. Understood, boss. Chef Lin, a stout and affable man, was a culinary talent recruited by Li Tianqi. He was adept at handling urgent tasks, earning a substantial sum of 100,000 in 2 months while managing a small team of 5 or 6. Of course, he was not a celebrity chef, but he had garnered a respectable reputation in this small county. Boss, will there be any other work next month? Chef Lin glanced at the menu, his expression somewhat conflicted. Has Master Lin not found a new opportunity yet? Li Tianqi inquired calmly. I have found one, but... Chef Lin did not finish his sentence, offering a resigned smile. Perhaps he was being a touch ungrateful. Such a lucrative job was not something easily attained in a small county where the average monthly salary barely reached 2,500. There's no choice, their team is only here for 2 months. I managed to secure this quick profit through a friend's connections. Li Tianqi feigned regret as he regarded the rotund chef. It is my own lack of contentment. You are busy, so I shall go and arrange tomorrow's meals. With that, he took the menu and departed to oversee procurement. Once Chef Lin left, Li Tianqi locked the lounge door, descended the stairs, and drove away. Having returned to life nearly 2 months ago, Li Tianqi's first order of business was to return to his hometown, a small county where he established a nondescript fast food restaurant. His establishment did not serve the public each day. He prepared over 600 diverse meals, which he personally delivered to his clients. However, these clients were entirely fictitious. The fast food restaurant did not even possess a business license. After some calculations, he realized that producing over 600 boxed meals daily would yield more than 37,000 meals in 2 months, enough to sustain him for over a century. With just 1 meal a day, the reason for the surplus was to maintain a FOD throughout the 2 months. He occasionally adjusted the quantities. The rationale could be that several interns arrived today, or a surveyor fell ill yesterday, or that there was a designated person responsible for catering, among other excuses. This was also the nature of his clients, a research team visiting the county for investigation purposes. These clients were not entirely fictitious. He had known of this research team in his previous life. However, the arrangement for meals in his current context was assuredly fabricated. In his past existence, this research team visited during this particular time frame, enigmatic and largely disconnected from the outside world, departing after a little over 2 months. Li Tianqi had not concerned himself with the specifics of their investigation. He was aware of their presence merely by coincidence, as his ancestral home was situated behind the hotel where some members of the research team resided. In hindsight, perhaps the government had long been cognizant of the impending apocalypse. Such research teams existed not solely in his small county but were prevalent in cities with populations exceeding 1 million. Indeed, Li Tianqi's hometown was a small county in northern Jiangsu with a population of over 1.2 million. Li Tianqi's parents had passed away during his sophomore year due to a tragic car accident. The elderly couple left him an old house in the county town and a commercial property they had invested in the provincial capital, which had been listed for rent through an agency. Upon his rebirth, he first sold the family home, and with all his savings, he found himself with just over 900,000 to nearly $1 million. While not an extravagant sum, it was sufficient for the time being. Regrettably, the compensation money that was due to his grandparents was cunningly siphoned away by a group of relatives. At that time, Li Tianqi was still in school, but those relatives were generous enough with his living and tuition expenses, not entirely lacking in conscience. Upon his return, he chose not to dwell on this, as the relatives living in his hometown might not survive the harsh winter, and he likely would not see them again. The property in the provincial capital was purchased quite early, and fortune smiled upon him as it appreciated rapidly. He acquired it at 12,000 per square meter, and it now hovered around 30,000. With renovations, the 110 square meter house could fetch approximately 3.5 million. However, with 10 months remaining until the apocalypse, he felt no urgency. Having no other assets, he was willing to wait a couple of months for a better sale. These past 2 months had been both busy and exhausting for Li Tianqi. His mornings were spent collecting breakfast around the county, while afternoons involved delivering meals. Evenings were dedicated to visiting various stalls at the snack street to pick up pre-packaged meals, leaving his schedule tightly packed. What are the most fundamental needs of a person? Food, drink, and sleep. Currently, the pressing issue for Li Tianqi was sustenance. Not being a tycoon with assets worth over 100 million, he intended to address this crucial matter with the least expenditure. The cost of living in his small county town was low, and the flavors were familiar to his palate, making it an ideal place to stock up on food. Breakfast cost him 38 yuan per meal, and he ordered over 600 servings daily from various stalls, accumulating around 36,000 meals over 2 months. The breakfast establishments offered a variety of common dishes: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding, enough to last him over a century, all for the modest sum of 200,000 yuan. Lunch was sourced from his fast food restaurant, and with expenses for rent, utilities, labor, and materials factored in, each meal averaged around 11 to 12 yuan, totaling less than 550,000 over the 2 months. For dinner, he roamed the snack street indulging in barbecues, spicy hot pot, and clay pot rice. Occasionally, he splurged on burgers and family buckets, spending nearly 250,000 yuan, though some items were not inexpensive, resulting in a stockpile of over 10,000 meals, yet he still fell short. The reason for this shortfall was that his funds were dwindling. Tomorrow marked the final day of the 2-month period. Gazing at the 1,600 yuan remaining on his phone, Li Tianqi felt no panic. All necessary payments had been settled. After delivering the final batch of fast food, he could return to Jinling and await the sale of his property there. Returning to the old house, he washed up and lay in bed. After booking a train ticket for the following afternoon at 3, he found the contact for Lu Jia and dialed her number. "Hello, Xiaoqi," a melodious female voice answered, belonging to a real estate agent and a distant relative of his family's sister. "Come by tomorrow to pick up the keys. I have tidied up the house," Li Tianqi stated plainly, not indulging in pleasantries, as they had agreed upon the handover 2 months prior during the sale. So you're returning to Jinling tomorrow? It seems you have no intention of coming back, do you? Sister Lu inquired with familiarity. "Yes, I won't be returning. I will stay in Jinling from now on. Where else could one go?" Jinling houses a military district, and even during the harshest of times, when chaos reigns elsewhere, Jinling remains relatively stable, certainly more so than H City, where he resided in his previous life. In his past existence, he had remained in H City for university, having secured a job there alongside his girlfriend. That time, he sold his family home, but for different reasons he had made a down payment on a property in H City. Regrettably, when the bitter cold arrived, his girlfriend of over 3 years abandoned him for a wealthy heir renowned at their school, all for a mere set of warm clothing. It was a melodramatic turn of events, yet merely a means of survival. During the first year of the extreme cold, 1/3 of the population perished from freezing or starvation. Li Tianqi, aside from his initial outrage, felt little else. After all, such events had yet to unfold, and they were remnants of a decade past. Were it not for the notes and photographs in his WeChat, he might have nearly forgotten the visage of that girlfriend. After hanging up with Sister Lu, he lay down and succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he was besieged by the bone-chilling cold, a vast horde of mutated rats, lightning-fast mutated cats, and dogs of iron and copper skin, along with a plethora of bizarre mutated animals and plants, which made his slumber restless. In his previous life, survival had demanded relentless toil. He could scarcely recall a time when he returned home without collapsing into sleep. He hadn't anticipated that, upon being reborn, he would frequently dream. Perhaps it was a reminder to prepare adequately. Shaking his head, he groggily rose to find dawn had broken. A glance at his phone revealed it was 6:30. Though his sleep had been far from restorative, it was sufficient. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. After checking his WeChat balance, he decided to drive around the county, gathering over 100 breakfast orders. Upon returning, he went upstairs to await Sister Lu, who would come to collect the keys. With only a little over 400 yuan left in WeChat, he mused that once back in Jinling, he would sell the apartment. As for the considerable deficit in dinner supplies, he would gradually stockpile. One should not solely seek bargains. After all, although the cost of living in Jinling was somewhat elevated, it was not exorbitantly so during peacetime. Even a lavish feast would seem affordable to those who had survived the apocalypse. At that time, billions in assets would not suffice to procure a loaf of bread. Money? Even using it for mundane purposes felt burdensome. Chapter 2. Future plans. Having settled all matters concerning his hometown, Li Tianqi boarded the train to Jinling, contemplating his plans for the upcoming 10 months. Throughout the journey, since childhood, he had practiced martial arts under the guidance of his father, specializing in grappling techniques while dabbling in various other forms. Lacking formal instruction in weaponry, He had trained on his own, developing commendable skills in both swordplay and staff techniques, though his proficiency in other areas remained average, merely capable of performing flashy maneuvers. During university, he was a member of the martial arts club. However, after acquiring a girlfriend, his training time diminished by at least half. Following the passing of his parents in his sophomore year, he became a disheartened recluse, abandoning martial arts that he had devoted years to mastering. In his previous life, it was fortunate that he had a solid foundation in martial arts, for otherwise, he would likely have perished in the face of extreme adversity. In this life, he had yet to transform into a 200-pound sloth. Although his once-defined six-pack had dwindled to a single layer, his weight remained just over 160 pounds. Given his height of 181 centimeters, he could still be considered robust and handsome, exuding a strong and appealing presence. Indeed, he was far better off than he had been during the apocalypse in his previous life, possessing superior physical capabilities compared to most. And thanks to the experiences and memories of his past existence, his agility had improved significantly. Nevertheless, there remains a considerable disparity between mental memory and physical memory, necessitating practice. The most fortunate aspect was that Li Tianqi's abilities had returned, though his physical prowess was far from that of a third-tier ability user, with one being in the heavens and the other on the ground. However, in this current time frame, possessing abilities was already an extraordinary feat. He recalled that the earliest emergence of ability users in his previous life occurred over a year into the harsh winter. Li Tianqi's abilities manifested in the third year of the extreme cold, with his first power being telekinesis. Upon reaching the third tier, he awakened a second ability, a spacious realm of time stasis, though regrettably, by that time, there was little left to showcase. Indeed, he was a dual ability user. A designation that sounded promising. Yet, the harsh reality was that possessing dual abilities in the early stages was not necessarily advantageous. The more abilities one had, the longer the advancement period required, as one must elevate the newly acquired abilities to one's own tier before progressing further. The most critical aspect was that no one had experience in cultivating abilities, all were self-taught. Even the methods compiled by official sources merely enhanced training efficiency by a fraction. Ability users have a chance to awaken new abilities with each tier advancement. Possessing two abilities at the third tier was not an uncommon occurrence. According to official data from his previous life, 5 years into the apocalypse, 90 of individuals possessed some degree of ability, with most being enhancements to physical attributes. Even those without abilities could cultivate, provided they were not exceptionally unlucky. As long as they could attain the third or fourth tier, they would likely possess minor abilities. With each tier advancement, there was approximately a 1 in 5 chance of awakening an ability, though it was said that the higher the tier, the greater the likelihood of awakening similar abilities. Of course, in Li Tianqi's view, probabilities were merely a matter of fortune. He knew of a fourth-tier individual who possessed 4 abilities, a fortuitous soul whose 4 powers were all related to physical enhancement, constituting the easiest type of abilities to advance in, as he had learned before his demise. His 2 extraordinary abilities, one pertaining to space and the other to psychokinesis, are relatively rare. The methods for their advancement can only be gleaned from official sources, and despite his desires for rapid progress, such aspirations proved futile. After awakening his spatial ability, he dedicated nearly 2 years to enhancing it, yet the evolutionary pace of mutated flora and fauna far surpassed that of humanity. By the time of his demise, his spatial powers had barely reached the second tier, and that breakthrough occurred unexpectedly during a battle, leaving him no time to comprehend the capabilities of this new level before he perished. However, it is not the time to dwell on such matters. The apocalypse has yet to arrive. What he needs now is not the enhancement of his abilities but rather the preparation for the future. He must utilize the next 10 months to gather a variety of resources essential for survival in the impending crisis, while also striving to improve his physical fitness. Furthermore, he should seize any opportunity to practice with long-range weapons. Before the onset of extreme cold, Li Tianqi needs to procure some arms. With his spatial abilities, acquiring wooden crates from abroad is feasible, but there is no urgency in that regard. He is well aware of how to train in martial arts. bolstered by a decade of experience from his previous life, negating the need for additional expenses. Regarding long-range weaponry, he possesses some experience, albeit limited, necessitating professional training. As he approached his destination, the sound of his phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. A glance revealed the name Nguyen Nguyen, his current girlfriend, Jung Nguyen Nguyen, who was quite attractive, having been the belle of her college. In fact, she ranked among the top 10 beauties at the university. After dismissing the call, he sent her a message, "Busy. Will reply shortly." Her response came swiftly, composed solely of a string of angry emojis. In his previous life, Li Tianqi would have likely been a sycophant. But he had secured her affection, albeit at a cost, yet, he preferred not to dwell on the dynamics of their relationship. After returning home for 2 months, his demeanor had notably shifted. Thankfully, he had managed to handle family affairs and property matters without revealing too many inconsistencies, as he had previously discussed these plans with Zhang Nguyen Nguyen. His vacation had extended from 2 weeks to over 2 months, resulting in the loss of his job. However, such discrepancies were inconsequential, considering that this girlfriend was merely an ex in his past life. As for beauty? During the extreme cold, the likes of campus queens might only be worth 2 packs of instant noodles in a single night, assuming the community conditions were favorable. If fortune were to frown upon him and he encountered unsavory individuals, merely preserving his own life would be a significant achievement. Zhang Nguyen Nguyen, during times of peace, exhibited a slight penchant for materialism, being the type of woman one could marry with some effort, not excessively demanding. Regrettably, her behavior during the apocalypse revealed to Li Tianqi that she was not a partner to endure hardships with. Nevertheless, given his current preparations, maintaining her during the apocalypse would not pose a significant challenge. Nonetheless, Li Tianqi intended to keep his capabilities concealed, at least until the extreme cold set in. After all, having been reborn, he pondered the vastness of Huagua. What if others had also experienced a similar resurrection? The enigmatic exploration teams certainly raised suspicions, and the existence of 9 major bases in his former life was a point of doubt for Li Tianqi. There are bases abroad, yet it is evident that no major power is as well prepared as our country. In any case, one must exercise caution to avoid significant mistakes. It is imperative to remain prudent in the early stages. Moreover, I currently lack the substantial financial and material resources that would provoke concern, making simple concealment quite manageable. In the memories of his past life, Li Tianqi recalled that during this period, he and Zhang Nuanyuan were in the throes of passion, contemplating marriage and homeownership. Their relationship was indeed profound, had it not been for the impending apocalypse. It might have unfolded as a tale of an underdog triumphing to wed a beautiful and affluent woman. But there was no wealth, merely beauty and grace. "Nuanyuan, I have just disembarked, and I have arrived in Jinling." As he made his way toward the subway entrance, Li Tianqi dialed Zhang Nuanyuan's number. "Why has that old house been on the market for so long? And why haven't you returned in 2 months? Are you giving up on your job?" Fortunately, Zhang Nuanyuan's tone was not overly harsh, although a sense of urgency was evident. To be frank, possessing such a temperament in peacetime is commendable. At least she was not the type to throw tantrums. "Nuanyuan, please come to Jinling this weekend, we need to talk. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Li Tianqi intended to persuade Zhang Nuanyuan to relocate to Jinling, for at least during the impending cold spell. The local military district had devised means to provide adequate winter clothing, far superior to the measures taken in H City. "But it's already the weekend, there's no time." "Why not wait until you return?" Zhang Nuanyuan replied. Li Tianqi had lost track of the date. Every day had been a whirlwind of activity for him. He thought that when the extreme cold arrived, he would have ample time to rest. "All right, await my call, I will address matters here and then come to find you." Contemplating the items still left in his house in H City, he decided to return only once the house was sold. Should Zhang Nuanyuan be inclined to accompany him back to Jinling, he would take care of her during the apocalypse. If she chose not to return with him, then he would simply Chapter 3, 48 million at 4:30 in the afternoon. Li Tianqi arrived at the location of the apartment arranged by the agency, a modest two-bedroom unit spanning over 60 square meters. He had rented it for 6 months. With a total deposit of 20,000, which he could partially reclaim upon expiration. Looking ahead to 6 months later, he envisioned relocating to a luxurious villa or a spacious flat in Jiangning district, ideally one that catered to families going abroad. After all, the chaos abroad far surpassed that at home. Those in the know were well aware of this. However, time was on his side, and he could afford to search leisurely. His choice of Jiangning was deliberate, as it was set to be the main urban area for the future population of Jinling. Moreover, with the onset of the extreme cold, the city had recently recalled an entire army group, making it one of the safest habitation areas in the nation. This information had been gleaned from the internet before it was severed, and post-extreme cold, Jinling had emerged as one of the 9 most developed and defensively robust habitation zones in the country, frequently broadcasting recruitment calls. Li Tianqi's expectations were modest. He merely sought to endure the 5-year period of extreme cold in that apartment. If, after 5 years, he had not lost the apartment or managed to secure the rights to it, it would either serve as a residence or a means to barter for supplies. A significant profit regardless. Of course, he was yet to ascertain the exact location of the apartment, which required patience. After tidying up the rental unit, it was just past 5:30. Glancing at the bare kitchen, he decided to venture out for dinner. Descending the stairs, he found a nearby snack street and casually selected a shop where he savored a bowl of duck blood vermicelli and indulged in a steamer of soup dumplings, quite delightful. Checking his balance, he noted 392. He planned to inspect the housing market the following day. After dinner, with little else to occupy his time, he explored several local gyms. To his satisfaction, several were hiring various instructors, aligning perfectly with his plans for the near future. Teaching classes when available while engaging in personal training was an ideal arrangement. He made inquiries over the phone, discovering that the conditions were fairly consistent across the board. Back home, he unearthed the Taekwondo coaching certification he had obtained during his university days for summer employment. To his surprise, this credential would still prove useful. Taekwondo had been quite popular during his high school and college years, and Li Tianqi had taken it up to earn some pocket money. Boasting over a decade of martial arts experience, making the certification relatively easy to attain. After lingering outside for a while longer, he returned to his rental unit, washed up, and went to bed. The following morning, he first visited the real estate agency, where he learned that over the past 2 months, more than 10 families had viewed the apartment, with 2 expressing considerable interest. If all went well, viewings could be arranged for the next day or even the same day. Leading to a swift transaction, he promptly scheduled an appointment for the next day. In the afternoon, he attended interviews at 3 gyms, ultimately selecting one that offered martial arts personal training. The base salary was 6,000, plus commission, which was sufficient for his needs. It would be even better if he could secure personal training sessions. He finalized the arrangement that day, planning to start work the next week, however. Li Tianqi opted to postpone until the following week. He needed to sell the apartment first and make a trip back to H City to tidy up and have a thorough discussion with Zhang Nuan. The following day, after a day filled with busyness, the house was finally sold. The contract was signed, and before dinner, the funds were successfully transferred into his hands. After various deductions, he received just over 3.48 million, which was quite satisfactory. Glancing at the date, it was December 3, 20XX, a Tuesday. If memory serves correctly, the onset of the extreme cold was merely 2 days before the National Day holiday next year, when H City recorded a chilling low of -61 degrees. An impression that lingered vividly. Given that Jinling is situated further north than H City, it would likely be even colder. Subsequently, various major bases compiled data, and he vaguely recalled some figures. For instance, the 3 northeastern provinces experienced lows of -78, while Guangdong province also recorded temperatures plummeting to -50. Checking his bank balance, with this amount of money, he could stock up on warm supplies and make some necessary renovations to his future home, which should suffice. As for whether he could turn this modest sum into a fortune, he held no expectations. After the passing of his parents in his previous life, he became a recluse. Entirely oblivious to stocks or lotteries, spending his days working and gaming at home, with minimal social interaction and little attention to the outside world. At that time, Zheng Nuan was still quite considerate. After buying a house, they had cohabited for nearly a year. Li Tianqi managed to cover the mortgage for H City with the rental income from Jinling, allowing them to save a little. Although their salaries were modest, they were sufficient for a comfortable life, which likely contributed to the absence of conflicts between him and Zheng Nuan. Unfortunately, the extreme cold arrived abruptly, disrupting their otherwise mundane existence. Once the bitter cold set in, Zheng Nuan left in search of warm clothing for survival, leaving Li Tianqi to navigate life alone in his home. His days turned vibrant as he initially fought for food, firewood, and other supplies, and after awakening his abilities, he contended against mutated beasts. It was during a desperate struggle, just before his demise, that he ultimately lost his life. Reflecting on it now, he preferred not to dwell on such thoughts. Survival can indeed transform an ordinary person into a demon. He went online and booked a train ticket to H City for the following day. He visited a street lined with snacks, sampling delicacies from one stall to another. Upon returning from H City, he planned to stock up on more than 10,000 portions of dinner. By 10 o'clock in the evening, after tasting every vendor on the street, he found himself carrying several takeout boxes. The first few stalls were enjoyable, but as he progressed, he could barely eat more, only sampling the flavors before packing them to go. He paid no heed to the curious glances from the shopkeepers. When asked, he simply replied that he disliked going out and was merely trying the flavors, planning to order takeout in the future. The next day, he made an appearance at the gym where he worked, practicing for a couple of hours. He then descended to a nearby street of snacks, sampling once more, and returned home with yet another collection of takeout boxes. Once home, he closed the door and stored the boxes in a space, regrettably allowing them to cool for a while, but he could reheat them later. Checking the time, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. There was little to bring along, so he headed directly down to the train station for the train departing around 3 p.m. Arriving in H City just in time to meet Zheng Nuan after her workday. In the familiar city, he sought out a restaurant they both favored, reserving a small private room, and proceeded to the entrance of the school where he had previously worked. Both individuals are students at a teacher's college. Li Tianqi is majoring in history, while Zheng Nuan specializes in foreign languages. As for sports, Li Tianqi practices martial arts and is not a physical education student. Observing that most students had already departed, Li Tianqi arrived at the entrance, and upon spotting Zheng Nuan from a distance, he waved to her. She quickly approached him, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, leaving many male teachers momentarily speechless. Li Tianqi could not help but remark, "How wonderful it is to live in an era of peace," as he took Zheng Nuan's hand and led her towards the restaurant they had agreed upon. The eatery was not far, and they arrived in just a few minutes, regardless of whether Zheng Nuan would accompany him to Jinling in the future. She remains his girlfriend for now, and a touch of ritual is necessary, especially since they had not seen each other for over 2 months. For Li Tianqi, it has been a decade since their last encounter. Although the situation felt somewhat peculiar, the feeling of having a beautiful girlfriend was undeniably delightful. After all, finding such a stunning and refined partner after enduring extreme hardships is no simple feat. Chapter 4, The Choice. Qige, you haven't been here for 2 months. The school has already issued a notice. Should we speak to Director He tomorrow to discuss your situation? Perhaps there's a chance you could return to work? Zheng Nuan inquired after they settled into the private dining room of the restaurant. No need. Let us first enjoy our meal. All the dishes are your favorites, he replied, grateful for the reminder stored in his phone. After a decade, even the sharpest mind cannot retain the preferences of an ex-girlfriend. All right then. As the dishes began to arrive, Zhang Nuan refrained from further questioning, quietly savoring her meal. The two engaged in light conversation, but whenever the topic shifted to work, Li Tianqi deftly diverted the discussion, focusing instead on the gossip from the past 2 months, which kept the atmosphere pleasant. When they had nearly finished eating, Li Tianqi paused and asked, Nuan, would you accompany me to Jinling? He gazed at the beautiful woman before him, swallowing hard, unable to suppress his feelings. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was a rarity to encounter such refined women. The attractive and capable ones had long been claimed by the strong within the community, while those who flaunted their beauty either possessed great strength or came from powerful backgrounds. In the past, he had kept his distance from such women to avoid attracting trouble. As for the past 2 months, he had considered it, but his focus lay on unfinished matters, leaving him little energy to ponder such thoughts. His recent trip to H cities served as a brief respite. Moreover, Zhang Nuan, his current girlfriend, had just crossed the threshold of their relationship, and they were now cohabitating. His gaze was fervent. Why the sudden desire to visit Jinling? Did you not express a dislike for it? Zhang Nuan frowned slightly, contemplating his words, having long grown accustomed to his intense gaze. It's not that I dislike it, it's just that my parents met with misfortune there, so. He hesitated but added, I recently visited and found it more suited to me than H City, being a provincial capital with many advantages. Li Tianqi fabricated a rationale without feeling anxious or embarrassed. Housing in large cities is exorbitantly priced, I doubt I could afford a home there. Zhang Nuan was unaware that he once owned a property in Jinling, which, as of now, was no longer the case. In his previous life, he had only revealed the existence of the Jinling property after securing a home in H City. When she learned that the rent in Jinling exceeded the monthly mortgage payments here, her laughter had been radiant, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although Zhang Nuan had a slight penchant for materialism, she was easily content. No worries, we can rent initially, opportunities will arise in time. Salaries there are higher too, she assured him. During harsh winters, the mortality rate for the elderly and children is highest, leading to many vacant homes. We could simply move in with our belongings. Who would still buy property? Even if one had the funds, there would be no place to register ownership. Your job seems precarious and unstable, he remarked. As a fitness instructor, I have heard numerous rumors. Zhang Nuan paused for a moment, her expression tinged with concern, before adding, I am a taekwondo coach. And most of my students are young children, not fitness trainees. Li Tianqi had merely mentioned his new job in passing over the phone to Zhang Nuan, and she was not well informed about the details. This matter has come rather abruptly, I need some time to contemplate it. Moreover, even if I decide to go, it will have to wait until the winter break, as I have my first batch of students to consider here. Zhang Nuan lowered her head in thought, indicating her indecision. All right, I will also keep an eye out for suitable opportunities in Jinling for you, Li Tianqi replied. He said little more, paid the bill, and took Zhang Nuan's hand as they exited the restaurant. Qi, when will you return to Jinling? Zhang Nuan asked. Her cheeks slightly flushed as they stepped outside. I can return before next Monday. Would you like to accompany me there next week? Li Tianqi did not notice the rosy hue on her face, as winter nights fall early. Yes, that sounds good. Let us take a taxi back. It's a bit chilly. Li Tianqi had no objections. Upon arriving at their rented home in H City, they turned on the air conditioning. Once the room warmed up, things took an unrestrained turn. Li Tianqi had felt a surge of desire since encountering Zhang Nuan, and she, too, having recently crossed a threshold in their relationship, was eager and proactive after their 2-month separation. The night passed in silence. The following day, while Zhang Nuan went to work, Li Tianqi indulged in a rare lie-in. After rising, he decided to visit the mall, purchasing an entire set of women's thermal clothing in a pleasing style, which he placed in the wardrobe. They say that a brief separation can feel like a new marriage. The couple had spent these days in a blissful state, leaving Li Tianqi feeling remarkably relaxed. While Zhang Nuan was at work, Li Tianqi strolled through the streets, stocking up on delicacies and engaging in some physical activity to prepare for the upcoming week. To facilitate his errands, he rented a small van, allowing him to quickly store takeout in his space, avoiding the hassle of reheating later. Before long, Saturday arrived. And Zhang Nuan came with a small suitcase, ready to embark on a 2-day trip to Jinling with Li Tianqi. Over the past few days, Li Tianqi had reflected on their relationship. Had it not been for a dire life-threatening situation, it was unlikely Zhang Nuan would abandon him for a mere set of thermal wear. Decisions made in the face of death can be understood, after all. However, the ultimate choice remained with Zhang Nuan. If she firmly decided to stay in H City, Li Tianqi would not venture far to rescue her. Well, I lacked the capacity to save her anyway, he mused. Thus, they would take things as they came. Upon reaching Jinling, with no pressing matters at hand, the two meandered through the city, discovering many intriguing places to visit. Naturally, they indulged in culinary delights, diligently noting down appealing establishments for future reference. Fortunately, even his modest storage space was ample enough to accommodate their numerous provisions, taking up only a fraction of the available room. In a realm where time stands still, neatly packaged meal boxes can be placed at will, akin to floating in a vacuum. On a Monday morning, Li Tianqi rose early to see off Zhang Nuanyuan at the train station. He then returned to his solitary life, glancing at the clock which read merely 6:30, and ambled leisurely towards the gym where he worked, indulging in breakfast along the way. His shift at the gym was during the day, and he had the potential to take on private training sessions in the evening. However, since it was only his first day, there was no rush, as urgency would yield little benefit. Upon arriving at the gym around 8:30, he found it deserted save for a receptionist. Taking the opportunity, he retrieved his name badge and began his own workout in the training area. At 9 o'clock, he was escorted to the classroom, which differed from his expectations. The students learning Taekwondo were predominantly adults. The morning class was small, consisting of only 11 participants, 9 women and 2 men. After assessing the skill levels of the attendees, he discovered that most were novices. The 2 men were university students, attending to impress, while 6 of the 9 female students were also in college, with the remaining 3 being working professionals seeking self-defense skills. With a grasp of his students' backgrounds, he commenced his instruction. The class proceeded at a steady pace. Within an hour, they had covered only the basics. The next lesson would occur in the afternoon, albeit with a different group of students. He taught swiftly, yet those with average comprehension found it somewhat challenging. Fortunately, as it was the first day's basic course, he assigned some post-class practice, deeming the situation manageable. The upcoming lesson might require a slower tempo, which would be advantageous, as the allotted time for learning was ample, allowing for gradual progress. At noon, the gym provided a fitness meal, which was rather mediocre in flavor. However, those who had survived the apocalypse were less discerning. After lunch, they rested and exercised, making good use of their time. Once the afternoon class concluded, Li Tianqi utilized the evening to continue preparing packaged meals. On the weekend, accompanying Zhang Nuanyuan, he explored several eateries with delightful cuisine, albeit a bit distant. To facilitate transportation, Li Tianqi purchased a practical vehicle, a Wuling Hongguang van, reasonably priced at just over 50,000 yuan, which he found quite satisfactory. He installed privacy films on the windows, and after loading the meal boxes into the vehicle, they were stored away in the spatial realm. After a thorough round, he had amassed over 300 portions. The drawbacks of city life became evident. Efficiency paled in comparison to that of his quaint hometown, and prices were noticeably higher. The dinner he had stockpiled was indeed the most expensive in his county. An average meal cost approximately 25 yuan, while in Jinling, it exceeded 30. On the very first day, he had already spent over 10,000 yuan. Chapter 5 The cause of the extreme cold. Li Tianqi led a remarkably structured life after starting his job, rising early for exercise, attending classes, stocking up after work, and retiring to bed. At present, apart from food, he had yet to procure any other supplies, opting to acquire items one by one, primarily due to the relative abundance of time. More importantly, his financial resources were limited, restricting his ability to amass a significant stockpile. After a fortnight, he received his first private tutoring assignment, 2 hours each on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, at a commendable rate of 200 per hour. His student was a freshman from Jinling, a rather attractive young woman named Dianqi, possessing a doll-like visage and standing a little over 160 centimeters tall. She appeared to come from a well-off family. Although she had no prior experience in martial arts, she had chosen to learn Taekwondo for her private lessons. This was advantageous, as Taekwondo could be mastered relatively quickly, yielding some effectiveness within 6 months. However, it was evident that her stamina was lacking. During the extreme cold period, if one did not awaken their latent abilities, the future looked bleak. Nonetheless, this concern did not deeply affect Li Tianqi, based on his previous life's experiences. The younger and healthier individuals were more prone to becoming empowered beings. Most importantly, they were also more likely to endure the initial years of extreme cold, as the majority awakened during that period. If they could not survive those years, the chance of awakening would be lost. As one becomes busier, time tends to slip away unnoticed. Before long, it was early February, with only a day remaining until the new year. During this time, Zhang Nuanyuan visited Jinling every weekend. Provided there were no pressing matters at hand, and the dynamics of their relationship remained largely unchanged. The only issue was that her initial plan to resign and come over during the winter holiday had now been postponed until the summer. Li Tianqi did not press her much. The summer holiday commenced in July, leaving over 3 months before the extreme cold was anticipated to arrive. If Zhang Nuanyuan had not made a decision to come to Jinling by the end of summer, it was unlikely she would have another opportunity in the future. His current stance was one of indifference, allowing things to unfold naturally. After all, surviving in a post-apocalyptic world was no easy feat. Having more mouths to feed was a burden. He was not a wealthy heir, endowed with billions to squander on stockpiling supplies. Although a few million seemed substantial, it quickly became apparent how insufficient it truly was. This year, he spent the new year alone, yet it was not a matter he found difficult to adjust to. Zhang Nuanyuan's hometown was in rural Z province, and she mentioned before departing that she would return to Jinling on the 7th day of the new year, meaning they would not see each other in the near future. During the holiday season, the gym remained open, with public areas accessible for free, however. The trainers were on leave, and there were no scheduled classes, allowing for self-directed private sessions. Dianqi, having little to occupy her time during the winter break, agreed to resume classes starting on the 3rd day of the new year, committing to 2 hours each day in the afternoons, as she struggled to rise in the mornings. After 2 months, Li Tianqi had nearly completed his stockpiling for dinners, having spent around 600,000. He no longer needed to worry about food, especially since opportunities for zero-cost purchases would arise during the extreme cold. Armed with the experiences from his previous life, he was able to get ahead of the game. As for acquiring rice, flour, and seasoning, he decided against it, as he was not adept at cooking. He purchased only a small quantity and would wait for zero-cost opportunities to procure the rest. Moreover, igniting a fire to cook during the frigid season is not particularly prudent, especially when one desires to prepare something exquisite, as it may inadvertently attract wolves. It is far more advantageous to consume readily available provisions. He diligently stocks up on sugar and salt during his supermarket excursions, recognizing their significance as vital resources for the future, easily tradable and inconspicuous. He has also accumulated a modest supply of vitamin tablets and common medications. A quantity sufficient to last 3 to 5 years will suffice. As survivors who endure the extreme cold tend to possess robust constitutions, the likelihood of needing these medications is minimal, yet the most valuable are those like Yunnan Baiyao. Given the frequent encounters with violence, where trauma-related medicines command a higher value. He has invested over $100,000 in such pharmaceuticals, visiting pharmacies during his leisure time to procure a few at a time, ensuring the purchases remain discreet by diversifying the locations. He recalls that on the first day of the extreme cold, H City experienced a blackout and water shortage. He wonders how Jinling fared. Fortunately, during the extreme cold, water is not scarce, as the chilly weather often brings snow. By placing a board or basin on the balcony, one can amass a sufficient supply of water for the day. Naturally, one must devise a method to melt it. In the early days of the cold, lower-lying areas, specifically below the fourth floor, would be blanketed by heavy snow. Even on non-snowy days, one could extract solid blocks of snow from the ground floor, as there is no need for excessive fuss. Consequently, Litanchi has not stockpiled much water. The beverages or soups provided with meals are ample, stored alongside the food containers. He plans to prioritize water storage last, considering the option of gathering some free water by acting as a natural resource gatherer on a few occasions. Before the onset of the extreme cold, he intends to take a vacation under the guise of traveling to locate water sources, which he can directly store in his spatial realm. There is no necessity for water storage equipment, as those contraptions are considerably more expensive than water itself. Utilizing the static state within his spatial realm, water can float anywhere without dampening other items. One merely needs to prepare a container when retrieving it. He has indeed purchased 2 sets of water purification devices at a reasonable price, stocking up on additional filters. It matters little if they wear out, as most settlements provide exchange facilities. With the military still operational and the basic framework of the nation intact, emergency production of purification devices is available, considering that snowmelt is not pristine. As for containers for water storage, the options are plentiful. Pots, bowls, and other utensils serve well during the festive season. With ample time at his disposal, Litanchi has intensified his exercise regimen, feeling quite pleased with the results after 2 months of diligent training. Moreover, since his rebirth and the acquisition of his abilities, he has noticed a substantial increase in his physical limits, perhaps providing him with the opportunity to ascend to the second tier before the harsh cold descends. He engages in daily exercises to hone his abilities, employing no specialized techniques beyond consistent practice and recovery. The results, he perceives, are notably superior to complete inactivity, perhaps due to the experiences of his previous life. Each training session seems particularly fruitful. He keeps these changes to himself, as there is little opportunity for discussion. Individuals with abilities during this period likely keep their talents hidden. Should he inadvertently attract the attention of the relevant authorities, it could spell trouble. On the 7th day of the new year, after completing his personal training session, he drove to the train station to pick up Zhang Nuan and bring her home. It was not until the 15th of the new year that Zhang Nuan returned to H City, as the new school term was approaching. This winter, Nanjing has experienced several days with temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees, an exceptionally rare chill, and it seems the winter has lingered longer than usual. In previous years, such phenomena went largely unnoticed, yet in retrospect, there were likely signs preceding the extreme cold that were simply overlooked. Although the media occasionally mentioned the need for warmth, the general public did not take it to heart. There were also sporadic discussions about the global decline in temperatures, with a plethora of experts making claims, leaving many skeptical. The prevailing narrative suggested that the Earth had entered a mini ice age. However, Litanchi was privy to the actual circumstances, though he knew that voicing them would lead to disbelief, and higher authorities would refute such claims to prevent panic. The reasons behind this phenomenon are astonishing yet factual. After 5 years of severe cold, the 9 major bases collectively disclosed the news. The Earth had inexplicably deviated from its original orbit, slightly distancing itself from the Sun. Yet after the extreme cold, it shifted back a notch for reasons unknown. Initially, the announcement was withheld due to fears that the Earth might continue to drift away, potentially leading to an apocalyptic scenario. However, after over 4 years of severe cold, the Earth's orbit began to stabilize, albeit not returning to its original path. It was a significant improvement over continued deviation. By the fifth year of extreme cold, the Earth's orbit had settled, transforming the frigid polar regions into zones of extreme cold, the subpolar regions into cold zones, and the equatorial areas into what was once considered temperate. Fortunately, the world had not descended into a true apocalypse. Yet during these 5 years, Earth's species underwent immense mutations, including humanity itself. Mutants, aberrant beasts, and altered flora rapidly evolved, completing what would have taken millennia or even millions of years within mere years. Scientists discovered a new substance beneficial to all life forms, though humanity found itself lagging behind in this evolutionary process. This substance quickly permeated the globe and soon stabilized, giving rise to a new ecological cycle within nature. No one has been able to analyze its composition. It appears ubiquitous yet elusive. The surviving Chinese populace referred to it as spiritual energy, and the phenomenon causing rapid biological evolution was whimsically dubbed the resurgence of spiritual energy. This explanation seemed to resonate, particularly with the majority of survivors being young people who found it more palatable. Regardless, following the extreme cold, the Earth stabilized once more. Yet the pressures of survival for humanity remained daunting. Rapidly evolving mutant creatures seized more living space, relegating humans to the rear of the evolutionary race, as their habitat continued to shrink. Periodically, waves of mutant beasts would assault human settlements, leading to the obliteration of many small to medium-sized communities. By the 10th year of this apocalyptic era, the global population dwindled to fewer than 600 million. In contrast, China emerged as the nation with the highest survival rate, as the combined population of the 9 major bases still exceeded 80 million, not including the substantial population spread across various large and small settlements throughout the country. At that time, it was impossible to ascertain the precise number of survivors. The 9 major bases collaboratively conducted an estimation, concluding that the surviving population of Huagua was approximately 180 million. This figure constitutes nearly 1/3 of the global populace, standing as yet another remarkable miracle wrought by Huagua. Chapter 6: The 200-square-meter apartment. After the Lantern Festival, Li Tianqi's life returned to a state of tranquility. With no need to stockpile food, his evenings became free once more. He took on a private tutoring job, which increased his monthly income slightly, surpassing 10,000. His new pupil was a mischievous 10-and-a-half-year-old boy in the 3rd grade, requiring lessons at home. Sessions were held every evening from 7 to 9, spanning Friday to Sunday, totaling 3 classes a week. Regrettably, the subject was Taekwondo, which left Li Tianqi feeling rather disheartened. Why was it that no one was interested in learning the grappling techniques he took such pride in, despite his fervent recommendations? To promote his expertise, he had even devised a simplified version of the 28 techniques of quick learning grappling, which could be mastered in 6 months, proving far more practical than half a year of Taekwondo training. Alas, his intellectual efforts seemed in vain. During his free time, he wandered through Jinling City, seeking unique shops and familiarizing himself with the area. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a store specializing in the craftsmanship of blades and swords, and another selling military rations. He spent over 10,000, acquiring 5 unopened tang sabers along with a set of grinding wheels, intending to open them at his leisure. The materials were crafted from high manganese steel, and with numerous custom specifications, each saber cost less than 2,000, a reasonable price indeed. All the blades bore the same design, sufficient for the extreme cold period. As for the aftermath of the harsh winter, cold weapons would no longer be regulated. And as long as firearms were not misused within populated areas, there would be little oversight once outside the city. Advances in forging techniques and materials post-extreme cold would render cold weapon craftsmanship superior to the present, allowing for easy replacements then. Regarding the military ration store, his interest lay solely in military canned goods. While military rations held value, their flavors could not compare to meat. After sampling various options, Li Tianqi settled on braised pork and beef cans, which were relatively affordable and boasted an exceptionally long shelf life. By placing a bulk order, He managed to balance the quantities of both flavors at an average of 15 yuan each, spending 300,000 on 20,000 boxes. From the second year of the extreme cold, these canned goods became luxury items, with a thriving market, ensuring that his stockpile would not be in vain. Occasionally, he would purchase interesting or potentially valuable items in moderation. However, no matter how diligently he worked, he could not keep pace with his spending. During this period, Li Tianqi's savings dwindled by nearly 1 million, leaving him with slightly over 2 million after accounting for his modest income. In light of this, he resolved to economize. To curb his spending, he reluctantly transferred the remaining funds onto a card, which was not linked to WeChat to prevent impulsive purchases, especially given the numerous items he wished to stockpile. For the next 4 months, Li Tianqi simply expended his monthly salary, primarily acquiring polar cold-resistant clothing, gloves, and shoes. Quality cold-weather gear was quite expensive, with a complete set costing several thousand. Over 4 months, along with commissions, he managed to stockpile 5 sets. With just over 10,000 remaining, he purchased some outdoor supplies and a complete skiing outfit. As July swiftly arrives, summer lingers hesitantly, with the highest temperatures barely surpassing 25 degrees. For the majority, this merely incites excitement, expressing that this summer feels quite pleasant. However, those with a discerning eye have begun to notice the underlying issues. The internet is once again rife with declarations of an impending little ice age, and occasionally, a few fleeting posts or short videos speculate whether the end times are approaching. During this period, food prices have seen a slight increase, a consequence of global cooling. On television, news reports occasionally surface regarding crop failures due to changing temperatures, though their frequency seems deliberately suppressed by the authorities to avert public panic. Those with a sense of crisis have begun stockpiling food and supplies with purpose. Fortunately, the Chinese government has disseminated numerous favorable messages and has released some reserves to stabilize domestic grain prices, which has helped maintain public sentiment. On the afternoon of July 5, Li Tianqi drove his small van to the increasingly familiar Jinling railway station, where he met Zhang Nuanyuan, who was hauling a large suitcase. After an evening filled with passion, Zhang Nuanyuan refrained from mentioning her resignation to come to Jinling. "Director, he says my teaching is quite good and that I have a talent for it. He wants me to take a class after the summer," she murmured softly while leaning against Li Tianqi. The mention of director he had become rather frequent in Zhang Nuanyuan's conversations over the past few months. "Oh, that director, he is quite a nice person," Li Tianqi instinctively replied. Naturally, he was familiar with this director who was indeed a commendable individual and a public figure, being the wife of Luo Yong, one of the top 3 officials in the future settlement of H City. However, it seemed they would have little to do with each other in this lifetime. For in his previous existence, when he had met his demise, the Luo family was thriving in the H City base, which had never responded to Jinling's summons, merely maintaining contact. "Yes, she is truly kind," Zhang Nuanyuan echoed sleepily, yawning and drifting off after a few more fragmented exchanges. Observing the slumbering Zhang Nuanyuan, Li Tianqi prepared for sleep himself. The time until the arrival of extreme cold was drawing near. His initial plans to rent a spacious apartment or villa had proven difficult. But fortunately, he had made some progress in recent days. Tomorrow, he intended to resign from the gym, as the following 2 months would require meticulous planning in time for a potential trip abroad, making his schedule increasingly tight. As for Zhang Nuanyuan, having spent this time together once more, he found himself somewhat reluctant to part ways. Li Tianqi's personality had undergone noticeable changes, surprisingly. Zhang Nuanyuan had not commented on it but seemed to have grown gentler. Aside from her journey to Jinling, she had exhibited a rather obedient demeanor, a stark contrast to her previous self, which took Li Tianqi aback. Perhaps his earlier despondency had been too pronounced, and his recent transformation prompted her to alter her attitude? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Li Tianqi remained steadfast in his plans. With nearly 2 months of summer vacation remaining, he would contemplate further strategies to persuade Zhang Nuanyuan. If all else failed, he had no alternative, as revealing his secrets was not an option. The following morning, I first visited the gym to complete my resignation process. The boss was quite amiable, and promptly settled my final month's salary and commission. I reached out to a real estate agent, and in the afternoon, I went to view a spacious flat of over 200 square meters that met my criteria. It was situated in a pleasant upscale neighborhood, albeit the rent was rather steep. Yet it remained within my plans. Upon arrival, I explored the community, which boasted a commendable environment. The front featured mid-rise buildings, while the rear housed several villas. Although the community was relatively new, the occupancy rate was quite high, which was somewhat concerning due to the potential for increased complications. Nevertheless, I had to allocate time for renovations, and my requirements for renting were rather peculiar. Currently, this apartment appeared to be the most suitable option. The flat occupied the top floor of a 9-story building. Originally, the owner intended to reserve it for their child's future marriage, but unfortunately, their son was disinclined, preferring the allure of foreign lands. It is baffling that, even in the year 20XX, such a mindset persists. However, this was of little relevance to Li Tianqi, who simply wished to convey, if you long to depart, do not return. It seemed unlikely that he would have the chance to return anyway. The entire family had relocated abroad due to this individual and had even secured immigration. The property was entrusted to an agency for rental. Li Tianqi favored such landlords. In his previous life, there was a recruitment initiative in September for overseas nationals, though those without a Chinese identity card were excluded from this opportunity. Thus, it appeared that the Chinese government was aware of the impending apocalypse or perhaps had foreseen extreme climatic conditions. Reflecting on this, he recalled numerous overlooked details from his past life. Unfortunately, during this time in his previous existence, he had been in a state of apathy, only catching snippets of conversation among colleagues, which left a rather shallow impression. The apartment was tastefully decorated, with ready-to-use furniture, allowing for immediate occupancy under normal circumstances. However, Li Tianqi still needed to make some modifications to the space. After having the agent communicate with the landlord, a letter of intent to lease was signed. Although purchasing the property was out of the question, having such a document in place served to prevent any unforeseen complications from the landlord. On the rental front, the requirement was to pay at least 6 months in advance, accompanied by a deposit of 10,000, which was rather disheartening. Fortunately, being located in Jiangning district, the rent was not excessively outrageous at 4,800 per month. The total for 6 months plus the deposit amounted to nearly 40,000. Chapter 7, Renovation and Travel. The matter of renting a house proved to be somewhat intricate, and it was not until the following afternoon that all the formalities were completed, finally alleviating a significant concern for Li Tianqi. At this juncture, Zheng Nuanyuan remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances. With everything proceeding smoothly, Li Tianqi engaged a designer over the next 2 days to commence the renovation. The designer, Lu Fengho, was an administrator in a survival group that Li Tianqi had joined. It was uncertain whether he had infiltrated this sphere for business purposes or possessed a genuine awareness of potential adversities. Nonetheless, he exhibited considerable expertise in accommodating peculiar renovation requests. Lu Fengho offered commendable suggestions in response to Li Tianqi's various demands, showcasing impressive design skills. However, upon receiving the final estimate, the exorbitant cost left Li Tianqi in utter disbelief. The renovation of a house he had acquired for 40,000 was quoted at over 1.8 million. After much negotiation and reduction of expenses, he ultimately managed to secure the renovation for a friendly price of 1.48 million, inclusive of materials, with a projected timeline of 1 month. Once these matters were settled, Li Tianqi promptly enrolled in a travel group and relinquished the previously rented property, embarking on a journey with Zheng Nuanyuan. Their destinations were twofold, Xiandao Lake and Irai Lake. He conveyed to Zheng Nuanyuan that the purpose of their trip was to explore the magnificent landscapes of their homeland. However, Li Tianqi harbored a more clandestine objective for this excursion: stockpiling water. Both lakes boasted excellent water quality, and Xiandao Lake was in relatively close proximity. As for Irai Lake, its pristine waters were renowned, and Li Tianqi was genuinely eager to visit Dali, a place he had longed to see but had never had the opportunity to explore. Their first stop was Qiandao Lake. Upon arrival, Li Tianqi encountered a rather vexing issue, whether by day or night. Accumulating a substantial amount of water in his space proved to be a cumbersome task. Each time he filled too little, the efficiency was dismally low. And results were not discernible without a span of 10 days to half a month. Conversely, filling too much at once created a considerable commotion, making it easy for others to suspect something amiss. Consequently, Li Tianqi had no choice but to rent a small cruise ship. The price was not exorbitant, 900 for half a day, but he opted to reserve it for 2 days and nights. Yet, having crew members on board proved inconvenient. Thus, he had to spend a bit more, negotiating terms that included a private evening experience and anchoring the ship in the lake overnight rather than docking. He ultimately expended an additional 200 yuan. Whether this was a loss was of little consequence to Li Tianqi. He was pressed for time and preferred not to dwell on the details. After all, his space was remarkably expansive, and he was determined to fill over half of it with water. Certainly, if one were to abandon pretense, it would be effortless to fill the entire space with water within a single night. However, this is a renowned tourist destination, bustling with visitors. And to avoid causing a significant disturbance, he had to exert considerable effort. During the 2 days on the boat, Li Tianqi primarily seized opportunities to nap during the day. Once the crew disembarked in the evening, he would promptly urge Zhang Nuanyuan to rest. After she fell asleep, he would busily attend to his tasks by the side of the boat. After 2 nights of labor, a colossal water sphere began to float within the space. Li Tianqi was uncertain of the exact volume of water, but it undoubtedly occupied more than half of the available space. He estimated that if all the water were released, it could fill approximately 2 birds' nest stadiums, provided there were containers of that magnitude. In comparison to this water, the meager supplies he had previously hoarded occupied but a small corner. In the days following the water filling, Li Tianqi accompanied Zhang Nuanyuan, who bore a hint of melancholy, on their sightseeing and photography endeavors like any ordinary tourist. It was not until the 6th day that they diverted towards Dali, as the water in the space was deemed sufficient. At Irai Lake, he discreetly collected a modest amount of water, totaling several hundred tons over a few days. On the 12th day of their journey, July 16, an unexpected event occurred. It was quite astonishing. His supernatural abilities had ascended, albeit rather abruptly. Fortunately, he did not awaken any new powers, rather, his spatial abilities underwent a transformation. Telekinesis, akin to his previous life, had expanded from controlling objects within a 10-meter radius weighing no more than 10 kilograms to manipulating items weighing over 200 pounds within 50 meters. If the objects were not excessively heavy, the range could extend even further. The maximum effective control distance reached approximately 200 meters, however, at this distance, the weight of controllable objects diminished to less than a kilogram. In combat, controlling 1 or 2 small daggers from 200 meters away could effectively sever one's head. The evolution of his spatial abilities was particularly delightful, not merely an expansion of space, but the emergence of a new realm. This new space felt chaotic. Yet as a possessor of supernatural capabilities, he comprehended its utility. The new realm allowed him to extract a portion of space to fill the original chaotic expanse, preserving the state of the extracted space and perpetuating its condition. However, this extraction required time. For instance, if he dedicated a full day to assimilate a piece of land, that land would manifest within the space, causing the original terrain to vanish. The space would transform into a plot eternally bathed in daylight, with the surrounding air, sunlight, and temperature preserved. Regrettably, if time were abundant, he could extract the 4 seasons into the space, but time was certainly not on his side. A rather disheartening aspect was that this extraction was indeed a true capture, not a mere replication. For instance, if one were to extract a mountain into a different realm, the original mountain in reality would vanish completely, which could be quite disheartening. After all, this opportunity for extraction is a singular event. Subsequently, The space will transform into a conventional realm, one where the flow of time persists. To simplify, it is akin to possessing a personalized space with customizable aesthetics, albeit at the cost of losing a portion of land on Earth. Fortunately, the area that disappears will not manifest as a black hole or any peculiar anomaly. It will simply cease to exist in a normal manner. To illustrate, if this extraction ability were employed to remove a vast expanse of ocean, once the water and its aquatic life vanish, the adjacent seawater would naturally fill the void, rather than leaving behind a hollow abyss. Such an occurrence would defy the laws of physics, would it not? Thus, on that particular evening and in the days that followed, Li Tianqi contemplated the most suitable location for his extraction. The scale of the space was not a concern for him. The chaotic realm had a fixed dimension, with no prospects for future upgrades. As a secondary spatial ability, this was quite reasonable. This chaotic space is roughly 10 times larger than the primary static space, specifically in terms of length, width, and height. Quite impressive indeed. His original space was approximately the size of 4 birds' nest stadiums but was merely a cubic area. Length, width, and height cannot be directly referenced from the dimensions of the bird's nest. In contrast, the chaotic space is formless and can be adjusted. If configured into a rectangular prism, the area available for extraction would be substantial. However, to extract such an expansive area discreetly, he would need to venture abroad. Fortunately, he had already planned a trip overseas, with his passport prepared, though his original itinerary would require some modifications. Chapter 8: The Transformative Journey Abroad. Originally, Li Tianqi's domestic travel itinerary was intended to span half a month. However, after 12 days had elapsed, he found himself contemplating how to allocate the remaining 3 days. His original plan was to conclude his travels with a visit to the United States, primarily to procure some lumber and other items that were inconvenient to acquire domestically, albeit in limited quantities. The reason was somewhat awkward: he was short on funds. After 3 days of deliberation, he resolved to first journey to Indonesia in Southeast Asia, selecting Lake Toba as his destination. The rationale was straightforward: the location for extraction must possess abundant freshwater, and a sufficiently large freshwater lake was his initial consideration. Furthermore, it was imperative that there be land in addition to water. Lake Toba's sizable island would allow for the extraction of a portion while preserving a basic ecological balance. Lastly, with the global climate already exhibiting signs of cooling this year, Lake Toba, though situated at a high altitude, maintained a comfortable temperature, hovering above 25 degrees Celsius, characteristic of a tropical locale. While the world's largest freshwater lake, located at the border of the United States and Canada, was also a potential consideration. This year, as evident global temperature drop discouraged him. Upon checking, he discovered that the maximum temperature in that region during July was a mere 16 degrees, with a minimum plummeting to 6 degrees. Hence, it was prudent to opt for a warmer environment. Additionally, Indonesia's proximity rendered it convenient for a subsequent journey to the United States. Thus, on the 15th day of his travels, Li Tianqi returned to H City with Zheng Nuanyuan. Unfortunately, the house in Jinling was still under renovation, and the previously rented accommodation had been vacated. "Brother Qi, I can't shake the feeling that your new job is rather dubious. Why do you need to go abroad?" Zheng Nuanyuan questioned, her expression one of skepticism. Li Tianqi found himself in need of an excuse after being abroad for over half a month. Regrettably, his acting skills were rather mediocre, and Zheng Nuanyuan remained unconvinced by his justification. "It's merely a trial. They've already paid me, and if it seems unreliable, I shall forego the opportunity after this trip." Indeed, one lie necessitated another to maintain the facade, and all he could assert was that since he had received the payment, he had no choice but to proceed. "Very well," she replied, her expression suggesting that she would trust him just this once, which made her appear quite endearing. Their travels had evidently strengthened their bond, particularly as Li Tianqi had recently ascended to a higher level of capability, his physical prowess now boasting nearly double that of an average person. Under such circumstances, Zheng Nuanyuan had become increasingly docile. It was clear that many women were drawn to strength, and Zhang Nuanyuan was no exception. "If I am not back in half a month, please check on the renovations of the new apartment and wait for me in Jiling." As they prepared to part, Li Tianqi entrusted her with the key to the apartment. "Take care of yourself, and return promptly once you've completed your tasks." It seems that over the past fortnight, Zheng Nuanyuan has felt a sense of reluctance. Stay at home and keep it clean for me." How annoying. After bidding farewell to the tender embrace of comfort, Li Tianqi returned to Jiling to briefly inspect the progress of renovations. He then promptly flew from Jiling to Indonesia. Upon landing, he navigated through several modes of transportation until he reached his destination, spending the entire day familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Li Tianqi identified a seemingly reliable location, a secluded hill on the island. He found a discreet spot to conceal himself before commencing the use of his spatial extraction ability. Employing this power was not particularly challenging. Li Tianqi felt akin to a mere transit station. The chaotic matter present within this extraordinary space appeared to be the true source of his ability's strength. The sole issue was that once activated, he felt as though his physical form had ceased to exist. Initially, he had planned for the extraction to last a day and a night, primarily focusing on the lake waters, with the extraction site limited to the elevated terrain of the island. However, an unexpected complication arose during the activation of his ability. The chaotic energy within the space proved somewhat unruly. Fortunately, the chaotic space had been pre-designed by Li Tianqi, taking the form of a cylindrical area approximately 4.5 kilometers in diameter and about 2 kilometers in height. Inadvertently, he extracted a larger land area than intended, nearly encompassing half of the entire space, with the majority being prominent hilly terrain on the island. Moreover, the duration was not as he had anticipated. What he thought would be a day and a night turned into 3 days and nights, culminating in a substantial downpour on the third night. The most vexing aspect was that upon completing the extraction, he was unexpectedly submerged in the lake water that filled the newly extracted space. Fortunately, being a proficient swimmer, he floundered for a while before finally managing to reach the shore safely. Luckily, the extracted space vanished instantaneously upon completion of the process, and by the time anyone arrived to investigate, Li Tianqi had already slipped away into a thicket. He hastily made his way to the hotel where he had booked a week's stay in advance. His 3-day absence went unnoticed. Upon returning to his hotel room, the first thing Li Tianqi did was not to inspect the newly transformed space but rather to quickly devour a portion of previously stored food. After 3 days without sustenance, had it not been for his recent ascension to the second tier, which significantly enhanced his physical constitution, he feared he might have perished. Once he finished his meal, the television began broadcasting urgent news reports. The rapid-fire foreign dialogue was incomprehensible to him. Yet he inferred the general meaning. A portion of land spanning several square kilometers had mysteriously vanished from Shimosi Island in Lake Toba. If Li Tianqi were to report this news, he would confidently inform everyone that the land was characterized by hilly terrain, with the highest point rising over 300 meters above the water's surface, as he was presently assessing the current state of the space he had extracted. The previously chaotic space has undergone a remarkable transformation. The towering cylindrical structure, once soaring nearly 2,000 meters high, now appears to have diminished abruptly by almost half, standing at just over 1,000 meters. The reason for this significant change lies in the profound depth of the lake. Furthermore, this space has assertively extracted more than 100 meters from the lakebed of the region surrounding Lake Toba. As a volcanic lake, Toba is characterized by its considerable depth, with the average depth of the extracted lake water estimated to be nearly 400 meters, coupled with a surface area of approximately 9 square kilometers. The volume of water stored is astonishing, rendering the previously accumulated water seemingly redundant. The remaining area of over 7 square kilometers consists of hilly terrain, with an elevation averaging over 100 meters above the lake surface, posing challenges for agricultural endeavors in the future. Fortunately, within this originally chaotic space, Li Tianqi exhibits a commendable level of control. While it may not reach the divine realm, he certainly embodies the essence of a demigod. Chapter 9: The Zero-Cost Purchase in Country M. Following the mysterious disappearance incident at Lake Toba, Li Tianqi did not hasten to leave. Given the gravity of the situation, it would be far more suspicious for a visitor to feign indifference and slip away. While his curiosity was piqued, he maintained a calm demeanor and lingered for an additional 2 days, occasionally visiting the scene of the event to observe the unfolding commotion. It was not until the morning of the 5th day of his stay in Indonesia that he reluctantly departed, boarding a flight bound for Country M. During his time in Indonesia, he was not idle, rather, he was diligently reorganizing the layout of his new space. Within this new realm, Li Tianqi's telekinetic abilities manifested with an extraordinary potency, enabling him to effortlessly level a small hill. Upon his arrival in this uncharted space, he discovered that his two extraordinary powers were not entirely unrelated, they could be synergistically employed, yielding an effect greater than the sum of their parts. The temporal cycle within this new space was remarkably stable, with consistent weather patterns and temperatures, mirroring the 3 days he had chosen to extract. The first 2 days were characterized by brilliant sunshine, while the nights were adorned with a sparse scattering of stars. The third day, however, was marked by overcast skies and brisk winds, reaching a force of 4 to 5 on the Beaufort scale, culminating in a rainfall that persisted until just before dawn. From the 4th day onward, this cycle repeated itself seamlessly, creating an agreeable atmosphere. The temperatures were quite pleasant. The initial days were slightly warm, with highs reaching around 27 to 28 degrees Celsius, and an average hovering between 23 and 24 degrees. On the third day, temperatures dipped slightly. Yet daytime readings remained around 24 to 25 degrees, with nighttime rains maintaining a comfortable temperature near 20 degrees. Having devoted considerable time and effort, Li Tianqi managed to level the uneven hills within the space. However, he faced an awkward predicament. Lake Toba, being a volcanic lake, rendered the area unsuitable for farming after the hills were leveled. It was no wonder that the region was characterized by small hills, with commendable vegetation yet a conspicuous absence of towering trees or dense forests. He contemplated the need to import soil, and in substantial quantities at that. As for the remnants of the removed hills, he repurposed them into a majestic mountain standing approximately 800 meters tall, strategically placed at the edge of the space, where nearly all the vegetation had become concentrated. Currently, the landform within the space resembled an oval shape, with the peculiar high mountain he had crafted over the past few days situated near the periphery, while the remaining area was predominantly flat, gently sloping down toward the lake. Naturally, the expanse of sky above, soaring over 1,000 meters, was not worth mentioning. Upon the formation of this new space, Li Tianqi realized he could also enter it, albeit within a time constraint. As the proprietor of this domain, he gained insight into its rules upon entry. Each visit permitted him a maximum stay of 2 hours. Once this time elapsed, re-entry was prohibited for 3 days. The duration of this cooldown period struck him as rather lengthy. Fortunately, the 2 hours can be utilized separately and can be divided in any manner. One may exit after a mere second or remain for an entire hour. However, the total duration is finite, and any unused time will not accumulate for the next cooldown period. As for the 3-day cooldown for skill reset, one might speculate that it is related to the time consumed in manipulating the spatial dimensions. Seated on the airplane, with nothing to occupy his mind, Li Tianqi embarked on some new experiments, resulting in unexpected delights. He discovered that he could transfer items from the static space directly into the new realm without external assistance, and vice versa. This was quite remarkable. Before disembarking, Li Tianqi expended some effort to excavate a small lake at the foot of a mountain, pouring the accumulated water from the static space into it. Thus, an island lake emerged on the peninsula, appearing quite pleasing, especially with its remarkably clear waters. The lake was not deep, allowing one to see the stones at the bottom from the surface. Li Tianqi felt a great sense of satisfaction with his endeavor. Upon arriving in Country M, Li Tianqi did not rush to make purchases. Instead, He first acquired a map and sought a secluded spot to extract a bicycle from his space. He then pedaled towards the nearby mountains. Recently, he had become somewhat obsessed with planning the new space and, upon realizing that the soil was insufficient and predominantly rocky, he found himself restless, eager to transform the area into fertile farmland. It was indeed a deeply ingrained instinct, compelling him to keep moving forward. After a strenuous ride of 5 or 6 hours, he finally reached the mountains, where a small forested area awaited him, intersected by the path he had taken. Seizing a moment when no one was around, he swiftly concealed his bicycle and plunged into the woods, utilizing telekinesis to scrape the ground. Following the formation of the new space, he found that the weight of items he could assimilate into his realm had reached an astounding capacity, and he could do so without direct contact. Albeit this required the coordination of his telekinesis, akin to a combined technique. By employing telekinesis to delve into the earth and focusing his mind to envelop the portions he wished to absorb, he could effortlessly incorporate items into his space. After several attempts, Li Tianqi became quite adept at this new combination technique. The synergy of telekinesis and spatial manipulation proved to be extraordinarily convenient. Within mere seconds, he could extract an entire tree, roots, and a substantial clump of soil into his space. Remarkably, in less than half a day, he managed to excavate nearly half of the forest on a mountain peak, deliberately leaving some intact to avoid arousing suspicion from a distance. As for nearby observations, his telekinesis possessed a sensing capability that exceeded the range of mere object manipulation, enabling him to perceive conditions within several kilometers. However, this ability was limited to sensing and bore no offensive capabilities. This was one of the skills that had ensured his survival during the 10th year of the apocalypse in his previous life. While gathering items, Li Tianqi also filled the large pits he had dug at the mountaintop with stones from his space, as he could not simply take without giving back. And the abundance of stones in the new realm was simply too great to allow them to occupy unnecessary space. After half of the trees on a mountain peak were felled, he swiftly moved on to another mountain, continuing his labor without respite. It wasn't until after 9 the following morning that Li Tianqi, feeling thoroughly satisfied, pedaled his bicycle towards the city. Despite having toiled almost continuously for a day and a night without rest, he was invigorated by the results within his space and did not feel fatigued in the least. The space had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had nearly replaced all the stones above the water level on the island with soil. Had he not overexerted his telekinetic abilities? He might have considered replacing even the submerged portions with arable earth. Most of the trees, which had been brought in along with the soil, had been converted into timber, leaving only a small portion planted at the foot of the mountain, forming a quaint grove. As for the land planning of the flat areas, he had yet to attend to that. Li Tianqi intended to address it upon his return home. He planned to stockpile various seeds for crops, ensuring he had plenty of fruit saplings, and to consider raising some livestock, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep. With the prospect of future harvests in his new space, he had no fear of food shortages. After remounting his bicycle, he spent another 5 or 6 hours before finally returning to the bustling metropolis of M Country, known as the Big Apple. Li Tianqi had dedicated himself to securing this soil, spending 2 days without purchasing anything upon his arrival. In the city, he sought out a prominent landmark and contacted the local Chinese tour guide he had arranged to meet on his way back, a rather attractive exchange student named Zhang Xiaonan. After a brief introduction, he took a taxi to her provided accommodation. It was a modest yet decent little apartment, slightly cramped but adequate. Zhang Xiaonan had specifically rented this place to house guests in need of translation services, providing her with a supplementary income, a clever arrangement indeed. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Xiaonan, Li Tianqi promptly retreated to the bedroom, disregarding everything else, and succumbed to sleep. Remarkably, he slept from 5:30 in the afternoon until just past 9 the next morning. By that time, Zhang Xiaonan had already been waiting outside. Li Tianqi hurriedly tidied himself up and followed her downstairs. The entire day was spent shadowing her, gaining a general understanding of the Big Apple's landscape, after which her duties effectively concluded. After all, The tasks Li Tianqi intended to undertake were beyond the purview of this slightly loquacious exchange student. Originally, Li Tianqi had planned to spend money in M country. But after multiple uses of his second-tier spatial and telekinetic abilities, he realized that expenditures might not be necessary. After all, he could directly utilize his telekinesis to retrieve items from 200 meters away into his space. Such an advantageous combination of abilities would be squandered if he did not engage in a zero-cost acquisition. Besides, it wasn't like home, and in a few months, those items would inevitably turn to waste if left uncollected. Thus, the following day, the Big Apple witnessed a spate of mysterious disappearances, particularly in several large supermarkets. Upon opening at 10, it was discovered that nearly all the goods had been cleared out, leaving nothing behind but the shelves. Such was the consequence of Li Tianqi's early rising. He completed his tasks while jogging to keep fit. By the time the supermarket opened its doors, Li Tianqi was utterly oblivious to where his wandering had taken him. Chapter 10: A Grand Heist. After concluding a morning of shopping, Li Tianqi casually sought out a restaurant for lunch before heading to the renowned Queen's Hentang World Casino. This establishment had piqued his interest when Zhang Xiaonan casually mentioned it during a previous visit. Fortune smiled upon him, for upon arrival, he fortuitously encountered an armored truck. Utilizing his unique abilities, he sensed that the vehicle was laden with numerous crates, presumably filled with US dollars, clearly intended for transport, likely representing the casino's recent earnings. Initially, he had planned to enter the casino to explore opportunities for acquiring some cash, but now that was unnecessary. Disguising himself as an ordinary tourist, he ambled about, awaiting the moment when the armored truck would prepare to depart. At that instant, he activated his powers, swiftly retrieving all the crates into his spatial storage. After completing this task, rather than hastening away, he leisurely wandered around the vicinity before eventually hailing a taxi back to his lodgings. Once home, he turned on the television to catch international news. Although his English was not particularly proficient, he managed to grasp the essence of the reports through a combination of listening and inference. Soon, news broke regarding the inexplicable disappearance of goods from the supermarkets and shops he had visited earlier, detailing the significant losses incurred. Among the establishments mentioned in the report was the gun shop that had been on his mind. After a considerable wait, the headline of the armored truck being completely looted finally emerged. The reporters in New York were rather slow. It took nearly several hours for the news to surface. Satisfied with what he had sought to see, Li Tianqi switched off the television and began to organize the crates from the armored truck. As he had surmised, they contained the casino's cash flow, with various denominations neatly arranged within each box. Upon estimation, the total sum amounted to over $60 million. Although the bills were not uniform in denomination, with a significant number being smaller denominations, he meticulously reorganized the stacks of cash, returning them to his spatial storage. To facilitate future use, Li Tianqi affixed simple labels to each crate, indicating the amount and denomination contained within. After a restful slumber, the following morning found Li Tianqi once again departing his lodgings, this time meandering near the bustling harbor of the Big Apple. He intended to depart from America the next day, but not before orchestrating one final grand endeavor. Throughout the day, he observed the vessels traversing the port, particularly focusing on the larger ships. Remarkably, he refrained from utilizing his powers to collect anything throughout the entire day. As twilight approached, close to 6 o'clock, he made his way towards his target, a cargo ship laden with oil that had just docked, and a container ship that had recently unloaded its cargo. Li Tianqi resolved to commandeer both vessels. Positioning himself strategically between the two ships, he blended in seamlessly among the crowd, appearing to be merely an ordinary tourist, thus attracting no undue attention. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his two extraordinary abilities with all his might. Within mere seconds, the two ships vanished into thin air before the eyes of the astonished crowd. Suddenly, a gasp echoed in his ears, and at that moment, Li Tianqi let out a shout. There was no choice, capturing such large vessels had nearly reached the limit of his capacity, leaving him with a sensation akin to being drained of energy. Fortunately, his demeanor resembled that of an overly astonished bystander, blending seamlessly with the surrounding onlookers. Some crew members aboard the ships plummeted directly into the sea at the port, having been abruptly cast into the water as the vessels disappeared. The instant disappearance of the ships caused the sea surface at the port to become tumultuous, and those fortunate enough were splashing about in the water, while the unfortunate or less adept swimmers were swiftly engulfed by the waves. Clearly, this spatial realm could not accommodate humans, though animals were permissible otherwise. The fish in Lake Toba would have been expelled from the space. Nevertheless, further experimentation was warranted, for the ships contained a considerable number of individuals. Perhaps fewer people would yield different results. Watching those individuals vanish beneath the sea's surface stirred a tempest within Li Tianqi's heart. Not of my kind, not of my kind. Ah, the absurdity! After a moment of mental fortitude, Li Tianqi quickly regained his composure. When the police arrived, he blended into the crowd being evacuated from the port. On his return journey, he indulged in some fast food before arriving at the accommodation provided by Zhang Xiaonan. He reached out to inform her of his need to return home early, planning to check out the following day. Zhang Xiaonan was exceedingly gracious, inquiring if there was anything she could assist with. Li Tianqi, unreserved, requested her help in booking a flight for the next day. The following morning, he presented her with a generous red envelope containing $5,000 as a token of gratitude for her invaluable assistance. He then proceeded to the airport, catching a flight that would return him to his homeland that very night, albeit not directly to Jinling, but landing in Shanghai instead. Upon his return, Li Tianqi found himself in possession of a substantial sum of money. Although it posed some inconvenience domestically, he no longer needed to be frugal, opting instead for a luxurious business hotel. The next day, he did not linger in Shanghai but called Zhang Nuanyuan to inform her of his transit back home and that he would soon be departing again. Zhang Nuanyuan said little, but within minutes of hanging up, she sent him a screenshot of a ticket from H City to Jinling. With little else to say, Li Tianqi booked a high-end suite in a business hotel in Jinling. Before Zhang Nuanyuan's arrival, he took his beloved Wuling Hongguang to inspect the house currently undergoing renovations. The progress was commendable. The main renovations had been completed, with merely finishing touches remaining. Li Tianqi decided to invest a bit more by hiring a professional, planning to conduct a thorough inspection once everything was finalized. After all, this house was to be inhabited in extreme cold for at least 5 years. And lacking expertise in renovations, he felt the need for utmost caution with an expenditure approaching 1.5 million. Moreover, with time still on his side, any potential issues could be addressed without haste. As midday approached, Zhang Nuanyuan arrived in Jinling, continuing her journey in her little Wuling to pick someone up. After having a meal, she returned directly to the hotel. It was yet another day where a brief separation felt akin to a newlywed experience. The following day, she accompanied Zhang Nuanyuan to inspect the progress of the house's renovation. Unbeknownst to her, Li Tianqi had rented this apartment, and upon seeing it, her eyes widened in astonishment. How delightful! After the visit, Zhang Nuanyuan expressed her intent to resign from her job in H City as soon as Li Tianqi traveled abroad again, planning to return and reside in the spacious home. Of course, Li Tianqi had not mentioned the rental status of the apartment. Instead, he shamelessly claimed it was a property he purchased outright, a splendid 200 square meter mansion for 400,000, which he found entirely reasonable. The next day, he and Zhang Nuanyuan met with the appointed professional inspector, who assured them that the results would be communicated directly to Zhang Nuanyuan after the inspection. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Tianqi prepared for his departure abroad. Before leaving, he entrusted Zhang Nuanyuan with 100,000 yuan, advising her to stock up on convenience foods such as instant noodles, self-heating pots, and military rations. The rationale? Friends abroad had requested him to bring them. After a moment's thought, he transferred an additional 20,000 yuan for her to purchase some food for her family, ensuring that they could enjoy meals together upon his return. Zheng Nuanyuan, whose culinary skills were quite commendable, cheerfully agreed.
Chapter 11, Global Procurement. The following day, Zhang Nuanyuan returned to H City to complete her resignation procedures, while Li Tianqi, upon her departure, promptly checked out of his hotel and headed to the airport. His first destination was Australia, with an objective to procure coal.
However,
he was indifferent to the quantity he would acquire. His newfound wealth compelled him to indulge in spending. Upon arrival, he casually retrieved a box containing American dollars, exuding a laid-back demeanor. A glance at the label revealed it held over 2 million. He decided to allocate such an amount for his purchases.
With ample funds,
matters were swiftly resolved within a day, including logistics. He secured a warehouse at a nearby port and, not waiting for the coal to arrive, journeyed onward to New Zealand. In New Zealand, he procured various local specialties, particularly saplings of the prized golden kiwi fruit, along with a considerable number of local livestock, pigs, cattle, and sheep. He also collected superior grass seed, intending to cultivate the hills in his new space for pasture. Most of the livestock were already butchered, retaining only a dozen or so of each species for future free-range farming, as he lacked experience in animal husbandry and opted to keep a larger stock for cultivation. His expenditures in New Zealand were modest, totaling a few $100,000, all paid in cash. 2 days later, Li Tianqi traveled to Brazil, aiming to purchase charcoal. In his spacious rental, he had 2 large fireplaces intended for heating. To his surprise, charcoal was remarkably inexpensive. The finest variety cost merely a few dozen per ton. He acquired 10,000 tons for just a few $100,000. Initially, he contemplated visiting the United States, but reflecting on the origins of his funds, he prudently decided against it and redirected his journey to Europe. Europe, with its multitude of countries, offered a plethora of choices for Li Tianqi. He selected several nations, spending only a day or two in each, engaging in a whirlwind exploration, albeit not for tourism.
In Britain, he purchased renowned woolen goods, blankets, undergarments, and socks, as well as local delicacies. In France, he indulged in black truffles, an abundance of seafood, cream, and foie gras, and procured a significant quantity of French wine, which he found unpalatable but hoped could be traded for more desirable items in the future. In Denmark, he stockpiled beer, despite the cold weather. He relished drinking it during skewered meat or hot pot meals. In Germany, he prioritized acquiring industrial supplies, various tools and components, some of which he might never use. Yet he still amassed a collection. He also ordered several modified large off-road vehicles along with the necessary modification materials. Although he lacked the skills for such alterations, he could learn during moments of extreme boredom, and the process would be effortless for him, as he could modify in his new space merely through thought. Far simpler than manual labor. After traversing over a dozen European nations, Li Tianqi returned to Germany with the intention of acquiring solar energy equipment. Unsure of which country possessed superior technology, he ultimately resolved to venture to Germany. Although his new space was only 2,000 meters high, it basked in abundant sunlight. The principles of solar technology were beyond his comprehension, yet that did not preclude him from utilizing it, did it? Moreover, during the 3 cycles of daylight, 2 days were characterized by splendid sunshine. Although the 3rd day was somewhat cloudy, it did not significantly impede the availability of solar energy, which remained ample for utilization. The container ships floating on the lake now found their purpose. The solar panels were extensively deployed. Naturally, energy storage devices were equally essential. Without them, the electricity generated would be of no use. Fortunately, the container ships were sufficiently spacious, accommodating over 10 large containerized energy storage units, which complemented the ships quite well. Additionally, a considerable number of smaller, easily accessible storage units were acquired. After traversing over 10 countries and expending a total of $40 million, the majority of the budget was utilized, with the most substantial expenses incurred in Germany, where over $20 million were spent. Upon departing Europe, Li Tianqi ventured to his next destination with the remaining funds. The destination was Irath, a region marked by extreme cold,
where temperatures plummeted significantly. Even during the harshest winters, it remained in the frigid zone. Nevertheless, the resilient spirit of the battle-hardened populace persisted. During the decade of apocalypse, it was rumored that over 10 million people resided there, with 2 large settlements and 3 medium-sized ones, while the existence of smaller communities remained unknown.
Li Tianqi's purpose for visiting this region was to procure a substantial amount of meat and some weaponry.
It is often said that the battle nation's meat is remarkably substantial. And upon arrival, he found this to be true. The ham was indeed a veritable feast of meat, undeniably substantial. He allocated half of his remaining funds for these purchases. Regarding weaponry, he primarily sought snipers and long-range weapons. Iroth was intriguing in this regard. Acquiring long-range weaponry posed no issues, although regulations surrounding handguns were quite stringent.
A perplexity that Li Tianqi could not quite fathom.
He also procured a significant quantity of RPGs, grenades, and ammunition. The rationale for such an extensive arsenal was to prepare for the aftermath of the extreme cold, while supernatural abilities proved advantageous.
Humanity's primary adversary during the later stages of the frigid era would be the mutated beasts. Firearms were less effective against the formidable mutated beasts.
Yet they were exceptionally useful against the overwhelming swarms of smaller mutated creatures, particularly the mutated rats. In the later stages, when a beast tide emerged, these rats would undoubtedly swarm in overwhelming numbers, causing considerable distress. After spending several days in Iroth to store his acquisitions in a spatial dimension,
Li Tianqi's final destination was the Cold Country.
There, the shipbuilding industry was relatively advanced, albeit at a higher cost than domestically.
However,
he was reluctant to return home with his funds, opting instead to spend cash abroad. For instance, while a small yacht could be purchased domestically for several tens of thousands, here, it required an additional 10 to 20,000.
Nonetheless, as Li Tianqi was not spending his own money, he felt little remorse.
He ordered 5 small yachts for over $100,000, 5 medium-sized yachts totaling several $100,000, and, for the large yachts, he purchased over 10, each costing several $100,000. He requested that all yachts, regardless of size, be equipped with solar energy devices to the greatest extent possible. These yachts were readily available, with expedited modifications requiring an additional 15 days, leaving ample time for a return visit in half a month. With this, Li Tianqi had nearly exhausted his remaining funds, leaving only a small amount, just under $1 million, which he intentionally retained in assorted bills. He promptly exchanged this amount for the national currency at a Chinese bank in the Cold Country. Li Tianqi's journey abroad had nearly come to an end, with only a brief return to the Cold Country in early September to collect the modified cruise ship. Some may wonder why he chose to make legitimate purchases overseas instead of resorting to zero-cost acquisitions.
Li Tianqi could only retort, "Is it foolish to have money and not spend it joyfully? After all, what joy is there in pretending to be affluent while engaging in zero-cost schemes?" Upon boarding the flight that day, he returned to Jinling early, around just past 1 in the afternoon, taking a taxi back to his spacious, newly renovated home. He entered to find 2 women, one tall and one petite, dressed rather casually and lightly. The smaller one was Zhang Nuanyuan, while the other was a stranger, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 12, The Survival Group and the Apocalypse Greetings. The tall beauty, whom Li Tianqi did not recognize, greeted him enthusiastically. At that moment, Zhang Nuanyuan approached to introduce the two, alleviating any awkwardness. "Shiga, this is our neighbor, Sherman. She is quite impressive, a Sanda athlete." Though the young beauty appeared youthful, upon closer inspection, one would discover her considerable height. Even in slippers, she stood half a head taller than Zhang Nuanyuan, who herself was 166 centimeters. Being labeled a little beauty, her looks were undoubtedly commendable and 8.5 out of 10, presenting a rather alluring figure. Her physique was well-defined yet curvaceous, characteristic of a Sanda athlete, suggesting she possessed substantial strength. Her long legs were undeniably captivating, with the sole drawback being her modest bust. Thankfully, it was not entirely flat. displaying a hint of curvature. Hello. Li Tianqi shifted his gaze from the beauty's long legs and offered a brief greeting before retreating into his room to change his attire. Upon emerging, the beauty prepared to take her leave, exchanging polite remarks with Sher Man before she returned home. Well, impressive figure, isn't it? Zheng Nuan inquired with a hint of envy after the others departed. Li Tianqi, however, did not respond. Instead, he effortlessly lifted her and strode toward the bedroom without a word. After a vigorous encounter. Still have the energy to feel jealous? Li Tianqi remarked as he pinned Zheng Nuan beneath him. Not anymore. Please get off, you're squashing me. Zheng Nuan was drenched in sweat, evidently realizing her folly. Li Tianqi quickly freshened up before returning to the living room to check his phone. He first scrolled through the news. Noting that the situation had not significantly changed in over a month, online sentiments remained largely unchanged. However, perhaps due to stable temperatures, apocalyptic discussions had mostly vanished. People resumed their daily routines, going to work and venturing outside, with occasional complaints about the slightly cool summer. Seeing no useful information, Li Tianqi opened WeChat and glanced at the two most active group chats, a homeowners group and a survival group. The homeowners group was buzzing with chatter. Yet the messages were devoid of substance, mostly gossip, with only one or two mentions of stockpiling that failed to spark significant conversation. Conversely, the survival group offered far more intrigue. With 99 unread messages, Li Tianqi began to sift through the discussions. The first topic pertained to himself. Yidianfang, let me show everyone the top-tier renovation for surviving a mini ice age. The Antarctic Research Station is very interested. Images. Upon viewing the images, Li Tianqi recognized them as two renovation designs he had previously shared. Wow, he just posted them in the group. Little Fox, Brother Fong. How much for this renovation? Yidianfang, the first plan costs 2 million, the second plan 1.6 million, materials and labor included, dear. Goodness. This fellow certainly knows how to cater his quotes to the audience. He had quoted me 1.8 million and 1.5 million. It seems this little fox is quite the affluent individual. Upon seeing the term dear, Li Tianqi grew even more suspicious that Lu Fangho was a fraud infiltrating the group for business purposes, yet he had somehow managed to secure an administrator position. Little fox, alright then, decorate one for me too. Last winter was freezing. Sure enough, a wealthy patron who didn't even haggle. Invincible wage slave, little fox, rich patron. Please adopt me. Hot pot no spice, I'd like to renovate too, but no money a bit square. Any cheaper options? A bit square, there's a simplified version. Also, the price depends on the property size. Send me your house details, and I'll calculate a quote. Hot pot no spice, okay. ProGamer 366, all you tycoons? Take care of me. Sticker, professional bootlicker hot pot no spice, image a bit square. A bit square, first plan, 2 million. Second plan, friends discount, 960k. Dear hot pot no spice. Most of the earlier messages were price inquiries, but in the end, 4 or 5 actually proceeded with renovations. Li Tianqi skimmed through until he found the part that piqued his interest. Group admin, everyone, here is a list of common bulk suppliers. Contact them if needed. Everyone image little fox, thanks, admin. Smooth operator, thanks, admin. Li Tianqi was intrigued by these images, quite comprehensive, especially with several canned food factories. His canned goods stock was indeed limited, aside from military rations, only procured sparingly during European purchases and American $0 shopping. With over 7 million still on hand, he could stock up a bit more. Now that Zhang Nuanyuan had joined him, feminine products also needed replenishment. The list included relevant manufacturers, even specifying wholesale prices for bulk orders. Very practical.
Li Tianqi promptly contacted several factories, replenishing supplies, sanitary pads, adult diapers, various milk powders, assorted fruit cans, along with self-heating pots and instant noodles.
Stinky noodle soup? What's that? Pass, pass. Condoms? Already stocked up abroad. Military rations? More. One can never have enough. After meticulous selection, he spent nearly all the remaining funds, finally satisfied.
The advantage of factory delivery was direct receipt at the logistics center, no need to rent storage.
Not bad.
Confirming arrival times, available stock would arrive within 3 days.
A single truck trip would suffice for collection. For out-of-stock items, staggered deliveries would follow. He de-fetched them separately with his Wuling minivan later. Plenty of space in the house anyway.
As for the leftover cash, he withdrew it all from the bank, leaving only 30,000 in WeChat.
Except for meals, Li Tianqi spent the entire day lounging at home on his phone.
Fortunately, Zhang Nuanyuan was out job hunting,
sparing him any nagging.
By dinner time, when Zhang Nuanyuan returned, his day's tasks were finally complete.
Chiga. I have found a training class that costs over 5,000 a month. Upon Zhang Nuanyuan's return, she busied herself with preparing dinner, chatting as she cooked. It's quite nice. Actually. Not working isn't a problem, my current job is satisfactory and financially stable.
Li Tianqi also entered the kitchen, eager to lend a hand, but was met with disdain and retreated to the living room, feeling somewhat dejected.
How dull it was to stay at home all day. Rest assured. My schedule is from 9 to 5, leaving me ample time to return and prepare dinner. What more could Li Tianqi say?
He gave Zhang Nuanyuan a thumbs up and continued to search for useful information in the group chat.
Chapter 13, Cooling down after lying at home for over 10 days.
Li Tianqi accepted the shipments he had previously ordered from manufacturers. Several million worth of goods was indeed not an excessive amount. He did not squander his spare time organizing his new space and acquiring numerous saplings and seeds during his time abroad, as well as purchasing some upon his return. The ecosystem in the freshwater lake had become quite complete, and Li Tianqi dared not introduce fish fry into it.
However,
he managed to find time to visit Xiandao Lake again, where he collected a substantial amount of lakebed silt without incurring any expenses, and deposited it into the island lake. He also gathered a variety of fish and shrimp from the water, releasing them along with a small portion of water into the new space. Since the aquatic life was introduced directly into the new environment, it would not be repelled by the space, unlike in a stagnant environment that would automatically expel living organisms. Having spent more than 10 days at home, aside from being a bit busy on the 3rd day,
he later transported the fully loaded Wuling vehicle into his space during the journey. 3 days later, Li Tianqi made another trip to Han Country, arriving a day early to a designated delivery address, awaiting the arrival of his goods. Smaller and medium-sized yachts were manageable, but the larger ones required waiting until midnight for an opportunity to be stored in the space. Fortunately, there were no mishaps by the time he returned to Jinling. It was already the evening of September 12, and Li Tianqi inexplicably shivered. It was not a mere coincidence, the temperature had noticeably dropped. Upon arriving home and discovering that Zhang Nuanyuan was not present, he called to learn she had gone shopping. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. He turned on the television and waited a while before tuning into the news, where he indeed saw reports of the temperature drop, with most regions in the north and along the coast affected by a cold wave, averaging a drop of 8 to 10 degrees. The northwestern region was also expected to experience the cold wave over the next 2 weeks, with a predicted drop of at least 20 degrees. Naturally, there were reminders for everyone to take precautions against the cold. Li Tianqi vividly recalled this situation. He remembered that the temperature had begun to drop while he was still in school. On his way home, he had purchased 2 thicker autumn shirts, and of course, 2 sets for Zhang Nuanyuan as well. However, it was evident that in his previous life, he had never anticipated such a severe drop in temperature afterward. The most critical point was that the day before the extreme cold arrived,
temperatures remained above freezing, only to plummet to several degrees below zero by midnight.
Shortly after the news concluded, Zheng Nuanyuan returned, dressed in autumn attire and laden with numerous shopping bags. "Brother Qi is back. Hurry and help me with these."
"There are plenty more in the car," she called out, breathless, without even setting her things down.
"What did you buy?" "That's an awful lot," Li Tianqi exclaimed, surprised. As Zheng Nuanyuan did not possess a hoarding tendency. "Just some essentials. Man said this year's temperature drop is likely to be worse than last year's.
So I thought I'd destock up while prices are still reasonable," she replied, setting her things down and tugging at Li Tianqi to head outside.
"Who is Man?" Li Tianqi queried, struggling to recall the person, but by then, they had already reached the elevator.
Zheng Nuanyuan pointed with her chin and began chatting amiably with a tall girl from the opposite door. Well, it turns out it was the neighbor from across the hall. Li Tianqi contemplated saying, "Next time just mention long legs, I should be able to recall quickly," though he could only voice it in his mind. The three of them descended the stairs together and headed straight to the garage, where to his astonishment, the small Wuling was filled to the brim.
"Where did you acquire so much? Did you clear out the supermarket?" Li Tianqi inquired, genuinely surprised.
"We went to the wholesale market, it's cheaper and in larger quantities," Zheng Nuanyuan replied, a hint of pride in her tone. After a flurry of activity spanning over half an hour, they finally managed to bring everything up from the car. At that moment, Man was still hauling items upstairs, prompting the two to make a couple of trips down to assist her. To his surprise, Man's vehicle turned out to be a Land Rover, quite spacious and capable of holding a significant amount.
Furthermore,
her height and strength allowed her to carry just as much as Li Tianqi in a single trip.
"This car is impressive. How much did you pay for it?" Li Tianqi curiously asked during their last trip.
"The small car is rather cramped, this one was over 100, she replied.
"Ah, so there is more than one," he mused, realizing that this young lady was quite affluent.
"It suits you well," he complimented as they placed their items inside the house.
"Not bad, thank you,"
Man said with a bright smile on her youthful, delicate face, which was sweet enough to be likened to honey. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Aside from her height, who would have guessed at first glance that she was a skilled martial artist?
Upon returning home,
the two began to organize the supplies Zheng Nuanyuan had procured, and there was quite a lot: 2 bags of 10 kilograms flour, 10 bags of 10 kilograms rice,
and a plethora of cooking essentials and snacks. However, when Li Tianqi opened what was intended to be their gym room, he was taken aback. To his astonishment,
the items just purchased were merely a fraction of what was stored. The gym was rapidly transforming into a storage room, with dozens of bags of rice and flour inside.
"Nuanyuan, why are you separating the flour and rice? Can't they just be stored together?"
he asked, bewildered.
"Oh, they are different. The flour we bought today is high gluten. The ones over there are medium gluten, and in the corner is low gluten flour.
This side is Wuchang rice, and here we have pearl rice, and so on,"
she explained. "Is the distinction really that significant?"
Li Tianqi listened in confusion, thinking to himself that even with a stash abroad, he could hardly differentiate any of these.
"Are you preparing for an apocalypse? You seem to have stocked up quite well," he remarked, scrutinizing Zheng Nuanyuan's expression, suspecting she might have also experienced a rebirth. "Well,
I heard it from Man. She has acquaintances over there, and all these items are easy to store.
Buying in bulk is also quite economical. By the way,
the items you asked me to buy are in another room. They arrived the day you left for Han Country."
"How will you manage to take so much abroad? Doesn't your company have a warehouse or something? Has Zheng Nuanyuan been moving things too much lately?"
Her speech seems unusually rapid today.
However, Li Tianqi failed to discern any issues, and were all the items meant to be on the surface accounted for?
There was no rush.
Those items had an exceptionally long shelf life.
He casually remarked that they could take some on their next trip abroad, leaving the rest at home for now.
Lately,
he had grown accustomed to spinning elaborate tales.
Ah, such a spacious house, yet it feels as if the area we inhabit is still quite limited.
The rest is merely storage. Zheng Nuan rolled her eyes and made a sardonic comment.
Li Tianqi accompanied Zheng Nuan through each room,
assessing the items she had purchased.
To his satisfaction, they adhered to his specifications, proving to be quite obedient. However,
the goods bought for 100,000 yuan seemed rather sparse, with the most prominent item being an assortment of instant noodles, filling nearly half a room.
There was also a considerable amount of self-heating food, yet when truly calculated,
these two categories paled in comparison to the small pile of compressed biscuits tucked away in the corner.
Currently, the gym was overtaken by food.
And if the kitchen was included, it appeared that half of the house was devoted to provisions. According to Zhang Nuan's calculations, indeed, the living space consisted of merely 2 bedrooms and a living room. Fortunately, the living room was quite spacious.
After a moment's contemplation, Li Tianqi decided to relocate the gym equipment into the living room.
He then provided Zheng Nuan with an additional 100,000 yuan, instructing her to purchase more of her favorite foods until she filled the remaining half of the room.
Zheng Nuan accepted the money without hesitation, promptly drafting a list, which led Li Tianqi to harbor a profound suspicion, as he was tempted to inquire, "Sister, are you truly not a reincarnation?" Chapter 14, My Dear. Do you have a space?
In the following 3 days, Li Tianqi joyfully accompanied Zhang Nuanyuan to the wholesale market, finding amusement in watching the woman fervently stockpile supplies. It was particularly entertaining with a wealthy patron by their side. While they gathered their provisions, they exhibited a peculiar penchant for purchasing multiples of the same item, such as chili sauce, ensuring they acquired every flavor available. Even the varieties they had never tasted were included in their haul.
One might ponder, shouldn't one select familiar and favored flavors when shopping for food? After all, how can one ascertain the taste of something untried?
Nevertheless, Li Tianqi refrained from questioning their choices,
simply observing and offering assistance when needed.
After 3 days, the 100,000 yuan provided to Zhang Nuanyuan had scarcely been spent.
Yet their original gym was now overflowing with goods.
This was largely due to the extravagance of the affluent companion, who purchased copious amounts of each item, with only a portion finding its way into her own room while the remainder was whisked away to an unknown location. Each return home was met with complaints about the cramped quarters, leading to more items being shoved into Zhang Nuanyuan's space, which had once been spacious but was now filled to the brim.
I remarked to Man, "Are you planning to live like a hermit at home for the rest of your life? With so many purchases, how can you even enter the kitchen to cook?"
Upon delivering items to the adjoining apartment, Li Tianqi observed that aside from a secondary bedroom and a bathroom, nearly every room in Sherman's home was crammed with belongings.
Even the kitchen had become unusable. Throughout these days, Li Tianqi discovered that Sherman was quite amiable, and their bond quickly strengthened, leading him to join Zhang Nuanyuan in affectionately calling her Man. Once I finish my tasks in the next few days, I shan't venture out.
My bedroom suffices as a kitchen, it's no concern, Sherman cheerfully declared as she opened the balcony door,
revealing a charming outdoor kitchen with a grand bay window. Are you preparing for the apocalypse? Li Tianqi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ah, in a sense.
I made a wager with my cousin, and I lost, thus I succumbed to her whims, Sherman replied with a smile, though a hint of unease flickered across her face, her large eyes betraying a slight tremor.
Oh? What wager did you make? Li Tianqi's intrigue deepened. Could her cousin be a reincarnated individual or perhaps possess prophetic abilities?
His intuition leaned towards the likelihood that Sherman's cousin was indeed a reincarnator.
Yet,
he could not dismiss the possibility that Sherman herself might be concealing something.
Last time I was in Japan for a competition,
my cousin wagered with me that I would receive a message regarding the evacuation.
To my astonishment, I actually received it, she recounted. Strange, I didn't receive anything.
Li Tianqi remarked instinctively. If you had delayed your departure by a day or returned a day later, you would have received it. I heard from those who just returned that initially, the messages were sent out every 3 days, but recently they have been dispatched daily, Sherman explained.
What if one never returns? Li Tianqi continued his inquisitive pursuit.
There will be a telephone contact to inquire about the reasons for not returning. If it is confirmed that one is unwilling to come back, no further messages will be sent, however, if there are special circumstances preventing the return.
The embassy will offer assistance. It is said that the embassy staff will also be returning to their homeland on the 25th and 26th.
Well, in his previous life, he had never traveled abroad and had only heard of such arrangements. It turns out this is how the country operates.
Did the message not specify the reasons? Li Tianqi continued to inquire, eager to learn more.
After all, the predictions made by the Huagui in his previous life were astonishingly accurate.
Almost as if the nation possessed prophetic abilities.
If one were to speculate boldly, it could be concluded that there were indeed reincarnated individuals among the higher echelons.
Thus, he wondered, was he not the only reincarnated soul? With so many reincarnated beings, could this lead to significant issues?
There were numerous examples, such as the 9 major settlements in Huagua, each having preemptively arranged military forces and stockpiled ample supplies. During the extreme cold period, they constructed walls in advance and eliminated mutated creatures that were still in a state of hibernation within the cities.
Even H City,
a medium-sized settlement with a population of less than 1 million, had made plans for the future amid the extreme cold.
Albeit not as thoroughly prepared as the 9 major settlements, yet still commendable.
It was said to be a large-scale global evacuation drill, requesting everyone to cooperate actively. With his mind in a bit of a turmoil, Li Tianqi was interrupted from his musings by Sherman's response.
However, was this reason truly sincere? Was there no fear of provoking suspicions from certain countries?
Upon careful reflection, it seemed inconsequential. Let them speculate. For Huagua's organized military exports had already transitioned from Asia to Africa, evolving from a charming rabbit to a rogue rabbit. What was there to fear?
Oh dear. He was overthinking again. What happened next?
Please share, it sounds rather intriguing. Zhang Nuanyuan, listening intently, also became interested.
She had traveled abroad before during her junior summer break while working as a translator, having self-studied Arabic. However, after that trip, she was reluctant to travel abroad again,
as she struggled with the local environment and experienced motion sickness. Upon returning, she was instructed not to leave her registered residence or workplace until after National Day, as the drill would continue until then. No detailed explanations were provided. It felt quite mysterious. Their coach suggested that it might be related to those who fled from Taiwan seeking independence, possibly leading to conflict. Thus, the coach advised them to stay in their hometowns until after National Day before resuming training and to keep an eye on the news. The competition had also received notifications stating that Huagua had withdrawn entirely, which was disappointing, as they had not yet faced off against the Japanese team,
who had been performing well.
As Sherman spoke, she appeared somewhat regretful, not realizing that they were indeed representing the national team.
With the topic opened,
the three engaged in a lively conversation for quite some time. Upon noticing the time, Zhang Nuanyuan glanced at her home situation and invited her to dinner.
Consequently,
Li Tianqi once again witnessed the sight of 2 beauties, one tall and one petite, bustling about in the kitchen. The only regret was the drop in temperature, hindering his view of their long, elegant legs.
Should he turn on the air conditioning?
Not at all, it has merely just begun to cool down, with the average temperature lingering around 15 degrees. As dinner was nearing completion, Sherman received a phone call and, somewhat bashfully, mentioned that her cousin would be coming over. Li Tianqi had no objections. He was quite intrigued by this cousin of Sherman and wished to discern whether she might be a reincarnator or possess prophetic abilities. Just a few minutes after the call ended, Sherman's cousin arrived, and to his surprise, it was someone he recognized.
Coach Li, what a coincidence! It was Dai Inchi, a taekwondo student who had purchased private lessons from him. Indeed, what a coincidence.
After exchanging greetings, Li Tianqi turned to Sherman Man and inquired, Man,
are you truly cousins with Inchi? He could not help but question, given the stark contrast between the two. One stood tall at 176 centimeters while the other was a petite 161 centimeters. Is it really possible for them to be cousins with such a disparity? Absolutely. My father is her biological uncle, no doubt about it, Sherman Man declared with utmost confidence, indicating that she had likely faced such skepticism numerous times before and was well versed in defending their relationship. After a brief conversation, they invited the newly arrived Dai Inchi to sit down, and the four began their meal. Zhang Nuanyuan even brought out a bottle of red wine that Li Tianqi had brought back from Europe. The three women appeared to enjoy the wine immensely. While Li Tianqi requested, "Please bring me another bottle of Sprite, I prefer to mix it." This drew a round of scornful looks from the three women. Dai Inchi, though seemingly adorable, possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor and spoke little. However, with the lively Sherman Man present, the group quickly grew comfortable with one another. Zhang Nuanyuan's culinary skills had evidently improved, and they all found themselves quite full. After finishing her meal, Dai Inchi let out a satisfied burp and, glancing at Li Tianqi, noticed him smiling at her, which caused her cheeks to flush. It was unexpected to see such a seemingly cold individual exhibit such charming qualities. As they chatted post-dinner, Li Tianqi learned more about this student he had trained for over 6 months, thanks to the stories shared by Sherman Man. Shortly after finishing her meal, Dai Inchi excused herself to take a shower. In essence, this is a melodramatic tale of familial ethics. To summarize, Dai Inchi's father is a scoundrel who, after marrying her mother, maintained numerous extramarital affairs. A few years ago, after Dai Inchi's mother passed away, he formed a new family with one of his mistresses, leading to the typical narrative of a cruel stepmother tormenting the protagonist. Fortunately, she has a formidable uncle and his family, which prevents the stepmother from being excessively tyrannical. However, this stepmother has a son, akin to a spoiled heir, who is roughly the same age as Dai Inchi, rendering her the household scapegoat. In summary, Li Tianqi and Zhang Nuanyuan felt as though they were listening to an urban novel from a popular online platform. The conclusion was rather cliché. Upon reaching adulthood, Dai Inchi, through her own efforts and the formidable assistance of her cousin, reclaimed her rightful share of the family assets, severed ties with her scoundrel father, and exacted revenge on her stepmother and her stepbrother, culminating in a gratifying resolution. Upon hearing this tale, Zhang Nuanyuan applauded enthusiastically, and Li Tianqi joined in to conclude the conversation. Li Tianqi's agreement seemed somewhat distracted. He pondered a question: isn't this unmistakably a tale of a female protagonist reborn in a post-apocalyptic world? He could easily envision the subsequent narrative. In her previous life, the heroine suffered greatly at the hands of her father and stepmother when the apocalypse struck, only to be reborn before its onset. And why did she seek refuge with this cousin upon her rebirth? Naturally, this cousin embodies the light in her desolate existence, and she is a formidable supporting character, tragically falling victim to a loathsome family of antagonists in her past life, undoubtedly perishing before the heroine. Goodness, if it weren't for Dai Ichi's already having returned. If the doors weren't securely shut, if it weren't rather late, and if his girlfriend weren't likely to feel a twinge of jealousy, Li Tianqi would have certainly pursued this enchanting young lady to inquire, "My dear, do you by any chance possess a miraculous space, one equipped with a system?" Chapter 15, The Reborn Cousin Sister. There is definitely something off about Coach Li. While Li Tianqi indulged in a vivid imagination of an apocalyptic narrative featuring a female protagonist's rebirth, his cousin Dai Inchi in the adjacent room 901 was engrossed in thoughts of their neighbor. "I assure you, this person did not exist in my past life. And have you noticed the decor of his home? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the materials I ordered for our renovation. Perhaps he is also a member of the survival group." Dai Inchi panted while practicing her physical fitness. On the bed nearby, her tall cousin Sherman Man lay idly browsing her phone.
Although some occurrences had aligned with Dai Inchi's assertions, Sherman remained skeptical about the apocalyptic discourse. Even if she were to believe it, those who lived in peaceful times could never possess the profound impressions that true survivors did.
Never mind. You mentioned that my future awakening of powers would be extraordinary. If he doesn't behave, I shall confront him. And what powers do you possess? Data detection? Spare me. Project some data before my very eyes and let me see. Sherman feigned indifference, though a hint of anxiety lingered beneath the surface.
It seemed her cousin was experiencing a bout of moderate anxiety. Dai Inchi, upon hearing her sister's words, rolled her eyes in exasperation.
Sister! That's not the crux of the matter. If he is truly reborn, that signifies an uncertain future. My prophetic advantage would be diminished by half. And I might even gain a competitor. Furthermore, my abilities can indeed reveal data through observation, though only I can perceive it. Coach Lee's metrics surpass yours by a significant margin. In a confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain.
What is crucial is that I returned with my powers from my rebirth.
Why couldn't he do the same? What if he is a formidable reborn with immense abilities?
What if he turns out to be a lecherous, deranged individual?
Capturing us for his nefarious purposes?
What if? Hold on, little lady, don't paint him in such a negative light.
Didn't you say that Jinling has numerous military forces, with a relatively sound system? If he truly becomes a deviant, won't the soldiers and police take charge? I think you are worrying unnecessarily.
Besides, look at how kind he is to Nuan. He doesn't seem like a bad person, Sherman replied dismissively.
Sister! Have you read the novels I recommended?
While they may be exaggerated, many closely mirror reality.
The apocalypse is imminent.
Although the only disaster we face is extreme cold. It has already claimed a significant portion of lives. This is Jinling, where the military provides a safety net, and yet 60% of the population perished elsewhere.
Survival rates are far bleaker.
Not to mention, in the city of H, where Coach Lee previously resided. A city of over 4 million saw its population dwindle to just over 30,000 by the end of the extreme cold.
And what about calling for help? How does one report an emergency when their phone is dead?
Even if we could charge our devices, there would still be no signal in the extreme cold. As for the military, given the vastness of Jinling City, it has been months since we last encountered a soldier. After such a prolonged period, the bodies have turned cold. Dai Inchi felt a surge of urgency. Her cousin was admirable in many ways. But her overly amiable nature was perplexing. She hardly resembled a martial artist training daily in combat sports.
Fine, I shall go and investigate now.
I truly do not comprehend your fascination with those novels. It would be far more beneficial to enhance one's physical fitness.
By the way, didn't you mention that H City would have a population exceeding 1 million in the future? How has it dwindled to just over 300,000?
Sherman felt exasperated. In her view, with a nation and military in place, how could things descend into such chaos? The figure of over 1 million represented the combined survivors from nearby cities and counties. In larger settlements like Jinling, conditions were somewhat manageable, but for smaller communities, survival became increasingly arduous as time progressed. You cannot fathom the terror of the mutated beast waves. Furthermore, once the extreme cold subsides, only a single harvest can be cultivated in a year.
With so many mouths to feed, unless you have experienced it, you cannot truly understand the lengths to which some will go for a morsel of food.
Moreover, during the frigid period, heavy snow blocked the roads, and military supplies were predominantly delivered via drones. Each building transformed into a self-contained universe, while those with a sense of community fared better.
If a few bullies emerged within a building, life for the ordinary residents would become exceedingly difficult.
Dai Inchi earnestly conveyed her concerns to her cousin.
Are there bullies in our building?
Upon hearing this, Sherman's eyes sparkled with interest. She had long aspired to be a heroine.
Initially, I was unaware.
But when you brought me here, it was clear that you possessed the strongest fists in this building. Furthermore, this community has a relatively low population. And the supplies allocated to us are sufficient, much better than in other areas.
Dai-ichi reflected briefly before adding, "Aren't supplies distributed per capita?" Sherman inquired curiously. "What are you thinking? The drones lack navigation.
And I've heard that the military relies on previous records and makes educated guesses about the height of a building and its estimated number of residents, subsequently dropping supplies based on those assumptions. Being close to the military district in Jiangning is fortunate. Farther locations receive supplies through direct airdrops, where the landing spots are purely a matter of luck. In some areas, the competition for supplies leads to rampant fights and even murders. You are aware of where I lived in my past life. It was beyond the river, reliant solely on airdrops. Wu Lanhui would often send me out to scavenge for supplies, and on several occasions, I nearly did not return.
The last time.
Had it not been for a retired soldier who fortuitously escorted me to the military district, I would likely have perished outside.
As Dai-ichi recounted her tale,
her voice trembled, revealing the anger and chill in her tone.
"Do you remember that soldier?" Noticing Dai-ichi's mood shifting,
Sherman quickly changed the subject and offered her cousin some comfort. "I cannot recall, during that time, who ventured out without being wrapped in layers upon layers, rendering it impossible to distinguish between genders. I only remember his surname was Pang, and he was not taller than you. It was said that the military was recalling veterans under the age of 40, and it was merely by chance that we crossed paths on the road, where he saved me." After Dai-ichi recounted this segment, she felt considerably more at ease. There would surely be a chance to encounter him again in the future.
Lamented Sherman.
"Yes, I remember his voice. I would surely recognize him upon seeing him again."
Dai-ichi held her savior in her heart. "All right, I understand. I shall indulge in some novels now."
"You continue your physical training. Once you are fit enough, I shall teach you some martial arts,"
Sherman concluded,
genuinely closing the short video and opening a novel website to slowly peruse a few books her cousin had saved for her. They were all dystopian tales aimed at a female audience. Yet, it was evident that her attention was elsewhere, skimming through the content.
Within less than an hour, she began to voice her grievances. "Little Ying, why is it that every protagonist in these novels possesses a space? Why do you not have one?" Dai-ichi replied, "Neither of us has such spatial abilities, so let it go." An hour later, "Little Ying, why is it that these protagonists can spend such exorbitant sums within a mere 10 days or half a month? Look at this one, it's even more outrageous. Spending billions within 10 days. I ordered 5 million cans, and the manufacturer says it will take several days to deliver." Dai-ichi retorted, "Sister, could you perhaps focus on the latter parts of the story? I urged you to read these to better understand the treacherous nature of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world, not to indulge in the daily routine of hoarding supplies." 3 hours later, after Dai-ichi finished her nightly routine and climbed into bed, she discovered Sherman had dozed off, drooling. With a sigh, she decided to sleep, as the extreme cold would soon arrive. There would be time to deal with that later. Her cousin had fared relatively well during the last ice age, and this life surely could not be worse than the last. As for Coachley next door, she resolved to be more cautious in the future. Meanwhile, Li Tianqi, blissfully unaware of all this, slept soundly until dawn.
Upon waking, he went out for a jog, found a small park to practice his punches and kicks,
and returned home to find Zhang Nuanyuan had already prepared breakfast.
"Nuanyuan, come back early on the 28th, we'll treat Man to a meal." On his way back, he resolved to come up with an excuse to ensure Zhang Nuanyuan returned home early to avoid encountering the extreme cold.
If memory served,
on the day of the cold snap, temperatures would plummet shortly after nightfall. Initially, it was manageable, dropping 3 or 4 degrees each hour. However, by midnight, the temperature could drop over 10 degrees in an hour, reaching its lowest around 2 o'clock. Today was the 19th of September. and Li Tianqi placed the remaining cash directly on the living room cabinet, informing Zhang Nuanyuan that she could take it for any needs, as it comprised this month's pocket money. Then, under the watchful gaze of Zhang Nuanyuan's hopeful eyes, he stepped out with his phone in hand. He still had over 30,000 in his WeChat account, it simply could not be left untouched.
If he did not spend it, it would turn into a mere string of numbers when the harsh winter arrived, rendering it utterly pointless. He needed to contemplate what else he could purchase. Chapter 16, Xiaoman's decision. As soon as she stepped out, she encountered the adorable duo, Xiaokai and Delonti, who were also preparing to leave. This captivating pair of sisters was truly eye-catching, leaving Li Tianqi momentarily stunned before he quickly greeted them to mask his surprise. "Good morning, beautiful." "Morning, Shi Gu."
This was Xiaoman, whose gentle and melodious voice followed the call of Zhang Nuanyuan.
"Good morning, Coach Li."
This was Dai Inchi, whose flat tone exuded a sense of distance.
Once they entered the elevator, the conversation flowed between Li Tianqi and Xiaoman, while Dai Inchi mostly remained silent. Upon reaching the parking garage,
they each drove off in their respective vehicles.
In the Range Rover, Dai Inchi remarked, "Sister, see? I was not mistaken. Coach Li is undoubtedly a reincarnator." She cautiously glanced at the Wuling Hongguan that had already pulled away. "How did you figure that out when you didn't say anything earlier?" Xiaoman was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. "He invited us to his home for dinner on the evening of the 28th. Remember? I mentioned to you that the extreme cold begins on the night of the 28th. Dai Inchi hurriedly explained. "Perhaps it is merely a coincidence?" Xiaoman's eyelids twitched slightly.
Although she feigned calmness, her heart was undeniably wavering. Previously, accompanying Dai Inchi to stock up had merely served to alleviate her anxiety, but
recently,
her cousin's observations had begun to resonate with reality, and coupled with the apocalyptic novels she had skimmed through last night,
the connections were becoming too compelling to dismiss as mere coincidence. "You don't believe in my abilities, do you? If you get a chance,
you should spar with Coach Li, and you will understand."
Dai Inchi's tone turned serious.
"Today, I observed from a closer distance, and his data appeared more stable. Even at its lowest fluctuation, his metrics exceed yours by more than threefold."
"Do you grasp the implications of that? What does it signify?" Xiaoman countered inquisitively. Dai Inchi replied. "It means that your martial arts skills are insignificant in his eyes. He could easily overpower you relying solely on his physical prowess. It further implies that he has awakened his abilities. An ordinary person cannot possess such a formidable physique." Xiaoman pondered. "So, he possesses a physical enhancement ability?" Dai Inchi continued. "It's difficult to ascertain.
If he is a first-tier ability user, it can be confidently concluded that his is a physical enhancement ability.
However, if he is a second-tier user, it could pertain to other abilities. You mentioned that ascending tiers is quite challenging, right? It's nearly impossible to reach the second tier without a year or two of training?" Xiaoman expressed newfound interest, intrigued by the concept of abilities. "That said, reincarnators are a different story. Just because they advance quickly, why should it matter? Recently, I've been feeling that my own abilities are on the verge of an upgrade. It has only been 10 months since my reincarnation." Dai Inchi spoke with an air of gravity. "Coach Li must have reincarnated long before me. It is entirely plausible that he has already ascended to the second tier. What distinguishes physical enhancement abilities from others?" Xiaoman inquired, now genuinely inclined to learn more. Her belief in her cousin's words beginning to solidify. Upon awakening, individuals with physical abilities possess more than double the physical prowess of ordinary people. Upon reaching the second tier, their strength increases to 4 or 5 times, and by the third tier, it may exceed tenfold. However, the potential for awakening additional related powers must also be considered. In contrast, special ability users experience negligible changes in their physical attributes at the first tier.
Yet their physical limits are significantly elevated, allowing them to easily train to, and even surpass, the human threshold. As special ability users advance in tiers, their physical attributes do improve, albeit not as rapidly as those with physical abilities. Each tier advancement typically results in an increase of one foundational unit of physicality. Thus, even at the same tier, the disparity in physical attributes among ability users can be substantial. Some powerful special ability users, upon reaching the 4th tier, may possess physical attributes rivaling those of many physical ability users at the same level. Noticing her cousin's interest, Dai-ichi spoke candidly.
What constitutes a foundational unit of physicality?
Inquired Sherman, seeking clarification. The upper limit of physical attributes achieved by special ability users at the 1st tier varies among individuals, and thus,
the value of one foundational unit of physicality is not fixed.
In the initial stages, many special ability users do not engage in rigorous training to develop their physical potential, resulting in less pronounced physical improvement when they reach the 2nd tier, particularly when compared to their counterparts with physical abilities.
However,
if an individual can elevate their physicality to the 1st tier limit during the 1st tier, subsequent tier advancements will yield increasingly significant improvements.
Moreover,
the military has disclosed that the stronger the physical attributes of a special ability user, the easier it becomes for them to advance in later stages. One can liken a foundational unit of physicality to a solid foundation. The sturdier the base, the greater the strength attained later.
In my previous life,
my inadequate physical foundation meant that by the time I reached the 2nd tier, my physical prowess was likely on par with yours now.
Even upon reaching the 4th tier, my physicality was still inferior to that of some robust 1st tier ability users. Otherwise, how could I, a prodigy who awakened a singular ability in the 1st year of the extreme cold, fail to achieve the 5th tier even after 12 years in the apocalypse?
As Dai-ichi recounted this, her tone was tinged with despondency.
Ah, is a singular ability truly prodigious?
Sherman mused, sensing a divergence in focus.
Consequently,
she elucidated the distinctions between singular ability users and those with multiple abilities.
What about me? Am I singular or multiple? Sherman inquired eagerly after absorbing the information.
Before reaching the 3rd tier, you were singularly focused on physical enhancement. Upon ascending to the 4th tier, you awakened a 2nd ability related to endurance. However, it is of the same category, thus having minimal impact on your advancement speed, while ultimately benefiting your overall strength.
And what follows after the 4th tier?
Sherman pressed further. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, you perished just 2 months after your ascension to the 4th tier. Dai-ichi's voice dwindled to a whisper, enveloping the two women in a somber silence within the Land Rover.
Rest assured, sister, this time we will surely thrive.
And I shall protect you henceforth, Dai-ichi reassured her cousin, her gaze filled with determination.
Well, with your petite stature,
perhaps it is best that I take care of you, Sherman remarked, inhaling deeply and smiling at Dai-ichi.
A moment of silence ensued. Little E, shall we purchase the 801 downstairs as well? We could stockpile items there.
After a minute or so, Sherman suddenly spoke again.
But I have no money. Dai-ichi exclaimed, then quickly realized, looking at Sherman with delight, sister, do you finally believe in me? Indeed.
No worries, I still possess over 30 million in savings.
That should suffice. And what do uncle and aunt say about it? What can they say? Did you not mention that he would be the second in command in the Guangdong East settlement? He cannot return.
Then, sister, since you believe in the apocalypse,
why not seek out uncle and aunt in Guangdong East? I refuse to go.
They are consumed by work and wealth. What purpose would my visit serve?
Sister, you are truly kind to me. Foolish one.
Yet, with the extreme cold approaching in just a few days, renovations would be insufficient.
As for the 8th floor apartment, I recall it was later occupied by a family from the 2nd floor. No matter, we can buy some cement and seal the 8th floor door shut.
Then construct a staircase down from the 9th floor.
Wouldn't that raise suspicions? No worries, they cannot overpower me. That's true. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the Land Rover brightened considerably. Chapter 17, Have We Hoarded Too Much? 2 hours later, Dai Inchi, who had just completed her leave of absence at school, sat in the passenger seat, gazing at her cousin, Shermanman, who was driving with great concentration. Sister, how should we interact with Coach Lee from now on? She inquired. Let us collaborate. Don't worry, if he turns out to be a lecher. I'll simply hand you over to him, Shermanman replied with a mischievous smile. Come on, sister, let's talk seriously. No more nonsense, Dai Inchi chided, lightly tapping Shermanman's arm. All right. I think he seems decent. Even if he has flaws, they shouldn't be too significant. Working together should pose no major issues. Shermanman stated earnestly. Should we lay our cards on the table with him? After all, he hails from H City and is unfamiliar with Jinling, as well as our future settlement. We do have some leverage, Dai Inchi tentatively suggested. Sure, once we get back, let us approach him, Shermanman declared without hesitation. Really? That direct? Dai Inchi was taken aback by her cousin's straightforwardness. What is there to ponder? Didn't you say he is quite capable? We can't just abandon the base we've painstakingly developed over the past few months because of him, right? And even if we wanted to move, it would be too late now. Therefore, if he poses a threat in the future, running away won't be an option. It's better to view him in a positive light. We can be upfront and reveal that we are both reborn, with abilities that are not inferior to his. He is accompanied by a beautiful girlfriend who knows nothing, and once he understands our depth, collaboration would be the wisest choice. According to your perspective. As long as we can safely endure the 5 years of extreme cold, the systems in Jinling City will improve significantly. By that time, we won't have too much to worry about. Shermanman's rare depth of thought astonished Dai Inchi once again. Sister, your reasoning sounds quite persuasive. But I've trained in Taekwondo with him for half a year, so he knows my capabilities. I might not be able to intimidate him, Dai Inchi replied, sounding like a child who had committed a misdeed. Well, there is nothing to be done about that. Besides, you have me, right? And keep your ability to perceive values under wraps, just refer to it as a special ability without going into specifics. Leave the rest to me. After listening to her cousin, Dai Inchi nodded thoughtfully, falling silent as she likely pondered various scenarios in her mind. Meanwhile, Li Tianqi had returned home after a leisurely stroll. Noticing that Zhang Nuan had not yet returned, he ordered several takeout dishes, all of which they both enjoyed. After a day of exploration, he found himself at a loss as to what else was needed. The bounty from abroad was overwhelming. Glancing at his spatial realm, he noted its thriving condition. In the 1 square kilometer island's lake, there were now quite a number of fish and shrimp, with a predominance of small fry, likely due to the suitable temperature within the space. The mountains had been somewhat leveled, leaving behind a small peak adorned with various fruit trees. Some thrived splendidly, while others appeared less adapted to the environment, wilting slightly. He decided to wait a while longer to see if they would revive. If not, they would simply be discarded. More than half of the land had been transformed into pastures, entirely sown with forage crops. Calculations revealed that the area spanned over 3 square kilometers. Roughly 4 to 5,000 mu. If intensively stocked with pigs, cattle, and sheep, these pastures could sustain several thousand cattle, over 30,000 sheep, or more than 20,000 pigs. Yet, presently, the vast pastureland housed only a few dozen of each livestock, while chickens, ducks, and geese roamed freely in greater numbers, each species numbering over 100. The solar power generation was quite effective. Several large containerized energy storage units were nearly fully charged. Smaller units installed on several large yachts were also at full capacity. The rapid charging exceeded expectations, resulting in an overabundance of solar energy that would likely remain unused in the future.
regarding the crude oil obtained from a large cargo ship in the United States. A small-scale refining production line had been established. The power generated by the 3 large yachts was sufficient to operate this refinery at full capacity. Although the efficiency was modest, it was estimated that refining all the crude oil aboard the cargo ship would take at least a year and a half. By then, gasoline, diesel, and kerosene would be in such surplus that they would be scarcely needed, with the possibility of selling some. As for the various byproducts of the refining process, apart from knowing that wax could be used for candle making, Li Tianqi was largely unfamiliar with their applications, causing him some concern. One might wonder whether there were sufficient containers for storage. Well, how about a static space as large as 4 bird nests? Since transferring the stockpiled freshwater to this new space, the static space had become astonishingly empty. After all, tens of millions of dollars had been invested in the new space, and few items remained stored in the static space, not even filling the volume of a single bird's nest. Ultimately, Li Tianqi only needed enough provisions to sustain 2 people, and even then, he believed he had stocked too much. For instance, his 2 fireplaces in the spacious flat burned with charcoal around the clock, consuming at most 50 kilograms daily, yet he had stored 10,000 tons. Similarly, he had purchased nearly 3,000 tons of coal for over $2 million, used daily in coal stoves, making it difficult to imagine how much cooking would be required to exhaust this supply. Thus, the dilemma he currently faced was deciding how to spend the remaining funds. As Li Tianqi pondered this financial quandary, a knock sounded at the door. Expecting a delivery, he opened it to find 2 women, one tall, one petite, standing there. "Brother Qi? Is Sister Nuan home?" Shimonman entered without ceremony, posing the question only after stepping inside. "No, I'm waiting for her to come back for dinner too." "Sorry. I thought it was a delivery." Seeing 2 beautiful ladies at the door, I was momentarily taken aback, Li Tianqi replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "No worries. We're just here to see you," said Dainchi. Upon hearing that Zhang Nuanyuan was absent, she thought this was the perfect opportunity to confront Coach Li. Li Tianqi was baffled. Was this girl really so forthright? Coming over when someone's girlfriend wasn't home, and arriving as a pair of sisters? This was somewhat hard to handle. Shimonman said, "Little cousin, shall I leave?" Daiichi seemed to sense the awkwardness, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, at that moment, a knock echoed through the air, prompting Li Tianqi to hasten to the door. "Grateful for the timely intervention of the delivery man," he exclaimed, "Handsome, I shall promptly grant you a 5-star review." As he accepted the takeout box, he whispered to the delivery person, who appeared utterly bewildered by the instant commendation he had received. Since Nuan has a brief lunch break, I ordered takeout directly. Would you care to join me for a bite later?" Li Tianqi remarked while returning to his room, his heart heavy with unease. Typically, he relied on the convenience of his spatial abilities to keep takeout warm, but now, with over an hour remaining until Zhang Nuan's shift concluded, he pondered the absurdity of opening the space in front of others. Nuan still has over an hour left. Did you really order it so early?" Daiichi inquired, her wide eyes fixed on Li Tianqi, seemingly having uncovered a vital clue. This girl indeed harbored suspicions. It appeared she was not as simple as she seemed. Li Tianqi mused internally, yet maintained a facade of nonchalance as he replied, "It's nothing, I'll just heat it up later. This restaurant tends to be particularly slow during lunchtime. Shigo, we are here to discuss a collaboration with you. I am aware of your unique abilities and your circumstances. While Sister Nuan remains oblivious to everything, which is precisely why we approached you at this hour," Sherman stated earnestly, scrutinizing Li Tianqi, who was striving to appear composed. Chapter 18, The Unveiling of Truth Cooperation, or perhaps The moment of revelation no longer concealing the truth. After hearing Sherman's words, Li Tianqi instinctively uttered a classic line. There was no way around it. He was a bit nervous. After all, it was his first time, wasn't it? Well then, the truth is out. We are both reborn. I have a peculiar physique and Inchi possesses a unique ability. In our previous life I had no neighboring house until the bitter cold half a month later when the one on the fourth floor took over. So you understand. Sherman gazed into Li Tianqi's eyes, seemingly composed, and said, Hee man, you don't realize how difficult the end of days can be, especially for someone like me struggling to survive in an ordinary settlement. You lack the scent of an end of days survivor, so you're not a reborn person. Your sister is. Li Tianqi looked at the cheerful girl with long legs who had just become familiar to him and said quite straightforwardly. He was deliberately blunt. After all, Sherman had deceived him first. Even if he wasn't entirely sure whether Zhang Nuanyuan was a reborn person, he was certain that Sherman was not. The reason being, her eyes were too pure, her smile too radiant. There was no trace of the aura that a survivor of the end times should possess. Moreover, it was obvious that the two sisters had come to negotiate conditions. The old saying goes, how can one allow another to sleep peacefully beside one's bed if you prepare a safe house for so long? Suddenly a stranger who might be an enemy or an ally moves in. Naturally, the stronger party feels confident while the weaker one is filled with trepidation. Clearly, these two beauties had not realized that from the moment they decided to confront the truth, they were already at a disadvantage. Yuha Sherman opened her mouth but quickly covered her lips. Unfortunately, it was too late. Of course, later not didn't matter much. Li Tianqi was not the type to bully others even after living 10 years in the end of days. You came to negotiate, right? No worries, I'm not a saint, but I'm not a villain either. Just say what you want to say. The two women exchanged glances. This time Inchi took the initiative to speak. I survived 12 years in the end of days. What about you? Quite direct, a bit of a survivor's tone. Li Tianqi replied straightforwardly. 10 years, not a crucial detail, so no need to hide. I am a special ability user with database detection. My sister will have a physical enhancement ability, very powerful. What about you? Li Tianqi pondered, then decided to reveal half the truth. The space of stillness. Sherman was startled to hear that. Oh brother, his space. She felt a surge of excitement. How large is the space? She couldn't help but ask impulsively, somewhat abrupt but fitting her personality. Sister Inchi pulled Sherman back, shook her head and looked at Li Tianqi humbly. In the end of days, asking someone about their abilities without a good reason is usually not well intentioned. It often means enmity. It is evident that this principle applies equally in both H-City and Jinling. Dai Inchi naturally comprehends this truth, yet it is a pity that Sherman has not experienced the apocalypse. From her perspective, perhaps mutual trust could be established the moment the cards are laid on the table? Such a naive girl, despite her formidable strength. She likely met a tragic end in her previous life. No worries, the area spans 4 football fields, and only a quarter has been utilized thus far. In exchange, let us discuss your situation. Li Tianqi's nonchalant demeanor surprisingly endeared him to Dai Inchi, though it also caused her brows to furrow slightly. His calm proclamation indicated a sense of invulnerability. Indeed, a second-tier ability user is virtually unbeatable under the current circumstances, unless her cousin awakens her powers immediately. Otherwise, the disparity in their strengths is apparent. Upon my return, my physical attributes were defined by my abilities as a 10, and I have just reached 25 now, while my sister stands at 31. I have not encountered you, hence your values fluctuate and are somewhat unreliable, peaking at 119 and dipping to 106. Without physical contact, the closer the proximity, the more precise the obtained values become. Dai Inchi resignedly described her abilities, mentioning only her current state. For the advancements in her powers were not inquired about by the other party, were they? It is indeed a commendable ability. Li Tianqi, oblivious to Dai Inchi's subtle thoughts, calmly extended his hand. She naturally shook his hand before releasing it. A stable value of 116 indicates that you have reached the second tier. And your fundamental physique has surpassed its limits? Dai Inchi was not overly astonished, merely posing a question. What does fundamental physique mean? Li Tianqi was also unaware of this term. Once Dai Inchi elucidated its meaning, he comprehended why he felt significantly stronger in his physique after ascending to the second tier. It was indeed due to this reason. As expected from one of the 9 major settlements, this information was entirely unknown to me during my time in H-City. Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi could not help but exclaim in wonder. Perhaps information was deliberately concealed, although communication during the apocalypse presents considerable challenges. Many settlements can still exchange information, and H City is certainly not a small settlement devoid of communication capabilities.
In response to Li Tianqi's remarks, Dai Inchi added, "Perhaps so. Your information is quite valuable, thank you.
Now, let us discuss your intentions in confronting me.
Are you seeking to form a team or perhaps align yourselves with me?" Li Tianqi inquired directly, his tone imbued with a hint of pressure. After all, it was evident that if the two beauties before him were to join his team, it would likely become a hindrance. Of course, should Sherman recognize the treachery of human hearts in the apocalypse, she could indeed become a valuable ally provided her powers awaken, given her solid foundation and strong abilities. As for Dai Inchi, her abilities are rather unique. If her life-preserving capabilities were slightly more robust, she would be a talented scout. Yet, it is clear that at present, they are both still unqualified. If a subordinate relationship were to be considered, that would be another matter. May we form a team?" Dai Inchi cautiously inquired. In a post-apocalyptic world, strength equates to authority. When there exists a significant disparity in power, those who possess greater strength naturally command more influence within a team. Moreover,
due to the looming threat posed by mutated beasts, venturing outside the city to form teams has become a common practice following the extreme cold. Although it is possible to cultivate a modicum of food after the harsh winter, the arable land that can be defended within the settlement is limited, and by that time, the stored provisions have nearly been depleted. Thus, exploring outside the city in search of sustenance becomes an imperative endeavor. Additionally, in pursuit of meat, the base encourages survivors to venture out and hunt. After 5 years of relentless cold, there are scarcely any animals left to raise, if one desires meat. Ordinary individuals must rely on their own efforts. While it is feasible to exchange valuable resources, such resources do not simply fall from the sky, necessitating a journey beyond the settlement to devise a means of acquisition. Of course, if one possesses exceptional skills, the base may be inclined to provide sustenance and comfort. Following the harsh winter, the military has also transitioned into a self-sufficient state, striving to maximize the security of the settlement and ensuring its inhabitants do not starve. To expect regular meals and meat is merely a fanciful daydream. However, one might ponder the benefits of such an arrangement. Li Tianqi was curious about the conditions they could propose. "If we venture outside, we shall heed your guidance, including matters of resource allocation." Dai Inchi paid no heed to the tall figure beside her, who wore a perplexed expression. Her cousin promptly articulated her thoughts. "You must be affluent, hoarding substantial supplies. You likely won't lack food in the future. Why endure the hardships of the outside world?" Li Tianqi found her attitude somewhat satisfactory. Although the girl's words were rather indirect, it was evident that they had stockpiled quite a bit. According to Zhang Nuanyuan, they had even transported some supplies, indicating that more treasures lay hidden outside. Leaving aside the undisclosed items, the goods piled within their abode could indeed sustain them for a decade or more,
provided one does not consider expiration dates.
Chapter 19. The inconsiderate Sherman Li Tianqi found himself rather intrigued by the suggestions put forth by the two enchanting ladies. Yet he dismissed the words of the young Dai Inchi with a hint of disdain. This girl, with her overly intricate thoughts, was somewhat predictable. However, it was understandable. Lacking in strength yet managing to survive longer than he had in this apocalyptic world, aside from having a well-connected cousin, it was only natural for her to be a bit more astute.
Seeking to form a team? During the frigid apocalypse, what purpose would such an endeavor serve? To rob the cold air, perhaps? To be blunt, it was clear that you were not entirely at ease with my character. And you sought to ascertain my principles and limitations. If I were agreeable, you would likely want me to assist with certain matters. As for forming a team, that was unnecessary. In this extreme cold, merely managing the resources provided by the military district was sufficient for sustenance, especially since you had hoarded a considerable amount of supplies. Pausing for a moment, Li Tianqi turned his gaze back to Sherman and continued, Man, as a friend of Nuan, I hold you in good regard. So I shall be straightforward. I can provide for Nuan Nuan and have little interest in your resources. I do not covet what you possess. If you seek my assistance, minor tasks are acceptable, but for substantial favors, I would require satisfactory terms. Of course, if you are inclined to align yourselves with me, that is a different matter altogether. The last statement was uttered by Li Tianqi with a boldness he rarely exhibited, as they were indeed sisters, and he felt they would understand. As for his slight stammering during the conversation, it was not surprising, having been a mere nobody in his previous life. He lacked experience in captivating the affections of multiple women, as many formidable individuals within the bases did. What? You already have Nuan Nuan. It was evident that Shermanman grasped the implications, yet she remained untouched by the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Fortunately, Dai Inchi, being perceptive, swiftly silenced Shermanman's eager tongue. Sister, do not speak, she urged, steadying her friend before bowing her head, lost in contemplation or perhaps overwhelmed. After a prolonged silence, Dai Inchi finally spoke up. All right, I agree to align with you, but you must also assist my cousin. No, I meant my cousin is not included. Yes, your meaning is clear, no need for further explanation. Was this what it felt like to be manipulated? Li Tianqi was taken aback by the young beauty's acquiescence, though upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, she was a survivor returning from a world ravaged for 12 years, a girl who had endured considerable hardship. How could he be certain of her lower status? It was evident in her unique ability, which, while special, lacked strength. Reconnaissance and detection powers were often relegated to the role of scouts. Observing her petite frame, it became increasingly apparent that as one ascended in rank and power, the disparities among abilities widened. It is important to note that while physical abilities were numerous, those who thrived in the apocalypse were typically the ones who banded together for survival. Therefore, unless one possessed an exceedingly rare and extraordinary ability, it was ultimately one's strength that mattered most. At least this was the case before Li Tianqi's demise. Li Tianqi's telekinetic abilities only began to improve slightly after reaching the third tier. What? Was it previously mentioned that one could claim a human head from a distance of 200 meters? That referred to the heads of ordinary individuals during peacetime. A 1 kilogram weapon at a distance of 200 meters, how much force could it possibly exert? It wouldn't even break the height of a mutated beast. Moreover, a first-tier physical ability user could easily throw a stone with more lethal force than your powers, am I right? Li Tianqi observed the young beauty across from him, awaiting her next words. It was evident that Dai Inchi regarded her cousin as more significant than herself, which portrayed her as a girl with deep emotions. So, what is it that you need my assistance with now? Li Tianqi looked at the young lady with keen interest. Can your spatial abilities preserve freshness? Dai Inchi inquired, looking up at Li Tianqi with anticipation. Indeed, he replied, noticing the determination in her eyes. All right, please help preserve 30 million worth of fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits for my cousin. From now on, I shall follow your lead, even if it means being subordinate. She seemed to remember that Li Tianqi already had a girlfriend and added in a low voice, that's fine. Agreed, Li Tianqi responded, admiring Dai Inchi. She was truly considerate. Yet, it was understandable, given that 12 years had passed in the apocalypse, and now she was a university student. Although she appeared to be around 20. Her emotional maturity likely matched that of a 30-year-old. In contrast, Shymanman, sitting beside her with a naive expression and a hint of anger, probably had no grasp of Dai Inchi's good intentions. Cousin, you should return for now, I will explain everything when I come back, Dai Inchi stated decisively after concluding their discussion. However, it seemed she had something she wished to discuss privately with Li Tianqi. I won't. What is going on with you all? What have you been discussing? I do not agree. As expected, the older cousin seemed rather naive. This girl was just slightly taller and a year younger than Zhang Nuanyuan. After her outburst, the atmosphere turned awkward. Li Tianqi remained silent, glancing at Dai Inchi. All right, sister.
Let us return and deliberate further, Dai Inchi suggested, eyeing her cousin and then Li Tianqi before turning to leave. Li Tianqi was momentarily taken aback but soon noticed Dai Inchi signaling behind her, mimicking a phone gesture and giving an OK sign before gently pushing Shimonman out of the room,
conveniently closing the door behind them. What a clever little girl.
After the two young ladies departed, Li Tianqi retrieved his phone and found the long unmessaged WeChat from Dai Inchi. He sent her an emoticon and then took the now slightly cold fast food into the kitchen to reheat, anticipating Zhang Yuanyuan's return from work. In room 901 across the hall, the two sisters sat on the bed, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward.
Why is it always on the bed?
Of course. Every other space was cluttered, except for a small area designated for workouts that Dai Inchi had arranged. There was truly no room left in the apartment.
Little Eneen. Should we consider calling the police? After a considerable pause, Shermanman finally spoke. What did the alarm say?
Dai Inchi replied with irritation, just say.
Shermanman hesitated. Indeed, what did it say? Two doomsday theorists confronting each other, and yet contradictions arise? Sister, what do you think of Coach Lee?
Noticing Shermanman had fallen silent, Dai Inchi took the initiative to continue. Before today, I thought he was quite a decent person, Kainton Wan. Always cheerful without a trace of temper. However, just now, he seemed to have transformed entirely, like a villain. Shermanman pondered for a moment but could not find the right words to describe it.
So, do you think he is a good person or a bad one? Dai Inchi pressed on. Chapter 20, Matters Within the Building. Do you think he is a good person or a bad person?
Little cousin's question caught Shermanman off guard.
Hadn't she just remarked that he resembled a villain? Wasn't that quite clear? He must be a bad person, right?
Yet, as she gazed into Dai Inchi's eyes, she pondered thoughtfully before responding with uncertainty.
Never mind.
Sister, let me share with you the circumstances of the apocalypse.
Dai Inchi sighed with resignation.
There was no choice. After all, her cousin had not experienced the apocalypse and was oblivious to the lives and thoughts of those who had. Analyzing the morality of an apocalyptic individual with her might lead her to deem herself insane.
All right. Shermanman seemed to have unearthed some issues. For instance,
she had comprehended their recent dialogue, yet the demeanor exhibited was not that of a typical individual. Especially her cousin's unexpected agreement regarding dependence, it was rather startling. Let us first discuss the residents of this building. You should recognize a few, and those you do not might still appear familiar. It would be wise to familiarize yourself in advance so that you may face them more comfortably in due time.
Dai Inchi tentatively began, uncertain whether this approach would alter her cousin's mindset.
Although her cousin had been a kind-hearted person in her previous life, she was no saint. She often extended a helping hand but would never jeopardize her own interests for the sake of others. Shermanman was eager to learn more. For according to her cousin's prior assertions, the inhabitants of this building would soon be living in a small world together. I arrived in May of the second year of the extreme cold, which is next May. Brother Pang brought me to the military district in April. And it took over half a month to contact you, then the soldiers sent me here. Therefore, the accounts I have of the early days of extreme cold are, in fact, what you have relayed to me. Noticing Shermanman listening intently, Dai Inchi continued.
Apartment 101 is an elderly couple. They could not endure the first night of the extreme cold and did not survive. I shan't elaborate further. Apartment 102 is a family of 3. The middle school girl we encountered today and her family.
On the third day of the extreme cold, they had nothing left to burn at home.
The man, emboldened,
ventured next door to search for supplies, bringing back a few pieces of old furniture, only to succumb to exhaustion.
What? He died from exhaustion?
Shermanman was incredulous.
Indeed, quite astonishing, isn't it?
A middle-aged man in poor health, burdened by hypertension and diabetes. Donned every piece of clothing he could find before daring to step outside. After 3 trips with flammable wooden furniture, he returned, sweated a bit, shed some clothing,
and then perished.
Subsequently, everyone claimed he had died from exhaustion. You once shared this as a humorous anecdote. Dai-ichi glanced at her cousin. Finding it hard to fathom that barely 6 months into the apocalypse, her once warm-hearted sister could recount a death as a joke. How could that be? Man was taken aback, struggling to believe it herself. Do not rush, I have yet to finish recounting about the first floor. Dai-ichi did not grant her cousin an opportunity to ponder, preparing to continue her narrative. Oh. Man fell silent, intent on listening further. With the wooden furniture they acquired, the mother and daughter managed to endure 2 days. But what began as a light snowfall over 3 days transformed into a blizzard on the 4th day, burying the first floor considerably within 2 days. By the 3rd day, they began knocking on doors from the 2nd floor, ultimately finding refuge with a family on the 5th floor. Phew, what a relief! Man had anticipated a horror story. Yet this conclusion seemed rather pleasant. Indeed, it was fortunate. I continued to recount events on the 2nd floor. Dai-ichi, unhurried, began her narrative. Well aware that haste was unwarranted. Well, the household in apartment 201 was relatively large, comprising 6 individuals, including children, a young couple in their 20s, their parents in their 50s, and a newborn. On the night of the extreme cold, 2 of the children perished. When the mother and daughter on the 1st floor knocked, this family did not respond. The following day, they moved out, relocating to the vacant apartment 801 below us. Apartment 202 was occupied by a couple of university students with some financial means. Tenants who appeared to possess a sense of foreboding and had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, living comfortably. Upon seeing their neighbors moving upstairs, they sought to follow suit that very day, knocking on doors as they ascended. Most residents ignored them, and those who did engage could not reach an agreement. Eventually, they arrived at apartment 701, where the couple's ample supplies convinced the aunt residing there to allow them to move in. Next was the 3rd floor. Apartment 302 remained vacant, while 301 was home to a young couple. It was likely the man's birthday, as a few friends were gathered, 2 men and 3 women, all youthful. Tragically, it seemed that several men had overindulged in drink, leading to the deaths of 2 that night due to the extreme cold, along with 1 woman, leaving only 1 outsider man and 3 women alive. On the 9th day of the bitter cold, the military's drone delivered the first wave of supplies. During the distribution, a conflict erupted among the 3 outsiders, which resulted in your intervention. The woman of that household was absent at the time, prompting you to send someone to check, only to discover that she had been brutally assaulted and murdered. In your anger, you acted impulsively, delivering a fatal kick to the man involved. Ah! Man gasped in terror. Her Hanshu Dai-ichi maintained her calm demeanor, while Man appeared to have begun acclimating, merely responding with an "oh" and refraining from further inquiries. Observing this, Dai-ichi proceeded to recount the subsequent events. Room 401 was occupied by a male teacher from Jinling Academy of Arts, who later became my brother-in-law. Ah! I don't know him. Man exclaimed, her mouth agape, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Well, subsequently, he was responsible for your demise, occurring merely 2 months after your ascension to the 4th tier. Consequently, in the depths of winter, I shall take his life. When Dai-ichi reached this point in her narrative, her tone remained remarkably serene, while Man, with her mouth still agape, felt a chill run down her spine. Regrettably, Litanchi had previously misinterpreted the situation. Man's demise was indeed tragic, yet it bore no connection to Dai-ichi's stepmother. Dai-ichi chose not to dwell on Chapter 21, affairs within the building 2 on the 4th floor. There resided a single household. In a previous life, they had moved to Unit 902, and there is little more to say about them. I shall directly address the 5th floor, specifically Unit 501, which belongs to the family that the mother and daughter from the 1st floor sought refuge with. This household is inhabited by a reclusive young man, whose parents work in a distant locale, leaving him to dwell alone. His home is stocked with ample provisions, And after the arrival of the mother and daughter, the girl's mother swiftly formed a bond with this young man for the sake of survival.
However, despite her well-maintained appearance,
the lack of cosmetics from peacetime soon led to her being scorned by the man. Subsequently, on an unknown day, the middle school girl succumbed to her circumstances. And thus the three began cohabitating. Yet, when you recounted the situation of their household to me, you consistently praised the young man as a good person. This was, of course, because the nature of their relationship remained undisclosed until the end of the second year of the extreme cold.
Ah? How old is that girl? Isn't that excessive?
Sure, Man exclaimed in astonishment. 15, in her third year of middle school, Dai Inchi replied.
And what happened to her afterward?
Sure, Man continued her inquiries regarding the girl's fate.
She is doing quite well, better than us, Dai Inchi stated. Oh, and what of the man?
After releasing a sigh of relief, Sure Man inquired further about the man's situation. He awakened, he possesses a rare spatial planting ability.
Ah? There exists a spatial ability for cultivation? Otherwise, how could it be deemed rare? There are many intriguing abilities that you will come to know in time. By the way,
I forgot to mention that the two women from the third floor later moved to Unit 501 as well.
Oh. Sure, Man's response was tinged with a newfound calmness.
It seemed the struggles of those in the apocalypse were not so difficult to comprehend after all. He even had designs on me, but I turned him down.
Ah?
The previously placid Sure Man was momentarily startled by this revelation, as it pertained to her cousin.
What?
To be honest, by the 5th year of the extreme cold, I felt a twinge of regret. When he reached the second tier, he could cultivate within his space, and being with him meant access to meat.
Isn't it said that one must hunt for food in the future? Sure Man questioned.
In a special space, mutated beasts can also be raised.
Oh. Thus, having food is truly paramount in the apocalypse. Indeed.
Therefore, the conditions proposed by Coach Lee are entirely reasonable in such times, and most women would not refuse them.
Oh. Shall I continue?
Yes. Sure Man had begun to feel somewhat numb to the unfolding narrative. As for the other household on the 5th floor, I shall refrain from discussing it. Within a few days of the extreme cold, the entire family had perished.
Let us proceed directly to the 6th floor. In Unit 601.
On the day of the extreme cold, a child and a nanny remained at home, as the couple was away and unable to return.
The nanny,
a gentle and dutiful young woman, took care of the little boy, ensuring their survival in those trying times.
It seems that good intentions are often rewarded.
In the second year, she awakened her ice powers, exhibiting remarkable resistance to cold. Temperatures as frigid as -60 degrees felt no different than a balmy 20 degrees to her. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, she could venture outdoors with ease. Showcasing her formidable abilities, which were certainly on par with yours, and she adapted well to the harshest environments.
Eventually,
she was recruited by the military and left with her child, forming a bond of friendship with us.
Sure Man remarked, "That's quite delightful."
It's rare to hear from someone so reasonable. I find myself feeling somewhat reassured. In the 602 unit, 3 out of 4 family members perished, leaving only a girl behind, who, it seems, is rather familiar to you.
What was her name again?
Dai Inchi paid no mind to her thoughts and continued speaking,
recalling acquaintances of her cousin. Who? Lily, my elementary school classmate.
Oh, she managed to live quite elegantly during the extreme cold.
What do you mean?
I mean she maintained her refined appearance even in such bitter conditions.
How did she manage to survive? Oh. The mother and daughter residing in 701.
Who welcomed the couple from downstairs, were faring well.
Oh, that's splendid.
Indeed, much like the reclusive male student on the 5th floor, who now finds himself with 2 girlfriends and a mother-in-law resembling a middle-aged matron.
Oh, so he possesses remarkable powers as well? At this point,
Sure, Man's curiosity about supernatural abilities eclipsed her interest in romantic entanglements.
She comprehended Daiichi's motivations for sharing this information. There were many reasons,
but one was certainly to help her understand her neighbors across the hall, whose tempting offers were hard to resist.
Indeed, she grasped some of the nuances.
In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals seemed more straightforward and uncomplicated, devoid of pretentiousness. Surviving and thriving were no longer wrongs, the morals and laws of peacetime could be disregarded.
Nonetheless,
Sure, Man refrained from further commentary, choosing instead to listen, as these were the very individuals and circumstances she and her cousin would soon confront. The man who awakened his fiery powers significantly conserved their fuel, trading the saved resources for various supplies, thus ensuring their survival during the extreme cold was relatively comfortable.
Oh,
another extraordinary ability user. This building is quite populated with talent.
Units 702 and 802 were purchased by the same family,
who were pleasant and grew familiar with us, having shared the experience of cleaning the rooftop. They were decent people and even taught you how to see small advantages. Unit 802 was occupied by a family that lacked reason, and when the time came, a good beating would suffice.
Daiichi briefly mentioned these two families.
Oh, understood. Sure, Man responded affirmatively, without further inquiry.
As for the situation in Unit 901, in a previous life, it was taken over by a fellow from the 4th floor.
After he moved in, he never cleaned the rooftop, clearly a slothful individual,
possessing nothing but a pretty face and a silver tongue.
Initially, I couldn't fathom why you were enamored with him. But after you were led to your demise by him, it was then that I realized the trouble he posed.
What trouble?
Scheimanman was also quite curious.
How could she possibly develop feelings for such a mere ornament?
Setting aside the apocalypse, even in peaceful times,
her future boyfriend would at least need to possess some fighting capabilities, wouldn't he? After all,
it would be quite unfortunate if he were to lose his temper and cause harm.
He is also a unique superhuman, capable of controlling the opposite sex through his urine, as explained by Daiichi. What? Am I under his control?
Scheimanman exclaimed, her face a picture of terror.
Daiichi replied, well, it's not exactly control.
It's more about making you fall hopelessly in love with him.
Are you certain it involves urine? Indeed.
He freezes his urine on gloves and then seizes the opportunity to smear it on your face.
Ugh, how disgusting. That's how his ability works. As long as his urine touches the skin of the opposite sex, it gradually influences them until they are enamored. How did you discover this?
When my power reached the 3rd tier, I could directly perceive the abilities of others through contact.
Isn't that quite impressive? Not particularly. Oh. Chapter 22, is there such a good thing?
If the Litanchi of a past life had heard about the situation described by Daiichi, he would undoubtedly be filled with envy, simultaneously applauding his decision to reincarnate in Jinling.
In H City, such fortunate circumstances were non-existent.
Supplies would occasionally be dropped, but only during rare moments when it wasn't snowing, and those packages were not easily accessible to an individual. One would need extraordinary luck for a parcel to land right at their doorstep, a fortune that Litanchi regrettably lacked. The only advantage was that the local government in H City did not possess sufficient manpower to collect the abandoned resources during the initial stages of the severe cold, allowing survivors to scavenge for a fair amount of supplies.
However, in Jinling,
the military commenced the collection of all city resources early on the 2nd day of the extreme cold, seizing anything unclaimed from small supermarkets to various establishments.
Nevertheless,
the military also distributed essential supplies to the residents in the vicinity of the military district, effectively ensuring that more people had their basic needs met.
In stark contrast,
in H City, everything relied solely on individual effort. During the first month of the severe cold, the snow never ceased, with only a few sunny days in the second month, and the supply drops were quite limited.
Most of the time,
Litanchi survived on scattered provisions from obscure little shops or offices that had seen little patronage initially. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had been somewhat of a recluse and, fearing hunger due to the drop in temperature, had stockpiled some supplies, or else his situation would have been far more dire. Around 2 p.m., the two sisters from across the hall visited again.
When they arrived, Li Tianqi was engrossed in his phone.
Noticing that the discussions about the weather in the owner-s group had increased recently, along with the number of people stockpiling supplies, although most individuals wouldn't hoard excessively.
Shiga.
I'm sorry for this morning, one of the sisters, Shermanman, said as they entered.
Noticing that Li Tianqi was not as enthusiastic as before while playing on his phone.
It was remarkable how Daiichi had managed to effect such a significant change in Shermanman. It's fine, feel free to be casual, Li Tianqi replied with a smile. Thank you, Shiga, Shermanman said, somewhat awkwardly taking a seat, while Daiichi remained silent this time.
From now on, I will follow you.
And I will take care of my cousin myself, Shermanman announced quietly after sitting down, her voice betraying a hint of internal conflict.
Half an hour earlier,
Daiichi had said, Sister, since everything has been clarified, I will go find Coach Lee. Just then, as Daiichi stood up, Shermanman pulled her back.
Xiao Yingying. I've told you I will take care of you.
Stay at home and wait for me to go, Shermanman insisted firmly.
Sister, listen to me.
I'm not as clever as you, otherwise, I wouldn't have been outsmarted by a scoundrel so much weaker than me, as you mentioned. My interactions with Brother Qi and Sister Nuan have deepened into genuine friendship, and I possess a considerable understanding of his character. Honestly, if he were single, in peacetime,
he would undoubtedly be my type.
Yet, the world has since changed.
Reflecting on the stories you shared,
I realize that it is better to choose someone I do not dislike now, rather than risk unknown advantages or potential deception and harm in the future.
Moreover,
as you mentioned, he has already reached the second stage with an impressive foundational physique, likely to become formidable in the future. I believe investing now is truly advantageous.
After voicing these thoughts, Shymanman exhaled as if releasing a burden, her demeanor relaxing considerably.
Sister, you are truly kind, she said.
Daiichi, upon hearing this,
suddenly threw herself into her embrace, tears welling up as she whimpered. It turns out her nickname was born from her tears.
However, Daiichi did not attempt to persuade Shymanman further, she knew her cousin well.
Once she made her decision, even her parents couldn't sway her. She was unlikely to be a wealthy lady then, merely an unknown athlete, yet she was quite wealthy nonetheless. Unexpectedly, I was quite surprised, but I respect your choice.
Li Tianqi was taken aback. Could these two sisters still manipulate each other?
Because just 10 minutes ago, he had received a message from Daiichi. Their sisterly bond was truly heartwarming.
I feel a bit like a villain myself.
Little did Li Tianqi know that when Daiichi messaged him 10 minutes earlier,
she was quite conflicted.
For her, the only person worth her full devotion in this life was her cousin, men, she genuinely didn't care about anymore.
As for her cousin Shymanman's decision, Daiichi could not alter it. There's a saying, you jump, I jump. If Coach Lee was a pit,
then both sisters would face filling it together. So, after hesitating for over 10 minutes, she sent her decision to Li Tianqi. As for Li Tianqi himself, he initially thought only one sister could be with him. Now, it seemed, both had come to him, double happiness. Yet, these two still concealed their feelings from each other. And it was uncertain when they might reveal the truth. Brother Qi, there's not much time left before the extreme cold sets in.
Shouldn't we hurry and stockpile supplies? Li Tianqi, lost in his own blissful thoughts, was secretly eyeing the tall legs and the adorable one, silent and unspoken. This impatience made Shymanman increasingly anxious. After all,
only 7.5 days remained before the cold snap, and more than half of today had already passed.
By the way, how much money do you have left? Li Tianqi finally snapped out of his reverie.
My funds are nearly exhausted, she replied. Most of the 80% of the supplies we stored were paid for by Daiichi. Although she managed to gather some money after her rebirth and severed ties with her family, it was only a few tens of millions.
Her despicable father isn't a billionaire. He has only a few modest ambitions. Earning over 80 million was already quite impressive for her.
Previously, over 20 million was spent, leaving more than 36 million remaining.
Unfortunately,
time is of the essence, otherwise, I could have requested more from my mother, Shimonman lamented.
How much can you ask for? Li Tianqi inquired, suddenly intrigued. He, too, wished to see how much could be spent in 7 days and how much supplies could be amassed. However, 30 million is not an insignificant amount. He was accustomed to spending in US dollars abroad, having previously spent tens of millions in just a few days. At most, a few tens of millions. Typically,
my mother generously provides for me. I have never asked for money, Shimonman admitted, somewhat bashfully.
Li Tianqi was taken aback by her statement. To have saved 5 or 6 million without ever having asked for money, what sort of family is this?
He did not consider that this money was earned by Shimonman herself. After all, she is a professional athlete who trains daily and is only 22 years old.
What sort of intellect could amass such wealth? Then let's see if we can request a bit more.
Anything can be stockpiled, fruits, vegetables, meats, I have plenty of those here.
Indeed.
He simply wanted to indulge in a final spree while the money still held value.
Shiga, where do you acquire such vast supplies? You must have at most a few million, right? Shimonman asked. How do you know how much money I have?
Li Tianqi queried, intrigued.
Have you investigated me? Warm told me, she replied hastily.
She mentioned that your family's house was demolished, yielding over 10 million, and after buying this apartment, only a few million remained. Realizing her blunder, Shimonman quickly sought to rectify her statement.
She was reluctant to disclose that Dai Inchi had looked into him. Chapter 23, 80 million understood, Mom.
Please take care of yourselves, both you and Dad.
All right, goodbye.
In the living room, Li Tianqi and Daiichi observed Shermanman as she concluded her phone call. Once she hung up, they regarded her with curious expressions.
Noticing Shermanman's eyes glistening with unshed tears,
Daiichi understood that the prospect of being separated from her parents for an extended period had undoubtedly stirred her emotions.
Li Tianqi,
unaware of why she did not choose to reunite with her family upon learning of the impending apocalypse, refrained from probing further, knowing that answers would eventually reveal themselves. Daiichi patiently awaited Shermanman to break the silence, gently clasping her hand in a gesture of solidarity. My mother mentioned that most of the funds have been appropriated by my father for public use, leaving me with only 50 million. Shermanman finally divulged after a moment's pause.
May I inquire about your father's profession? He isn't another unreliable figure, is he? He is the secretary of Yedong City.
Shermanman replied.
So, you are indeed a second-generation official. Quite an impressive family, they remarked.
Ah, it all belongs to them, I am but a mere bystander. Shermanman humbly responded. With over 80 million in total, we should proceed with separate actions.
The time is currently 3:12 p.m. There is still ample opportunity to accomplish tasks today, she proposed.
As the saying goes, one person's wit is limited, but the wisdom of many prevails. Prior to their phone discussions, the trio had already analyzed the situation.
Daiichi and Li Tianqi shared a consensus: the government must be concealing something.
With less than a week remaining before the onset of the extreme cold, attempting to acquire substantial supplies on the open market would undoubtedly attract the attention of relevant authorities. Spending tens of millions in such a short time frame without arousing suspicion, especially on sensitive materials, required careful strategizing. Thus, they resolved to directly procure certain factories. Given that all three had been stockpiling supplies, they were somewhat informed about the relevant enterprises. Upon learning the available funds, they each began to reach out to suitable companies.
Ensuring they were neither too large nor possessed a poor reputation, which narrowed their search to those surrounding Jinling. However, Shermanman held a differing opinion.
Upon discovering Li Tianqi's ability to halt time within his spatial realm, she insisted on procuring food throughout the city. While this notion was certainly reasonable, Li Tianqi chose not to voice any objections, allowing the sisters to make their own decisions.
Consequently, Dai Ichi fully supported the idea,
directing Li Tianqi to accompany Sherman Man on a citywide shopping expedition, albeit with a cap of 10 million, while she would seek out appropriate manufacturers for acquisition. Time being of the essence, the trio deliberated for only a brief moment. Shortly after 3:30 p.m., they set out on their respective missions.
Perhaps it was a trait of the wealthy, but Sherman Man's ordering process unfolded with remarkable ease.
Within 2 hours, she successfully negotiated with 7 upscale restaurants, securing lunch for the next 7 days in impressive quantities far more extravagant than Li Tianqi's previous arrangements, which had leaned towards modest eateries.
Sherman Man, in contrast, aimed directly for high-end dining establishments.
At that time, the average price of meals that Li Tianqi ordered was around 30. Whereas each dish that Sherman Man selected cost at least over 100, with some extravagant dishes reaching an average of 300 to 400.
In addition to the dishes,
she indulged in various items favored by girls, such as milk tea, hot beverages, freshly made cakes, and marinated delicacies, ordering a considerable amount of each. By the time they returned to the 9th floor around 6 o'clock, although they hadn't purchased excessively, the deposit spent had already exceeded 1 million. It appeared that for Sherman Man, spending over 10 million was a trivial matter. Upon arriving home, Zhang Nuanyuan had also just returned.
When Sherman Man saw her,
it seemed she only then realized that she had essentially sold herself to Li Tianqi that afternoon. Consequently, during their conversation, she felt somewhat awkward, but fortunately, she was still carrying items in her hands. After a brief chat, she made an excuse to head home.
Thankfully, Zhang Nuanyuan did not detect any issues.
The unique relationship between Sherman Man and Li Tianqi was something he would not disclose, especially as he needed to maintain this secrecy in the coming days. Once the extreme cold set in, he decided to let things unfold naturally. Whenever Zhang Nuanyuan discovered the truth, he would simply confess. After all, at that point, he wouldn't be the only one engaged in such conduct. It had become commonplace. Regarding the authorities, they initially remained indifferent, but after the bitter cold subsided, their stance shifted to one of encouragement. Indeed, not only did they cease their indifference, but they also began to promote such relationships. The rationale was straightforward: the conflict between humans and mutated beasts resembled a war, and although many women participated, the majority of the combatants were male. Thus, as time progressed, the gender ratio became increasingly imbalanced. In the previous life in H City, given the relatively small population, the ratio by the 10th year was approximately 1:2. In more populous areas, the disparity was often even more pronounced. Moreover, women in the apocalypse became exceedingly pragmatic. As long as a man could provide better living conditions, they would readily accept arrangements where multiple women might accompany a single man. In fact, even a man with 10 or 8 women would not face objections,
provided he could support them. Of course, those lacking capability would remain single.
In this new world, the ability to procure resources defined one's worth. It was a simple and reliable criterion. Those unable to secure food bore the marks of deprivation, while those with means typically exhibited a healthy glow,
though they might not boast about it.
Digressing from the topic, when Li Tianqi and Sherman Man returned, Dai Inchi had just left to negotiate business matters. It was unfortunate that when the two set out, Dai Inchi was already engaged in phone calls at home.
As they embarked on their extensive shopping,
Dai Inchi only began to step out for her discussions, and she had yet to return. Thus, when Li Tianqi and Zhang Nuanyuan finished their meal, Sherman Man came over again, requesting Li Tianqi's company to visit her cousin.
Nuanyuan, can I borrow Chi Gu for the night? I promise to return him to you afterward.
Perhaps having prepared herself mentally at home, Sherman Man made a light-hearted joke with Zhang Nuanyuan before leaving, appearing much more at ease than when they had first encountered each other.
No problem, feel free to use him, just bring him back when you're done.
Zhang Nuanyuan is certainly capable of driving. Her playful jests are merely a reflection of her rapport with others.
However, one cannot predict the unforeseen circumstances that may arise if she were to return late. Sherman Man's sudden interjection startled Li Tianqi. Was it truly that swift? No worries. As long as there is a mutual understanding of borrowing and returning, all shall be well. Zheng Nuanyuan took this as a light-hearted jest. Yet one cannot overlook the prowess women possess behind the wheel. Li Tianqi felt a sense of bewilderment as he stepped into the elevator.
It is likely that some will critique the gender ratio in apocalyptic settings. Allow me to share my personal perspective on this matter. This narrative does not delve into the catastrophic annihilation of civilization. Humanity still has a fighting chance, especially in the greater Huaguo region, where the foundational structure of governance remains intact. Jinling stands as one of the 9 major settlements, and amidst the extreme cold, the city retains a semblance of stability.
In the early stages of the extreme cold, who possesses greater endurance to frigid temperatures, men or women?
A cursory search reveals that the consensus on platforms like Baidu and Jihu favors women.
I have adhered to this premise in my writing. Initially,
the gender ratio may appear balanced. However, in apocalyptic scenarios, men's ambitions tend to foster conflict more readily, resulting in a prevalence of aggressive encounters among males. Thus, during the extreme cold, the proportion of women may surpass that of men. As for the infamous two-legged sheep phenomenon leading to a higher mortality rate among women in apocalyptic narratives, such occurrences may arise in this tale but will not manifest within the confines of established large or medium settlements. After all, in the presence of military and governmental oversight, with the majority of individuals able to secure sustenance and avoid starvation, the incidence of such predatory behavior is minimal. Even if it were to occur occasionally, it would swiftly be quashed by authorities. To elaborate, as time progresses in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the number of men will gradually diminish.
Once the extreme cold subsides and humanity begins to venture out en masse, the fatalities among men will likely escalate as they contend with mutated beasts for survival.
Here is an approximate demographic ratio 10 years post-apocalypse. In the 9 major settlements, the average is 3:1, with Jinling reflecting this mean. In general settlements, those under governmental supervision, the average is 2:1, in large settlements, without official oversight, 1:5:1, in medium settlements, also without official oversight,
1:2:1, and in small settlements, predominantly lacking official governance, where females outnumber males, they are typically orderly with a regulated leadership. Conversely, where males outnumber females, these settlements often veer towards malevolent tendencies, potentially allowing for the presence of predatory behavior. In total, the population of the 9 major settlements is approximately 80 million. The total populations of large and medium settlements with governmental oversight is also around 80 million, while those without such oversight number approximately 10 million. The remaining groups account for less than 10 million. That will suffice for now, thank you.
Chapter 24. The canned food processing plant Li Tianqi and Sherman ventured out once more, having made a phone call to confirm Dai Inqi's location before driving over.
Upon arrival, they found themselves at a CAF, where Dai Inqi was engaged in discussions about collaboration with a middle-aged gentleman.
The two remained silent, opting for a nearby table where they ordered coffee to sip on.
Approximately half an hour later, the middle-aged man departed, and Dai Inqi, having spotted them, approached.
The gentleman they had just seen, Bosu, owned a canned food processing factory, producing both fruit and meat canned goods, located in the adjacent City's development zone,
not far away.
The pricing was reasonable, and it appeared he was in urgent need of funds. He had offered the factory for 50 million, which included existing orders and already produced canned goods. I inquired about the delivery date, which was set for after the National Day holiday.
After relaying this information,
she took a sip from the coffee that had just been served.
How is the production capacity? Li Tianqi inquired.
The annual production volume is approximately 18,000 tons. Business is mediocre and it struggles to reach its maximum output. However, there have been a considerable number of recent orders, likely due to many individuals stockpiling, Dai Inqi explained, having asked her questions with great diligence. The asking price for this factory was not particularly cheap, especially given the recent increase in business for many food processing establishments. Our primary objective is to acquire the inventory, and we need a reasonable pretext for bulk purchasing of fruits and meats. For large orders,
We can simply pay a deposit up front. A deposit of 20 million, based on a 30 down payment,
would allow us to order over 60 million worth of fruits and meats. We might not even exhaust the funds, considering the time constraints, she continued.
Loans? Recently,
there has been a significant demand for procurement, and bank approvals for loans are notably slow, Li Tianqi remarked.
Yes, I will visit the factory with Boss Hu tomorrow.
And we'll provide the workers with additional overtime pay to increase production. There is no need to manage operations closely, nor to inform the factory about the change in ownership. A simple notice to the management will suffice, Dai Yinqi added.
Shall we go together tomorrow? Li Tianqi asked. Actually,
you still need to accompany me to collect the meals tomorrow, Sherman interjected hastily.
Let me handle it. I will first sort out the inventory in a warehouse.
And you can come to collect it later in the evening, Dai Yinqi replied with a hint of resignation. The three reached an agreement and soon departed from the CAF,
with Li Tianqi taking the wheel while Dai Yinqi's car was left abandoned by the roadside.
The two ladies settled into the back seat, chattering animatedly, primarily with Dai Yinqi asking questions and Sherman responding. Their conversation revolved around the food they had stockpiled that day, followed by Dai Yinqi making requests, which Sherman diligently noted, assuring her that she would place orders from her favorite eateries the next day.
Upon arriving downstairs, neither of them exited the vehicle.
Sherman lifted her head to gaze at Li Tianqi, while Dai Yinqi lowered her head, engrossed in her phone, remaining silent.
What's the matter? Li Tianqi asked, puzzled by their stares. Shiga, are you heading home tonight?
If you're staying at my place, let us keep our voices down when we go upstairs, so that warm Jia doesn't hear us. Sherman whispered softly. Ah, the tall young lady is indeed quite brisk and decisive. She is already prepared to fulfill her promises, exhibiting a commendable sense of initiative.
What could Li Tianqi say?
He could only accept the situation with a sense of resigned inevitability. Thus, the three of them ascended the elevator to the 8th floor and stealthily returned to room 901. Fortunately, there was no commotion from the opposite side, and Sherman even sent a message to Zhang Nuanyuan, informing her that she would be back a bit later. Upon reaching room 901, Li Tianqi first cleared away a significant portion of the clutter that had obstructed movement.
However, at Sherman's insistence, he left the items at the entrance untouched. Why leave the items at the door?
It blocks the way, Li Tianqi inquired, puzzled.
Oh, Nuanyuan often visits me.
If I move the items at the entrance, she will surely notice, Sherman retorted with a hint of annoyance.
Li Tianqi mused to himself, indeed. Women tend to think more thoroughly than men.
Ultimately, Sherman instructed Li Tianqi to tidy up the materials in the kitchen, bathroom, and living room, leaving the contents of the two spare bedrooms and the entrance untouched. If one were to enter through the small gap in the pile of items at the door, it would appear as if nothing had changed. Sister, brother-in-law, please keep the noise down, Dai Yinqi said sweetly after the two finished their tasks, then retreated to the spare bedroom at the entrance to rest. Before parting, she cast a glance at Li Tianqi, her eyes reflecting a hint of mild resentment. An hour later, Shiga, I've never had a boyfriend, perhaps my training sessions have exhausted all my chances. Sherman now appeared quite bashful, a stark contrast to her earlier boldness. It's all right, I understand. There's nothing to explain, it's quite normal, Li Tianqi reassured her.
Oh, I was worried you might mind.
Not at all, this is actually quite convenient.
Convenient for what?
Of course, for continuing without needing a few days to rest before resuming.
Oh, how you?
2 hours later, Sherman had fallen asleep, and Li Tianqi washed up, preparing to return home. As he squeezed through the small gap to the entrance, the door to Dai Yinqi's spare bedroom opened slightly. She peeked out, glancing towards the master bedroom, and upon seeing no sign of her cousin,
she quickly pulled Li Tianqi inside. Coach Li, are you all right? Li Tianqi, momentarily taken aback, responded, how would you know if I am or not unless you try? I've staked both my future and my sister's on you.
Dai Inchi looked up at Li Tianqi, her voice barely above a whisper.
Thankfully, Li Tianqi's enhanced attributes allowed him to hear her clearly. Rest assured, whatever Nuanyuan has, you will also have. At 2:30 in the morning.
After finishing his shower, Li Tianqi quietly returned home. Zhang Nuanyuan was already asleep, but upon sensing his movements as he climbed into bed. Despite her inability to persist for long due to her physical constitution, she was always the first to provoke. Indeed, she belonged to that delightful category of individuals who, although somewhat inexperienced, reveled in playful antics. Thus, on the following morning, Li Tianqi remained ensconced in his bed, slumbering until 9:30. By that time, Zhang Nuanyuan had already departed for work. After knocking on the door across the way and waiting for over 10 minutes, it was only when Li Tianqi began to suspect that no one was home that Sherman Man, still bleary-eyed from sleep, finally opened the door.
Good morning, Shi Gu. What brings you here? She asked, seemingly just awakening and still somewhat dazed. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. What time is it?
A faint blush crept onto Sherman Man's cheeks as she processed the situation, quickly ushering Li Tianqi inside, her embarrassment evident. It's nearly 10 o'clock, he replied, his gaze lingering on her charmingly long legs. He couldn't help but smile. There was something irresistibly adorable about her just woken state, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance.
Why didn't T Xiaoying call for me?
Sherman Man queried, her demeanor quite relaxed, likely still enveloped in the remnants of sleep.
She casually opened the door to the adjacent room, only to discover that Dai Inchi had already left for the day. Chapter 25, a special order. Upon discovering that Dai Ichi was absent, Sherman Man decided to place a phone call to her. After hanging up, she belatedly realized that her tasks for the day were quite numerous. Rising so late was indeed unwarranted. No worries, Li Tianqi reassured her. The items we ordered yesterday are all for afternoon pickup, so we have ample time. Well, in the following days, let us book a room for a few hours when we are not busy in the afternoons. We can't be staying up so late at night anymore. Sherman Man remarked after completing her morning routine, her large eyes darting towards Li Tianqi as she spoke. Am I really that eager? She mused, reflecting that certain matters should be approached with a sense of timing. Upon hearing her, Li Tianqi grasped the workings of her mind. It was no wonder she had been somewhat proactive the previous night. He surmised that she likely felt obliged to contribute daily since they were now together, which left him both amused and exasperated. This girl is quite sincere. Oh, is that so? Must we do it every day? He teased, noting her honesty and charm. Yes. We shall face the apocalypse together as a family. Do not think of yourself as superior or inferior to me in the future. I will be your boyfriend. And we are heading towards marriage. Li Tianqi felt compelled to express his thoughts. It was essential to expedite the closeness of their relationship. He did not wish for the person he would share a bed with to feel like a stranger. All right, Shi Gu. Let us set off for our shopping. However, it became apparent that Li Tianqi's concerns were somewhat unfounded, as Sherman Man adapted to her new role rather swiftly. He felt as though he were merely accompanying a newly minted girlfriend on a shopping excursion, their interactions flowing with ease. Yet, he could not help but notice that Sherman Man's face frequently displayed a shy expression, her cheeks easily flushed. By the time it was past 2 in the afternoon and the last of the meals had been collected, Sherman Man, clutching her large handbag, led Li Tianqi into a business hotel to rent a room for a few hours. It was then that Li Tianqi finally connected the dots. Wait, didn't we say? He began, only to be promptly ushered into the bathroom by Sherman Man. Actually, I felt quite good last night, she exclaimed. Was this her own idea? It seemed that when it came to matters of desire, there was no distinction between genders. However, Sherman Man's physical endurance was notably superior to that of Zhang Nuanyuan, who, though playful, was also inexperienced.
Sure, Man was spirited and could engage in prolonged revelry without displaying fatigue. Fortunately, the room was only booked for 2 hours, otherwise, their extensive shopping later would surely be compromised.
Chi-ge, shall we return home early tonight?
Sure, Man suggested while blushing again from the passenger seat as they drove back after collecting the meals.
Li Tianqi, momentarily taken aback,
felt a tremor in his legs as he processed her words.
Goodness, this girl had quite the appetite.
I still need to head over to my cousin's warehouse later tonight, he thought, feeling a touch apprehensive, mainly due to the previous night's exertions,
which were definitely not due to any weakness. Man, where are Chi-gu and Ichi? Zhang Nuanyuan, feeling somewhat bored after dinner, decided to visit Sure Man's home. My cousin aspires to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, enlisting Chi-ge to undertake laborious tasks. He did not mention this to you?
Sure Man lowered her head, admitting that while it is manageable in a crowd, being alone with Zhang Nuanyuan requires her to maintain composure in both expression and tone. As she felt a twinge of guilt.
Oh.
Perhaps he was utterly exhausted last night, when I left for work this morning.
He was still asleep and has yet to be seen today.
Upon hearing that Chi-ge had been toiling last night and today, Zhang Nuanyuan felt a pang of sympathy. No wonder he woke up so late, he must have been thoroughly worn out. A thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush.
Perhaps they shouldn't have been intimate thrice last night? If Chi-ge returns late today, perhaps they should only engage twice. Meanwhile,
in the warehouse of the development zone in a neighboring city, Li Tianqi wondered why his lower back felt slightly sore.
Brother-in-law, this order presents some complications. As Li Tianqi felt the discomfort, Dai Inchi handed him an order form. Official procurement, due on the 26th. Didn't he that boss who mentioned that all orders would be delivered post-National Day? Li Tianqi mused that the officials were undoubtedly preparing.
There was no need to ponder further, this delivery was imperative. He lamented the considerable power of the officials, recalling how, during the extreme winter of the 5th year, they had ample supplies airdropped everywhere, clearly well prepared. Li Tianqi even considered that China bore at least half the blame for the rise in international grain prices. This order was already produced, merely awaiting delivery. We might receive slightly less stock, but with some overtime in the coming days, we should manage to produce around 300 tons. Reserving enough raw materials for production while sending the rest directly to this warehouse, Li Tianqi suggested to Dai Inchi.
All right, brother-in-law. Dai Inchi readily agreed.
I must ask you not to call me brother-in-law, it feels rather peculiar. Li Tianqi pulled the petite girl closer, affectionately ruffling her short hair with one hand.
Ah.
This short hair was just trimmed today.
Don't you men fancy this style?
I'm merely catering to your peculiar preferences, she replied, her voice laced with a hint of a lisp. It seemed this girl had a rather quirky mindset.
Let us converse properly. Li Tianqi playfully swatted her rear with a bit of force. Ouch, be gentle. I need to practice,
she retorted, not wishing for her sister to find out.
At last,
Dai Inchi spoke normally, albeit softly, as she exclaimed in pain.
Do you really think you can keep this a secret indefinitely? Li Tianqi queried.
I'll conceal it for as long as possible, just don't harbor any thoughts of sharing a bed, Dai Inchi replied, her voice dwindling to a whisper. That thought never crossed my mind, Li Tianqi denied, feigning innocence.
Touch your conscience and say that again, Dai Inchi pressed. What is conscience? I possess none. So don't speak nonsense, Li Tianqi acknowledged his own awareness. Humph. Dai Inchi huffed, displaying her playful pride.
Once the deliveries were completed, on their way home, she remarked. Brother-in-law, my sister called and asked me to stay at your house.
Dai Inchi and Li Tianqi were chatting as they made their way back. Why? Li Tianqi inquired curiously. Dai Inchi explained, I discussed it with Sister Nuanyuan.
We agreed that there are too many things piled up at home, and since your house has an empty spare bedroom.
Sister Nuanyuan consented.
All right, just make the arrangements, Li Tianqi replied indifferently.
Are you still going to sleep over at our cousin S place tonight? Dai Inchi continued to ask. Not tonight. Since you're coming to my house, I wouldn't go home. No, anyone would find out anyway, Li Tianqi responded helplessly. He wondered why this girl was so concerned about the matter. Oh, then my sister miscalculated, didn't she? I'll inform her of the situation, he mused. So it was Sherman Man's idea after all. Li Tianqi sighed again, deeply addicted to those long legs, and drove on with peace of mind. While Dai Inchi started calling their cousin. Dai Inchi, ah? Oh. Is that possible? All right. Sister, take it easy. Got it. More than 10 minutes later, Dai Inchi put down the phone, appearing somewhat unsettled. Brother-in-law. My sister said you'll be staying at the factory tonight to receive shipments and will be home late. She wondered if their cousin had changed too rapidly. Falling so quickly. No wonder in her previous life she was outwitted by a lower-tier supernatural being, a complete victim of love's folly. Chapter 26, Zheng Nuan's thoughts when Li Tianqi finally returned home, or rather, to Sherman Man's place. It was already past 9 in the evening. As he stepped inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to a pair of pale, slender legs. Aren't you cold? Li Tianqi asked, unable to tear his eyes away from those alluring limbs. It's fine. The heater's on high. Go wash up quickly. Sherman Man replied with an impatient look, making Li Tianqi's back ache just from her expression. 902 Nuan Jie. Sorry about this. Big Brother Li has been really busy lately and comes home late most nights, Dai Inchi said upon seeing Zhang Nuan. She didn't feel particularly guilty, after all, she had lived through the apocalypse. Facing Zhang Nuan, Dai Inchi had only one thought: this girl is so lucky. What else could it be but luck? While others would struggle to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, she was already living carefree. Having secured a golden ticket before disaster even struck. Some people just had it all. Don't worry. He has been training in martial arts since he was a kid. He is tough and can handle it. Zheng Nuan replied warmly. Man and I have already cleaned up your room. Come take a look, see if it's to your liking? Thanks, Nuanjie. I'm not picky at all, anything is fine. Dai Inchi said, giving the room a cursory glance before following Zhang Nuan back to the living room. The rich aroma of pig trotter soup, which Zhang Nuan had prepared earlier, greeted Dai Inchi the moment she entered. Thank you, Nuanjie. Dai Inchi said as she took a sip of the soup, her mouth watering with delight. No wonder Li Tianqi kept her around, this gentle personality, this mouth-watering cooking. What she didn't know was that in Li Tianqi's memories, Zhang Nuan's personality from their past life was vastly different from how she was now. That was precisely why Li Tianqi suspected she might be a reincarnator, unless, of course, she was also a special ability user. After finishing the soup, Zhang Nuan turned the heat to low, added a bit more water, and settled in the living room for a chat. Dai Inchi subtly probed for details about Li Tianqi's past, and Zhang Nuan, noticing her interest, indulged her with more stories. I was probably his second girlfriend. He had one in high school that lasted until freshman year of college, but they broke up in the second semester. After that, he started pursuing me, took him about half a year. I mean, he was kind of a big deal on campus, handsome, decent family background. Right before summer break in his sophomore year, his parents died in a car accident. He fell into a deep depression. By then, we'd been together for over half a year, and he always treated me well, so I stuck by him. We stayed together all through graduation and even after we started working. Last year, after we secured jobs, he asked if I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. I told him we should work for a couple more years, save up, buy a place in H City, and then get married. During that period, he was quite elated and seemed to adopt a more positive outlook on life. At that time, we had just graduated. I returned home for the summer, and upon my return in August, he had rented a 2-bedroom apartment near the school where we would be working.
He mentioned that we would live together in the future, and I did not oppose, considering we had been together for over 2 years. When the school term commenced, he suggested taking advantage of the National Day holiday to request a few additional days off, allowing us to enjoy over 10 days together. He planned to return to his hometown to sell his house and use the proceeds as a down payment on a larger property. However, once he left, he did not return for more than 2 months. You cannot imagine the anxiety I experienced during those 2 months. I feared he might have deceived me and abandoned me after our intimacy. Most troubling was that whenever I called him, he claimed to be busy and refrained from sharing specific details. When he finally returned, I noticed a significant change in him. I was uncertain if he had encountered something troubling back home, and I was too apprehensive to inquire. I visited him in Jinling every weekend. And while he appeared largely unchanged, his personality seemed altered. Nevertheless, he treated me with the same affection, which eased my worries. By the time summer arrived this year, he informed me that his house had been demolished due to urban redevelopment, which explained why he had not sold it earlier. He used the compensation from the demolition to purchase the new apartment and invited me to Jinling once again, where I met Man. He had secured a new job during the summer, though he was vague about the specifics. It appeared quite lucrative, but he often had to travel abroad, which reignited my fears that he might be involved in illicit activities. Even to this day, I remain concerned. I was somewhat relieved to hear from Man that you and he were partners in business. At least that meant he would not need to travel internationally anymore, especially given the current turmoil in many foreign places due to the dropping temperatures.
That sums it up. By the way, In-chi, what kind of business are you involved in?
Zhang Nuanyuan spoke at length before pausing. We established a food factory that produces canned fruits and meats. Due to the significant fluctuations in temperature recently, there has been a surge in stockpiling, and business is thriving, hence our busyness, Dai In-chi replied.
Internally critiquing her cousin, what on earth have you two been discussing all night? How is Zhang Nuanyuan still so uninformed? Oh, that sounds wonderful. What brand do you produce? Zhang Nuanyuan inquired further.
We do not have a brand, we manufacture for other companies that label the products.
In a few days,
my cousin and I plan to stock up as well, so I will bring some for you to store away for later consumption, explained Dai In-chi.
Oh.
Man mentioned that you are a staunch advocate of apocalyptic theories. I have recently witnessed that firsthand. I am nearly being brainwashed by Man. Constantly worrying about the possibility of an actual apocalypse, especially with this weather. It is only September, and the temperatures are plummeting below 10 degrees, which is highly unusual. You seem quite astute and contemplative. I just tend to follow the trends, Zhang Nuanyuan said with a smile, shaking her head.
Rest assured, Sister Nuanyuan.
With Li Deguo's capabilities, even in an apocalypse, he would take good care of you.
Dai In-chi maintained a calm demeanor.
Yet her heart was once again filled with envy. Fortunately, she and her cousin had managed to secure a place on this journey. And with two reincarnators banding together in this lifetime, she was convinced that her existence would surpass that of her previous life.
Yes. In-chi, just like Man. Let us call him Chiga.
I've grown accustomed to that name. Calling him Li Dage feels rather awkward to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nuanyuan nodded affirmatively and proposed.
All right, I shall refer to him as Chiga from now on.
It does sound quite endearing.
A smile adorned Dai In-chi's face.
Though inwardly she couldn't help but scoff. No wonder my sister accepted Chiga so readily. It seems you had already nurtured their relationship. Sharing such an intimate nickname with your best friend, even without an apocalypse, it's likely that Chiga's personality would spoil you in due time. As they continued their conversation, with Zhang Nuanyuan doing most of the talking and Dai In-chi chiming in, she found herself continually critiquing the situation in her mind. Before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep on the warm mat in the living room.
When Li Tianqi returned home,
he was greeted by the sight of two beautiful women peacefully slumbering on the floor of the living room.
What on earth is happening here?
Chapter 27, Official Arrangements. Before the extreme cold, Li Tianqi patted Zhang Nuanyuan's fair thigh. it had become a habitual gesture by now.
Brother Chi, you're back.
Zheng Nuan stirred awake, her face lighting up as she threw her arms around his neck. Dai Yinchi, who had been sleeping beside them, also roused slightly. But upon seeing it was Li Tianqi, she merely closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep.
Ah, Yinchi must be exhausted. Brother Chi, carry her to the bedroom. Will you? Zheng Nuan suggested, glancing at the slumbering girl.
All right, wait for me, I'll come back for you too, Li Tianqi agreed without hesitation.
Moi. Zheng Nuan planted a kiss on his cheek before settling back down.
By the time he had carried Zheng Nuan to the bedroom as well.
Another 2 hours had slipped away before Li Tianqi finally succumbed to sleep. Time was like an unrelenting examiner, ceaselessly testing the limits of Li Tianqi's endurance. 6 days later, Man's procurement efforts concluded the previous night. Early that morning, after Zheng Nuan left for work, the trio reconvened. Their task for the day was simple: once the morning production shift ended, the entire factory would shut down. And Dai Yinchi and Man would distribute National Day gifts to all the workers in advance. As for Li Tianqi, his role was to wait at the external warehouse, ensuring all inventory was transported and stored properly, nothing more, nothing less.
The National Day gifts consisted of 2 sacks of rice, 1 sack of flour,
and a generous heap of canned goods produced by the factory, yes, a literal heap.
After all, Li Tianqi had already stockpiled hundreds of tons of canned goods in recent days.
There was simply too much. By 2 in the afternoon, the 3 had finally wrapped up their duties and set off for Jinling by car. Midway, Dai Yinchi's phone chimed with a notification.
She absent-mindedly opened the message, showed it to her cousin, then passed it to Li Tianqi.
It was an official announcement. The message was straightforward: a powerful cold front would strike that evening. And all university students still on campus were urged to return to their dormitories immediately to await government-distributed cold weather supplies. In my past life, I should have stayed at school. I don't know what possessed me back then. How could I have been so foolish as to let my father summon me home with just 1 phone call? Dai Yinchi remarked after the other 2 had read the message. When did he call you? Man asked. Around 6 o'clock. It wasn't completely dark yet. And the temperature drop hadn't started. Oh, right, around that time.
There was supposed to be another official message warning everyone to return home as soon as possible because of the impending cold front.
People were advised not to go out that night. He probably called me after seeing that alert. After all, Dai Kunming was called back that day too. Dai Yinchi sighed. Though whether it was in lamentation of the approaching apocalypse or regret over her past misjudgment, no one could say. The military would prioritize organizing all university students, not just in Jinling, but across the entire nation. Nearly every campus would see troop deployments. Only after securing the schools would rescue operations expand outward. Here, it is essential to address the official arrangements, which will be disclosed 5 years after the apocalypse. Subsequently, a national report and announcement will be made annually on the coldest day and September 28th. This year is particularly noteworthy, as only new recruits have been enlisted. With no discharges permitted, thus, the total number of military personnel available for mobilization by the Great Hua Nation is approximately 1 million, supplemented by over 2 million armed police, culminating in a total of roughly 5 million. Each of the 9 inhabited regions has retained a group army, with 3 stationed in the capital and the final group army allocated to the recently reintegrated Taiwan province, signifying special consideration. Each group army averages around 80,000 personnel, with additional support from over 100,000 individuals from various other military branches. Li Tianqi is not entirely versed in the specifics of this allocation, but he is aware that the initial military presence in each inhabited area exceeds 200,000, with approximately 230,000 stationed in Jincheng. The remaining personnel were organized on the day all embassy staff were evacuated, employing a straightforward and somewhat harsh method.
Each city and county was assigned around 500 individuals, with universities also receiving approximately 500 personnel each. For instance, if there are 3 universities in a county, the military presence in that county would exceed 2,000, potentially surpassing that of some municipal administrative regions. Consequently, the demographic with the highest survival rate nationwide comprises currently enrolled university students. The outcome has demonstrated that while the official decisions may lack humanitarian consideration, they are indeed the most pragmatic, during the extreme cold. These young individuals exhibited early awakening and represent one of the highest proportions of those with special abilities. The military personnel naturally constitute another significant group, becoming the primary force for external expansion in the later stages of the extreme cold. In his previous life, Li Tianqi resided at a considerable distance from the military base. And by the time he began to benefit from military provisions, it was already 3 days into the extreme cold, with Zhang Nuanyuan having departed by then. Of course, the assistance provided by the military varied by region, dependent on personnel numbers and geographic disparities. The 9 major inhabited areas offered the most substantial aid, while other regions differed significantly. The assistance Li Tianqi received consisted of a set of warm clothing, footwear, a stove, a month's supply of fuel, and a week's worth of food. The relatively generous fuel supply was due to the presence of a port in each city, where the military had discovered several cargo ships laden with coal. Thereafter, instances of military personnel delivering supplies became scarce, as their numbers were limited and their capacity to assist was constrained. Nevertheless, encountering military personnel while scavenging for supplies was considered fortunate. When searching together, they would allow survivors to take first pick, with the remainder being collected for return. Overall, the Great Hua Nation's official response has been commendable, unmatched by any foreign counterpart. However, Li Tianqi's luck during the extreme cold appeared to be lacking, as he encountered military personnel only 3 times over 5 years while seeking supplies. Yet, he recalls that in his previous life, he had seemingly received this information, but at that time, he and Zhang Nuanyuan had already returned home, leaving him with little impression.
Who is Dai Kunming? Li Tianqi casually inquired about Wu Lanhui's son. Dai Yinqi gritted her teeth and responded with disdain.
Indeed, Li Tianqi had recently learned of Wu Lanhui, who was Dai Yinqi's stepmother. It was surprising to see Dai Yinqi harbor even greater animosity towards her son. Today marked the first occasion Li Tianqi heard that name mentioned. He committed it to memory, intending to later ask Sherman Man about this person named Dai Kunming. Over the past few days, Li Tianqi had discovered that Sherman Man was rather chatty, sharing everything with him. She was truly an endearing, albeit naive, young woman.
In contrast, Dai Yinqi was more reticent, withholding certain information and refusing to divulge anything even when questioned. However, she confided in Sherman Man without reservation, resulting in a paradox where, if Li Tianqi sought to uncover any of Dai Yinqi's secrets, he could simply inquire of Sherman Man, who would readily divulge the information. Should she be unaware?
She would return after asking and share what she had learned.
Thus, Dai Yinqi held no secrets from him either. By the time the trio returned home, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and Zhang Nuanyuan had already taken leave to return early. Upon entering the house, the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Sherman Man immediately dashed towards the kitchen. Li Tianqi, accustomed to the routine,
greeted Zhang Nuanyuan before heading to the spare room to store some military rations and canned goods as a visible supply. Once Li Tianqi had finished organizing the items, Dai Yinqi, who had been closely following him, tugged him towards their current residence.
With a sense of resignation, he placed a few things in the room, various snacks that Dai Yinqi had just procured that day in a nearby city. It was commendable that she had managed to shop personally after a few days of relentless activity, and the array of treats had clearly piqued her interest. In comparison to Sherman Man, who indulged in leisure daily, Dai Yinqi had certainly endured much more strain. Upon seeing the assortment of snacks, Dai Yinqi's eyes sparkled with delight.
Yet she gazed at Li Tianqi with a pitiful expression, her large eyes wide open in anticipation.
Go ahead and start eating, half of these are sweet. So take your time.
The rest, please store with me, she implored. Li Tianqi shot her an annoyed glare in response.
Oh, Dai Inchi sighed. Hastily gathering the snacks Li Tianqi had laid out, as if fearing they might be taken by someone else. Chapter 28, The Frigid Night After Stowing Away Her Snacks. Dai Inchi hummed softly and turned to the living room to await dinner.
Li Tianqi, scratching his nose, had anticipated a pre-dinner workout, but was met with this unexpected turn.
Humming?
Feeling somewhat dejected, Li Tianqi joined her in the living room, where he found Dai Inchi already indulging in a packet of snacks, deepening his discontent. He shifted his position and settled beside her.
What are you doing?
Dai Inchi inquired, lifting her gaze with a morsel still in her mouth.
I've put away the snail noodles. Li Tianqi whispered in her ear, you must return what you took from my room. Upon hearing this, Dai Inchi immediately bristled.
He, remember to leave the door open for me tonight when you go home to sleep, Li Tianqi proposed, setting his terms.
Humph. Dai Inchi scoffed, raising her finger to indicate one. Li Tianqi shook his head, responding with a 3. You're exhausting, you lecher.
Ultimately, the exact number was inconsequential, once inside the room.
It would be Li Tianqi's decision.
Nevertheless, he generally honored his word. 3 times meant 3 times.
Dai Inchi was the least proactive among the 3 women. Apart from that initial day, it was always Li Tianqi who created opportunities for success. Shiga, the dishes are ready, come help. Shortly after their little deal, Zhang Nuanyuan called from the kitchen.
Li Tianqi proceeded to the kitchen to serve the dishes, and by the time everything was ready, it was 6 o'clock.
All 4 of their phones chimed simultaneously with text notifications.
Li Tianqi glanced at his phone. It bore no significant difference from his previous life, so he set it aside.
Dai Inchi didn't even look and promptly switched hers off.
Only Sherman Man and Zhang Nuanyuan paid close attention, with Sherman Man reading first. Having been informed of the situation beforehand and remaining silent.
Shiga, it's already 8 degrees today, and they say this cold snap is a strong cold front. Just how frigid will it be?
Zhang Nuanyuan expressed her concern after reading her message.
Fear not, enjoy your meal.
Our home has a fireplace and underfloor heating.
We have nothing to fear, Li Tianqi replied succinctly. Indeed, let us begin, Zhang Nuanyuan reassured, inviting everyone to start their meal. Man. This is your favorite sweet and sour fish, tell me how my cooking measures up. Inchi, here is the braised pork you adore, do try it. Shiga. This is your favorite chopped pepper fish head, you will surely relish it. With 4 people and 6 dishes, 4 meat and 2 vegetable, dinner was a carnivore's delight. The world is vast, yet the joy of dining reigns supreme. Once Zhang Nuanyuan finished her invitations, the 4 engaged in a fervent feast, swiftly depleting the dishes on the table. As darkness enveloped the sky, tiny white flecks began to cling to the window, unnoticed until now. Shiga, it's actually snowing.
Zhang Nuanyuan exclaimed, having spotted the delicate snowflakes.
It seems a drop in temperature is imminent. I'll go start a fire and light the fireplace.
Li Tianqi feigned surprise and made his way to ignite the flames.
I'll join you, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight, Sherman Man declared, rising to follow suit. I'll go too, cousin. Can I sleep with you tonight?
She said, casting a provocative glance at Tianqi Li.
What a pity, the little girl was still too naive. Tianqi curled his lips dismissively and exchanged a knowing look with Man. Sure. Come on, you're grown up, sleep on your own.
Indeed, the cultivated over days and nights together was impeccable. Those long legs were truly something.
Watching the disappointment flicker in Inchi Dai's eyes,
Tianqi merely smiled at her and held up 3 fingers.
Humph. The proud little girl followed Man back home.
Meanwhile, Zhang Nuan was clearing the dinner table.
Seeing the 2 leave, she said nothing and continued with her tasks. After stoking both fireplaces, Tianqi brought out the prepared quilts and warm clothing. Once everything was arranged, he checked on the neighbors across the hall and found they were also well prepared. Before leaving, he deliberately leaned against Inchi,
who was heading back to organize her winter clothes. Nudging her forward, earning 2 more haughty huffs in response.
Back home. Tianqi turned on the bedroom lights and glanced at the platinum resistance thermometer installed outside the window for easy visibility. At 7:13 p.m.,
the outdoor temperature had just dropped below freezing. Nguyen finished tidying up and returned to the room.
What are you looking at, Chi? -2 degrees. How does it feel? Tianqi sighed.
What was coming would come, but this time, he was certain life would be comfortable.
What? The temperature dropping that fast? Could Inchi's doomsday prediction actually be true? Nguyen exclaimed in shock. Don't worry. I've got you. Go take a warm bath. On a night this cold. We'll need to move around a bit more later.
Gently guiding her by the shoulders, Tianqi ushered Nguyen into the bathroom.
An hour later, he carried her out.
The room was already warm from the heated floors and fireplace. He hadn't even bothered with the air conditioner.
Household AC units were useless below -7 degrees.
After tucking Nguyen into bed, he checked the thermometer again during their break.
Coincidentally,
the temperature had just dropped from -6 to -7.
The time was 8:19 p.m., a 4-degree plunge in just 1 hour. How cold is it now? Nguyen asked.
Still slightly breathless from earlier.
-7. Don't worry, I've got thermal blankets in the bedside cabinet. His calm tone eased her tension. Should we check if Man and the others have enough blankets? I'll go later.
You stay put. With your delicate frame, you'd catch a chill in seconds.
All right. But bundle up. No rush.
Cold weather calls for more movement.
Ah. I'm tired. Another hour later. Nguyen lay limp on the bed. Chi, pass me my phone. I want to check on my family.
Here. Tianqi fished it from his pocket and handed it over. Nguyen dialed, but the call wouldn't connect. Upon observing the temperature, which had plummeted to -14 degrees, a drop of approximately 7 degrees within the hour, it was likely that the phone had succumbed to the cold and shut down. Do not fret, Li Tianqi reassured her.
In a previous life,
he had offered the same comfort.
Zheng Nuanyuan merely smiled, responding nonchalantly, it's nothing. Remarkably, it mirrored her past existence. Could it be the inertia of the world? Li Tianqi, fully aware of the reasons behind it, did not mind hearing the tale once more. As before, Zheng Nuanyuan began to recount her family's circumstances.
They belonged to a commonplace rural household in Province Z, with many family members, and she was the eldest.
Last year, upon returning home, her family had sought financial assistance from her. As a freshly graduated university student, how much could she possibly have?
Nevertheless, she ultimately left nearly all her savings behind. For her parents insisted she could not return otherwise. Approaching summer vacation this year, her younger brother had ventured to City H, demanding food, drink, and money. In her past life, with Li Tianqi present, her elder brother had refrained from causing too much trouble. This year, however, Zhang Nuanyuan found herself alone there, expressing that she had nearly been assaulted by her younger brother. Ultimately, she had to part with 10,000 to send him back home.
In her previous life,
owing to Li Tianqi's presence, her brother had not dared to create a ruckus. He had also taken away 10,000 when he left,
unbeknownst to Li Tianqi at the time.
It was only on this frigid day that he learned of it. Recalling how Li Tianqi had cheerfully seen her brother off to the vehicle.
Alas, what a family. It seemed that the only decent ones left in the 9th-floor apartment were Shimon's parents. If only Li Tianqi's parents were still around, but alas, there are no ifs. Shiga. From now on, I will follow you, you must not abandon me, Zheng Nuanyuan remarked with a smile. I will not leave you behind, wherever I go.
I shall bring you along, Li Tianqi gently patted her back and replied.
Shiga, will it truly be the end of days in the future? Zheng Nuanyuan asked with concern.
It will, he affirmed.
Inchi said the same. Did you all know this beforehand? How could we? It's merely a feeling. Alright then.
After a fragmented conversation lasting half an hour, Zheng Nuanyuan finally drifted off to sleep.
Chapter 29, Frigid Night. Li Tianqi entered the living room.
Adding a bit of charcoal to the fireplace and switching on the lights, illuminating the space.
Nevertheless,
he took out a 100 kilowatt small power storage device as a backup power source, placing it in the corner of the living room and ensuring it was properly installed.
In the event of a power outage, it would automatically switch to the backup source, ensuring the underfloor heating would remain operational. Dressed warmly, he tiptoed out the door, retrieved his keys, and entered room 901.
Sherman was seated in the living room, accompanied by Dai Inchi, as they engaged in conversation.
Brother Qi, is Sister Nuan asleep? Sherman inquired. Yes, she's asleep. Have you checked the backup power? Li Tianqi settled beside Sherman, positioning himself between the two women, nudging Dai Inchi aside slightly.
Yes, we have checked, Sherman replied, while Dai Inchi merely pouted in silence.
Then why are you still sitting here and not sleeping? Are you cultivating?
My sister is waiting for you, Dai Inchi remarked softly, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy.
Then why don't you hurry back to your room?
Li Tianqi retorted, unceremoniously lifting Sherman and carrying her toward the bedroom. Before entering, he heard a soft grunt,
feeling an odd sensation. An hour later, Brother Qi, has little Ying also gotten close to you? Sherman traced circles on Li Tianqi's chest. You noticed? Li Tianqi did not deny it. Can I not see when she has something on her mind? Alas, you've taken advantage of the situation. Sherman playfully shoved Li Tianqi, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. Li Tianqi gently touched her face, leaned down to kiss her, and then departed without further conversation.
When Li Tianqi returned home, it was already past midnight.
Zheng Nuan was still asleep,
but she had curled up more snugly in her blankets, as the room had grown somewhat chilly.
He added another blanket over her and checked the electricity and fireplace, ensuring everything was in order before slipping under the covers himself. Zheng Nuan shifted slightly, nestling into Li Tianqi's embrace, and soon fell asleep again. Li Tianqi, feeling exhausted, closed his eyes as well.
In the morning, around 5 o'clock, Li Tianqi was awakened by Zheng Nuan nudging him.
Nuan, what's the matter? He asked groggily.
Brother Qi, it's minus 66 degrees outside, Zheng Nuan replied, her body trembling slightly.
Oh, it's fine. What's the temperature inside? Li Tianqi,
still somewhat dazed from sleeping late, felt her shivering form and pulled her closer.
5 degrees, Zheng Nuan said, her tone lightening a bit. Well, that's alright. Why didn't you turn on the lights when you woke up? Li Tianqi, becoming more alert, glanced around the dim room. It seems the power is out, Brother Qi.
I'm a little scared, Zheng Nuan whispered, drawing closer to him, allowing Li Tianqi to hear the tremor in her voice.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Let us sleep a little longer, it won't be dark once the sun rises, Li Tianqi reassured her, patting her back gently.
Oh. 5 minutes later, Brother Qi, I can't sleep.
Zheng Nuan pressed her face against his, feeling slightly cold.
Then talk to me, Li Tianqi comforted,
his tone almost coaxing like one would a child.
What should we talk about? Zheng Nuan grasped for words. Anything, just say whatever comes to mind. Li Tianqi replied helplessly, continuing to soothe her. Will we be alright? Zheng Nuan asked with concern. Yes, we will. Li Tianqi answered firmly. That's good.
She exhaled in relief, her breath tickling his face slightly.
Li Tianqi hummed in response, keeping his lips sealed. Ge. Zheng Nuan called again after a pause of over 10 seconds. Another hum. Let us have a baby? Zheng Nuan's train of thought took an unexpected turn.
In this weather, raising a child would be difficult, Li Tianqi answered after serious consideration.
Then should we practice first?
Zheng Nuan suddenly challenged.
It's early in the morning, what are you thinking? Li Tianqi felt a dull ache in his lower back. Ge. Are you not up for it? Zheng Nuan played dirty, resorting to provocation. 1 hour later. Am I up for it? Li Tianqi glared.
Watching Zheng Nuan's slightly flushed face as the faint light of dawn crept in.
Ge, I was wrong. Zheng Nuan surrendered instantly, though she did dare to provoke him again next time. Humph. Li Tianqi, perhaps having heard it too often the night before, had mastered the art of an indignant huff.
Rubbing his sore back, he lay down to catch a little more sleep.
Ge. Do you think Man and the others are all right? Zheng Nuan asked once she caught her breath. Call and ask. Li Tianqi was already drifting off. By the time Zheng Nuan called to check on their neighbors, Li Tianqi was already snoring loudly, a clear sign of exhaustion. Nuan jie. Don't flaunt your love so early in the morning. I can hear the snoring. Did he overexert himself last night? Sure. Man's slightly sour voice came through the phone.
Not last night, this morning, Zheng Nuan replied without hesitation.
Nuan jie, that is too much. Good things should be shared. Tomorrow, I'm sleeping with you.
Sure. Man accelerated the conversation recklessly.
Sure, the more the merrier, Zheng Nuan countered smoothly.
Don't you dare take it back, I mean it, Sure. Man challenged. As if ready to lay her cards on the table. Man, it's minus 66 degrees today. Zheng Nuan abruptly changed the subject, catching Sure Man off guard.
Nuan jie, are you alright? Sure. Man asked cautiously. I'm fine.
But that apocalypse scene she mentioned, it seems real, Zheng Nuan whispered.
Yeah, it feels like it's coming true, Sure. Man replied in a hushed tone. Sigh. Zheng Nuan exhaled heavily. What's wrong? Sure. Man asked. Nothing. Breakfast at 8, remember to come over. I'm getting up now.
Zheng Nuan prepared to start breakfast, intending to cook for the sisters across the hall as well. After all, she was grateful to this dear friend who had helped her stockpile supplies and even shared the extras. Otherwise, in her thoughts, without Sure Man,
she might very well go hungry.
Sister Nuan, you are truly wonderful. I will bring Xiaoying along shortly.
Sure. Man envied her, indeed. Possessing exceptional culinary skills was something to be admired. I've hung up. Zheng Nuan ended the call and began to dress. However, glancing at the indoor temperature, she opted for a lighter outfit. After donning the cashmere pajamas that Li Tianqi had taken out the previous day, she felt quite warm within the confines of her home. Upon entering the kitchen, she discovered that Li Tianqi had switched the gas supply to liquefied gas. Zheng Nuan felt a surge of happiness and thought to herself, Qi Ge is truly amazing. The unease she had felt earlier dissipated, and she hummed a little tune as she commenced preparing breakfast. After a little over an hour, 2 figures entered through the door. Zheng Nuan shivered slightly as she opened the door and quickly closed it tight. You are both quite exaggerated, she exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the 2 bundled figures. It's minus 66 degrees, who would dare venture out without ample clothing? Sure. Man remarked as she stepped inside. The 2 sisters waited a moment before entering the room previously designated for Dai Inchi, beginning to shed their layers. Xiaoying. These thermal clothes don't seem that warm, Sure. Man complained while undressing. It feels like this at first. After a while, you will get used to it, Dai Inchi casually replied. Now, with the weather, she found a sense of familiarity. Having been reborn for 10 months, it all felt somewhat surreal. As if the inevitable had finally arrived. After shedding their thick garments, they emerged into the living room, where Zheng Nuan was already serving breakfast. The 2 sisters joined to assist, and the 3 of them seated themselves at the table. Sure. Man was the first to inquire, where is Qi Ge? Is he still asleep?
Zhang Nuan's face flushed red. Engaging in a one-on-one conversation over the phone was one thing, but having a little girl beside her was another. It's fine, let him sleep a little longer, he will wake soon.
Unfortunately, they had miscalculated, for it wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that Li Tianqi finally arose. Is everyone here?
After washing up, Li Tianqi entered the living room and spotted the three lovely ladies seated together.
He scratched his head and greeted them. Gu. Let me serve you some food, it's still warm. Zhang Nuan was as considerate as ever. Gu, come sit here, Man beckoned. While only Dai Yinqi remained silent.
Man found it quite amusing. The seat she offered was perfectly situated between her and Dai Yinqi. And she cast a meaningful glance at her before quickly glancing at her cousin beside her.
Noticing her lack of reaction, Man seemed somewhat disappointed. Chapter 30, the first day of extreme cold. Little Ying, did you not say that there would be no power outages a few days ago? After Li Tianqi sat down,
Man and Dai Yinqi resumed their conversation, seemingly continuing a topic from their previous discussions at home. It seems there will be a power outage tonight.
I can't recall the details clearly since it's been so long, Dai Yinqi remarked. Oh, is someone coming to fix it today? Li Tianqi interjected with curiosity.
The military can handle anything. Dai Yinqi shot him a glance, her hand restless.
Oh, won't the military distribute warm clothing? The sister's earlier analysis was indeed accurate. Li Tianqi's understanding of Jinling was merely a general overview from the broadcasts, lacking in finer details. I don't know. In any case, someone will come to Jiangning today. It was the third day before anyone arrived when I was over at Jiangpu, Dai Yinqi replied. Are they delivering anything else besides clothing? Li Tianqi continued to inquire. Nothing else for now.
Supplies will come later, but they will be delivered by drones, Dai Yinqi explained. Having reached the limit of his inquiries, Li Tianqi refrained from asking further, knowing they would all experience it soon enough, especially since Zhang Nuanyuan had already brought over breakfast.
After finishing their meal,
Zhang Nuanyuan began preparing lunch, as Li Tianqi had awoken rather late. The sisters, eager to assist, were promptly shooed away by Zhang Nuanyuan. Man engaged in quiet conversation with Li Tianqi, while Dai Yinqi occupied herself with her phone.
Little Ying, who are you chatting with?
Man inquired mid-conversation. The group leader, Dai Yinqi replied without lifting her head.
What group is that? Li Tianqi asked with curiosity, having not noticed earlier. After their candid discussion, he had visited their room to gather some items, only to discover that their home decor bore a striking resemblance to his own. The survival group for the apocalypse. You're in it too, right? Dai Yinqi affirmed. Yes, but what is your username in the group? I couldn't find you, Li Tianqi questioned. Just a secondary account. Aren't you using one too? Dai Yinqi retorted. Li Tianqi, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and playfully pinched her cheek.
This action caused Dai Yinqi to lose her composure, casting a fierce glare at Li Tianqi, as they were seated differently this time. With Man able to witness the little antics.
Realizing his oversight, Li Tianqi remembered that Dai Yinqi was still unaware that her cousin had already discerned their relationship.
With a hint of regret, he withdrew his hand, and seeing that Man had not noticed, Dai Yinqi breathed a sigh of relief. Li Tianqi contemplated revealing everything. It felt as if they were entangled in a clandestine affair. Man was aware of Li Tianqi's connections with three women, while Dai Yinqi believed that Man remained oblivious to her relationship with Li Tianqi.
As for Zhang Nuanyuan, Li Tianqi felt uncertain.
She was indeed quite astute. At times, he even suspected she might be a reborn soul, knowing everything. However, her demeanor concealed any indication of this, as she simply chose not to speak.
Of course.
These were merely his speculations, and he had no desire to inquire further.
At that moment, Man also took out her phone.
According to her cousin, a heavy snowfall would commence 3 days into the extreme cold, during which there would be no electricity, internet, or water.
Seizing the opportunity,
She aimed to make the most of the present time by engaging in more online activities. Li Tianqi observed that the two young women were engrossed in their phones and remained silent, so he decided to take out his own device and browse as well. He first checked the owner's group, but found few new messages, likely due to the cold weather rendering many phones inoperative.
A message from Unit 505 read, "Does anyone have cold medicine? My child is ill, I'm willing to exchange anything." Upon opening the chat,
he noticed this individual had been seeking medication since early morning, continually altering her offers, which ranged from food to various items, yet no one responded. Li Tianqi felt something was amiss. It was merely the first day, and there should be individuals willing to trade, as people's mindsets do not shift so rapidly. He mentioned his concerns to Sher Man and showed his thoughts to Dai Inchi. "I'm not sure what's happening," Sher Man replied.
"Ignore her.
Her son died last night. That woman has lost her mind and will likely jump from a building tonight," Dai Inchi remarked.
"How do you know about this?" Li Tianqi inquired, intrigued.
"My sister informed me in my previous life," Dai Inchi continued her conversation with the group administrator, leaving Li Tianqi puzzled.
"How come you know everything?" Sher Man expressed her curiosity, wondering how Dai Inchi was so well informed about events in another building.
"I was idle in my last life, with nothing to do. I picked up on all the news," Dai Inchi explained. "Ah, so we have 3 days to wander outside, which isn't a bad idea to acclimatize," Li Tianqi commented.
"Didn't you leave a room for adaptation during your renovations?" Dai Inchi glanced at him. "What do you mean by an adaptation room?" Li Tianqi was confused.
"A room without any heating, where you can go and freeze a bit to acclimate to the extreme cold." Dai Inchi looked at him as if he were foolish.
"Well,
I didn't think of that," Li Tianqi admitted, bemused by such a concept. He thought stepping outside would be more effective for adaptation. Going outside directly can lead to problems. There's not just snow, but wind as well.
And after 3 days,
you might not be able to go out at all due to heavy snowfall, Dai Inchi continued, as if reading his thoughts.
"Can't we just go to the hallway?" Li Tianqi pondered aloud.
"I'm afraid of the dark," Dai Inchi asserted confidently, leaving Li Tianqi speechless.
"Why didn't you install solar panels here, Shiga?" Sher Man,
who had been wandering around the room with her phone, returned to inquire. "It seemed unnecessary. I have stored ample electricity," Li Tianqi casually replied, adding that he originally had solar panels, but they had been relocated to a new space. Sher Man once again asked how Li Tianqi acquired so many supplies. He decided to be open about it, sharing the wonders of his dual abilities and his subsequent experiences with zero-cost purchasing.
Sher Man listened enviously, while Dai Inchi exclaimed that he was a freak. "Why don't you go to Japan and do some zero-cost shopping?"
Sher Man expressed her admiration for Li Tianqi's actions, lamenting why he hadn't taken advantage of the situation in the land of the rising sun.
"Time is running short, and there is uncertainty about what to stockpile over there, electronic components or automotive parts. Li Tianqi is at a loss regarding what to gather. Perhaps Wagyu beef? Yet, the quantity is scarce and difficult to procure. Sashimi? Contaminated by nuclear waste."
Sher Man, rendered speechless, listened to Li Tianqi's explanation,
realizing that the place indeed lacks appealing resources.
The sake is unpalatable, and sushi seems to be better crafted domestically.
Is the survival rate over there high?
Sher Man wonders why she is so concerned about that locale. It's all gone. During the 3rd year, a catastrophic tsunami struck, leaving nothing behind,
Dai Inchi remarked. "How do you know this?" Li Tianqi inquired with curiosity.
On that day, Jinling held a fireworks display in celebration, visible throughout Jiangning. "I heard the cannon fire could be heard across the river," Dai Inchi said, a smile gracing her lips as she recounted the memory.
"There is nothing to be done. It's Jinling, one cannot fathom its depths. In my previous life, I never heard of such a formidable tsunami. How was I unaware in H City?"
Li Tianqi was eager to uncover the reason.
The tsunami at the end of September was somewhat mitigated by the small island, and by the time it approached our vicinity,
It had already cooled down. I was told the tsunami froze midway.
Dai-ichi explained, sounding incredulous herself. Does extreme cold persist indefinitely?
Man interjected. Speaking of 5 years of extreme cold, although the first year recorded the lowest average temperature, that was primarily due to the few months nearing year-end. The preceding 4 years were progressively colder, with the fifth winter resembling the first, and the sixth year ushering in warmth. Dai-ichi elucidated, while Man listened intently.
Winter? Will there still be summer?
Man felt that the seasons might cease to exist altogether. It's only September, and it already resembles Antarctica.
How can winter be?
On days of extreme cold, for reasons unknown, it invariably becomes the coldest day of that frigid period.
The seasons still exist, albeit in a manner different from conventional understanding.
Spring temperatures will rise, peaking around -25 degrees. Autumn and winter are similar, while during summer, the first and fifth years might occasionally reach above zero,
with the intervening 3 years remaining below. Oh.
Man listened with great seriousness, almost ready to jot down notes. Chapter 31, Arrival of the Military. The three individuals engaged in conversation, oblivious to the fact that Zhang Nuanyuan was still in the kitchen preparing a meal. Upon overhearing snippets of their discussion, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. It turned out that Yin-Chi was indeed aware of the impending apocalypse. She had been reborn, which explained her extensive preparations. Furthermore, it seemed that Chi-Go was also well informed. Could he possibly share the same fate? However, she chose to remain silent, treading lightly while her ears perked up. During lunchtime, Li Tianqi did not consume much, as he had only had breakfast at 10 o'clock.
By around 3 in the afternoon,
military personnel arrived, echoing what Dai-ichi had mentioned. They delivered insulated clothing, a complete set, including clothes, shoes, and blankets, and instructed everyone to remain indoors. The military was swiftly collecting supplies and would soon distribute aid. Their efficiency was remarkable. A team was assigned to each building, with individuals carrying large packs,
knocking on doors one by one.
Those who did not respond were promptly disregarded, and the process was executed with remarkable speed.
Li Tianqi's building was only 9 stories tall, and the task was completed in 5 minutes.
Both Li Tianqi and Man received an additional package containing superior insulated clothing and some tools,
tasked with organizing the clearing of snow from the rooftop.
It appeared that the rooftop would be utilized for future supply drops, indicating early preparations.
Given this foresight,
it would be peculiar if the authorities had few reborn individuals among them.
Why the early notice to clear the rooftop? Wasn't it supposed to be communicated through information channels? After the personnel departed, Li Tianqi inquired.
I'm not sure, perhaps there was a miscommunication. I only heard it from my sister, but information should still be forthcoming.
Dai-ichi replied, somewhat uncertain.
It's alright, it's not a significant issue. The lowest temperature is the same as in my previous life, she added, seemingly reassuring herself. After all, if there were changes in the future, it might not be particularly favorable for wild reborn individuals. Official reborn individuals would certainly welcome greater changes,
as even one additional survivor would be considered a gain, wouldn't it?
Fortunately, overall conditions were largely consistent with what Dai-ichi had anticipated. The doubts that had arisen were likely due to misremembering, as this was merely second-hand information relayed by Man. Some discrepancies were to be expected. Li Tianqi noticed that Dai-ichi appeared to lack a sense of security, prompting him to pat her back reassuringly.
At that moment,
Man and Zhang Nuanyuan were present but showed no particular reaction. Once Zhang Nuanyuan finished her lunch, she approached Li Tianqi to inquire about the situation.
Realizing there was no need to keep the identities of the 2 reborn individuals a secret.
As for her relationship with the sisters, she did not delve further. After the soldiers departed, the 3 remained seated in the room, as there was little else to occupy their time.
However, Li Tianqi planned to encourage Zhang Nuanyuan to begin physical training, recognizing the importance of foundational fitness. Even those who had not awakened could transcend human limits under the influence of mysterious substances, akin to advancing to the first tier, after which further enhancement would be possible.
Man, let us reside together in the future, one apartment for storage and another for living. This way, we can conserve electricity and reduce carbon emissions, Zheng Nuanyuan proposed.
I think that's a splendid idea, was the response.
Li Tianqi was the first to express his support.
Daiichi mentioned that she lived nearby and had merely returned to accompany her cousin for a little adjustment on the first night.
Ultimately, only Man remained.
Her expression a blend of hesitation and conflict. Li Tianqi felt a twinge of impatience, pondering her thoughts. After all, it was merely a matter of borrowing from Qi Gu.
Surely, that was permissible. Zheng Nuanyuan could no longer restrain herself and laid her cards on the table.
So, when did you find out, Sister Nuanyuan? Man inquired. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. Last night, I asked Qi Gu to check on you, and he returned in the middle of the night. He mentioned feeling a bit scared, waking and sleeping fitfully. You could withstand a gaze for 3 hours, that is quite impressive. Apologetically, Man added, I'm sorry. Sister Nuanyuan.
Li Tianqi remained silent, having deduced that while Zheng Nuanyuan was somewhat displeased, she had come to terms with it. Otherwise she wouldn't have waited until now to speak up, even suggesting that Man move in.
It's all right, with the world ending. What is there to be concerned about? Besides, I know nothing, Man, you're so capable, I'll just follow your lead from now on.
Zheng Nuanyuan said as she pulled Man to sit down. Sister Nuanyuan, I'm actually also relying on Qi Gu, Man confessed, her cheeks flushing with the revelation.
Zheng Nuanyuan looked on in astonishment. Where on earth did Qi Gu acquire the funds for a house and all those supplies?
Thus, for the next half hour, Man extolled Li Tianqi's achievements, embellishing his exploits for Zheng Nuanyuan.
Li Tianqi could only feign interest in his phone, secretly reveling in the praise.
By the time dinner arrived, the three had sorted out their room arrangements.
Well, actually, only Man needs a room, she stated. Qi Gu. Why don't we let the sister from room 601 have it? She seems quite nice. Man proposed. What's the situation? Li Tianqi, curious, inquired. Unaware of the specifics.
Consequently, Man elaborated on the conditions of the building, with Daiichi stepping in to fill in the gaps when Man faltered.
Upon listening, Li Tianqi could only conclude that the number of survivors in this building was indeed substantial. However, considering the proximity to the military base,
it was understandable that order would be maintained even in such dire times.
Reflecting on his previous life in H City,
where only a little over 10 families remained in an 11-story building by the end of the first year, he realized how fortunate he was to be in Jinling.
Let us postpone that discussion, we are still strangers, and it wouldn't be appropriate now, Li Tianqi remarked. Indeed, I wasn't suggesting now. Perhaps when those on the lower floors begin to move up, we can approach her, especially since if we move in, there will be an empty unit that might draw attention, Man articulated her reasoning. Very well, I shall collect the items from your room shortly, Li Tianqi remarked. All right. We shall go together, and any items that are unnecessary may be left behind, Man replied, appearing quite cooperative and somewhat excited. After finishing dinner, the four of them donned their attire and proceeded to room 901. The three women busily organized their belongings while Li Tianqi dutifully followed behind, stowing the packed items into the designated space. This endeavor took nearly 2 hours to complete. Upon returning to room 902, another round of tidying ensued. As the clock approached 9 p.m. and everyone prepared to retire for the night, Zheng Nuanyuan and Man exchanged glances, both uncertain how to broach the subject. Ultimately, they directed their gaze towards Li Tianqi. He, too, felt a sense of frustration, pondering why they had not been forthright during their earlier discussions. Resolutely, he disregarded Man and Zheng Nuanyuan, and instead, he swiftly carried Daiichi, who had been sitting and observing, back to her room, locking the door behind them. Chapter 32, What to do when you eat too much Man, what's going on? The two girls left in the living room exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Until Zhang Nuanyuan finally broke the silence. Well, the situation with Yin Qi is such. Unable to avoid it.
Sherman Man recounted the tale of how she and Yin Qi had become entangled with Li Tianqi. Sigh, when men acquire wealth, they inevitably change for the worse.
Zhang Nuanyuan sighed. But Qi Gu has no money.
Just as she began to speak, Sherman Man realized and halted her words.
In this post-apocalyptic world, possessing resources is tantamount to having wealth, and it is far more practical. So what shall we do?
Sherman Man asked Zhang Nuanyuan, her expression filled with frustration. There was nothing to be done. It was Zhang Nuanyuan who would have to endure the jealousy, leaving Sherman Man to merely sigh in resignation.
Let us go to our room and sleep, we'll see how Qi Gu feels later. Surely, we won't be competing for someone, right? Zhang Nuanyuan sighed again, speaking with a sense of helplessness. Sister Nuanyuan, shall we sleep together?
Sherman Man had initially agreed, but suddenly blurted out something unexpected.
What if he comes over tonight? Zhang Nuanyuan was taken aback. Man was being rather bold.
Sigh, think about it, Sister Nuanyuan, during these 5 years of extreme cold, we will be living here.
The space is so limited, there is nowhere to escape, right? Sherman Man remarked.
True, but why would we want to escape? Zhang Nuanyuan questioned, puzzled.
To emphasize my point,
I'm saying that in such a confined space, if we are together, isn't it just a matter of time?
Sherman Man replied. Well, that seems to be. But isn't this all moving too fast? Zhang Nuanyuan was led astray. Regardless, I no longer wish to sleep alone.
Sherman Man glanced towards Yin Qi's room, wondering if her voice was truly that loud.
Can the soundproofing not contain it? This is unbearable. Very well then.
Zhang Nuanyuan also heard it and surrendered without resistance. The next day, although Li Tianqi had been utterly exhausted the night before, he still woke up quite early. This is what it means to experience pain and joy simultaneously. Li Tianqi first roused the two girls before finally getting up to wash up.
Surprisingly, Dai Yinqi was already awake and exercising.
She was very diligent, primarily because she sensed that her breakthrough was imminent.
Li Tianqi also began to work out.
Although the training effects for special ability users diminish after reaching the second stage, some results are still achievable.
Most importantly, if one does not exercise regularly, there is a risk of regression. Of course, this applies to everyone, though the decline in ability for special users might not be as apparent.
When the two girls emerged from their room, Dai Yinqi's eyes nearly bulged out.
Her cousin is truly hopeless. It has only been a few days.
Observing Dai Yinqi's eyes darting between the three of them, Li Tianqi shrugged nonchalantly.
What are you looking at? The little girl seems to have never seen the world.
After saying that, he even swayed beside her.
Humph. Dai Yinqi remained silent, huffing softly before continuing her workout. Hey, huff all you want, I will eventually bring you over.
Li Tianqi leaned in close to her ear and whispered, how shameless, dreaming so beautifully. Dai Yinqi, puffing with indignation, appeared rather endearing.
Yet she did not retreat and continued to engage in her physical training.
Frustrated from his lack of success, Li Tianqi sulkily went to find Zhang Nuanyuan and Sherman Man. I must emphasize that we all need to engage in sufficient exercise daily to enhance our physical fitness, particularly you, Nuanyuan, your constitution is the weakest among us.
Oh.
Sherman Man replied simply, as she was originally an athlete, and daily exercise was already an essential part of her routine.
All right.
Zhang Nuanyuan obediently agreed before adding that she would go prepare breakfast.
Qi Gu, when shall we start consuming the meals we've stockpiled? Sister Nuanyuan also needs to dedicate more time to training. Cooking and washing dishes are too time-consuming. Who knows, one day she might awaken. And if she hasn't trained sufficiently, it would be a loss.
Sherman Man made a valid point. If it were a special ability awakening,
there would still be ample time for training afterward. However, the likelihood of special abilities awakening was considerably lower than that of physical abilities.
If Zhang Nuanyuan possessed a physical ability, she needed to seize the moment to train diligently. Then starting tomorrow, we will only eat the packed meals. And we will limit Nuanyuan to cooking twice a week, Li Tianqi proposed after some contemplation.
As for Zhang Nuanyuan's cooking,
while it could not be said to surpass the pack meals entirely, it was undoubtedly superior to more than half of what Li Tianqi had prepared.
After all,
when he had just been reborn, he never anticipated having so much money later. Most of what he stockpiled was for the sake of economy and practicality.
All right. Everything I ordered is what I enjoy,
Man exclaimed joyfully.
Well, I ordered quite a bit a long time ago, too. They were relatively inexpensive. People from my hometown often say that the best dishes should be saved for last, Li Tianqi expressed candidly. Just how much did you stockpile? Man asked. Her curiosity piqued, feeling a bit anxious as her own order was substantial.
Enough for the four of us to last approximately 25 years. Li Tianqi now felt a tinge of regret.
Though who could have foreseen his early ascension to the second tier? No one had the foresight, after all. So, the provisions we've gathered should sustain us for decades.
Man sighed. There are those who wish to partake, yet they have not the means. One should not be ungrateful.
Li Tianqi felt helpless.
He hadn't yet revealed his new space to the three women. Although it had not yet yielded an abundance of produce, merely some fast-growing vegetables, and the livestock still required time to breed, he had ample supplies to last for quite a while.
Alas, we have hoarded too much, he lamented.
Perhaps we could sell some later?
Come next spring and summer, we could consider trading them, Daiichi interjected suddenly.
Oh? Is there a place for trade? Li Tianqi inquired with curiosity, as Zhang Nuanyuan and Man also expressed interest.
There's a marketplace near the university town,
where the military has protected many students. Over time, a market developed there, although it is sparsely populated in autumn and winter, bustling most vibrantly during the summer. A variety of goods are traded there, but money has become obsolete. Bartering has largely taken its place.
Daiichi explained. What can those university students trade? Perhaps the most valuable commodity is food? Man echoed the question that Li Tianqi was also pondering. Indeed, there isn't much of value in the first year.
But in the future, the official laboratories will produce numerous practical inventions.
The technological advancements may not be significant,
yet they will be more suitable for use in extreme cold conditions. Additionally, that area will naturally evolve into a bustling commercial street in Jinling.
We possess ample resources,
and we could potentially establish a presence there in advance.
This is a splendid idea. By the way, your supplies hidden outside aren't located nearby, are they?
Li Tianqi suddenly recalled that the two sisters seemed to have concealed quite a lot. Yes, I have a small warehouse there filled with various items. Though I have stashed most of it underground, it should remain undiscovered, Daiichi replied, her tone somewhat uncertain.
Underground? Li Tianqi inquired with curiosity. Yes, I excavated it myself.
Which took me half a year, Daiichi said with a hint of pride, though her expression soon shifted to one of concern.
It shouldn't be discovered. Once the basement was filled, I resurfaced the warehouse floor with cement. Li Tianqi exclaimed in admiration, Goodness! This girl is truly dedicated to stockpiling supplies, all on her own? Yet, if space is limited, he too would have to find ways to hoard items, wouldn't he? It is indeed a reluctant choice. What more could Li Tianqi say? He gave Daiichi a thumbs up.
Man was equally astonished. She had previously thought that the underground space was naturally that large.
Little did she know it was excavated by her cousin.
Little Enin had accomplished so much.
Chapter 33, Embrace the present moment at this juncture.
Zhang Nuanyuan had prepared breakfast and called out that it was time to eat. The two sisters promptly fetched their bowls and chopsticks, while only Li Tianqi remained seated,
resembling a languid lord.
Humph. Daiichi, observing Li Tianqi's leisurely demeanor, let out a huff as she arranged her utensils before finally taking a seat.
Li Tianqi appeared indifferent,
even reaching out to touzle her short hair.
What are you doing? Daiichi shot him a glare, a hint of annoyance in her tone. They had agreed to keep things confidential, yet she had only discovered last night that her cousin had already seen through it all. And this fellow beside her had the audacity to carry her into the room in front of her cousin the night before. Alas! Her short hair would no longer allow her to style twin ponytails in the future. Li Tianqi's teasing remark caused Daiichi's face to flush, prompting her to lower her head and abandon her previous haughty demeanor, obediently starting her meal. Shi Manman glared at Li Tianqi with irritation, while Zhang Nuanyuan felt a tinge of shyness, yet could not shake off the sourness within her. After all, Qi Gu had originally belonged to her alone. She glanced at Daiichi, who was focused on her food, and then at Shi Manman, who always seemed cheerful and devoid of worries, leading Zhang Nuanyuan to let out a resigned sigh. Once everyone had finished their meal, Shi Manman took charge of guiding Zhang Nuanyuan through basic physical training, while Li Tianqi instructed Daiichi. This would likely become their daily routine moving forward. By midday, Zhang Nuanyuan was still rubbing her sore hands and feet when Li Tianqi retrieved a stash of dishes that Shi Manman had stored away. As for Li Tianqi's own provisions, both Shi Manman and Daiichi unanimously suggested they take their time eating and save any leftovers for future sales. Regarding the matter of securing a storefront in the university town, they would have to wait for over half a year, so there was no rush. They needed to focus on the present moment. After their meal, a knock echoed from the door. It was Gu Guoxing, the elder brother from room 802. A robust man in his 30s and the owner of a private enterprise. After obtaining a brief understanding of the situation, Li Tianqi and Shi Manman took on the responsibility of receiving him, while Daiichi pulled Zhang Nuanyuan aside for a full-body relaxation session. I spoke with Sister Wang on the 7th floor. Her household did not receive any special notifications. So it seems that only our 3 families were informed about the rooftop cleanup. Gu Guoxing began, I wanted to inquire about your thoughts on this matter, especially given the current weather conditions, which make venturing outside quite challenging. Shi Manman exchanged a glance with Li Tianqi but remained silent. As you have observed, our 2 families have recently been dining together, and with 3 girls present, I am the only male. Perhaps you could share your thoughts first, and then we can discuss? Li Tianqi proposed thoughtfully. My perspective is this: since the authorities have instructed us to clean the rooftop, it implies that future supplies will primarily be airlifted. Logically, the military base is not far from here, making access relatively easy. Therefore, the authorities must be aware that road conditions will deteriorate, especially considering the current temperatures. He continued, I suspect the snow outside will not cease anytime soon and may even intensify. Thus, we cannot afford to be negligent in the rooftop cleanup, otherwise, if military supplies fail to reach us, our entire building could face hunger. Originally, I intended to arrange for everyone to take turns with the cleaning duties. But it seems we have received just one set of such high-quality cold-weather gear for our family. At this point, Gu Guoxing paused. We all have only one set. Li Tianqi quickly interjected. Indeed, the other thermal garments sent by the military still feel somewhat chilly to wear indoors, which likely means they are not very eager to wear them either. Therefore, I propose that each of our 3 families takes responsibility for cleaning on a rotating basis. What do you think? Gu Guoxing said this while waiting for Li Tianqi's response. Well, I actually have 2 decent sets of cold-weather gear at home, you see? Li Tianqi was preparing to take the easy way out. Cleaning the rooftop didn't seem to show much at the moment, but during a heavy snowstorm, it would likely be quite challenging. Furthermore, parting with 2 good sets of cold-weather gear would surely be appreciated by the recipient. However, what astonished Li Tianqi most was this person's analytical prowess. From such a trivial matter, he could infer the subsequent situation quite accurately. It was indeed impressive. No wonder he had amassed considerable wealth at such a young age. Gu Guoxing's face broke into a smile, though it was quickly concealed as he pretended to ponder for a moment. Li Tianqi was indifferent. The individual opposite him was quite astute, yet not a bad person. Merely someone who enjoyed a small advantage, as Daiichi had mentioned. To put it simply, this family was easy to get along with. By the way,
my brother used to live in 702, and to save on fuel, he has now moved in with us. With 2 extra sets of cold weather gear. Our family can manage the rooftop chores from now on.
However, every time we distribute supplies.
Googwishing paused again, demonstrating his business acumen with his well-timed phrasing.
It was a pity he wasn't writing novels. This doesn't seem quite right, does it?
Sure Man also sensed the underlying tone. She was aware of their circumstances but didn't anticipate such a swift development.
Ahem, well, if we contribute, we should receive some form of return, shouldn't we?
Of course. Life-saving items should not be tampered with, I mean the remaining portion.
Googwishing hastily clarified. I have no objections, contribution should yield returns. And we should receive a bit more. Litanchi thought this individual had a fair point. If they worked hard, why shouldn't they receive a larger share of the supplies? However, what was even more intriguing was the way he referred to we, clearly including the 9th floor in the distribution of resources. Besides, he had also contributed 2 sets of cold weather gear, hadn't he? Although that was inconsequential to him, it was still necessary to endure for a while longer, wasn't it? Once someone began to awaken their abilities, they could gradually reveal themselves, and in the future, there would be no need to hide anything. Beautiful lady, what do you think?
Googwishing turned to Sure Man, sensing that Litanchi had no objections.
After all, with the severe cold just arriving,
it was entirely reasonable for Sure Man and Zhang Nuan, who had a good relationship, to share living space to conserve resources, so he didn't dwell on it.
What Shiga said makes sense, I agree as well.
Sure Man did not hesitate. Since Litanchi was on board, she naturally supported the idea.
All right. Then let us settle this matter for now. Well. Googwishing paused momentarily.
Litanchi swiftly grasped the situation and returned to his room, ostensibly to fetch something. But in reality, he retrieved 2 sets of military-issued cold weather gear from the spatial dimension and handed them over.
All right, you may proceed.
I shall return home to discuss this matter with my family.
Rest assured, the rooftop will henceforth be our responsibility. Googwishing left with a cheerful demeanor, proving to be quite an intriguing individual. How many family members does he have? Once Googwishing departed, Litanchi inquired of Dai-Inchi, who had just exited the room.
Well, Zheng Nuanyuan was exhausted this morning and has fallen asleep in her room. There are 7 members in total, quite a lively household, replied Dai-Inchi.
Care to elaborate?
Litanchi expressed his curiosity, as a family of such size could be considered a significant collective within this building of fewer than 30 residents.
They are a wonderful family. Googwishing is the eldest, followed by his brother Googwawang.
Both have recently married and are childless, their wives are quite beautiful. They also have a 17-year-old sister in high school, a younger brother who just started university,
and another brother who has recently graduated and attended the same school as I did.
Their familial bond is remarkably strong, as evidenced by the fact that the brother in university returned home on the day of the official notification.
Dai-Inchi spoke with a hint of envy,
reflecting on her own family.
What about their parents? Sure Man inquired.
They have long since passed away, and this large family is sustained by the 2 elder brothers. When their parents departed, Googwishing was merely 20, and his younger brother had not yet turned 18. Despite Googwishing's appearance suggesting he is in his 30s. He is actually only 27 and has been married for less than 6 months, Dai-Inchi succinctly explained.
How do you know all of this so well? Sure Man asked. Intrigued. All of this information comes from you. Sure Man fell silent. Chapter 34, The Unease Within the Building After Googwishing Departed.
The 3 continued their conversation for a while.
Once Zhang Nuan awakened, she resumed her exercises,
interspersed with breaks during which she and Sure Man indulged in various downloaded dramas and variety shows, while Litanchi quietly lurked in the chat group. Dai-Inchi retreated to her room alone, prompting Litanchi's curiosity, leading him to stealthily peek inside, discovering that she was clandestinely snacking on treats.
Consequently,
he resorted to a combination of persuasion and temptation, supplementing her stash with some high-protein snacks. On the third day of the extreme cold, as Dai Inchi had foretold, the man on the first floor met his demise. The elderly couple who had perished there was subsequently discovered, yet no one seemed inclined to intervene. The household on the upper floor, which had lost 3 lives, remained curiously silent. Utilizing his telekinetic abilities, Li Tianqi investigated further, uncovering that the sole survivor, a man, had succumbed to a cold and was residing in a secondary bedroom, tended to by a woman. Meanwhile, the 3 corpses lay haphazardly in a side room, while 2 women huddled uneasily in the main bedroom, one of whom was a familiar face, presumably the victim of a prior assault. In light of the situation on the first floor, the residents began to shutter themselves indoors. During the previous 2 days, some had ventured out, bundled up against the chill. But now they opted to remain indoors. As anticipated, the blizzard commenced at midnight on the 3rd day, and by morning, the temperature within the rooms had plummeted below freezing,
resulting in increased energy consumption for the underfloor heating. Li Tianqi consulted the manual, adjusted the fireplace and heating system, and finally restored the temperature to above 0. With this level of warmth, winter became bearable. A few other households were equipped with underfloor heating, but unfortunately, the blizzard coincided with a power outage, rendering mobile signals non-existent. A sense of panic began to grip the building, particularly as the family in Unit 602 failed to awaken after a night's sleep.
Li Tianqi sighed, reflecting that, in comparison to other places, Jinling fared relatively well, though the family's demise was largely self-inflicted. Employing his telekinetic abilities, Li Tianqi sensed that the 602 household had stockpiled an abundance of supplies. At the onset of the extreme cold, they had cranked their heating systems to maximum and had not ventured outside for days, yet they had not contemplated the ramifications of a power outage.
Relying solely on electrical heating, Li Tianqi could only lament, the brain is a valuable asset. Such a plethora of resources would ultimately benefit others. Contemplating this, he activated his telekinetic and spatial abilities, promptly retrieving a substantial portion of their supplies. However, the items he collected materialized directly in his new space. Afterward, he expended a bit of energy transferring the goods into a static space, a process that transpired swiftly in mere seconds. The following morning, after Shermanman completed her morning routine, she shyly leaned in to whisper to Li Tianqi. Curious, Zheng Nuan inquired about their conversation. Oh, it's just that I'm on my period.
Shermanman hesitated but ultimately felt there was nothing shameful to share, so she spoke candidly.
Oh, you can feel shy too?
Zheng Nuanyuan said with a hint of irritation that she was often the one with the most tricks up her sleeve, and at times,
she felt overwhelmed. Li Tianqi refrained from responding, secretly relishing the moment, and quickly retrieved more items from his space. Brother Qi, the snow is too heavy. It will be inconvenient to empty the toilet in the future. We can't just pour it down the stairs, can we? At that moment, Zheng Nuanyuan had just visited the restroom.
As she opened the door and stepped out, a rather strong odor wafted through the air. The high temperature inside the room was not ideal, as a cooler environment would have masked the scent.
Li Tianqi pondered for a moment, realizing that it was nearly organic fertilizer from a farm. Had they really disposed of it over the past few days? He didn't question why he had not noticed.
It simply hadn't crossed his mind, especially since he had been resolving his personal matters in the new space after the extreme cold.
In his new space,
he had even ordered some modified shipping containers from Europe, creating a small courtyard, complete with a restroom and a comprehensive water purification system. The bottled and purified water the 2 sisters had prepared remained unused. He contemplated whether he could bring people into his space. Thus, he first tidied up the restroom, disposing of the toilet waste directly in the pasture. When the 3 women arrived in the living room, he shared the details of his second-tier new space with them.
This revelation left them astounded, particularly Dai Inchi. Brother Qi, your space is utterly extraordinary.
The reclusive man on the 5th floor has only 2 acres of planting space.
And his second-tier breeding area is merely 10 acres.
Li Tianqi felt it was rather unremarkable. He was aware of the capabilities associated with planting and breeding spaces. He was uncertain if this was a racial talent, but there were indeed several such abilities among the unique powers.
10 years after the apocalypse.
About 89 of the surviving human population possessed physical abilities, while around 10 had none, and approximately 1 were endowed with special abilities.
Among the special abilities,
those related to breeding or planting spaces constituted about 1, while elemental abilities accounted for roughly 70, likely due to environmental factors,
with fire and ice attributes being the most prevalent.
The remaining less than 30 comprised various peculiar abilities, such as Dai Inchi's detection powers and the unsettling abilities of the man on the 4th floor.
Li Tianqi's own 2 powers also fell into this category.
Thus, the proportion of individuals with planting and breeding abilities was about 1 in 10,000 of the total population. In each city, this translated to around 100 such individuals,
which provided Li Tianqi with some insight into the situation of these abilities. Comparatively,
he recalled a few individuals with planting abilities who only needed to ensure proper cultivation and could then await the harvest.
Some could even accelerate crop maturation or expand their planting area after leveling up. In contrast, his space neither expanded nor accelerated growth.
He still had to manage the flora and fauna himself, which was manageable in the early stages but would prove challenging later on.
Regarding the individual you mentioned, the homebody, his 2 acres of land could yield at least 5 to 6 crops of staple grains annually, correct?
If he were to cultivate some leafy greens,
he could harvest them in just a few days, right?
As his rank advances, it is likely that the acceleration will also increase, Li Tianqi remarked thoughtfully. Based on his recollections from a previous life, larger planting areas typically correspond with higher ranks, resulting in more expansive space.
Conversely, smaller areas generally provide acceleration space,
where higher ranks lead to even swifter growth. Each has its advantages, and both are exemplary abilities in this post-apocalyptic world. Any base would offer considerable care to such individuals endowed with these powers.
As for why this homebody was not conscripted by the military,
there are a couple of reasons. Firstly, the official establishment in Jinling is substantial and well-structured. Individuals may prefer to avoid the official management zones,
and the authorities would not forcibly relocate them. Secondly, Jinling's settlement is fortified with high walls, so as long as one remains within the city, the dangers are minimal.
Should this individual choose to venture outside, he would soon experience the reality of life in the settlement, making it exceedingly difficult to leave.
Ultimately,
the authorities provide these individuals with seeds and young livestock, requiring them to contribute a portion of their harvests to the settlement each year. However, once their dues are paid,
they remain exceedingly wealthy.
Your abilities are already at the 2nd tier, which is quite formidable, exclaimed Dai Inchi, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
To her,
this space represented an endless source of wealth, a guarantee of future sustenance without worry. Dai Inchi could not help but think to herself, this partnership is incredibly worthwhile.
Chapter 35, quite humanized beside them, Shi Manman and Zhang Nuanyuan were equally exhilarated. She good, does this mean we will have fresh vegetables and fruits in the future?
Shi Manman asked, looking at Li Tianqi with anticipation.
Yes, vegetables are not an issue, but there aren't many fruits available at the moment.
Some of them are struggling to adapt to the environment, and they might not survive, Li Tianqi replied with a hint of helplessness. If only we had more planting space.
Regardless of whether they are tropical or temperate fruits, planting them would be straightforward, and harvesting would be quite convenient. Do we have mangoes? And dragon fruit? Those are my favorites.
Shi Manman continued to inquire. Tropical fruits are growing quite well, Li Tianqi answered.
Yay!
She exclaimed, her long legs nearly propelling her off the ground in excitement.
Shiga, what about meat? What animals are we raising?
Zhang Nuanyuan, appearing delicate, was, in fact, a carnivore at heart. We have chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep, along with a few dairy cows, although they're not producing milk yet. And I'm not very knowledgeable about that, Li Tianqi explained.
Are there any rabbits? Zheng Nuanyuan's eyes sparkled with hope. No. Those creatures reproduce too quickly and could ruin the pasture. Li Tianqi's response caused Zheng Nuanyuan to pout. Come on, she good, can't we raise a few? Sherman chimed in to advocate on her behalf.
Even if I wanted to raise some, there's nowhere to get rabbits now.
By the way, Xiao Yingying, is there still a place to find rabbits from before the extreme cold? Li Tianqi turned to Dai Inchi, and the other two women looked at her as well.
The officially bred poultry has some minor mutations, and their taste is not significantly different from what we used to eat.
However, livestock is a different story.
Most mutations occur rapidly.
Rabbits, too, mutate swiftly. A few litters could transform from ordinary bunnies into first-stage mutated beasts.
Except for a few official laboratories. It's quite difficult to find rabbits as they once were, Dai Inchi explained with a sense of resignation. The fact that they are edible implies they are not particularly tasty, she added.
After the extreme cold, animal mutations accelerated, and within a year or two, it became nearly impossible to find animals that had not mutated.
Li Tianqi was aware of this as well.
However,
the laboratories in Jinling and the pre-established breeding bases, commonly referred to as laboratories by the general public due to the same management level, restricting access to outsiders, had their advantages. Moreover, the smaller mutated beasts generally had inferior taste, while larger ones tended to be more palatable. Conversely, with birds and poultry, the smaller they were, the better the flavor. However, poultry that had strayed into the wild would grow larger after reaching the second stage, leading to a decline in taste. The breeding bases, having awakened some ability users capable of creating breeding spaces within about a year, could easily procure poultry that had not yet advanced or only recently reached the first stage, maintaining a relatively stable taste. Seeing the dejected Zhang Nuanyuan, Li Tianqi felt helpless.
Chigu, how about we dig for some rabbits when the snow stops next month?
I know where to find them. At this time, they're still unmutated,
hiding in burrows beneath the snow.
The weather is exceptionally conducive for excavation. The creatures are largely immobile, remarked Dai Inchi.
How do you know? Did you not claim to be in Jianpu at that time? Inquired Sherman.
It was during the 5th year of extreme cold when we conducted the excavation. The authorities organized the clearing of hibernating mutated animals in the settlement, with the official team responsible for snow removal while others sought out the dormant beasts. According to the official explanation, animals that would not typically hibernate have evolved into mutated beasts and always return to their original hibernation spots. Thus, the locations found back then remain relatively unchanged from where they now hibernate, Dai Inchi elucidated. The others nodded in understanding before the three women turned their gaze toward Li Tianqi.
Well, can we go? How many days did it stop snowing in Jinling last month? Li Tianqi asked.
In total, about 10 days, though the snowfall was light. After the snow ceased, there were strong winds for half a month, making conditions somewhat easier afterward. There are regional differences. In each city, light snow continued intermittently until May after several days of heavy snowfall.
Jinling is indeed fortunate. Could it be a treasure trove?
Li Tianqi mused enviously of his past life, yet he too would be able to live here, albeit with ample preparation.
That sounds splendid. All right. We shall venture out once the snow ceases, but will the snowboards be effective?
If the snow is too loose, even snowboards will sink, and with such deep snow outside,
it will be quite challenging to extricate ourselves.
You see, in my previous life, I always had to dig my way out. I only learned to snowboard after the extreme cold had passed. Winters remained quite frigid, with frequent snowfall, though not as exaggerated as during the extreme cold period.
Snowboarding in winter was quite convenient. Of course, we cannot rely on them, we must dig our way out.
Rest assured, I have prepared the necessary tools, Dai Inchi said, a hint of excitement in her voice for reasons unknown.
Very well. Li Tianqi sighed in resignation.
Those who have experienced it understand how exhausting it is to excavate through snow, particularly when it is several meters deep. It is not simply digging a hole to exit, but rather carving a path through the loose snow, as a mere hole could easily become buried. Digging from the community to the entrance could take an entire day for a solitary person. Fortunately, others would also need to venture out, so everyone would pitch in. Of course, there are those who would rather shirk their responsibilities and wait for others to finish digging. If caught, such individuals would face dire consequences. The post-apocalyptic world does not cater to the indolent, except for those who have awakened agricultural and breeding abilities, a group held in high regard. Yet, before their awakening, they too were subject to the same struggles.
Shall we go out together then? Sure Man asked.
Let us go together, it will be everyone's first outing.
A chance to acclimate, Li Tianqi responded. Are we not leaving anyone behind to guard the house?
Sure Man expressed her concerns.
Have you read too many post-apocalyptic novels?
There will be plenty of vacant houses a month from now. Dai Inchi retorted, poking fun at her cousin.
Didn't you encourage me to read them? Shimonman, feeling indignant, retorted, all right, let me explain. I can access this space for 2 hours every 3 days, and I wish to see if I can bring someone along. If that's possible, I won't have to use the restroom outside anymore. Noticing that the conversation had veered off course, Li Tianqi quickly interjected, huh? You can bring someone in? Count me in.
Shimonman was the first to raise her hand.
But it's not guaranteed to work, so why are you so excited? Li Tianqi responded somewhat irritably, ruffling his long legs, It's still nice to ruffle long hair. Isn't there any danger?
Zheng Nuan asked with a hint of concern. It should be fine, if one cannot enter. There will simply be no reaction. Li Tianqi thought of those who fell from oil tankers and container ships, who seemed fine at first but ultimately drowned in the sea.
Shiga, choose me.
Upon hearing there was no danger, Shimonman raised her hand again.
What a lively character, Li Tianqi nodded, grasping Shimonman's hand as they entered the space together. Wow, it's so hot. Suddenly transitioning from a 5-degree environment to one over 20 degrees under the sun. Shimonman felt overwhelmed by the heat. In contrast, Li Tianqi was quite pleased, as bringing someone along did not diminish his own time in the space.
After sensing the conditions within, he quickly understood the rules. The rules were straightforward. A highly intelligent being wishing to bring others into the space must obtain their consent. And they cannot linger for extended periods, with a cooldown period calculated independently, just like Li Tianqi's.
How should I put it? This space is rather considerate. Chapter 36, The Diversity of Abilities. After strolling around with Sherman for merely 5 minutes, primarily to inspect the container houses, Li Tianqi escorted the still somewhat reluctant Sherman back to the living room. We're out. The moment they emerged, Zheng Nuanyuan's excited voice startled Li Tianqi.
Upon sharing the newly discovered rules with the 3 women, their joy was palpable.
Brother Qi, are our cooldowns synchronized with yours? Dai Inchi inquired with composed rationality.
Yes, synchronized. You each have 2 hours today, and a fresh cooldown begins tomorrow, Li Tianqi confirmed.
Wow. Fantastic. I want to go back in.
Sherman instantly brimmed with enthusiasm.
Dai Inchi and Zhang Nuanyuan likewise gazed at Li Tianqi with eager anticipation. Thus, Li Tianqi escorted each of them into the space individually.
Notably, only the initial entry required his accompaniment, thereafter, they could enter freely. Following the same pattern as with Sherman, Li Tianqi spent 5 minutes inside with each before exiting.
Dai Inchi was deliberately scheduled last, a playful retaliation for her haughty demeanor. Ha. No sooner had they entered the space than Li Tianqi grew mischievous.
Ah, stop fooling around, Dai Inchi sighed in exasperation.
Will you behave from now on? Li Tianqi smirked at the proud young woman.
No turtle-chanting sutras, she defiantly retorted.
Without my permission, you can't enter, you know. He coaxed temptingly. Fine, how many times? Eh? So direct? No, I meant don't even think about it.
My sister and I would never. Daiichi cut him off before he could finish. In truth, Litanchi had intended to say,
I want you to be less haughty and take the initiative sometimes. But now, did this imply that Zhang Nuanyuan was permissible? Well, Man is indisposed today.
And Nuanyuan has no one to accompany her. Litanchi seized the opportunity without hesitation.
Humph. You incorrigible rogue. Daiichi snorted pridefully, yet her lack of refusal signaled consent. Good girl.
Patting her head, he led her out of the space.
Brother Chi, I want to go back in.
The moment they exited, Man buzzed with excitement.
Eager to revisit the new dimension. Are you sure? What about bathroom breaks today? Litanchi reminded her.
We can just reserve some time for that.
She pouted.
Brother Chi, let us go in together for a bath. We'll stay an hour and come out, Zhang Nuanyuan suggested, with Daiichi nodding in agreement.
Fine. Take a watch, don't lose track of time. What else could he do? Litanchi acquiesced.
Retrieving a watch from his space, a spoil from an American $0 shopping spree, and handing it to Zhang Nuanyuan, the most obedient of the three. He himself refrained from re-entering. His remaining time was scarce, reserved for necessities like bathroom visits. Escorting the trio had already consumed 15 minutes, leaving insufficient time for an evening bath.
After ushering them into the space, Litanchi, now idle, commenced his daily exercise routine. Ah, this is bliss. That little lake is pristine.
Three women emerged from the courtyard enclosed by shipping container homes, now clad in swimsuits, heading toward the lake behind the compound to enjoy themselves. They had briefly inquired about the general layout of Litanchi's spatial domain while outside, so they were somewhat familiar with the area. After all, there was no one else around.
Today marked the final day of the cooldown period, the third overcast day. Had they entered at midnight, they might have witnessed rainfall. However, the waters of the lake behind the courtyard were pleasantly warm during the day.
Litanchi had diverted a portion of the lake's water, encircling it with stones to form a large pool. The bottom was lined with smooth pebbles, and the depth gradually increased from about 1 meter at the edges, eventually merging with the greater expanse of the lake within a lake. Why did Brother Chi create a lake within a lake?
Man asked. No idea. Daiichi replied.
He said the water here is sourced from Chandao Lake in Irai, and the fish were brought over from Chandao Lake as well, Zhang Nuanyuan answered.
Nuanyuan? How did you know that? Man pressed. I asked when we first came in. Weren't you curious? Zhang Nuanyuan countered. I was too excited to think about it.
Man admitted sheepishly.
I forgot. Daiichi sighed, having been preoccupied with Litanchi's teasing upon arrival.
Only Zhang Nuanyuan had bothered to ask questions. So she proceeded to share the details she had gathered.
Wow, Brother Chi is amazing, he even has a yacht.
Man exclaimed excitedly. And we'll never run out of electricity again, she added. With so many chickens, ducks, and geese, we'll never be short on eggs, Daiichi chimed in, her usual aloofness vanishing in front of her cousin as her inner foodie emerged.
And we won't have to endure foul-smelling toilets outside anymore.
Zhang Nuanyuan remarked before glancing at her waterproof watch.
Oh no, only 20 minutes left. Hurry back to rinse off, we haven't even used the bathroom yet. She gasped,
quickly making her way toward the shore. Let us go, Man sighed, pulling Daiichi along as they followed.
20 minutes later, Brother Chi. Will the time we can spend inside the spatial domain increase in the future?
Man asked, her expression tinged with reluctance as they stepped out.
It will.
Once I reach the third tier, the duration will likely extend, Litanchi replied. Such were the rules of the spatial domain, he had long since familiarized himself with them.
How much longer? Man pressed. That, I truly don't know.
Within the domain, I can only perceive the rules corresponding to my current tier. The specifics of the next tier remain beyond my grasp until I advance, Li Tianqi admitted with a hint of resignation. Understanding the spatial domain's laws worked precisely this way. Each tier revealed its secrets only upon ascension. The future of an ability user was fraught with unpredictability. Two abilities that appeared nearly identical at the first tier might diverge only slightly by the second, yet by the third or fourth tier, they could evolve into vastly different powers. In a tranquil space of stillness, Li Tianqi found himself in a realm of possibilities. While he advanced to the second tier, another individual might awaken a realm of cultivation or agriculture, or perhaps simply expand their static space. Li Tianqi harbored a profound envy for a skilled practitioner in the H-City base, known as Wu Yu, a singular space manipulator. Wu Yu possessed a first-tier ability akin to Li Tianqi's, a static space. However, in his second tier, he gained the ability of spatial traversal, akin to instantaneous movement with controllable distance, the extent of which remained a mystery. Upon reaching the third tier, he awakened a realm of cultivation, and by the fourth tier, he attained formidable spatial slicing, an ability of remarkable offensive power. Such versatility in logistics, evasion, and assault left Li Tianqi in awe. Moreover, upon ascending tiers, previously acquired abilities might undergo enhancement. For instance, a static space could expand, unique realms might exhibit transformations, the distance of instantaneous movement could increase, and the potency or duration of spatial blades might amplify. Nevertheless, such transformations remained inherently capricious. With fortuitous circumstances, prior abilities would strengthen, yet even under less favorable conditions. A universal principle prevailed: at least one former ability would be enhanced upon tier advancement. However, it remained uncertain whether Li Tianqi's static space had reached the second tier in his past life, for upon his ascent to the second tier, his static space exhibited no alterations. It was also plausible that the newly awakened second-tier realm had been directly reinforced, though such occurrences were rare. Regrettably, he could not discern the reason behind this. After all, he had been unaware of the nature of the second-tier realm in his previous existence, and it could very well differ from this life. Who could say? Li Tianqi found no merit in pondering such complex dilemmas. In summary, the metamorphoses following the elevation of abilities were truly unpredictable and multifaceted. Chiga, take a look at this. I designed it. After a brief interval, Man approached, presenting Li Tianqi with a piece of paper. What is this? Li Tianqi questioned in bewilderment, for the page bore nothing but erratic lines, rendering it indecipherable. Chapter 37, A New Space and New Plans? Here is my suggestion for you. I believe there are numerous areas for improvement in your new space. Man spoke with a tone that conveyed her skepticism, implying that he should heed her advice. Well, first clarify your design before discussing further. What on earth is this nonsensical drawing? Li Tianqi remarked with a hint of irritation as he pinched Man's cheek. I shall consult Sister Nuan Nuan. Man, feeling a slight sting from the pinch, stormed off to complain to Zhang Nuan Nuan. Shortly thereafter, the three women arrived together, indicating their intention to deliberate on the spatial planning anew. Much like individuals who have recently purchased a house and delight in critiquing the arrangement of the rooms, the three women were eager to offer their insights on the new space. Li Tianqi, unperturbed, retrieved the newly redrawn plans by Dai Inchi. To his surprise, the young girl's rendition was indeed commendable. It far surpassed Man's abstract attempts. Where Li Tianqi noted discrepancies in the drawing, Dai Inchi quickly made adjustments based on his descriptions. Impressive. This now closely resembles the actual layout, Li Tianqi praised, causing Dai Inchi to blush slightly. Alright, enough flattery. Qi Gu. I think the ranch and the accommodation area should be separated. When I entered today, I noticed several cows were almost wandering into the fields. Zhang Nuan Nuan was the first to voice her opinion. Exactly. As we acquire more animals, they will roam freely, and if we don't modify the farm, it could become disastrous. Man eagerly nodded in agreement.
That's a good suggestion. Perhaps we could construct a wall in between? Li Tianqi pondered aloud. Oh dear, if we do that, we won't be able to see the ranch pastures from the farm area.
Man was the first to oppose.
Yes, I agree. Zheng Nuan concurred. What if we create a river instead? That way, we can divide it into 2 islands. Dai Inchi proposed.
While her idea was not without merit. Li Tianqi pointed out, however, a river would consume a significant portion of land, and there is already ample water in the space.
We could use the excavated earth to form a small island. Man suggested.
Sister, Shi Gu mentioned that Doba Lake is a volcanic lake, Dai Inchi reminded her.
And what of it?
Man did not grasp the implication. The average depth of such lakes is several hundred meters.
The soil removed would not suffice to create an island, Dai Inchi clarified again.
Shi Gu. Man, undeterred, gazed up at Li Tianqi with wide eyes.
Well, it's not entirely unfeasible. We could dig deeper, though it would require considerable effort. Li Tianqi affectionately stroked Man's cheek.
Humph.
Dai Inchi huffed.
Feeling a tinge of jealousy at how well Li Tianqi treated his cousin, while she felt like he only bullied her.
Perhaps we could use the island for raising rabbits? Zheng Nuan interjected, still fixated on the idea of rabbits. Sister Nuan, do you have a particular fondness for rabbits? Dai Inchi inquired. Puzzled by her fixation when there were so many other options for meat.
I have a fondness for braised rabbit, rabbit with green peppers, spicy rabbit, dry pot rabbit, and spicy rabbit heads.
How delightful they all sound!
Zheng Nuanyuan exclaimed, nearly drooling at the thought.
It certainly sounds delectable. Shimonman concurred. Cousin, you never used to eat rabbit. Dai Inchi chimed in. Now I crave it. Shimonman retorted, playfully pinching Dai Inchi's cheek until it resembled a dumpling. MMMPH.
Dai Inchi mumbled, unable to articulate her words, pitifully tugging at Li Tianqi's sleeve. Rarely did this girl seek Li Tianqi's help.
Thus, Li Tianqi joined Shimonman in playfully squishing Dai Inchi's cheeks. Oh dear, enough of this. Let us focus on the matter at hand and not bully little Yingying. Zheng Nuanyuan remarked, munching on snacks from the side. Humph. A minute later, having been released, Dai Inchi huffed and scurried behind Zheng Nuanyuan, pouting at Li Tianqi.
Although Zheng Nuanyuan did not assist, her presence was certainly preferable to that of the 2 tormentors. Li Tianqi gazed at the pitiful little girl and beckoned her over. Reluctantly, Dai Inchi approached him, and he lifted her onto his lap, offering her some comfort.
Humph. Unable to escape, Dai Inchi blushed and lowered her head in mild protest. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Any objections? Li Tianqi inquired further. I believe this is sufficient. Once the new island is formed, we can deliberate on its design, suggested Shimonman.
Noting that the space had been well planned for quite some time.
Yes, I agree, little Yingying, envision what the new island will look like in its size. Zheng Nuanyuan encouraged. Oh.
Dai Inchi, still sitting on Li Tianqi's lap, buried her face in her hands, and upon realizing she needed to make adjustments, she attempted to rise and fetch a pen. Li Tianqi enjoyed her flustered demeanor, prompting Zheng Nuanyuan to pass the pen without allowing her to stand. Shimonman and Zheng Nuanyuan settled on either side, ignoring Dai Inchi's beseeching gaze as they urged her to make revisions promptly.
Dai Inchi, boo-hoo. After 2 hours of playful banter, as lunchtime approached, Li Tianqi finally released Dai Inchi, who angrily made her way to the space restroom. Once she entered,
Li Tianqi discreetly observed her through telekinesis. Amusingly, the girl was not as aloof as she seemed, as she hurriedly changed into cartoon-themed undergarments in the restroom.
When Dai Inchi emerged, Li Tianqi leaned in close to whisper sweet nothings in her ear.
This time, the little girl could no longer maintain her aloofness.
She covered her face and dashed back to her room.
Li Tianqi, delighted, followed her inside. Thus, an opportunity had arisen.
In the afternoon,
Li Tianqi gathered the three girls to make up for the morning's training delay.
During their break,
he began to reorganize the space according to the designs crafted by Dai Yinqi.
Perhaps due to recent training,
he could distinctly sense a rapid improvement in his telekinetic abilities while within the expansive space.
The following afternoon,
Li Tianqi unearthed a river stretching over 1,000 meters in length and more than 100 meters in width, which traversed the pasture and farmland, thereby dividing a substantial island into two separate isles. The pasture area encompassed approximately 4 square kilometers, featuring hills adorned with fruit trees, while the farmland alongside the lake measured over 3 square kilometers. Most of his time and energy were consumed by the excavation of the river, as he was compelled to dig deep in order to secure sustenance for the rabbits, subsequently integrating the substructure of the dug-up island into a newly formed small isle in the expansive lake nearby, which was not large but slightly exceeded the area of the excavated river, totaling roughly 150,000 square meters, or around 230 acres.
This small isle, nestled at the edge of the pasture, was already rich in grass, eliminating the need for replanting, which Li Tianqi communicated to Dai Yinqi, who then illustrated the plans. Subsequently, the three women engaged in discussions regarding the island's layout. Having finally completed his task, Li Tianqi reclined to rest, squinting against the sun. Suddenly sensing an impending occurrence, he extended his telekinetic awareness to the surroundings, discovering that the ill man on the second floor had recovered and seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument with the woman of the household. Could it be that the woman had perished today? Should he intervene? After all, the outsider had been residing at another's home, and within just a few days of extreme cold, he could commit such heinous acts. His character was undoubtedly questionable. Meanwhile, Sherman Man was vociferously expressing her opinions, while Zhang Nuanyuan diligently recorded and organized her thoughts. Li Tianqi pulled Dai Yinqi, who had been unable to contribute, closer and shared the developments on the third floor. Humph. Worrying over trifles while feasting on radishes, are you so distracted by a beautiful woman? Dai Yinqi retorted with an exasperated glance. No. I haven't even seen what that woman looks like. This is merely a matter of lending a hand. Li Tianqi protested, feeling unjustly accused, as his telekinetic sensing could only grasp the general situation, perceiving shapes of individuals or animals, but nothing more. In this first year of extreme cold, that man is the only one who could serve as a practice partner for my sister. If you resolve this matter prematurely, such an opportunity will be elusive. I wish for her to experience it all, just as in her previous life, Dai Yinqi whispered. Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi remained silent. Those who had traversed the apocalypse had grown accustomed to life and death, though it required a significant period to adjust. He affectionately tousled the little girl's hair, prepared to let events unfold naturally. What are you two whispering about so mysteriously? Does it concern me? At that moment, Sherman Man, seemingly having overheard something, approached them. Dai Yinqi turned her head away, remaining silent, while Sherman Man persistently scrutinized her, then cast a glance at Li Tianqi. Chapter 38. The situation downstairs. Dai Yinqi had no choice but to explain the situation to her cousin. Qi, let's go help the sister on the second floor, Sherman Man suggested after listening, discussing it with Li Tianqi. Dai Yinqi pursed her lips. She had expected this outcome. Xiao Yingying makes a fair point. Adapting quickly is for the best, Li Tianqi remarked, noticing her expression and voicing his support. Xiao Yingying, please? That sister is really nice. Sherman Man immediately shifted her focus, pouting at her taller cousin and tiny younger cousin. Li Tianqi watched the scene with amusement. Fine, I give up. Dai Yinqi shuddered. She couldn't stand her cousins. Get dressed. We're going downstairs. She rolled her eyes before turning to Sherman Man. Didn't Qi say his abilities could handle it? Sherman Man asked, confused. Don't rely on others for everything. If you want to take charge, then go down yourself. While we're at it,
Let's find the sister on the 6th floor and deal with that bastard on the 4th floor too. Dai Yanchi listed 3 tasks.
Oh, alright. Will Chi Ji come with us? Sure Man looked pleadingly at Li Tianqi. Just as Li Tianqi was about to agree, Dai Yanchi shot him a glare.
He had been indifferent at first. But when she silently mouthed something, he promptly shut his mouth. For the sake of helping Sure Man adjust to the apocalypse sooner, Li Tianqi chose silence.
Humph.
Dai Yanchi merely snorted at her own fading moral boundaries, bidding them a silent farewell. Thus, Dai Yanchi led Sure Man out, while Li Tianqi nudged Zhang Nuanyuan along as well, wanting her to get accustomed to the new reality by observing from behind. Once the 3 women had donned their cold-weather gear and stepped outside, Li Tianqi used his telekinesis to monitor their surroundings, ensuring they wouldn't be caught off guard.
Zhang Nuanyuan,
nervous, trailed cautiously behind the sisters, clutching a flashlight.
With the snowstorm blocking sunlight, the stairwell was dim. Dai Yanchi maintained an icy demeanor, gripping Sure Man's hand as they descended.
Sure Man, comparatively more at ease, occasionally chatted with her while holding Zhang Nuanyuan's hand with her other.
Before they left,
Li Tianqi informed them that the 2nd floor couple had stopped arguing. The man had retreated to the guest bedroom to discuss matters with the woman caring for him.
Meaning the female homeowner wasn't in immediate danger.
So, the trio headed to Unit 601 first.
The mother and daughter from the 1st floor had already moved to the 5th floor.
After explaining their intentions to the young maid in 601, she agreed after some consideration.
I've watched your matches.
Once the decision was made, the maid expressed her admiration for Sure Man. Li Tianqi suspected her agreement stemmed largely from being a fan. She seemed like an earnest admirer of athletes.
At least she has wholesome idols, he mused. Her fandom is all about sports stars. After Shimanman and the little nanny finished their conversation, Dai Yanchi led the 2 of them to the 4th floor. Zhang Nuanyuan felt quite anxious, while Shimanman boldly knocked on the door.
She wished to catch a glimpse of the man her cousin claimed had ruined her life.
Shimanman? What brings you here?
After a prolonged wait, the door was opened by Hu Lili, a former classmate of Shimanman.
It was rather early for Hu Lili to have begun her activities.
Shimanman awkwardly greeted her, feeling a sense of frustration within.
Given the presence of an outsider, Dai Yanchi hesitated to take action, deciding instead to return later that evening.
They concocted an excuse of having knocked on the wrong door and descended the stairs together. As Shimanman caught a glimpse of the man through the crack of the door, he appeared similar to others she had seen recently, resembling a puffball in his attire,
with an air of a seemingly refined rogue.
Of course, this was merely Shimanman's biased assessment. If Li Tianqi were to evaluate him, he would simply describe him with 2 words: sissy.
Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Dai Yanchi urged Shimanman to knock once more.
This time, they waited even longer.
Finally,
the door swung open to reveal the homeowner, a woman who was wrapped in a blanket. Her nightgown was in tatters, her lips tinged with a shade of blue from the cold. Without a care for the chill outside, she dashed out, colliding directly into Shimanman's embrace.
"Help me!"
the woman exclaimed, visibly agitated upon seeing them.
"Where do you think you're going, you wretched woman?" After over a minute,
a man from within the room finally donned his clothing and burst out. He paused momentarily at the scene before him, displaying a trifecta of emotions: surprise, lingering anger,
and an unmistakable lewdness.
Just as Shimanman tightened her grip on the woman in her arms, she noticed the man's lascivious gaze roaming over her and her cousin. Seeing the marks of a handprint on the woman's face ignited her fury. When the man attempted to reach for the woman, Shimanman kicked out,
intending to strike him in the abdomen.
However, her aim faltered, landing instead below the mark, directly at his vital point. The man gasped in pain, propelled backward into the room, crashing against the wall, and curled up like a dying dog, his body twitching momentarily before falling still.
"Ah!"
A woman who had followed from behind gasped, her voice piercing the air. Shimanman, momentarily as he gestured towards the woman nestled in Shimanman's arms.
Dai Yanchi inquired.
At that moment, Shimonman also regained her composure. Observing the trembling woman in her embrace, she abandoned her hesitation and gently carried her into the room. With the help of a fireplace and a large hearth in the living room, she carefully dressed her. Wu Chang suggested that they sleep together from now on to conserve firewood and stay warm. The woman refused, citing the abundance of vacant rooms outside and urging them to find another space to relocate. The woman was held at knife point. And upon seeing Wu Chang lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, she dared not speak further. She reluctantly recounted the situation. The matter was quite straightforward. This woman was Wu Chang's devoted girlfriend, who had perished during the severe cold. Seizing the moment while another woman was still oblivious, Wu Chang had taken her. Consequently, only the female housekeeper remained unclaimed in the room, fiercely guarding herself against him. Fortunately, Wu Chang had been entangled with 2 women in recent days, so he was not in a hurry. On the 3rd morning, he even caught a cold from the cold. Today, with his health restored, he resumed his pursuit of the housekeeper. The woman, still held at knife point, was assisting him. As for the other woman, she had been hiding in the bedroom and had yet to dare to emerge. Chapter 39, The Habit of Regurgitation. Wu Chang has met his demise. Whether it was an outcome of the world's inherent laws or the result of a kick from Shimonman remains uncertain. The female landlord was severely frostbitten, and Zhang Nuan along with Dai Inchi assisted in bringing her back to the 9th floor, where medicinal supplies awaited. Li Tianqi observed the woman being carried by the 2, he said nothing but fetched some medicine for her. Once she regained some semblance of health, he placed her in the large bathtub to soak. The hot water was sourced from the bathroom of Li Tianqi's new space. Meanwhile, Shimonman had forcefully detained Dai Inchi on the 3rd floor, insisting she address the ensuing complications on her own. Quite ruthless, indeed. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, one must be unyielding to survive. Shimonman first discarded Wu Chang's corpse into the room previously designated for the deceased. Upon encountering the 4 frozen, rigid bodies lying together, she was overwhelmed and began to retch. Yet, as the saying goes, one eventually becomes accustomed to regurgitation. "What are your names?" Shimonman inquired coldly as she emerged. "He Qin Qing," responded Wu Chang's girlfriend. "I am Dai Sijia," replied the frightened woman who had been hiding. "What was your relationship with Wu Chang?" Shimonman directed her question at Dai Sijia. "I am Zhang Zinan's girlfriend, he has perished from the cold," Dai Sijia murmured. Xiao Ning barely escaped death. Should anyone investigate? Wu Chang would be deemed the murderer, and you would be his accomplice, Shimonman warned He Qincheng. "I never intended to. He would have beaten me if I hadn't helped him," He Qincheng cried. "Very well, do as you wish. We cannot ascertain how long this weather will last. Escape is not an option. In a few days, military supplies should arrive. Take what you need and find a vacant house to reside in, but be compliant." Shimonman feigned calmness as she spoke. "Will there be rescue?" "That would be splendid. I wish to return home," Dai Sijia exclaimed, her excitement spilling into tears at the mention of military aid. "There is no rescue, only supplies. The military cannot provide assistance in this weather. But ensuring you do not starve is feasible. Hurry, take only what is necessary, this is not your home. You have no right to assist Wu Chang in bullying Xiaoning. From now on, behave yourself in this building. If I hear of any misconduct, I will find you." Shimonman threatened He Qincheng once more before settling by the fire, wiping down the small dagger that Dai Inchi had left for her. The appearance was acceptable, though her tone was somewhat feeble. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Tianqi was busy preparing a bath for Xiaoning and was unaware of the unfolding events. The 2 women were at a loss for where to go until Dai Inchi descended and informed Shimonman that the caretaker from room 601 had finished tidying up and moved to room 901. Upon hearing this, the 2 women hurried to room 901 to consult with the caretaker, securing the key to room 601 and relocating there. "What is the condition of Xiaoning?"
Sherman asked Dai Inchi as the two outsiders moved their belongings into room 601.
Sister Nuan Nuan observed that everything was improving significantly. There seemed to be no issues, likely due to acclimatization and a reasonable adaptability.
Dai Inchi remarked. Where will she go from here?
Continued Sherman in her inquiries.
Don't be overly compassionate. Do you wish to find a younger companion for Chigu? Dai Inchi retorted with irritation.
Had it not been for Sherman's misplaced benevolence, Dai Inchi would have never considered bringing Xiaoning upstairs,
opting instead to dismiss her right there.
Now, having to look after this woman was utterly absurd. Oh, once she recovers, let her depart on her own.
Oh dear. I've understood. I shall refrain from meddling in others' affairs henceforth, Sherman quickly assured upon noticing Dai Inchi's displeasure. Alright, let's tidy up and head back, Dai Inchi shivered,
turning to ascend the stairs. After managing so many tasks, dusk had already begun to settle.
Upon returning home,
they found Xiaoning sipping ginger soup prepared by Zhang Nuan. When she saw the tall figure of Sherman from the 9th floor entering, she hurried to express her gratitude. She had previously assumed Sherman was a man, as her thick clothing concealed her femininity, thus mistaking her for a man was entirely reasonable. No need for formality, the two women from your household have moved to 601. You should also seek an opportunity to relocate, as the snow may soon engulf the 2nd floor, Sherman kindly advised.
Thank you.
I shall find a place to move right away, Xiaoning responded decisively,
preparing to return for her move.
The family in 502 is gone. I happen to possess their keys.
If you don't mind, you may use them.
Li Tianqi casually tossed the keys to her, explaining that they had been collected alongside the supplies when the family had perished.
Consider it a good deed.
For Xiaoning's fate was indeed altered by those few individuals, so aiding her once more seems fitting, as the keys serve little purpose otherwise.
With heartfelt thanks,
Xiaoning took the keys and descended the stairs, displaying commendable awareness of her situation.
Should she attempt to linger on the 9th floor? Li Tianqi would not hesitate to impart a lesson through force if necessary. He had left a few provisions and alcohol in the 5th floor room, likely stored by the previous tenants for a hot pot gathering. He had grown weary of criticizing the family that had succumbed to the cold. The house was well furnished, and the supplies were ample, yet their lack of foresight rendered it all futile. The four of them had exerted considerable effort that afternoon, and Li Tianqi unusually permitted the three of them to select their preferred dishes for dinner. After the meal, Dai Inchi pulled at Li Tianqi's hand,
leading him into the secondary bedroom.
Why didn't you mention earlier that Hu Lily is with Ruan Jinliang? She demanded, visibly agitated once they entered the room. Who is Ruan Jinliang? Li Tianqi inquired, perplexed. The one from 401.
Oh, you didn't inquire either.
And weren't you eager for Man to familiarize herself with the apocalypse? Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Li Tianqi recalled the individual on the 4th floor, harboring an inclination to eliminate him. How should he articulate it?
It felt as though this person's existence merely served to irritate him further. Sherman was controlled by this bastard in her past life. Whenever Dai Inchi mentioned him, she would blurt out brother-in-law from the previous life, which sounded utterly bizarre. The thought of the relationship between the two sisters and him before the rebirth gave Li Tianqi a headache. This man had to be eliminated even if he hadn't done anything in this lifetime. Keeping him around was nothing but a nuisance.
Can you sense if that woman is still there? If she's gone, I'll go finish him off.
Dai Inchi seemed impatient, likely because his mere presence disgusted her as well.
She's not here. Should I handle it? Li Tianqi focused his senses. Hu Lily had already returned home, but wasn't he idle?
The 5th floor otaku was currently discussing the meaning of life with her.
The
otaku still seemed somewhat shy and hadn't yet hooked up with the alluring woman who had recently moved in, but it probably wouldn't be long. Once Li Tianqi dealt with the guy on the 4th floor, Hu Lily would lose a client in this lifetime.
Alright, don't forget to take his supplies.
I remember when he moved to the 9th floor last time, it took him over a dozen trips to haul everything.
After a brief pause, Dai Inchi agreed to let Li Tianqi proceed. Li Tianqi closed his eyes, assessing the situation.
The man had just finished his meal and was sitting by the window,
digesting his food with an air of contentment.
With a subtle exertion of power, Li Tianqi pried open the window directly in front of him. As the -63°C air rushed in, he summoned a splash of water from his spatial storage and flung it onto the man's face.
In just a second,
the water froze into a thick layer of ice over his face.
Li Tianqi didn't need to do anything more. After collecting all the supplies in the room, he opened his eyes and gave Dai Inchi a faint smile. "Done?" Dai Inchi asked.
"Yeah, I'll double-check in a bit," Li Tianqi confirmed.
Dai Inchi lowered her head in silence. Being with Nuan is fine, but with my cousin." Li Tianqi had no idea what she was getting at, so he waited.
Then, in a whisper, she uttered those words.
"What kind of mental leap is this? I just killed someone, and now you're thinking about this?" But Chapter 40, the military supplies have arrived, however. Are you having second thoughts? A subtle smile played on Li Tianqi's lips as he gazed at Dai Inchi's delicate face. "Oh. So you've changed your mind, what now? You lecherous fiend, you pervert." "Humph." Dai Inchi tilted her head and fixed her eyes on Li Tianqi. "Well, thank you for the compliment, you truly understand me." Li Tianqi's smile gradually morphed into something more sinister.
He then scooped her up and carried her towards the master bedroom. Initially, she squirmed in his arms. But upon entering the living room and noticing Sherman Man's curious gaze, she froze, playing the part of an ostrich.
"Shigu, what's wrong with the little one?"
Sherman Man inquired with concern, fearing that something might be amiss with her sister, especially since her face was crimson.
"Oh, she'll be sleeping with us tonight." Li Tianqi spoke slightly louder, ensuring that even Zhang Nuanyuan, who was furthest away, could hear.
"Oh, but she's my relative,"
Sherman Man replied, her tone entirely untroubled. "It's fine, you can just observe." "Ha? Isn't that inappropriate?"
Sherman Man was worried she might not be able to contain herself.
"Ah, you pervert."
The little girl in his arms hissed under her breath, her small hands digging into Li Tianqi's sides.
"Ouch. A little harder, please."
Li Tianqi's voice was somewhat exaggerated, the last part slipping out inadvertently.
"Humph." Dai Inchi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, resorting to a habitual huff. Upon reaching the doorway, Li Tianqi set Dai Inchi down and playfully pinched her nose. "Are you scared? If you dare to have second thoughts again, I will be serious." Dai Inchi stood momentarily stunned, unable to respond. "Oh." After a lengthy pause, she managed to utter a soft "oh," her expression oddly perplexed. Accustomed to being passive, she was now at a loss, torn between returning to her own room or entering the master bedroom before her. "Shigu, my relative just arrived." At that moment, Zhang Nuanyuan emerged from the bathroom. "Phew." Dai Inchi exhaled in relief, seizing the opportunity to dash back to her room. "Make sure to sleep early. Do you want some brown sugar water? I have some here." Li Tianqi disregarded the fleeing girl and turned to Zhang Nuanyuan. "I've already prepared it, it's fine. I'm not in pain." Zhang Nuanyuan glanced at Sherman Man after speaking. "Just a little, it's nothing." Sherman Man assured her that she was largely unbothered. Li Tianqi felt reassured, noting that there was still time, and he first headed to Dai Inchi's room. Remarkably, Dai Inchi was quite compliant this time, not displaying any of her usual stubbornness for 2 hours. After finishing up, Li Tianqi carried Dai Inchi back to the master bedroom, tucking her into Sherman Man's blankets. While he settled himself in the middle of the large bed, turning off the light to sleep. Throughout the journey, Dai Inchi felt a touch of anxiety. But once the lights were extinguished and she realized Li Tianqi meant no mischief, she sighed in relief. In the following days, several families downstairs gradually moved upstairs.
who Lily discovered that Ruan Jinliang had passed away but kept it quiet, stealthily transporting the scant supplies left by Li Tianqi back to her home. Everyone adapted swiftly to the apocalypse. After all, failure to adapt would lead to elimination.
A family residing on the 8th floor commenced the daily task of clearing the rooftop, with 3 brothers collaborating each time. Unfortunately, they only possessed 3 suitable winter outfits, necessitating a rotation for one of them to rest. This family maintained a commendable optimism, cheerfully greeting Li Tianqi whenever they crossed paths. As the 9th day of extreme cold arrived, echoing Dai Inchi's sentiments, jubilant cheers resonated throughout the entire building and community early in the morning. The brothers Gu Guoxing and Gu Guowan were the first to approach and knock on the door. Li Tianqi stepped out with Shi Manman, while Zhang Nuanyuan followed suit. Dai Inchi, however, opted to remain indoors, continuing her physical training. In recent days, she had informed Li Tianqi that her workout results had improved significantly compared to before the harsh cold, leaving her puzzled about the cause, thus prompting her to train more vigorously. "We're preparing to bring down the supplies. There are already individuals waiting downstairs to collect them. I wanted to inform you that this may obstruct your door shortly," Gu Guoxing courteously announced. "Not at all, please proceed as needed." "Do you require our assistance?" Li Tianqi replied politely. No, just placing a table at the stairway entrance to block the way. My youngest will handle the recording later," Gu Guoxing clarified. "Understood. If you need anything, just let me know," Li Tianqi offered, maintaining the polite exchange. "Please inform everyone, the official supplies will suffice for a week. And there will be more next week. Kindly line up along the right side of the stairs to avoid obstruction," Gu Guoxing instructed, signaling an OK gesture to Li Tianqi while observing the residents arriving from within the building. Gu Guoxing's arrangements were quite commendable. However, there were always those who lacked consideration, such as the family that Dai Inchi had mentioned who had moved to apartment 802. The elderly gentleman, in his 50s yet still robust, attempted to bypass the table blocking the entrance, nearly toppling Gu Guoxing's youngest sibling in the process. "Lu De, please line up. You arrived early, and you will be the first to receive your share shortly." Gu Guoxing's face betrayed his displeasure, yet his words remained courteous. "Step aside. Who knows if you will hoard our supplies? I will take what is mine," Lu De retorted arrogantly, having just been halted by Gu Guoxing. He attempted to leap over the table once more. What did Xiaoqingqing say? Li Tianqi glanced at Shi Manman. She remarked that this family was unreasonable and that a good beating would suffice. Upon finishing her statement, she prepared to advance. After all, she had taken a life before, albeit by accident. Unlike in her previous life, few were aware of this fact. Li Tianqi intervened, stepping forward and swiftly lifting Lu Di, throwing him onto the platform on the 8th floor. "If you have any opinions, you need not heed them." Li Tianqi feigned ignorance and gestured for those in line to begin collecting supplies. At the front was 701, a rather handsome university student, slightly taller than Li Tianqi, wearing glasses. He politely announced his room number and the number of people, introducing himself as Pan Lei. Gu Guowan was responsible for handing over the items while Gu Guoxing observed nearby. Observing the tall and slender Pan Lei, one noted his considerable strength as he single-handedly carried 2 packages, while the remaining 2 were grasped by 3 women, allowing all 4 parcels to be taken away. Upon reaching the stairway to the 8th floor, after the university students from 802 had passed, Lu Dakue reached for the 2 packages held by a woman. Ah! The girl trailing Pan Lei, named Jiang Yanyan, his girlfriend, was strikingly beautiful, her visage rivaling that of Shi Manman. However, as Lu Dakue seized one of the packages, it began to topple sideways. "What the hell, are you asking for trouble?" Before Li Tianqi could react, Pan Lei, who had just rounded the corner to descend, placed his package on the stairs and swiftly delivered a powerful slap to Lu Dakue, sending him crashing to the ground. Lu Di, beside him, had no time to react before he too was knocked down by another hefty slap. Yet the encounter was far from over.
Pan Lei unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the pair, leaving them to shield their heads and groan in agony. A Chapter 41, Relief Supplies. Following the misguided example of the 801 family, the subsequent residents exhibited a heightened sense of awareness. The relief supplies were meticulously packaged per capita,
ensuring convenience for both distribution and collection.
The authorities likely anticipated the possibility of looting, hence the size of the supply packages was judiciously regulated. Even the most robust men could only manage one package per hand, making it cumbersome to carry more.
Li Tianqi sighed once more, contemplating the memories that were drenched in sorrow.
The supplies allocated for the week were predominantly fuel, with other provisions being relatively modest in quantity, offering a variety of food and drink akin to unboxing a mystery box. However, the supplies for an entire building or community were likely derived from a single batch,
resulting in minimal discrepancies.
By 10 o'clock, all supplies had been distributed. The trio had gained a general understanding of the residents within the building and returned home with 5 packages of supplies. It was noted that the distribution was based on previously recorded numbers, and with 5 individuals having recently passed away, there were 5 surplus packages. The 802 family had received 3 additional packages, generously distributing 1 each to Li Tianqi and Shermanman.
Shermanman, in turn,
offered her package to the young nanny and the little boy who had moved to 901, resulting in a total of 5 supply packages in hand.
The young nanny,
named Luoluo, had a charming name and a delightful personality. She was quite clever and slightly older than Li Tianqi, around 24 or 25 years of age.
The little boy,
Wei Haoran, was obedient, 13 years old, and newly in the 6th grade.
During the distribution of supplies, both Luoluo and Wei Haoran assisted in the hallway. Gui Guoxing had intended to share a portion with them, but Luoluo declined.
Ultimately, Shermanman pressed her surplus share into Luoluo's hands, and only then did she accept it. Upon returning to 902, the group began to unpack their mystery boxes. The fuel took up the most space, comprising blocks of alcohol, small coal balls, and some wooden sticks. The beverages were varied, encompassing all manner of drinks available on the market, including mineral water, which was a staple in every package, after all.
One could hardly cook with juice, could they?
The food items followed suit, with each package containing a small bag of rice and flour,
along with a box of compressed biscuits.
Shermanman expressed particular interest in the 2 packets of a popular snack she discovered, while the rest were carelessly tossed to Li Tianqi for safekeeping. Additionally, there were some lighters, matches, candles, and a small box of medicine, though each type contained only a few pieces or half a strip, merely trifles.
The initial supply was indeed bountiful. I recall that by the 2nd year,
the supplies no longer included medicine or candles, and the food quantities had diminished somewhat. Dai Inchi remarked after finishing her snack of spicy strips,
which she had unconsciously taken out. It's quite good, the authorities have done well, Zheng Nuanyuan commented. Indeed, having anything is a blessing, Li Tianqi responded. By the way, Inchi, isn't there a university town in Jianpu? How did that become an airdrop site?
All the students from the universities in Jinling were evacuated to Jiangning 3 days ago.
It must be for easier management, Dai Inchi sighed after her explanation. Will there be weekly supplies from now on? Zheng Nuanyuan inquired with a hint of concern,
perhaps worried about the other residents in the building. Generally, supplies were consistent, except for a brief interruption during the 10 or so days of strong winds.
However,
the authorities usually distributed slightly more than a week's worth of provisions each time, so with a bit of thriftiness, one could endure. Naturally, some failed to conserve,
and during those windy days, they inevitably went hungry. Dai Inchi remarked, curling his lips slightly, clearly withholding some information. Shymanman asked for clarification, prompting Dai Inchi to explain that it was the family in apartment 802. Despite having supplies, they would beg from neighbors upstairs and downstairs. It was during that time that Shymanman, exasperated, disciplined them, which finally made them behave. That university student in 701, he's quite impressive, isn't he? Li Tianqi inquired.
Yes.
He's an athlete and will likely be formidable in the future, Dai Inchi responded. Are there other individuals with special abilities in the building? Shimonman also queried. There are quite a few. Usually, a community has only 3 to 5 with special powers. Most others develop physical abilities later on. In this building, only the elderly couple and 801 lack any abilities, everyone else possesses them, Dai Inchi said with a smile. That's good. Those with powers have a better chance of survival. Shimonman noted. As for that elderly couple, well, they're lucky to be alive considering they weren't harmed. Shigo, what kind of ability do I have? Zhang Nuanyuan suddenly remembered to ask, having been preoccupied with physical training lately. I don't know, Li Tianqi replied helplessly. How could you not know? Did I die early in my previous life? Zhang Nuanyuan asked curiously. Li Tianqi sighed and pulled her inside, recounting the circumstances of his and her past lives. Shigo. I'm sorry. Thank you for still wanting to bring me to Jinling, Zhang Nuanyuan said softly after hearing the story, bowing her head for a long moment. It's all right. I understand the choices made in the face of life and death, Li Tianqi comforted her, patting her back gently. Moved, Zhang Nuanyuan began to weep quietly. Enough now, go train. Back in the settlement, I never heard of a powerhouse like you. You're probably just an ordinary ability user. This is a prime time to build your foundation, so give it your all, Li Tianqi urged, watching her struggle to compose herself. Okay. I'll train soon. This time, I will definitely become strong enough to help you, Zhang Nuanyuan looked up, her gaze earnest. Good luck, Li Tianqi said, not pressing further. Seeing her emotions stabilize, he returned to the living room. Humph, Dai Inchi huffed with a touch of pride, suspecting the two were hiding something. Shigo, you're too mischievous. Nuanyuan's relatives haven't even left yet. Shimonman shared the same suspicion. Li Tianqi was speechless and felt unjustly accused. Is that really how you see me? A big pervert? Dai Inchi teased with a smirk. Shigo, I can actually do it too, Li Tianqi said. He then delivered a swift blow to her forehead. At this moment, Zhang Nuanyuan finally emerged from the room, having understood the situation, and explained it to the two women. Later, she even engaged in playful banter with Shimonman, filling the room with lively cheer. Naturally, Li Tianqi couldn't insert himself into the scene. So he secretly carried Dai Inchi into the bedroom. Shimonman expressed her envy, saying, I really dislike relatives and such. Zhang Nuanyuan nodded in agreement. The two women, no longer causing trouble outside, instead looked on with envy and jealousy, which ultimately transformed into motivation to exercise and strengthen their physiques. Time flew swiftly amidst their busyness. When the military's third batch of supplies arrived, early in the morning, Li Tianqi was still immersed in sleep when he suddenly felt something creep into his bed. It then nestled and wriggled its way to the center, stopping there. Initially, Li Tianqi thought it was Shimonman, but he sensed it was different, less skilled. He looked at Shimonman lying on his left and then at Zhang Nuanyuan on his right. To his surprise, it was Dai Inchi. Had the little girl finally awakened? Afterward, Dai Inchi slipped away. When Li Tianqi got out of bed, he noticed that the girl appeared particularly excited today, and he looked at her with curiosity. Seeing Li Tianqi's unwavering gaze, Dai Inchi shyly lowered her head. I was too excited this morning. I have advanced to the second level, she said softly. Chapter 42, The Second Tier of Dai Inchi Ah. Has Xiao Yingying reached the second tier? What new abilities does she possess? Shimonman, filled with excitement, inquired. No. It's still the same as before, but I can now observe basic data from a distance. Moreover, my foundational physique has increased from 33 to 66. As Dai Inchi spoke of her foundational unit physique, a hint of exhilaration danced in her voice. Wasn't it only 31 yesterday? How did you manage to elevate it by 2 points overnight? Zhang Nuanyuan, having paused her training, rushed over to ask.
There is a certain probability of enhancing one's foundational physique during a breakthrough, though such occurrences are quite rare, hee hee.
Dai-ichi, brimming with excitement, chuckled,
shedding her previous aloof demeanor.
Li Tianqi scoffed.
Though he lacked the ability to detect data, his past experiences informed him that when he ascended to the second tier, his physique had increased by more than double.
After hearing Dai-ichi's explanation,
he mused that his foundational physique must have improved by significantly more than just 2 points during his ascension.
However,
the training during the extreme cold period has proven remarkably effective. Dai-ichi had remarkably increased her physique by 6 points in just a month.
At least 2 to 3 times better than before.
Thus, he curiously inquired about everyone's data, eager to see if their ascensions had yielded similar results.
Chi-ge. You are already at the second tier, but the effect is not apparent. You have only risen to 117, and it has little to do with your foundational physique.
Your foundational physique should be 58, Dai-ichi began, addressing Li Tianqi's situation.
What about me? Shimonman hurriedly asked.
Cousin, your physique was already quite formidable.
And recently you have improved by 4 points, bringing you to 35.
I recall that in your previous life, after awakening, your first-tier physique was 90.
Signifying a threefold enhancement rate.
This indicates that prior to your last ascension, you hardly trained, resulting in your foundational physique not only failing to strengthen but actually regressing from the extreme cold period.
No worries, I am becoming stronger now, hee hee hee. By the way, what is the physique enhancement rate? Shimonman appeared unfazed by Dai-ichi's mention of the past.
The enhancement rate for physique ability users upon ascension refers to the multiplicative increase in physique, typically ranging from 2 to 3 times. A rate of 3 is considered quite high, with few individuals surpassing it, explained Dai-ichi.
By few, does that imply that it is indeed possible? Approximately how many achieve it? Shimonman continued to inquire.
Official statistics indicate that 20 achieve a rate of around 2 times or slightly higher, 60 range between 2.
1 and 2.
9, and about 10 attain approximately 3 times.
The highest recorded in the Jinling settlement is 3. 2 times.
With fewer than 10,000 individuals exceeding a rate of 3 times throughout all of Jinling, Dai-ichi elucidated. Several thousand people, that is still a considerable number. Not at all, this data pertains to the second year following the extreme cold, during which Jinling welcomed a significant influx of external population, reaching over 6.3
million in total.
Among over 6 million residents, there were merely a few 100,000 with physique-related abilities, and fewer than 10,000 exceeded the threefold enhancement rate. Dai-ichi explained with commendable patience, especially towards her cousin.
Oh. Shimonman let out a quiet oh upon hearing this.
Her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as if lost in thought.
What's wrong? Dai-ichi, ever observant, quickly noticed.
Sigh, men are so much stronger than women.
Will many people be able to bully me in the future? Look at Brother Chi, his base constitution is 58.
I'll never reach that level, Shimonman sighed.
Sis. You're already amazing. Constitution isn't just about strength, it's overall capability.
On average, men are only about 10 points higher than women. Don't compare yourself to Brother Chi.
He is an outlier, Dai-ichi reassured. What is the average constitution for men and women? Zheng Nuan interjected curiously. Women average around 17 points, I don't remember the exact number, while men average about 26.
My cousin was an athlete, even in peacetime.
Her constitution was several points higher than most men's.
Dai-ichi spoke with evident pride when mentioning her cousin.
What about me right now? Zheng Nuan asked.
Before training, she had barely met the average, just enough not to drag the team down.
22 now, that is impressive.
Early progress is faster, but it gets harder later.
Your base constitution will definitely surpass mine.
When I first returned, mine was only 10, frail and sickly.
Even after ascending tiers in my past life, I only gained 5 extra points. Dai Inchi explained. Are your standards the same as the official measurements? Li Tianqi inquired. Yes, identical. The authorities have an ability user similar to me, and the standard is based on her power. When I returned, my constitution was 10, just a coincidence. It simply meant that was my level at the time. Dai Inchi sighed.
Back then, she had been obsessed with extreme weight loss, nearly ruining her health. She couldn't fathom what she had been thinking.
Don't sigh. Even at Tier 2 now, you're stronger than you were at Tier 4 in your past life.
That's remarkable, Sure Man comforted.
Meicham, I'm content.
Plus, I have a special ability. If I can't win, I can always escape and advance, Dai Inchi chuckled.
If constitution-based ability users multiply their stats with each tier up, won't the gap between them and special ability users keep widening?
Sure Man's thoughts jumped rapidly.
It's not a direct multiplier, it's the base constitution multiplied by the enhancement rate.
Except for the initial Tier 1 awakening, subsequent tier-ups scale based on that.
Dai Inchi clarified.
Oh, so it's not that overpowering after all, Sure Man mused, unimpressed. The group fell silent.
By the way, Xiaoying, when do I awaken? Sure Man pressed.
The day of frost and famine in the second year of the Great Freeze, Dai Inchi answered swiftly.
Oh, not bad. When does Brother Qi awaken?
Sure Man chattered incessantly. About half a month after the third year's Great Freeze, Li Tianqi replied, resigned. Over a year later than the girls, the gap was significant. At this moment, Zhang Nuanyuan found herself somewhat unable to interject, given her previous actions in her past life. She subtly tugged at Li Tianqi's hand.
Her demeanor fraught with unease.
All right, don't worry, he reassured her softly, I promised I wouldn't abandon you.
Li Tianqi gently clasped her hand and whispered into her ear. She responded with a soft and then leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Now, go ahead and train diligently.
Don't let Xiaoying surpass you, your foundation is far superior to hers.
Li Tianqi gave Zhang Nuanyuan a gentle push,
encouraging her to focus on her practice. Seeing her begin her training, the two women hurried over to join her, eager to practice together.
However, Dai Inchi was once again pulled away by Li Tianqi. Since we've both been promoted, there is no need to push ourselves so hard anymore. In the future, focus on honing your skills and developing your supernatural abilities, he advised. In the living room, two women related to the family exercised while lamenting softly. It's all right.
When Xiaoying's relatives arrive, she'll be utterly captivated, Man sighed in frustration.
By the way,
Xiaoying doesn't seem to care as much as we do, Zhang Nuanyuan said blushing.
Do you believe she doesn't miss you? She's just secretly playful.
Man scoffed disdainfully.
Is there anyone who would speak of their own sister like that? Someone retorted.
Oh, never mind. I suppose I'm just a little jealous,
she admitted with a hint of vulnerability. Chapter 43, Setting Off to Catch Rabbits. Chico, the snow has stopped. Zhang Nuanyuan exclaimed joyfully early in the morning. After a month of continuous snowfall that had finally ceased.
What's the temperature today?
Li Tianqi, still nestled in his blankets,
lifted his head only to find his view obstructed by Zhang Nuanyuan, prompting him to inquire.
It's minus 58 degrees, the temperature has risen.
Zhang Nuanyuan replied with delight. Nuanyuan, the ground temperature is still relatively low after the snow has stopped, Dai Inchi chimed in, peeking out from under the covers.
Oh, I see. Nuanyuan sighed.
How long will the snow stay stopped?
Li Tianqi asked.
The first time it stopped for about 2.5 days. The next time it was a week, and then it stopped before a strong wind came.
After that, it will only snow occasionally, Dai Inchi answered.
Then we should hurry.
We'll set off soon, Li Tianqi declared.
Yes, sister, it's time to wake up,
Dai Inchi urged.
Since her advancement, her personality had shifted slightly. She was no longer as cold as before and had become much more lively, although a hint of her previous aloofness remained. Ugh. Let me sleep a bit longer, Sherman mumbled, still in a state of slumber, as Dai Inchi pinched her nose.
Sister, we're going to catch rabbits today. If you don't get up now, we'll leave without you. Dai Inchi continued her gentle assault. Ha? What rabbits? Where? Upon hearing of an exciting activity, Sherman awoke with renewed energy.
Sighing, Dai Inchi thought to herself, she is still like a child.
However, in terms of psychological age,
Sherman was indeed the youngest among them. Half an hour later, the four were gathered in the living room enjoying breakfast.
Little Ingying, do you have a rough idea of where we're headed? Sherman inquired. East Mountain Park, just a couple of streets away, Dai Inchi responded. Oh. Will we be back by evening?
Sherman asked, looking troubled.
We'll make it back, we have Chico with us,
Dai Inchi shot a disapproving glance at her cousin.
Implying, is it really that hard to not cause a ruckus for one night? Hee, that wasn't my intention, Sherman laughed sheepishly.
Clearly caught but refusing to admit it.
Li Tianqi sighed, realizing he needed to exert more effort to advance himself, otherwise, once this long-legged girl broke through, it would be difficult to keep up. Chico, have you prepared the tools I asked for? Dai Inchi inquired while finishing her breakfast. Yes, I've gathered everything.
I'll bring them out shortly, and everyone can take turns practicing with them, he replied.
With a multitude of miscellaneous items in the still space, it was essential to prepare them in advance for convenience. All right. After they finished their meal, the four descended the stairs with the visible tools in hand. They began shoveling the snow at the entrance, but after about 10 minutes, they found themselves blocked by the accumulating snow. Li Tianqi sensed that no one was watching them and activated his spatial abilities, absorbing the snow before him into the void. That was a choice made out of helplessness in a past life, now, with spatial abilities upgraded to level 2. It suffices to gather the snow and find a place to release it. Of course, Li Tianqi had not realized this immediately. It was only after Zhang Nuanyuan mentioned the matter of the rabbit several times that he suddenly understood he could directly utilize his spatial capabilities. Within mere seconds, the activity space for the four of them expanded significantly, though the ground was still layered with snow, rendering it somewhat slippery. Sherman retrieved her large backpack. Extracting a drone from within a civilian grade, yet equipped with anti-cold measures. The drone was intended for reconnaissance, as the pervasive snow made it easy to dig in the wrong direction. Alas! The park was unrecognizable now. It seemed to be around this location. Sherman piloted the drone to a considerable height, and it was satisfactory. It was visible to the naked eye. Li Tianqi initially dug towards the community entrance based on his memory. Once he successfully exited the community, he proceeded directly in the direction of the drone. If he recalled correctly, the path at the entrance passed close to the park. As more snow was collected into the space, Li Tianqi appropriately discarded some, compacting the snow along the sides of their pathway. If one were to observe from above, they would see a winding fissure, roughly 10 meters deep, carved through the vast expanse of white snow. However, the group had risen early and moved swiftly, remaining unseen for the moment. The three women trailed behind. Aside from Sherman, who was in charge of the drone, the other two were idle. Zheng Nuanyuan accompanied Sherman, watching the footage from the camera and occasionally offering reminders to Li Tianqi to correct his digging direction. Dai Ichi, on the other hand, would sporadically kick or pat the snow on either side with considerable force, perhaps testing her strength. Yet, there were related apparatuses at home. Could it be that this girl had a touch of hyperactivity? Li Tianqi, engrossed in his task, had no time for banter, steadily advancing along the path. After nearly half an hour, they had reached the vicinity of the park. From this point onward, they would rely on Dai Ichi for navigation, as she alone knew the general location of the rabbits. Reluctantly, Sherman relinquished control of the drone to Dai Ichi, who then directed their course. Li Tianqi promptly followed the drone's lead, turning to continue onward.
Dongshan Park in Jinling was modest in size, merely a small hill covering approximately 7 to 8 hectares. The structures upon the hill were not tall and had been entirely buried by snow, rendering them nearly indistinguishable.
Daiichi's handling of the drone was somewhat imprecise,
leading them on a longer route, but eventually, they managed to excavate a corner of a building that had been buried in snow.
Should we venture inside to see if there's anything left? Sherman inquired eagerly upon spotting the structure.
Don't even think about it, those soldiers work with remarkable efficiency. There won't be a scrap left in the rooms of the park, not even a roll of toilet paper in the public restrooms by the roadside.
Everything has been thoroughly cleaned up in Jiangning. Li Tianqi had yet to respond when Daiichi interjected. Oh, finding some furniture or cabinets would be nice, too. Observe this scene imbued with an antique charm. Shimonman, undeterred, persisted in her inquiry.
Where do you suppose the wooden planks and such in the supply package originated?
Daiichi continued to dampen his cousin's enthusiasm. Could it be that pristine? Shimonman expressed disbelief upon hearing this. Indeed. Otherwise, why would my warehouse be arranged with such complexity? Daiichi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The military's collection of supplies was thorough, far from sparing even wooden furniture. They would dismantle built-in cabinets from the walls, with the soldiers meticulously extracting every item. From now on, there will be scarcely anything worth seeking when venturing out. Xiao Yingying interjected. Do you realize the vast expanse the military has commandeered? It surely cannot encompass the entirety of Jinling?
Zhang Nuanyuan, who had remained silent, inquired.
It's not quite that exaggerated.
Other districts in Jinling have seen the relocation of large supermarkets and warehouses. But only the area surrounding the military district has been stripped so thoroughly. Therefore, if one wishes to collect supplies, one must venture beyond this zone, Daiichi explained.
Oh? How far must one dig then? Approximately 40 kilometers around. Jiangning district has been picked clean, and Yuwatai has little remaining. One must head towards Qinhuai and Gulu.
Daiichi paused, recalled the drone, and then advanced a few steps to converse with Li Tianqi.
This should suffice. Let us search along this segment of the outer wall. If memory serves, there are several nests here.
Oh, are you certain there are multiple nests?
Could they be newly hatched? Li Tianqi queried with some concern. Don't worry. There are at least 2 or 3 established rabbit burrows. If that's insufficient,
we can explore higher up. There are nests there as well, Daiichi responded with confidence.
Then what are we waiting for? Ladies, to work! Li Tianqi called out, retrieving an assortment of tools from his space shovels, spades, nets.
As for why they did not simply use telekinesis to locate and capture the rabbits, it was, naturally,
to unwind and enjoy themselves.
Taking the 3 girls out was meant to get them moving. After all, the fun lies in the hands-on experience. Having been confined indoors for such an extended period, the pressure had indeed been considerable.
Chapter 44, Mice and Intruders. At last, I have unearthed them. Zhang Nuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, capturing 2 rabbits within her net bag.
Among the trio, she was the most enthusiastic, as it was her desire to raise rabbits. Sherman was also quite eager, albeit due to her confinement at home. Shimon's fortune was rather favorable. Within less than 2 hours, she had discovered 2 nests of rabbits. Unlike Zhang Nuanyuan, who had just now unearthed her first nest, only to her dismay, it contained a litter of mice instead. The most composed of the group was Daiichi, who seemed distracted while digging, yet her bounty was the greatest. Having already reached the 2nd tier, she was able to exploit her newly acquired abilities, allowing her to perceive the data beneath the snow, even if some rabbit burrows lay hidden beneath the frost. After digging for over an hour, she decided to pause, leaving some opportunity for Zhang Nuanyuan.
Li Tianqi chose not to participate in the excavation. Instead,
he meandered toward the small hill in the park, seeking to survey the surrounding area. The hill stood merely 60 meters high,
its trees and foliage flattened by the heavy snow.
Fortunately, a path led to the summit, making the ascent manageable.
However, at such a modest elevation, the view was limited,
revealing only an expanse of white, punctuated by towering buildings embedded within the snowy landscape, devoid of any signs of life. Seeing nothing of interest,
Li Tianqi returned to the three women. "Brother Qi, how come those mice Haven tea succumbed to the cold?"
Zhang Nuanyuan, fatigued from her digging, hurriedly brought forth the rabbits she had unearthed. Mice are among the most adaptable of creatures, they mutate rapidly. Observe. The two smallest ones that appear nearly frozen are actually unmutated, while the others have already undergone their second generation, enhancing their cold resistance and size. Li Tianqi pointed at the mice he had unearthed, which were partially frozen from the water he had poured on them.
"Ah. So those larger ones are already mutated beasts?" Sherman inquired in astonishment.
Not quite so soon, they must reproduce several more times before they can be classified as mutated beasts.
"Even the smallest first-tier mice can grow to the size of a domestic cat," Dai Inchi interjected. Fortunately,
neither Sherman nor Zhang Nuanyuan were women who recoiled at the sight of mice. As for Dai Inchi, having endured the apocalypse, she likely had partaken of mouse meat before.
"Can they really reproduce in such frigid weather? What do they feed on?" Zhang Nuanyuan pressed on with her questions. "Indeed. They reproduce year-round.
During extreme cold, they forage beneath the snow, consuming whatever they can find both on the surface and underground."
The first wave of beasts to emerge in Jinling after the extreme cold was a mouse tide, Dai Inchi elaborated. "Then we must swiftly eliminate them."
Sherman declared upon hearing this, seizing a shovel and swinging it vigorously. "What a fierce side this girl possesses!" With a series of loud thuds and squeaks, several mice met their grim fate. The scene was somewhat revolting for Zhang Nuanyuan, who stepped back, retching slightly. Of little consequence, the city mice, prior to the extreme cold, will be organized for extermination by the authorities. There are simply too many of them, and the tide of rodents is primarily comprised of those from outside.
Dai Inchi remarked nonchalantly, pursing her lips.
Oh, Sherman sighed, uttering a single word before lapsing into silence. The three women fell into a hushed stillness,
the atmosphere suddenly serene. "All right, enough about the rabbits. Do you wish to return?" Li Tianqi inquired, breaking the silence. "Shiga, what were you doing up there just now?" Zhang Nuanyuan asked.
"I stood at a higher vantage point to see if I could discern the situation in the military district," Li Tianqi replied.
"Were you able to see anything?" Zhang Nuanyuan pressed on.
"The elevation was insufficient."
"Chiga, shall we ascend to the rooftop of that building over there?"
Sherman suggested. Her interest peaked as she pointed towards a nearby tall structure. The group followed her gaze to a lofty edifice, seemingly a recently completed skyscraper, the second tallest in Jiangning.
"Nearly 3 streets away."
The military district is likely engaged in snow clearance at present, but they will subsequently train those students. The specifics elude me, Dai Inchi stated. Appearing somewhat disinclined to go, yet unsure of the situation there, though it seemed the others were keen to investigate. "Let us wait until the snow ceases before we venture there. For now, let us return to dine," Li Tianqi suggested, glancing at the time, which had already surpassed noon, and felt a twinge of hunger. Sherman and Zhang Nuanyuan, who had been engrossed in their playful banter, were reminded of their hunger by Li Tianqi's observation. Their stomachs now grumbling in agreement, and they nodded in acquiescence. As they retraced their steps, upon reaching the street, they noticed a passage had been cleared through a mixed-use building, yet no one was in sight.
"Surely someone has passed this way," Dai Inchi remarked. "Let us go."
Li Tianqi felt a sense of foreboding. This newly excavated passage seemed to have stirred the tranquility of their lives.
Upon their return to the ground floor,
they encountered a dozen figures engaged in clearing the snow that obstructed the hallway.
"What are you doing?"
Sherman, who had sprinted ahead, was the first to inquire.
"Oh, a woman, standing so tall?" One man turned to glance, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Only 4 of you?"
Another voice interjected, laced with skepticism.
What about the others? The voice queried once more.
At this moment, Li Tianqi realized that this individual must have been atop the building, likely having just ascended. Otherwise he would not have only just noticed the quartet.
It's just the four of us. What business do you have here? Li Tianqi's tone turned frosty.
The demeanor of the dozen or so individuals suggested they harbored ill intentions. It seemed they had already taken control of the adjacent mixed-use building.
Quit the chatter.
My elder brother is inquiring. The group of snowclearers ceased their work, and the speaker stepped forward, the others closing in around him.
The passageway was undeniably confined,
compelling the four individuals to retreat slightly. Li Tianqi positioned the three women behind him, scrutinizing the men before him. A man on the second floor peered out from the window, while those below brandished tools for digging through the snow. Their expressions were obscured by hats and scarves,
rendering them unrecognizable.
There were no others present, just the four of us. Li Tianqi decided to respond straightforwardly to their provocations, eager to discern their intentions. You seem rather untrustworthy, the man from the second floor remarked with a menacing tone, and without hesitation, he fired a shot. The narrow window of the staircase concealed much of his body behind the wall, thus, the gunshot resonated unexpectedly. It was likely that Dai Yinchi, positioned behind Li Tianqi, had not anticipated that the man possessed a firearm. However, the purpose of the shot was merely to intimidate, as it struck the ground beside Li Tianqi. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the bullet that had embedded itself in the snow had vanished, for Li Tianqi's telekinetic abilities had already discerned that two among these individuals were armed. The other armed individual was the tall figure who had moved closer and stood at the forefront.
Chapter 45, Clean Up. Zheng Nuan took a moment to respond,
letting out a soft gasp.
Dai Yinchi, noticing that Li Tianqi was unharmed, gently patted Zheng Nuan, signaling her to remain silent. Man stepped forward, shielding the two women behind her, standing resolutely beside Li Tianqi.
At that moment, Li Tianqi chuckled. Those who dared to open fire upon a rival were likely courting death in such frigid conditions. It was crucial to remember that the military district was no mere decoration. Once the temperature began to rise slightly, officials would organize personnel to assess the situation of the survivors. While the coverage area was limited, districts such as Jiangning and Yuhua would certainly be included, and those individuals would be held accountable. However, at present, since they had chosen to endanger themselves,
Li Tianqi would not hold back.
There was no need to worry about any potential repercussions from the military.
Unfortunately,
the adversaries could not see the smile on Li Tianqi's face. With the current chill, everyone was bundled up tightly. Li Tianqi refrained from speaking further, directly activating his abilities to store the two guns into his spatial realm. The combination of spatial manipulation and telekinesis proved immensely convenient when dealing with ordinary individuals. It had only been a little over a month of extreme cold, and even the strongest among them would not exceed the average physical capability, unless they too were reborn. However, reborn individuals were unlikely to be as foolish as these.
Well, those with a few screws loose were an exception.
Li Tianqi appeared to draw a tang sword from behind his back, but in reality, it was retrieved from his spatial realm. He swung the blade decisively at the man before him. The opposing individuals were caught off guard. After all, according to their expectations, the sound of gunfire would instill fear in most. They had anticipated a sequence of threats leading to the surrender of supplies and women,
as they had successfully executed in that building before.
Regrettably for them, Li Tianqi was not adhering to their script. He brandished his weapon and commenced a relentless assault. The first few of the more than 10 men below had yet to react before they were felled to the ground. By the time the remaining individuals grasped the situation,
it was already too late. With his enhanced speed and strength, Li Tianqi was an unstoppable force. The path was obstructed by snow. How many lives have been claimed because of your actions?
Haha, these individuals confront each other with guns drawn,
eagerly seeking to expand their territories at the slightest opportunity. Who would believe they have never taken a life? No one, perhaps just a few. The man just declared he was innocent, yet Li Tianqi pressed his blade down further.
The dagger, originally resting near the man's throat, was now pressed a few centimeters into his shoulder and neck area.
The clothing was thick, but Li Tianqi's blade was sharp enough to pierce the skin and flesh, though not deeply.
"Brother, spare my life, I was wrong," the man suddenly burst into tears.
Li Tianqi rotated the blade slightly, pulled aside his scarf,
revealing a young man in his 20s, looking excessively indulgent, with a gaunt face marred by tears and mucus frozen together.
One's heart truly fails to grasp the extent of such cruelty.
The military zone frequently dispatches drones, clearly with some regard for the surrounding populace. Yet these individuals have become lawless.
What about his mind? Li Tianqi, however, was too indifferent to inquire further.
With a single cut, he ended the life before him. Such a promising young man lost so soon. Li Tianqi collected all the corpses into his spatial pocket and buried them in the pasture.
Glancing back,
he saw the three young women still at the door.
Dai Inchi appeared unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor.
Shimonman looked a bit nauseous, her legs trembling slightly. Muan Zhang surprised Li Tianqi, although her face was pale, her eyes sparkled as if filled with tiny stars. Li Tianqi called out to the three women to ascend the stairs, while he himself returned to Dongshan Park.
He released the snow he had received into his space,
letting it cascade down the path, which he then sealed off until reaching the passage beside the mixed-use building.
Ascending the corridor,
he entered a complex comprising 8 23-story residential towers connected to a 10-story commercial building.
All the residential towers were linked through the commercial structure.
The individuals Li Tianqi had eliminated emerged directly from the commercial building.
Inside, it was eerily empty, devoid of anything.
He relaxed his telepathic sense and proceeded up to the 10th floor, originally intended to be a large cinema complex with numerous rooms.
However,
the area most populated was the former cinema hall, now a gathering spot.
At the staircase entrance,
Li Tianqi sensed 3 men and over a dozen women sitting around a campfire in a corner of the hall.
He wondered what these people were thinking. This space was vast,
and even with a large fire, only that corner provided warmth, while the rest remained cold and unable to retain heat.
It was a tremendous waste.
Li Tianqi had amassed ample supplies, and he believed that nothing should be squandered. The dozen or so women here appeared quite beautiful, yet as Li Tianqi stepped inside, he was immediately assaulted by a strong odor familiar from his past life: sweat, blood, uncleanliness, and the scent of long unwashed bodies, all blending into an intoxicating aroma.
"Who are you?"
asked a young man, no older than 17 or 18, leaning beside the fire. He wore only a single set of autumn clothes, unzipped at the top. The group of older men had told him to bring 5 people, hinting that he would recognize the others upon mentioning them.
Li Tianqi offered a gentle smile, embodying an air of innocence and harmlessness. "Haha, has my elder brother discovered a fine treasure?" Upon hearing this, the young man rose joyfully and declared, "Yes.
There are several models sharing a residence over there, along with a few university girls." Li Tianqi had already grasped the situation concerning the over 100 women spoken of by this group. More than 100 women, excluding their own number, were absent from this place.
Some remained within the residential building, while others yet, Li Tianqi suspected the latter possibility was more probable.
His sensing abilities indicated that both cinemas were filled with women. Even without entering, he could perceive their despair through the imagery. As for the dozen or so women still present, they were likely already assimilated by that group.
"Very well.
Lan, go summon Tiger and Leopard. Soon, we shall sample this new treasure." The young man patted the tall woman with exposed white legs beside him, his tone brimming with excitement. Chapter 46, Exposure. Li Tianqi revealed himself after the arrival of 2 others. The burly man, aptly named Tiger, though imposing in stature,
demonstrated considerable cunning. A few probing questions led Li Tianqi to inadvertently disclose his intentions.
Consequently, following a brief but intense struggle, the 5 individuals were swiftly subdued.
However,
this time, he refrained from executing them all, sparing the young man among them. Through a cordial inquiry, Li Tianqi gleaned information about the circumstances in this locale.
Surprisingly,
a considerable number of inhabitants still survived, with each residential building housing approximately 100 individuals.
This group was already acquainted.
Having gathered at the young man's home just before the onset of the extreme cold, which ultimately trapped them in this predicament. Their deference towards the young man stemmed from the fact that their leader was his older brother. The following day, their food supplies dwindled. As the group consisted of over a dozen men and several women who needed sustenance. Armed with 3 firearms, their leader exploited this advantage, initially seeking provisions from neighboring households. Initially, their approach was relatively civil, but as heavy snowfall commenced, leading to power outages and internet disruptions, they gradually crossed ethical boundaries.
Within a mere fortnight,
they had plundered 2 buildings. Fortunately, the occupants of the remaining structures recognized the escalating crisis and organized a vigilant defense.
While the supplies from the 2 looted buildings proved sufficiently abundant to sustain them for the time being, resulting in a stalemate.
The men in the controlled buildings had either perished or fled, leaving only a handful behind. The military provisions originally intended for 300 people were now dwindled to merely a dozen men and approximately 100 women.
As for the women who remained, their inability to escape was due to simple coercion. Those who complied or resigned themselves to their fate were clad in only 1 or 2 autumn garments, while the defiant ones were scantily dressed, shivering by the meager warmth of a fire. Should they dare to leave their confinement? They would succumb to the bitter cold within minutes. How could they possibly flee? At this juncture, Li Tianqi comprehended the rationale behind the group's choice to abandon their comfortable quarters for this location. Remarkably, their intellect in this regard was commendable. Among the remaining women in the hall, 6 were quickly identified as members of the group. Li Tianqi assisted the other women in reclaiming their garments and entrusted the aforementioned individuals, including the last of the young men, to them for their own resolution. The details of their handling are best left unsaid. After spending approximately an hour there and receiving expressions of gratitude, Li Tianqi departed, ensuring to cover the passage with snow to avoid further complications. Upon returning to room 902, it was nearly dinner time. Having hastily eaten a light meal at noon, he was delighted to find Zhang Nuanyuan cooking that evening, allowing him to indulge heartily and savor a satisfying meal. The following day remained bright and sunny, however. The temperature did not rise and instead dropped by 2 degrees, plunging to a frigid -60. Dai Yinqi and Zhang Nuanyuan diligently trained at home, while only Shi Manman found it difficult to settle down. She resorted to various means of coaxing and charming Li Tianqi into taking her out for a bit of fun. With no options left, Li Tianqi acquiesced and in the afternoon, led her to the nearest commercial building outside their community. This structure was not particularly tall, merely 20-some stories. Yet with a telescope, one could gaze out over a considerable distance. Inside, there was nothing of interest, and after a brief time on the rooftop, Shi Manman grew bored and returned home by 4 o'clock. The following morning, around 10, snow began to fall again, though it was considerably lighter. Seeing the snow, Shi Manman settled down, continuing her routine of daily exercise, rest, watching dramas, and playing video games, essentially indulging in the simplest of pleasures. Occasionally, neighbors would drop by. Typically Luo from across the hall, the family from apartment 802 below, and occasionally Chou Ning from the 5th floor. The light snow persisted for over 10 days. And when the skies cleared once more, Shi Manman began her pleading to go out and play. Sighing, Li Tianqi was about to concede when a sudden commotion arose outside. "That sounds like a helicopter," Dai Yinqi remarked. "Do the authorities usually dispatch helicopters at this hour?" Li Tianqi inquired with curiosity. "I'm not sure. My sister has never mentioned it," Dai Yinqi responded with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging her own limitations of knowledge. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. "I'll get it," Zhang Nuanyuan said, donning a thick coat as she prepared to open the door. Over the past 2 months, people had gradually acclimatized to the low temperatures, likely influenced by some peculiar substance, leading humanity to a slow evolution. Hello, are you Ms. Zhang Nuanyuan? May I ask if Mr. Li Tianqi is at home?
Upon opening the door, Zhang Nuanyuan was greeted by two individuals clad in military attire, one male and one female.
Ah, yes. How may I assist you?
She asked, feeling somewhat bewildered.
Could it be that Qi Ji's past misdeeds had come to light? May we come in to speak?
It's rather cold outside, the female officer inquired, avoiding a direct answer to Zhang Nuanyuan's question.
Oh, of course. Please, come in. Before long, the two military personnel had shed their heavy outer garments and made their way into Li Tianqi's home.
Greetings. What brings you here?
Li Tianqi asked,
his heart racing slightly as he eyed the two soldiers.
Was the military in Jinling truly this efficient? On the 14th, our satellite captured some intriguing imagery. The female officer explained, retrieving several photographs from her bag.
Some were quite blurred, while others were strikingly clear. Upon seeing the images, Li Tianqi immediately understood the situation. They depicted the very passage he had unearthed, which led directly to Dongshan Park.
Are satellites now so precise? Li Tianqi pondered, feeling a twinge of frustration yet remaining silent. Unsure of how to respond.
Take a look at this one, she continued.
The female officer, noticing Li Tianqi's silence, produced another image.
In the photograph, 4 silhouettes were visible. 3 were engaged in some excavation, while the 4th was ascending a hillside. This depicted their arrival at Dongshan Park, captured quite clearly fortunately. The cold weather had spared their faces from being photographed. However, given the officials' resources, uncovering Li Tianqi's identity seemed hardly a challenge. They had come to his doorstep after all. Thus, the recent helicopter must have been dispatched to bring these two individuals.
Li Tianqi felt a pang of anxiety, his cover was compromised. Yet, observing the demeanor of the female officer eased his apprehension somewhat.
They did not appear to be there to interrogate him.
The male officer, who had remained silent thus far,
sensing Li Tianqi's reticence and perhaps finding the female officer's deliberation tedious, took out a red-headed document and placed it before him.
I am Shun Liang,
a fire-type ability user. Based on satellite imagery, we have ascertained that you were the one who utilized your unique powers to excavate that passage.
If I'm not mistaken.
You possess spatial abilities, correct? Rest assured, we merely seek your assistance and will not expose your secret. Shen Liang's directness rendered the previously chatty female officer somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing Shen Liang's words, Li Tianqi grasped the implication of the secret he alluded to. He was a reincarnator. It was inconceivable for anyone other than a reincarnator to awaken their powers so early. The first ability user in H City had only emerged in the latter half of the second year of the extreme cold.
Approximately a year after the onset of this calamity.
Moreover, numerous reports had circulated from the 9 major settlements regarding awakeners. With the earliest acknowledged awakeners being a military physical ability user from the capital settlement, who awakened in April of the second year of the extreme cold. Thus, it could be surmised that individuals awakening their powers during this timeframe were likely reincarnators, their abilities having been carried over from their past lives. By revealing his identity as a fire-type ability user, Shen Liang had essentially laid his cards on the table. Both he and Li Tianqi were reincarnators. And now the authorities were aware of Li Tianqi and required his assistance. Could he refuse this request?
Certainly not.
In the face of apocalyptic disasters. If the officials were still treating him with courtesy, it was a sign of respect.
But what if he chose not to cooperate?
Chapter 47, Official Assignment. With a fever of 38 degrees, the two officers did not linger for long, departing after a mere half-hour.
Li Tianqi sighed,
caught off guard by the abruptness of this task. However, it was not an immediate obligation. The snow at the military district had been largely cleared.
And Li Tianqi's responsibility was to relocate the remaining snow to prevent excessive accumulation.
Naturally, assisting the authorities in clearing additional areas would be advantageous. Though that aspect was not compulsory. The snow from the first year posed a significant challenge. If the military did not conduct periodic cleanups, airdrops would be hindered. By the second year, the situation eased somewhat. As the latter half of that year approached, the number of ability users increased, particularly those with fire and ice powers. With more individuals, the task of snow removal became considerably simpler. The military had notified Li Tianqi of his assignment following a strong wind.
Approximately a month and a half later.
If Dai Inchi's memory served her correctly, there had been about 7 to 8 days of clear weather before a week of blustery conditions ensued. Fortunately, there were no tornadoes. It was merely strong winds and low temperatures. Those who stayed indoors had little to worry about.
Chiga, it's all my fault.
If it weren't for trying to catch a rabbit, we wouldn't have been discovered by the authorities, Zhang Nuanyuan said cautiously, noticing Li Tianqi's silence.
It's nothing serious.
It's just a matter of lending a hand, Li Tianqi responded, realizing that the three women were awaiting his words.
He relaxed his expression and spoke leisurely. Chiga, should we go together? Sure, Man inquired.
We can go if we wish, though it might be somewhat dull, Li Tianqi chuckled, appreciating the carefree nature of the tall woman. Yet, it was comforting. Life in the apocalypse was already arduous, and having such an optimistic companion was a welcome relief.
Since the authorities are aware, do you have any places in mind that you'd like to visit?
Let's take advantage of the pleasant weather over the next few days and explore, Li Tianqi suggested.
Noticing the less than cheerful demeanor of Dai Inchi and Zhang Nuanyuan. How about we visit the university town? Dai Inchi proposed, eager to see if her stored items were still there. What about you two? Li Tianqi turned to Zhang Nuanyuan and Sure Man for their thoughts. Sounds good to me. I'm fine with it, they quickly replied. Thus, the plan was established.
Early the next morning, the four descended the stairs.
As before, they cleared the path, but this time,
Li Tianqi blocked it again to avoid any self-important individuals. The distance to the university town was not considerable. Previously,
one could reach it in just over half an hour on a shared bicycle. However, under the current conditions of heavy snow, it took the four of them an entire morning to arrive. Dai Inchi's storage facility was located on a main road at the outskirts of the university town. Still a bit distant from the future commercial street she had mentioned. It was referred to as a warehouse, but in reality, it was a small courtyard that Dai Inchi had purchased, as it was relatively secluded and not overly expensive. After Li Tianqi cleared away the snow surrounding the courtyard, he discovered that the main gate had vanished. Remarkably, the military had done an impeccable job, leaving not even a shelf behind. Fortunately, the ground remained intact. Li Tianqi retrieved some tools, and the four of them began to dig at the spot indicated by Dai Inchi, ultimately taking half an hour to unearth the underground entrance. Upon entering the subterranean warehouse, they were astonished to find that its size rivaled that of the surface, boasting a height of over 2 meters. Li Tianqi affectionately ruffled Dai Inchi's hair, acknowledging the immense effort she had put forth over the past 6 months to excavate such a substantial underground space all on her own. You are truly remarkable, he commended. Sure Man, upon seeing the warehouse again, could not help but exclaim in awe. After all, she had always presumed this underground storehouse to be a pre-existing structure. This is quite impressive, the young lady possesses a wealth of skills, Li Tianqi remarked as he collected the supplies within the warehouse. It's nothing much. In the future, Jinling will construct city walls and develop numerous new residential areas. Once the extreme cold passes, those residing in the settlement will inevitably acquire some construction skills, Dai Inchi explained, slightly blushing at the praise, as she was not accustomed to such compliments. When will the city walls begin construction? Li Tianqi inquired. Next year. But there won't be many people summoned initially, only a few experienced individuals will be recruited locally. It is not until the 5th year of the extreme cold that a large-scale recruitment will occur, as we will not only be expanding the city walls but also erecting new residential zones. Survivors from other districts in Jinling will all relocate by the 5th year, Dai Inchi elaborated. Will people from other districts really only come in the 5th year?
Man asked, noting the abundant space available in Jiangning at present. When the summer warmth returns next year, some will move in on their own accord, though it won't be officially organized, leading to a bit of chaos initially.
Later on,
the authorities will accommodate these individuals in various commercial buildings, allowing them to settle down. Over the subsequent 2 years, people will gradually arrive each year. And by the 5th year, the influx will grow so substantial that the government will be compelled to establish new residential areas to house the population, Dai Inchi sighed.
Seemingly lost in thought. Will there be accommodations in the community? Li Tianqi inquired with concern.
Not at first, arrangements for the community will commence only in the 4th year. However, our community is fortunate, as it will not house many residents, Dai Inchi replied.
Why is that? Man asked curiously.
There aren't many individuals assigned to our area. The exact reason is unclear, but some speculate that the authorities intend to facilitate manpower mobilization, with more residents being assigned the closer they are to the city walls.
Dai Inchi explained.
That seems plausible, Li Tianqi agreed, with Zhang Nuan also acknowledging the reasoning.
As they conversed while working, the supplies in the warehouse were swiftly collected.
After emerging from the underground storehouse, the 4 of them casually enjoyed a light meal in the courtyard.
Shiga, should we pay a visit to the university town? What are those students up to each day? Shimon's curiosity ran deep.
Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from going, the area is currently under militarized management.
Daiichi expressed a differing opinion.
It might still be best to avoid it and not stir up trouble, he suggested.
Li Tianqi pondered that once his official duties commenced, it would likely be acceptable to visit there. Oh, are we returning so soon? Man pouted, showing her reluctance to depart early.
Let us venture to the commercial building we discussed previously, from there. We should be able to observe the situation in the university town with a telescope, Zhang Nuanyuan proposed.
Sounds excellent. Man readily agreed, while Daiichi remained silent. And Li Tianqi, feeling resigned, could only acquiesce.
Chapter 48, a family residing in a commercial building. The 4 of them organized their belongings and set off towards the tall building they had previously visited.
This time,
they reached their destination in about an hour, which was quite commendable, as Li Tianqi had become increasingly adept at using his spatial skills.
Upon entering through the front door,
they found the place much like before, thoroughly ransacked. Man curled her lips in disdain, while Zhang Nuanyuan and Dai Inchi remained silent.
Li Tianqi chose not to inquire further.
And they ascended the stairs together.
Brother Qi, let's take a break.
Zhang Nuanyuan, the weakest among them physically, felt fatigued after climbing over 30 floors, prompting the group to pause and rest in a nearby tech company. To their surprise, the lounge contained a small round table with a glass top and plastic legs. Perhaps the military had requisitioned it, or maybe the glass was fragile and difficult to transport.
Regardless, they did not utilize the table. Instead,
Li Tianqi retrieved a set of sofas from his spatial container and they settled down to rest.
After a 30-minute respite, they resumed their ascent. Fortunately, due to their recent training, even the friendliest Zhang Nuanyuan required only a brief rest before they reached the top floor. Brother Qi, there are people here. Daiinchi reported after exploring the rooftop and returning to Li Tianqi.
Let us go take a look, Li Tianqi replied, intrigued. It was rare to encounter survivors residing in a commercial building, especially on the top floor, suggesting they were not prepared to venture out.
As they rounded a corner,
they spotted a tall individual and a small one exiting through a heavily secured door.
Hello?
Man stepped forward to greet them.
Hello.
How did you get here?
The small one inquired with a soft, childlike voice.
We dug our way here, intending to assess the situation over by the university town.
Li Tianqi quickly explained.
Then let us go together, we're just heading to the rooftop to clear some space, the tall individual said in a calm tone,
raising a tool to display. Li Tianqi had no objections.
Although the strangers exhibited a degree of wariness, it was understandable. The building occupied a vast area, and the rooftop was relatively open. They focused their efforts on clearing a section from the corridor entrance to the wall. The recent snowfall had been light, leaving minimal accumulation, and the two quickly tidied up. Litanchi and his companions did not assist, as the task was rather insignificant.
Shermanman, displaying her social prowess,
soon struck up a conversation with the little girl, gathering information to share. Once the two finished their cleaning, they exchanged a few casual remarks with Litanchi's group before returning to their room on the top floor.
"Did you learn anything?" Litanchi inquired,
looking at Shermanman, while the other two women regarded her with curiosity. The little girl's name was Wan Shanshan, only 15 years old. Her family had prepared for the extreme cold and had been residing there since. They had purchased the top 2 floors as a safe haven constructed before the cold snap, arranged by her brother. Shermanman relayed this information to the others.
"Brother Chi, do you think this family might have any reincarnators among them?"
Shermanman asked after sharing her findings. It is unlikely that there is any issue, as both siblings possess ordinary physiques, with her brother being somewhat frilier at only 25 years of age. Prior to the extreme cold, some individuals still harbored beliefs in apocalyptic theories. And according to the young girl's narration, it is probable that her brother belonged to the minority who trusted in such predictions.
Dai Inchi remarked thoughtfully.
If they were reborn, it would be improbable for them not to engage in physical training given their well-prepared circumstances.
Litanchi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even if there are quite a few reborn individuals, it wouldn't be so many, surely.
Perhaps he was overestimating the situation.
"Are there only 2 siblings in that family?" Zheng Nuanyuan inquired.
"No, there are 4 family members, along with her brother's girlfriend, making a total of 5 residents,"
Shimonman explained. "Ah.
It seems that this family is quite well prepared, indicating that many others are also gearing up,"
Litanchi commented. "Yes, quite a few. You forgot the survival group."
"The members there are quite numerous, and they are all locals of Jinling,"
Dai Inchi added. "Indeed.
The abnormal temperatures before the extreme cold suggest that many have made substantial preparations. Even those preparing for the Little Ice Age likely stockpiled abundant supplies.
However,
this family's approach was particularly surprising. They converted the penthouse of a commercial building into a safe haven, which was indeed rather peculiar. The wind on the rooftop was quite strong, and before long, Litanchi and the others began to feel the chill.
At Shimonman's suggestion, they returned to the rooftop, seeking an empty room to observe their surroundings.
It was quite fortunate, only half of the rooftop was occupied by that family, and adjacent rooms belonging to 2 other companies were vacant. They selected a room near the window, and Shimonman quickly set up a telescope aimed toward the university town.
"Wow! We can see it."
"The snow at the school has been cleared, and the students are training," Shimonman observed through the telescope and shared her findings with the others.
Zheng Nuanyuan also stood nearby, watching as they took turns observing. Litanchi echoed a few words, showing less interest. Dai Inchi was similarly indifferent.
The 2 of them began to prepare the room for warmth, bringing out some thermal mats and tents, planning to spend the night there.
"Brother Chi, aren't you going back tonight?" Shimonman asked excitedly, only realizing her curiosity afterward. "Yes, it's already past 5. It's too cold outside tonight, so I'll return early tomorrow morning," Litanchi replied.
Although they moved quickly, dressing warmly, and walking up and down the stairs consumed quite some time.
"All right. That sounds good enough," Shimonman responded casually. "Will it be too cold to sleep here?" Zheng Nuanyuan asked with concern. "No worries, just cuddle a little. And it won't be cold," Shimonman said nonchalantly. "Humph." Dai Inchi snorted proudly from the side.
Although the young girl had lost some of her composure, she still maintained her pride. Zheng Nuanyuan had grown accustomed to Shimonman's attitude, though she blushed slightly,
seeing Dai Inchi acting proud and trying to hide.
Li Tianqi reached out and pulled her into the tent. "Let us first check the temperature. If it's too cold, we'll have to start a fire outside." Upon entering the tent, the warmth of the mat was acceptable, yet the air above remained quite frigid. Consequently, Li Tianqi retrieved 2 stoves. Placing them within the room and connecting their chimneys to the window, for which he skillfully fashioned an opening using available tools. As the flames of the stoves roared to life, the temperature in the room swiftly descended to approximately 3 to 4 degrees below zero.
Once ensconced back in the tent,
the ambience proved rather pleasant and warm. When he and Dai Yinchi emerged from the tent, Zheng Nuanyuan had already prepared 3 dishes using a small stove. The 4 of them enjoyed their dinner, engaged in some light exercise, and subsequently retired for the night, feeling quite refreshed by the novelty of their experience.
The following morning,
the quartet tidied up before stepping out of their room.
The family across the hall was also partaking in outdoor activities,
seemingly engaged in a simple morning routine rather than a rigorous training regimen. It appeared that this family did not harbor any reincarnators, as otherwise one would expect them to be diligently enhancing their physical fitness. Sherman observed this family and, with a familiar ease, approached them to offer greetings, demonstrating some basic exercises and subtly emphasizing the importance of physical training, which elicited sincere gratitude from the family.
During the exercise, the family members were not overly bundled up, allowing for glimpses of their appearances. Wan Shanxian's parents appeared relatively young, possibly owing to good self-care.
The little girl was lively and charming, seemingly unaffected by her surroundings. Her brother and his girlfriend exhibited less aloofness than the previous day, particularly the girlfriend, who engaged in amiable conversation with Sherman. Upon learning that the group would soon depart, Wan's mother extended an invitation for lunch before their departure.
However, Li Tianqi politely declined.
After Sherman dedicated over an hour to teaching them a simple training routine, the 4 of them descended the stairs and took their leave.
Chapter 49.
After the snowstorm, the 4 returned to apartment 902 before lunch, having been away for a day and a night.
Yet everything at home appeared to be in order.
The cold weather outside remained persistent, and with the availability of official supplies, the residents ventured out infrequently.
Their neighbor, Luo, expressed curiosity upon their return, inquiring about their outing and whether they were in need of anything. Li Tianqi simply remarked that they had gone out to dig out some supplies from the snow. Luo, being considerate, did not pry further and, upon learning that no assistance was required, took her leave. In the following days, the sun shone brightly, and the temperature rose slightly, leading to an increase in the number of visitors in the hallways. For instance, Sherman's classmate had been quite busy lately, with fewer neighbors visiting her home, although those who did came with greater frequency. Surprisingly, Lu Dakue from apartment 801, the local introvert, had become a regular visitor, as had the 3rd resident from 802. It seemed that business was thriving, unaffected by the absence of the flamboyant individuals from the 4th floor.
Li Tianqi employed his telekinetic abilities to observe that Sherman's household had accumulated a significant stockpile of supplies, indicating a long-term plan.
However, he chose not to meddle,
as the resources they had amassed were earned through their own endeavors. After all, effort should yield rewards, and there was little to be said about it. The 2 women from the 6th floor were rather well behaved, while Qiao Ning from the 5th floor remained as reserved as ever, rarely interacting with others and occasionally visiting the 9th floor to see Sherman.
The family on the top floor of 802 had recently relaxed their cleaning routine,
and after clearing a small patch of snow at their entrance, they found the remaining snow too thick to continue. As for how Li Tianqi and his companions managed to go out, the neighbors were curious but refrained from asking, a tacit understanding among them.
In apartment 801,
aside from Lu Dakue occasionally descending for amusement, the elderly couple had been quite settled, possibly due to their age. The peculiar substance did not seem to affect them significantly, and their cold resistance remained unchanged, confining them mostly to their home. Lu Dakue's wife was somewhat pitiable, having married into such an unreasonable family,
with little opportunity to return to her own.
The college student from 701 rarely ventured outside. Li Tianqi sensed that he was quite disciplined, consistently engaging in exercise each day. The girl from Aunt Wang's family in 701 had also developed a relationship with him, and Aunt Wang did not object, tacitly approving of the union.
However,
when it came to gossip, Sherman proved to be quite astute, gathering numerous tidbits during her visits downstairs.
For instance,
the introverted man from the 5th floor and the still attractive older sister from the 1st floor were rumored to be quite enamored. While the 4th member from 802 had recently been pursuing Dai Sijia from 602, though his efforts were not progressing smoothly. This woman appeared timid, likely frightened by Wu Chang.
Or perhaps she was simply waiting for a better offer?
Li Tianqi had gleaned quite a bit of information in the past few days, though nothing particularly scandalous emerged. Which was rather normal. After a full week of splendid sunshine, a strong wind arose, accompanied by a few delicate snowflakes. The winds reached a formidable force of 8 or 9 on the Beaufort scale over the past couple of days, only to intensify further in the subsequent 2 days.
Though the overall impact remained minimal.
By the 6th day, the winds had subsided to a more moderate 6 or 7. With official supplies having been disrupted, it was fortunate, as Dai Yinchi observed, that everyone still possessed a modicum of reserves, thus mitigating significant consequences.
Aside from Hu Lily's business experiencing some perturbation, tranquility prevailed within the building.
The fierce wind soon dissipated, leading to a spell of agreeable weather, punctuated occasionally by overcast skies. Snowfall had virtually ceased, save for the occasional flurry of delicate snowflakes.
Recently,
Li Tianqi had become increasingly occupied, as military helicopters arrived to transport him to the military district.
His task involved utilizing spatial manipulation to gather the towering snowdrifts outside the university town.
After which the military would airlift him to a bridge over the Yangtze River to dispose of the snow. Typically, Li Tianqi regarded a half-filled static space as sufficient.
Regardless, it could be considered a modest concealment of sorts.
Sherman's plans had faltered, as Li Tianqi lacked the authority to escort anyone to the military district or the university town, which were indeed under strict militarized management. The students had been organized into training sessions, with many still attending classes. The pursuit of knowledge remained imperative. After all, this was not a mythological invasion. And the earthly rules, barring certain exceptional substances, bore no significant deviation from the past. However, within the military district, Li Tianqi's mobile device connected to a wireless network, albeit a localized one with limited coverage. It was anticipated that the coverage area would eventually expand, though Dai Yinchi had not mentioned it.
In his previous life, even with a mobile device, Dai Yinchi had no access to power,
as the official restoration of electricity to certain regions only commenced in the 5th year of the extreme cold.
Moreover, satellite phones remained operational, unaffected by the celestial bodies above. And researchers still resided within China's lunar ecological zone.
However, their return was not imminent. Fortunately, communication with the surface remained uninterrupted. As individuals endowed with innate potential, the inhabitants of the ecological zone had successfully transformed it into arable land. Additionally, personnel from the space station had been discreetly withdrawn prior to the extreme cold,
with no official announcements made regarding this action.
Li Tianqi received a satellite phone from the authorities, who extended an olive branch, yet he declined the invitation.
And the officials did not press the matter, indicating future collaboration.
During the cleanup operation, he encountered Xinliang several times and inquired about the circumstances surrounding the reincarnators.
Xinliang, not one to withhold information, shared what little he knew.
The Jinling authorities had only one reincarnator, whereas it was rumored that Kyoto hosted 2,
with a total of nearly 3 across other settlements.
Among these 6 individuals, 2 were members of society. As for the number of reincarnators beyond this, the officials had not conducted an investigation, estimating the total to be no more than 10, a revelation that astonished Li Tianqi.
What a remarkable situation, over a dozen reincarnators. Rebirth accompanied by a cohort?
According to Xinliang's information, the earliest official reincarnator had returned 2 years prior, but due to various circumstances,
preparations for the apocalypse only began in earnest a year ago. Li Tianqi inquired about the inspection team's questions regarding preparations for the apocalypse. Yet the members of the team were oblivious to the underlying implications. Their investigation focused on whether any flora or fauna had begun to mutate prior to the extreme cold. And the conclusion remained elusive to Shun Liang. Were these matters not meant to be confidential? After posing his questions, Li Tianqi's curiosity led him to ponder further. Who, apart from fellow reincarnators, would dare to ask such inquiries? Furthermore, those not included in the investigation had no opportunity to pose similar questions. This notion, upon deeper reflection, sent shivers down his spine. He expressed gratitude towards his past self, who, in addition to admiring some lovely young ladies, also kept a watchful eye on official accounts, contributing positive comments in the process. Li Tianqi could proudly declare that he had engaged online with a suspected audience of 500,000. Additionally, as a fan of the diplomatic envoy, he mused that navigating the political vetting process should not be overly arduous. It is worth noting that, in the face of such catastrophic events, the government's tolerance towards the populace is relatively high. After all, in an apocalyptic environment, altercations are all too common. As long as individuals do not behave as excessively as the mindless group he previously encountered, official repercussions tend to be lenient, barring any fundamental issues. Naturally, Li Tianqi was not naive enough to divulge any incriminating details, and the officials made no mention of past incidents. Could one suggest that the authorities were unaware? That would be absurd. Once it reached the military, the entirety of the excavation process had been meticulously documented. The few images presented to him were merely selectively showcased for his viewing. Some matters were undoubtedly crystal clear to the officials. The absence of explicit mention indicated that they had thoroughly investigated the issues at hand, since they did not bring it up. It suggested they had no intention of causing him trouble. He could simply revel in the quietude. Chapter 50, Official Internal Tickets. The official tasks assigned were rather minimal, essentially. The objective was to clear the snow within the designated areas outlined by the authorities, and the mission would be deemed accomplished. Remarkably, it took Li Tianqi less than 3 days to finish this endeavor. However, upon completion, the officials presented him with additional tasks, which he had the liberty to select. As per the usual routine, these tasks involved the removal of snow, specifically from the primary thoroughfares of Jiangning district, to facilitate subsequent operations by the authorities. After all, the energy consumed by drones delivering supplies was considerable, and despite the officials' extensive resources, every opportunity to economize was appreciated. Could Li Tianqi refuse these tasks? Certainly. Yet, he hesitated. What if the officials chose to retaliate after his refusal? There was a possibility that, aside from disregarding his prior contributions, further complications awaited him. That would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Fortunately, the officials maintained a reasonable demeanor, adopting a tone of negotiation, 5 days of snow clearing each week, with weekends off. Most importantly, there were official tickets issued as compensation. However, these tickets could only be utilized within the jurisdiction of Jiangling, resembling the ration coupons from Huagua during the 1960s and 1970s. Albeit less complicated, comprising merely 2 types, grain coupons and meat coupons. Other supplies could be exchanged according to corresponding ratios. Li Tianqi was not well versed in the value of these tickets, so after playfully teasing the young girl, he inquired about them. The tickets were scarce. As they had not been widely circulated post the extreme cold, the grain and meat referenced were tied to the produce of the settlements, excluding the aged grains and meat from hunted mutated beasts. Dai Inchi responded with a pout, expressing her vexation at being singled out by the big lecher upon his return. Li Tianqi felt somewhat exasperated. The other 2 girls' relatives always visited in quick succession, leaving him with no other option but to tease Dai Inchi these past few days. Had the officials not introduced a new currency system? In H City, a new currency system had been established post-extreme cold, albeit in a rudimentary form, utilizing gold as the medium of exchange. Surely, Jiangling, being one of the 9 major settlements, would not be so retrogressive. Indeed, there was a new system,
introduced even before the extreme cold had subsided, which involved electronic currency. However, it took until the second year after the extreme cold for it to gain widespread acceptance. Dainchi's voice gradually diminished as Li Tianqi noticed she was becoming fatigued, eventually dozing off. The promotion of this new currency was rather sluggish. Li Tianqi decided against further inquiries, allowing her to rest. The issues of energy and production capacity were critical. The second year after the extreme cold saw Jinling welcoming survivors from surrounding areas, leading to a rapid increase in population. However, electricity was in short supply, and many mobile devices became inoperable, hindering the promotion of new systems. Dainchi, still half asleep, continued to engage in conversation, prompting Li Tianqi to gently embrace her in silence. Before long, the young girl succumbed to slumber. Shimanman and Zhang Nuanyuan waited for a sufficient period before entering the master bedroom, their expressions tinged with melancholy.
Get some rest. What are you thinking about?
Li Tianqi cast a disgruntled glare at the two women, realizing their insatiable cravings were beyond salvation.
With a reluctant oath from them,
he chose to ignore their responses and cradled the little girl in his arms, drifting off to sleep.
In the ensuing 2 months,
Li Tianqi found himself leading an unexpectedly routine life, working from 9 to 5 with weekends off.
Each day's tasks remained consistent,
yet his efficiency in clearing debris had notably increased. By the end of the 2 months, the main thoroughfares of Jiangning district had been largely cleared. As for the smaller streets and the paths leading to residential areas, the authorities had organized manpower while enlisting community involvement, resulting in commendable efficiency. Despite temperatures lingering between -50 to -60 degrees Celsius, the public's enthusiasm had surged compared to the frigid snow-laden days prior. Surprisingly, contrary to Dainchi's forecasts regarding market conditions, a spontaneous marketplace had emerged before the arrival of summer, just prior to the Lunar New Year. However, Li Tianqi felt no need to alter his storefront. With most of the snow cleared, many neighborhoods had naturally developed small markets due to accessible roads, although the variety of goods available was somewhat limited, and pricing was erratic.
Consequently, the marketplace in the university town did not flourish as Dainchi had predicted.
Once trading commenced, several commodities emerged as hard currencies, with food being a primary example. Canned goods, compressed biscuits, cured meats, sausages, and various packaged delicacies were all considered valuable. While some provisions had been distributed by the authorities, they were scant. Many individuals began to run low on supplies during this period. Those who had stocked up in advance and were financially secure managed to exchange numerous quality goods at this time.
Nevertheless, some of these prized items were merely perceived as valuable by their owners. For instance, diamonds, jade artifacts,
and antique paintings might appreciate in value if the extreme cold persisted for a year or if the threat of mutated beasts subsided after 5 years. But such notions were overly optimistic. Li Tianqi and his companions had acquired a substantial amount of goods, trading for various metals and gold, which could later be exchanged for quality items at official trading posts once the settlement was established.
Additionally,
solar power generation devices and ready-made electricity were highly sought after in the market, as many individuals found life without electricity to be quite challenging.
During this period,
only occasional light snow fell, and the sun shone favorably.
Although the efficiency of power generation had declined, a small solar power setup could still support 2 mobile phones, if not a computer.
Thus, there was a considerable volume of transactions, with solar devices in high demand.
For those who hadn't managed to make a trade,
there was little cause for concern, as on-site charging was also available at reasonable rates. A mere packet of instant noodles or a small bag of snacks could suffice for a full charge, with the exact price subject to negotiation.
Meanwhile,
the authorities took advantage of this period to establish a local area network in Jinling City, enabling even the areas across the river, like Liuhe and Jiangpu, to receive signal albeit weak, facilitating basic communication. Life in Jiangning district indeed evokes envy among residents of other districts, particularly those in areas reliant solely on airdrop supplies,
who have expressed considerable dissatisfaction.
Consequently, the authorities felt compelled to organize a preliminary evacuation of certain individuals, primarily focusing on Jiangpu and Liuhe districts across the river. As a result, Li Tianqi was once again summoned to oversee the clearance of 2 significant bridges and an extensive network of main thoroughfares. By the time these tasks were completed, it was already late April, and temperatures began to rise. It was not uncommon to witness temperatures exceeding -30 degrees Celsius. Although the majority of the time, it remained around -40. Occasionally, temperatures would plummet to nearly -50, yet, undeniably, conditions had improved significantly compared to the winter months. According to Dai Inchi, spring henceforth would merely be a notion, devoid of a specific timeframe, while summer, on the other hand, typically spanned from June to September. With average temperatures during the extreme cold period hovering around -10 degrees Celsius, and the lowest temperatures seldom dropping below -20. Following the initial wave of relocations across the river, Li Tianqi's work zone expanded from Jiangning to several districts in the city center, leaving him with no respite thereafter. In areas where snow had been cleared, the distribution of official supplies ceased to occur from rooftops, and the overall security situation had markedly improved. Many of the previously overconfident leaders and gangsters faced reckoning, much like those Li Tianqi encountered earlier, who were often dealt with swiftly, without the need for interrogation.
Often receiving peanuts as a form of punishment. Changes within Li Tianqi's building were noticeable, albeit minimal. Chapter 51, Transformation.
Quite pleasant. The circumstances within the building have undergone some changes, albeit not significantly. The newcomer, Daisy, returned home to visit her parents after the road was cleared, but regrettably. She returned a couple of days later, as her elderly parents had passed away, and it was likely that her previous residence was uninhabitable, compelling her to come back. The young housekeeper unexpectedly re-established contact with a client trapped in the neighboring city, discovering, to her astonishment, that the local network of Jinling extended to that area as well. As for whether the housekeeper assisted Wei Haoren in locating his parents in her past life, Daisy expressed her uncertainty. Originally, Gu's fourth son, who had been pursuing Daisy, returned a few days after the road opened, accompanied by a charming young lady, demonstrating that finding attractive women outside was not a daunting task.
Recently,
Hu Jia ceased her business endeavors and, having struck up a connection with an honest man in one of the buildings, relocated there.
Interestingly,
she only carried a small portion of her belongings with her, leaving the majority hidden away. Li Tianqi noted that Lu Dakuai, who was previously quite diligent, found it difficult to remain at home after her departure and began to express interest in the 2 new women. However, the circumstances of his household were well known, and both women paid him no mind. He Qingqing has been creating opportunities for serendipitous encounters with Pan Lei from room 701, but regrettably, he not only has a stunning girlfriend but also a beautiful girl from Wang Yi's family, leaving Yi Qingqing feeling overshadowed, despite her own decent looks.
Alas,
the current situation has rendered the beauties rather natural, with limited cosmetics available for enhancement. In contrast, Daisy, upon her return, has been considerably more composed than Yi Qingqing,
only occasionally venturing out.
Meanwhile, the reclusive young man on the 5th floor has continued to embrace his hermit lifestyle, lacking the former glory of later days.
Nevertheless,
he has developed a connection with a charming young lady from his household, a fact unknown to outsiders.
Their lives have been quite pleasant and low-key,
clearly indicating that hermits possess the potential for hidden prowess. As for how Li Tianqi discerned that outsiders were unaware of certain matters, it was a serendipitous discovery. As his advanced telekinetic abilities occasionally faltered, allowing him to witness peculiar scenes that could be deemed understandable.
The only ones feeling somewhat despondent are the Gu brothers,
Gu Guoxing and Gu Guowang, as they were required to re-evaluate the number of people for resource distribution, resulting in the loss of 3 portions of supplies for over a week, now needing to collect them weekly at the community entrance alongside others.
However,
the Gu brothers swiftly identified a new avenue for prosperity, assisting others in installing solar panels, ensuring that their own homes were not neglected, with every suitable area in their 2 houses equipped. During this period, the eldest and second brothers have been busy working, while the third and fourth brothers have taken to selling electricity at the community entrance, reportedly earning quite well.
Indeed, there is strength in numbers. With improved family conditions.
It wasn't long before others took notice of the third and fourth brothers' single status, and just a few days later, the fourth brother brought his partner home. As for the third brother, it seems he has been led astray by Hulili, frequently being brought home by young ladies. Although he has yet to reciprocate by inviting one to his own home. Upon learning of this, Li Tianqi felt inclined to commend Gusan.
The transformation in Jinling City,
thanks to Li Tianqi's efforts in snow removal, has been substantial. The military supply distribution has now extended to cover most areas across the river.
And the number of survivors has increased.
Naturally, the military's collected zones have also expanded, rendering Li Tianqi's idea of zero-cost purchases during the extreme cold period utterly unfeasible.
With the roads now open, the exuberant Longlegs eagerly ventures outside daily, exploring various places, occasionally dragging Daiichi and Zhang Nuanyuan along.
Fortunately, they are all quite disciplined, maintaining their daily exercise routines, which has gradually improved their physical condition.
Shimon's physique seems to be nearing its limit,
recently reaching a score of 39 without any change for a month. Zhang Nuanyuan's physique has also reached 32, still with some room for improvement.
Though a month may not necessarily yield any progress.
Li Tianqi's physique has not changed much. But possibly due to the continuous use of the spatial and telekinetic combination technique to clear the snow, he feels a rapid enhancement of his abilities, which is quite delightful. If this trend continues, his telekinesis may advance in a few months. As for his spatial abilities, lacking experience from his previous life in attaining the third tier, he is uncertain whether they can level up alongside telekinesis, as the correlation between the two skills lies solely in their combined usage rather than them being truly analogous abilities. Recently, the residents of Jinling have had more smiles on their faces, especially during August and September, when the temperature surprisingly rose above zero for more than 10 days.
Exhilarating many.
Regrettably, on September 27, the authorities issued another extreme cold warning via the local network, bringing everyone back to a state of calm.
Alas!
The extreme cold is returning, Sherman sighed, lamenting the loss of outdoor activities.
Little Engying, how cold will it be this time? Zhang Nuanyuan sighed as well. Then inquired of Daiichi.
Not too bad, I believe the extreme cold day next year won't drop below -70 degrees.
Jinling should be fine.
I recall during the 5 years of extreme cold, the lowest temperature only dipped to -75 once, which occurred during the 4th year's extreme cold day, Daiichi recollected. Noting that it wasn't particularly significant information, just a rough memory.
It's alright, in the Northeast, the first year hit -78.
There are plenty of survivors.
Just like in Jinling.
The first year of extreme cold is the hardest, those who endure it become somewhat accustomed afterward, Li Tianqi reassured. Acknowledging that the two girls' worries were understandable given their lack of experience.
Will this year see as much snow as last year?
Sherman pondered the heavy snowfall that had blocked roads last year and asked again. Indeed, but not as much as last year.
It will likely cover up to the second floor, Daiichi reflected before responding.
Oh, that essay relief humanity's adaptability is remarkably swift, just look at Longlegs, who now considers several meters of snow covering the second floor merely acceptable.
Has Jinling encountered any other severe weather this year? Li Tianqi interjected at this juncture.
Recalling the typhoon that struck H City during the second month of the second year of extreme cold, claiming numerous lives. The snow was lifted and hurled into the air, shattering many windows, with most fatalities resulting from exposure. No, Jinling has remained relatively stable in the ensuing years.
Will H City face other calamities? Daiichi, momentarily perplexed,
soon came to her senses and inquired, the typhoon has passed, that region is coastal.
However, with the global cooling, the typhoon's intensity is not particularly severe. Li Tianqi interjected.
Indeed, the winds are not formidable, yet when combined with the relentless snowflakes, their impact could far surpass that of past typhoons. Oh, H City truly faces its challenges.
Daiichi lamented. Let us refrain from discussing such distressing matters and instead engage in more uplifting topics, shall we? Li Tianqi felt that dwelling on natural disasters would dampen their spirits. Conversing about the essence of life seemed far more pertinent. Humph. Daiichi turned her face away, exasperated by his persistence.
Very well, I relish discussions about life. Sherman, having suppressed her thoughts for an entire week, immediately expressed her enthusiasm.
I have one more day, I shall retire for the night.
Zhang Nuanyuan, aware that her relatives would not depart for another day, discreetly excused herself.
He, sisters united.
Chapter 52, The Awakening of Sherman. When Li Tianqi awoke the following day, both Daiichi and Sherman had already vacated the room. Today marked the extreme cold day, yet the daytime temperature remained mild, hovering around 0 degrees. The two sisters had set out early in the morning.
Zhang Nuanyuan,
wrapped in a cozy blanket, nestled into Li Tianqi's bed, relieved that their relatives had departed, and seizing the opportunity while the sisters were out, she sought solace from him.
By the time Li Tianqi finally rose, it was nearly lunchtime.
After enjoying a meal together when the sisters returned, he received a message from Xinliang, indicating that official work had been temporarily suspended, and he would be notified via phone should any tasks arise.
Additionally,
he was reminded that the heavy snowfall in Jinling was expected to commence in about 10 days, a delay compared to the previous year. This year's snowfall would be substantial but not as severe as last year's, which had lingered for over a month, resulting in a thicker accumulation.
Acknowledging the message, Li Tianqi tossed his phone aside and returned to sleep. If you plan to go out this afternoon, ensure you return by 6. Nuanyuan and Xiaoying.
Keep an eye on Man and don't lose track of time, he advised the three girls before dozing off.
Understood. I'm not a child,
Sherman retorted indignantly. But Li Tianqi paid her no mind.
All right, Qi Gu.
Zhang Nuanyuan was the most obedient of the bunch. The little girl, not uttering another word, had already opened the door and was ready to depart.
Hey, little girl, ignoring me? Li Tianqi opened his eyes and cast a glance at Daiichi. Got it.
The little girl huffed defiantly upon noticing Li Tianqi's gaze before stepping outside. Li Tianqi rubbed his nose, puzzled, as he didn't recall offending her recently.
Could it be that he had been too vigorous the night before?
Never mind, a little coaxing would suffice, as her prideful nature was unlikely to change. As Li Tianqi closed his eyes again, he awoke to find that it was already past 3 o'clock. Rising to assess the situation outside, he noted the sparse foot traffic and decided to dress and head out for a jog, returning after a considerable circuit.
Upon arriving home,
he found the three girls had returned, appearing somewhat dejected. It turned out that while the authorities had announced the extreme cold would occur on the 28th, they had not specified a time, leading many to hurriedly return home by 3 or 4 o'clock, resulting in a lack of lively activities outside. As the three girls gathered to prepare dinner, although Daiichi and Sherman were not particularly skilled in the kitchen, they had become quite adept at assisting Zhang Nuanyuan. Especially now that the trio had reached a plateau in their physical capabilities, affording them more time, combined with Li Tianqi's increasingly bountiful spatial resources.
Zhang Nuanyuan's opportunities to cook had escalated from twice a week to daily.
This year's dinner for Extreme Cold Day consisted of 6 dishes, mirroring last year's offerings,
which brought a sense of nostalgia to Li Tianqi.
As the 4 of them sat down to dine, the atmosphere was even more cheerful than the previous year. Out of nowhere, Sherman unearthed a bottle of foreign wine, and before they knew it, the 4 had unwittingly polished it off.
Li Tianqi felt rather indifferent.
While Zhang Nuan and the young girl Daiichi clearly had a poor tolerance for alcohol, soon succumbing to slumber at the table.
Ultimately,
only Sherman and Li Tianqi remained. After Li Tianqi escorted Zhang Nuan and Daiichi back to their room, Sherman settled into Li Tianqi's embrace, appearing somewhat anxious.
What's wrong? Li Tianqi pondered, perplexed. They had been together for over a year, well acquainted with each other's depths and nuances. Why the nervousness now? Could it be that their rare one-on-one moments had contributed to this unease? Qi Gu, you forgot. Xiaoying said I would awaken today. Do you think it might differ from what she mentioned? It's already 7 o'clock, I can't possibly not awaken, can I? Sure Man, unusually serious, spoke candidly without her usual mischief.
It should be fine, perhaps the time simply hasn't arrived yet, Li Tianqi replied, uncertain whether any changes might occur.
Considering the multitude of transformations over the past year.
Xiao Ying had mentioned that Luo, from across the hall, would also awaken in the coming days.
She was alone in her room, would she be frightened? Sure Man's thoughts were indeed quite erratic, unexpectedly diverting to their neighbor. By the way, the little boy next door was taken by his parents. It turns out his father is a senior engineer.
This summer, upon learning that their child was doing well, the couple traveled from the neighboring city back to Jiangning, nearly getting stranded on the way, but fortunately rescued by a military snow-clearing team.
They were even offered employment by the engineering department and remain in the official resettlement area. A family reunion is quite a heartwarming conclusion. However, the little caretaker declined their invitation to follow, choosing instead to stay behind, now residing alone in room 901. It's been a harsh year. Those with fragile mental states have likely crumbled by now.
True, but why do I feel a tad anxious?
Li Tianqi's explanation left Sure Man somewhat bewildered. Had their overly comfortable lives after the harsh winter led to this? Shall we drink a bit more? A drink and a good sleep should suffice.
Li Tianqi was at a loss for how to respond. He hadn't anticipated Sure Man's nervousness.
All right, she agreed, skipping over the drinking part. 2 hours later. Oh dear. Li Tianqi groaned, clutching his waist, unable to move as he lay in bed. Shiga, are you all right?
Sure Man reached out, intending to massage his back, prompting Li Tianqi to leap off the bed in fright. Man, just hold on, you need to gauge your strength first, he exclaimed, terrified.
Goodness. Is this what awakening feels like?
No wonder it's a triple enhancement, her strength is greater than mine.
Ha? Oh. I've awakened? Sure Man was taken aback. What was that sensation?
Li Tianqi cautiously sat on the bed, inquiring as Sure Man paused. It felt much the same, just very comfortable, she suddenly blushed.
I meant what did it feel like when you awakened?
Li Tianqi covered his face, realizing this girl was beyond help.
Ha? There wasn't much of a sensation.
Just felt quite warm. Sure Man paused for a moment, her cheeks still flushed.
Very well, then, let us rest. You may sleep alone for now.
And once you have acclimated to your newfound strength, we shall share slumber.
Li Tianqi gently tucked the blanket around her,
soothing her for a while before returning to the master bedroom. Lying in bed, he rubbed his aching waist. The pressure from that leg was quite severe.
He dozed off,
only to be startled awake the following morning by noises from outside. It appeared that Sure Man had yet to adjust to her abilities.
When Li Tianqi emerged, he discovered Sure Man pouting on the sofa, surrounded by shards of a broken teacup and a snapped broom, evidently her handiwork. How are you faring? Still not accustomed? Li Tianqi inquired with a facade of calmness. I crushed the blanket.
Sure Man replied with a pitiful expression.
It's normal at first.
You'll feel better in a couple of days, Dai Inchi remarked, her tone relatively subdued despite her excitement.
Is it triploid constitution? Li Tianqi asked Dai Inchi. Yes.
Still triploid, but this time the base constitution is 41, which is a significant improvement, Dai Inchi said with a cheerful smile. Her cousin had become even more formidable. Her base constitution was nearing the female physical limit, which filled her with immense joy. With a first-tier constitution of 123, she surpassed 95 of first-tier ability users, truly impressive. Zheng Nuan was filled with envy as she watched. Meanwhile, Dai Inchi busied herself by fetching a broom to tidy the chaotic scene before her. Chapter 53, The emergence of awakening beings. The second year of the extreme cold did not instill a sense of dread among the survivors of Jinling, as they had already acclimatized over the past year. However, in the following 2 months,
the awakening beings surged dramatically,
providing ample discussion topics for the survivors once again confined to their homes.
With the establishment of a local network in Jinling, the authorities swiftly provided explanations online.
Much like in the previous life, the special substances were soon interpreted as a resurgence of spiritual energy, and awakening beings became the most talked about term during these 2 months. Several unique awakeners from Building 6 of Yijing Garden emerged during this period. Luo from room 901 awakened on the second day of the extreme cold.
Roused by the heat.
Upon awakening, she mistakenly believed the cold spell had passed, only to realize upon venturing outside that the issue lay with her. She cautiously remained indoors for 3 days, only descending when the military personnel arrived to distribute supplies.
To avoid drawing attention, the little maid donned a heavy cotton coat, perspiring profusely and nearly succumbing to heat exhaustion.
Pan Lei from room 701 awakened on the day the snow began to fall. Upon waking, he discovered his bed ablaze. Fortunately, his girlfriend reacted swiftly, averting a disaster.
The reclusive otaku on the 5th floor also awakened early, albeit in a rather uneventful manner.
He was the first in the building to disclose his special abilities to the authorities, as he needed various seeds to utilize his planting space, which he had not hoarded.
Without coming clean, he could not make use of his abilities.
The official response was prompt, having already developed a comprehensive management system for the awakening beings, which quickly calmed those who had begun to act restlessly after their awakening. It was undeniable that the physical constitution of soldiers surpassed that of ordinary civilians, and their rate of awakening was also notably higher. If the probability of awakening among the general populace within the 2 months was approximately 30, the military's rate was nearly 40. Moreover, the university students under official protection were among those with the highest awakening rates, comparable to that of military personnel.
However,
2 months after the extreme cold day, although awakenings continued sporadically, the frequency of newly awakened individuals significantly declined, aligning with what Li Tianqi had anticipated.
In his recollection,
each subsequent year bore witness to a similar surge of awakenings occurring within 1 to 2 months following the extreme cold day, establishing a new pattern.
Even a decade into the apocalypse, the authorities had yet to provide a rational explanation for this phenomenon.
Much like the enduring mystery surrounding why the extreme cold day is the coldest day of the year. Zheng Nuanyuan was fortunate to awaken towards the end of the 2-month extreme cold period. Like Sherman, her ability was of the physical enhancement variety, however. It was not as formidable, granting her a mere
5-fold increase in physical capacity.
Nevertheless, her foundational physique reached a commendable score of 38 points. By the time the snow ceased this year, the physiques of the 4 members of the 902 team had undergone significant transformations.
Li Tianqi's physical condition showed minimal change,
with a slight improvement to 118. Unfortunately, there was little room for enhancement through later training. Dai Yinqi experienced a similar fate, achieving merely a 4-point increase over the year. Likely due to her weaker physical foundation, nonetheless, she surpassed Li Tianqi by 2 points, ultimately reaching a physique of 70. Sherman now boasts the highest physique in the group, at 123, and she is still only at the first tier.
Zheng Nuanyuan, comparatively, is rather ordinary,
with a physique of 95, placing her among the upper echelons of first-tier physical ability users. Although males generally exhibit higher average physiques, during this extreme cold period, few individuals, aside from military personnel and students under military management, have managed to maintain a consistent and reasonable exercise regimen. Many rely on military-supplied resources for survival, and even those who persist in training may find their nutritional and material needs unmet.
Thus, Zheng Nuanyuan's foundational physique is commendably high. For instance,
consider an average individual whose physique was precisely at the mean before the extreme cold. If they failed to prepare adequately for the harsh conditions, be it through insufficient resources or lack of foresight, then maintaining their pre-extreme cold physique after a year would be quite remarkable. Typically, one would expect a decline, with an average loss of 1 or 2 points in physique. As for why the authorities did not announce information in advance to encourage more exercise, it is a matter of necessity. After all, their resource reserves are strategically planned. Increased physical activity naturally leads to greater consumption of supplies, which the military cannot feasibly accommodate. It is essential to understand that official resource reserves are not solely intended to meet the immediate needs of survivors in the first year. They must also sustain the requirements of humanity for the next 5, 10 years, or even longer. In the aftermath of the extreme cold, the majority of settlements in the Great Hua Nation, aside from the two in the south, can only cultivate a single crop of staple food each year. Even those southern settlements capable of producing 2 crops are not significantly better off, as higher temperatures have led to a proliferation of mutated beasts. When considering both internal and external factors, the circumstances across the 9 major settlements are surprisingly similar.
Ultimately, the authorities have reluctantly chosen to conceal certain realities. Fortunately,
they managed to meet the initial demands of military personnel and student groups, which explains why, despite a general decline in human physiques,
the average did not diminish and even experienced a slight increase. With the emergence of so many awakened individuals, has the official information not been disclosed yet? Li Tianqi inquired of Dai Inchi.
I can't recall the exact timing, but it should be announced around the new year, Dai Inchi replied thoughtfully.
Oh, that makes sense. Li Tianqi reflected, grasping the rationale behind the official stance.
Research, after all, typically requires several months of time. Several months have passed since the announcement of relevant research findings,
which seems reasonable.
Li Tianqi engaged in a discussion with 3 women on this topic, yet they arrived at no significant conclusions. It was merely casual conversation after a meal. Yet they spoke with great enthusiasm.
During this frigid season, there are indeed few activities to partake in. However, with the advent of the internet, an abundance of gossip has surfaced online.
Thus, during moments of boredom, most individuals tend to remain at home, engaging in online conversations and indulging in various news clips and short videos.
Li Tianqi often peruses this content, yet he never contributes his thoughts.
Within the community's homeowners group, a select few have begun to ostentatiously prefix their names with the title of Awakened. Although currently, 30 of individuals possess extraordinary abilities, a staggering 70 remain devoid of such powers, rendering their boasting somewhat fleeting.
Importantly, they remain unaware of the likelihood of becoming awakened in the first year.
And those who take pleasure in flaunting their status are relatively few, thus, they still garner a fair amount of envy and admiration.
Li Tianqi observed that in his building, Block 6, only Gu Laosan from apartment 802 had made a note. While even Sher Man had refrained from doing so, perhaps she intended to annotate her name but was thwarted by Dai Ichi? Chapter 54, Casual Conversations After the Snow Ceased.
Li Tianqi resumed his routine of a 9-to-5 work life, earning a considerable amount of official receipts each month.
Unfortunately, this year's tasks proved to be more challenging.
Although the official tickets were few in number, they were preferable to unemployment, especially since these tickets could be exchanged for fresh meat.
Consequently,
other awakened individuals soon entered the fray, and the workload that could have lasted several months was completed in less than a month.
With the snow no longer obstructing the streets, life became lively again.
Despite the temperature hovering around -65 degrees, the fervor of the people remained undeterred. After enduring the first year of extreme cold, humanity had significantly enhanced its resistance to the frigid temperatures.
A transformation undoubtedly influenced by the infusion of spiritual energy into living beings. Among those acutely aware of the changes in Jinling was Dai Inchi, who had lived here in a previous life. However, rather than feeling trepidation about the future, she found solace. The mortality rate in Jinling during the second year of extreme cold was markedly lower than in her past existence. This was particularly true in the northern urban areas, where, during her previous life, the roads remained untraversable even by the third year of extreme cold. In this iteration, however, at the onset of the second year, official supplies could be directly delivered to survivors. In her past life, survivors in the northern region had to risk venturing out for airdrop supplies. These changes allowed Jinling to orchestrate more efficient material airdrop support for the surrounding areas, ultimately assisting a greater number of individuals. Furthermore,
The 9 major settlements were able to communicate and collaborate, with Jinling's approach serving as an exemplary model for other settlements. Many official settlements in the Great Hua Nation began mobilizing existing awakened individuals to address the snow accumulation.
Transformation, indeed, often escalates unexpectedly. However, challenges arose in Jinling.
After the snow was cleared, societal order remained relatively stable, yet some of the idle awakened began to grow restless. As the saying goes, idle hands are the devil's workshop.
Those more acclimated to the extreme climate began to stir at night, forming cliques, engaging in mischief, and vying for territory.
Although the military was formidable, factors such as insufficient energy, concentrated personnel, and the survivors' unproductive days contributed to various issues. Particularly, with so many lives already lost, the official tolerance for the survivors had significantly increased, resulting in a fraction of individuals exhibiting uncontrollable behavior. As fights became more frequent in the evenings,
numerous small factions began to clash.
Under such circumstances, the nights in Jinling became increasingly unstable, yet the authorities were unexpectedly slow to respond, allowing unrest to fester. It was not until 3 days before the new year that a major confrontation, resulting in the deaths of over 10 awakened individuals, compelled the military to mobilize substantial resources to investigate and quell the situation.
To Li Tianqi's astonishment, on New Year's Eve,
Dai Inchi revealed a significant piece of information to him. In a previous life, the military only took decisive action after the situation began to deteriorate. The subsequent handling of the matter was astonishing and effectively resolved the issue. The method was surprisingly simple. After apprehending a significant number of unstable individuals with supernatural abilities, the authorities assigned them to construct city walls, and they were compensated for their labor. This prompted the more stable individuals with powers to become restless, with many requesting the government to allow them to work as well, seeking to earn an income. Initially, the officials were resistant to this idea, but after some time, they began to relax the restrictions, permitting only collective team registrations, and stipulating that teams must comprise not only awakened individuals but also at least 20% ordinary people. Although the rationale behind this regulation was unclear, many teams led by awakened individuals began to form and joined the construction of the city walls, driven by the desire for the wages offered by the government, to improve their living conditions, and to enjoy better sustenance.
Could it be that the authorities are guiding the survivors?
After listening, Li Tianqi began to grasp the government's intentions.
Yes, it seems that way. The awakened ones represent humanity's hope for the future, and survival cannot rely solely on individual efforts.
Although the government's approach may not be ideal,
it is indeed a viable solution, and its efficacy is commendable, De Inchi responded. In fact, it is quite beneficial.
The teamwork facilitates management and allows for the cultivation of rapport among team members.
Zheng Nuan remarked. I think this is quite good. But what happened to those who initially caused trouble? Shi Man inquired with curiosity. The intriguing part lies here. Those who were part of the initial unrest and subsequently apprehended were forcibly organized into teams. Over time, these teams became some of the most renowned survivor groups after the extreme cold, with 1 or 2 teams even rivaling the strength of those cultivated by the government's universities. De Inchi chuckled. Humanity's expansion and its struggle against mutated beasts resemble a war. Survivors must adapt to such warfare to endure. Though these troublemakers may be unruly, their adaptability is notably strong. I recall a famous saying that good children do not always achieve greatness, while those mischievous ones often accomplish remarkable feats. Li Tianqi shared his thoughts. Which famous person said that? Was it Zhou Shurun? Shi Man asked, frowning in curiosity. Li Yunlong,
the commander who led the campaign in the Battle of Ping and Gulu, Zheng Nuan clarified.
What was the Battle of Ping and Gulu?
Shi Man still did not comprehend. Don't heed what Nuan says, she is referring to a very old television drama. De Inchi sighed in exasperation, realizing that Shi Man had once again been misled.
The 4 friends spent most of their time at home. They couldn't solely focus on primitive activities, could they?
Besides occasional outings, they often engaged in idle chatter at home. Sherman frequently struggled to keep up with their pace,
often being led astray by Zhang Nuan and Li Tianqi. Is that drama worth watching? I shall take a look. Shimonman has always been the one to be teased. Yet her carefree and easygoing nature prevents her from feeling anger or frustration. Thus, the casual conversation came to an end after Shimonman went to see a play. And this leisurely lifestyle is indeed quite pleasant. Inchi, with the significant changes in Jiling, do you think this time it might be initiated earlier? Should we consider organizing a team? The remaining 3 have seen the play, yet chose not to join in the excitement. Zhang Nuanyuan, however, is quite intrigued by whether the official might expedite matters this time around. I wonder, it seems likely, as many things have been advanced. The accelerated construction of the city walls is certainly a positive development. Dai Inchi responded promptly. Well, as for the team, perhaps we should hold off for now. Without external stimuli, the formation of an abilities-based team will require some time, Li Tianqi added once again. Chapter 55, the team and the situation in the building. By the way, Xiaoying, did you and Man also have a team last time? Zheng Nuan continued to inquire. Yes, we have a team organized within the community. Our neighborhood is small, but it comprises over 200 members, Dai Inchi replied. Is there a team leader? Who is it? Li Tianqi interjected, curious about the management structure of the team. It's my sister, along with 2 vice leaders, Dai Inchi responded. However, when mentioning her cousin as the leader, her tone was calm yet tinged with dissatisfaction. Could you elaborate on the situation? Li Tianqi detected a nuance and glanced at Sherman, who was engrossed in her drama on the other side, before continuing to ask. Sigh. My sister lacks leadership skills and relies heavily on the 2 vice leaders for management. After the extreme cold ended, the team organized expeditions out of the city to hunt mutant beasts. One of the vice leaders died early in the 7th year of the apocalypse, and from that point, my sister fell under that person's control, causing her mental state to deteriorate. She inexplicably allowed him to become a vice leader. Until the last time she led a team out, where she met her tragic end, Dai Inchi concluded with a sigh. The one on the 4th floor? Zheng Nuan confirmed, aware of the situation. Yes, utterly incompetent, merely babbling nonsense and giving erratic orders, and crucially, he was controlling my sister. Dai Inchi refrained from expressing anger, given that the loathsome individual with his repugnant abilities was already deceased. Li Tianqi and Zhang Nuan chose not to pry further, allowing the conversation to dwindle. Li Tianqi carried Dai Inchi back to their room, while Zhang Nuan accompanied Sherman to watch television. The new year passed quietly. And soon spring arrived, prompting people to emerge and engage in activities. As a result, the nighttime atmosphere in the city grew increasingly chaotic, leading to instances of deaths among ability users. Following the emergence of such incidents, the authorities commenced their actions. According to Dai Inchi, the situation mirrored that of the previous life, albeit on a larger scale, as the military could now extend its reach throughout the entire city. The initial batch of apprehended individuals surpassed those of the previous life. Apart from a few truly malevolent individuals who were dealt with severely, the remainder were gathered by officials and sent to the southern part of the city to assist in repairing the city walls. News of their situation quickly spread outside, and the authorities did not withhold supplies from them. For every segment of the wall repaired, they were granted additional internal vouchers. The events unfolded as Dai Inchi had described, with teams for wall repair emerging under official guidance. Naturally, the community was not exempt. Soon, individuals approached, seeking out Sherman and the neighbor, the nanny Luoluo. In this life, Luoluo was not burdened with a child, and her fate had taken a different turn, most notably as she was not recruited by the military. After initially overcoming her trepidation regarding her ice abilities, she became quite open about them and gained a degree of notoriety within the community due to their uniqueness. As for Sherman, her abilities became well known during the official census of ability users organized after the new year.
particularly since possessing a physique exceeding the first stage of 100 is exceedingly rare in the community. Zhang Nuanyuan's modest physique of 95 points allows her to remain relatively inconspicuous, with only scant knowledge of her existence in the outside world, rendering her not particularly famous. The most significant aspect is undoubtedly Sherman-Man's former profession as a national-level Sanda athlete, which is quite esteemed
in the community.
The number of superhumans has yet to reach the abundance seen in her previous life, currently numbering just under 100. Nevertheless, a team has been established.
Surprisingly, Sherman has not been very proactive, and the leader chosen is none other than Luo Luo Luo. The vice captain is Fei Donglai, a senior executive from Building 3, aged 37.
Making him one of the few older individuals among the first batch of superhumans.
Another member is Pan Lei, a 21-year-old athlete from the 7th floor.
Due to the limited number of superhumans, the official team ratio of ordinary individuals has been raised, setting a minimum standard of 35.
Consequently,
the Ijinjuan team has grown to a size of 145 members, comprising 92 superhumans and 53 ordinary people.
Li Tanqi and Dai Inchi were initially reluctant to participate, however. Sherman and Zhang Nuanyuan were persuaded by Luo Luo Luo, leaving them with no choice but to join in. Fortunately,
Sherman managed to negotiate with Luo 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 such that each time, only 2 of the 4 would participate in labor, thus receiving wages for just 2.
Yet,
Li Tanqi harbored concerns about sending 2 women out together, but after being overwhelmed by Sherman and Zhang Nuanyuan in an evening of playful mischief, he refrained from further objections. Ultimately, Li Tanqi and Dai Inchi teamed up with Sherman and Zhang Nuanyuan in pairs, alternating weekly to work on the East City Wall, laboring with bricks, which proved to be quite exhausting. Although many machines were inoperable and energy was insufficient, the strength of numbers allowed for the application of many time-honored methods passed down through generations, ensuring that progress was steady. Li Tanqi specifically contacted Xin Liang to inquire. Learning that with over 1 million participants, the main structure of the city wall was expected to be completed in a year and a half, while subsequent finishing tasks would be undertaken by military engineering units. Superhumans, particularly those with enhanced physiques, possess a distinct advantage. Not only do they boast considerable strength, but their recovery abilities also surpass those of ordinary individuals, making them exceptionally adept workers. The 3 women also demonstrated commendable recovery capabilities, and Li Tanqi, of course, found the labor manageable. After a month, each person's ration tickets amounted to a meager 5 pounds of grain and 5 pounds of meat, supplemented with additional material assistance. As a result, approximately half of the ordinary populace received no income, forcing them to subsist on aid supplies that had diminished by 1/3 compared to the first year, inevitably leading to disparities in living standards. Fortunately, the adaptability of the people of Dawagwo remains strong. Aside from the special jobs provided by the authorities for some ordinary individuals, those remaining at home began to devise means of earning their living essentials, giving rise to various new occupations. Services such as laundry and cooking flourished, and street vendors became commonplace. Moreover, it became increasingly common for many attractive women and charming young men to align themselves with capable superhumans, forming a new social dynamic. At this juncture, Wang Kai, residing on the 5th floor of Building 6 and the one who awakened the ability to cultivate a space, began to garner considerable admiration from the populace. The 2 women from room 601 inexplicably relocated to room 501, while other women from outside actively sought his company.
Meanwhile,
Pan Lei from room 701 also enjoyed a measure of popularity, although he only welcomed a single young high school girl into his abode before the conclusion of the project. Li Tanqi's spatial abilities became widely known, and due to his ample resources, many began to regard his space as a cultivation area, which attracted a multitude of admirers.
However, his fortunes were somewhat hindered by the presence of 3 stunning women by his side, each possessing unique charms and abilities, which effectively stifled any romantic prospects he might have had. As for Li Tanqi himself, he currently found himself under the influence of Sherman and Zhang Nuanyuan, leaving him little hope for a turnaround in his situation. Thus he chose to remain humble and low-key. In the Gu family,
only the third and fourth brothers awakened their powers in the first year, while the second brother's wife also experienced an awakening. Coupled with the industrious nature of the brothers, their lives were relatively comfortable. However, due to the large household, aside from the third brother, who had a penchant for revelry, they did not attract much attention. The most sought-after individual in the building was undoubtedly Luo, for her unique cold-based abilities allowed her to thrive in various environments. And her appealing appearance made her the object of desire for many.
Chapter 56, Lu Dakue's wife has fled. Nan is currently quite low-key.
Li Tanqi and Dai Inchi have been taking turns resting at home this week, and after a passionate rendezvous, they lay in bed engaged in soft conversation.
She has always been a rather discreet individual. Dai Inchi did not quite grasp the essence of Li Tanqi's musings. What I ponder is why she chose to become the leader in her previous life? This has occupied Li Tanqi's thoughts for some time. It must have been for my sake, right? After all, in the past, we were utterly unprepared. Now, with your space and ample preparation, we lack nothing and are significantly more powerful than in our previous life. There is no need for such relentless effort, given her personality. If it weren't for Sister Luo's invitation, she might not have even wished to join a team.
Dai Inchi contemplated before responding.
Perhaps.
But it's not ideal to be idle at home all day. One should always have something to occupy their time, Li Tanqi remarked.
Humph.
It seems you only know how to indulge. Dai Inchi retorted with a hint of pride, though her hands began to wander. This little girl, during their one-on-one moments, had also started to become a tad unruly. Indeed, women are ever so capricious.
Oh dear, it's past 5 o'clock, get up. We promised to take a nap, and before we knew it, it's already past 5. In less than an hour, Shimanman and Zhang Nuanyuan will be back.
And Dai Inchi began to feel shy.
TCH, are we not writing anymore?
Li Tanqi teased, playfully pinching the little girl's delicate nose.
Humph.
Dai Inchi, lost in her own thoughts, quickly dressed and got out of bed, prompting Li Tanqi to rise promptly as well. Outside, the temperature plunged to over -40 degrees. It was already May of the third year of extreme cold. This year, summer temperatures averaged around -17 or 18 degrees, and at the beginning of May, it was rare to see temperatures above -30.
Indeed, each year during the first 4 years of extreme cold was increasingly frigid.
Yijing Garden is a considerable distance from the city wall. Fortunately, although the snow is cleared swiftly, the roads remain treacherously slippery.
Those venturing out have quickly learned various methods for swift travel.
The construction site is not particularly pressed for time, and the nighttime temperatures are significantly lower than during the day.
The official working hours are quite reasonable, with work ending before 5.
It takes just over an hour to travel, allowing most to return home before nightfall. During winter, they even return a bit earlier.
After half an hour of tidying up, Zhang Nuanyuan and Shimanman arrived home.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
The moment she returned, Shimanman began to act coy.
In truth, the daily workload is quite manageable. An ordinary person might feel a bit fatigued, but for those with abilities, it is rather light. Go wash up, dinner will be ready shortly.
Since the two groups alternate,
when Zhang Nuanyuan is at work, they generally eat the stored provisions, while when she is home, she prepares all 3 meals.
Chiga, today is the last day.
I calculated that there are still over 40 minutes remaining, and I wish to take a bath in the space,
Shimanman declared. This girl is surprisingly frugal,
managing to reserve such a lengthy amount of time for the space.
All right, after dinner, you may go.
Time, after all, is inexhaustible and often squandered, thus.
Li Tanqi remains indifferent.
Each of the 3 women has her own unique approach to the management of time and space, and he chooses not to comment.
Recognizing that everyone possesses their own way of life, rendering collective action unnecessary, Dai Inchi tends to indulge early in the good days,
often finding herself confined to home by the 3rd day. Fortunately, with the space she has, cleanliness is easily maintained, and her home is currently immaculate.
Zhang Nuanyuan,
on the other hand, prefers to save her resources, spending them all on the final day. As for Man, her choices are purely dictated by her mood. At times she resembles Dai Inchi, exhausting her resources early, while at other times, she emulates Nuanyuan, conserving until the very end, her habits aligning closely with Li Tianqi's. After their meal, Zhang Nuanyuan broached the topic of this month's salary distribution. The disparity in treatment between ordinary individuals and those with abilities has begun to manifest. Though the differences remain marginal for now, reflecting a system of reward based on effort. Given the superior physique of the endowed individuals, it is only natural that they earn slightly more. However, basic necessities remain largely equivalent. The distinction lies in the fact that the official rations for endowed individuals exceed those of the ordinary populace by an additional pound of grain and meat. Li Tianqi refrains from voicing an opinion, aware that the gap will inevitably widen. Even with an increasing number of awakenings, those who awaken earlier may progress more swiftly.
And differences in rank will correspond to disparities in income.
Starting next month, the official salary will be calculated based on team performance and distributed internally. A development that raises Li Tianqi's concerns about potential issues. Zhang Nuanyuan expresses her perspective, suggesting that while minor conflicts may arise, significant problems are unlikely. As individuals in this post-apocalyptic era adapt rapidly,
Li Tianqi remains silent, while Dai Inchi preempts any further discussion. Man, too, contributes nothing, instead tugging at Li Tianqi, indicating a desire to enter the space. Are you both going in? Li Tianqi inquires of the other two women.
There's no time left, I won't be going. Dai Inchi replies with a hint of frustration, yet her spirits lift at the thought of entering tomorrow.
I'll go with Nuanyuan, my time is also due to be spent. She adds.
With a mere thought, Li Tianqi activates the space, causing the two women to vanish from the room, leaving only Dai Inchi and himself in the living area.
I'm heading to my room. I won't be joining you later, Dai Inchi declares.
Having had her fill in the afternoon and wishing to abstain from group activities in the evening, Li Tianqi scratches his nose and, after a moment's hesitation,
decides against further engagement, opting instead to retreat to his room and await the return of the two spirited women. The afternoon's exertions have been considerable,
and he feels the need to recuperate. Time swiftly passes, and the day of extreme cold in the third year approaches. Construction on the city walls will pause for 3 days around this date, allowing everyone to acclimate to the new year's harsh temperatures. This year's extreme cold day witnesses a record low of -70 degrees. The number of awakened individuals among the general populace has surged to approximately 60%. While university students and officials still show relatively high rates of awakening, the disparity is less pronounced than in the first year. According to official research, the timing of one's awakening bears some relation to individual physical constitution. Furthermore, those endowed individuals who awaken early tend to progress at a slightly accelerated rate,
though this is not markedly evident.
In Unit 6, Apartment 802, Lu Dakuai's wife also awakened this year, but merely 3 days later, she absconded, quickly aligning herself with a particularly powerful endowed individual from the neighboring complex.
Lu Dakuei's family of 3 was left utterly stunned. Alas, this household was devoid of virtuous characters.
All the burdens fell upon the wife, while the elderly couple indulged in comforts, and Lu Dakuei squandered resources on frivolities.
The woman, toiling at home, barely received adequate nourishment.
Once she gained a measure of independence, she discreetly packed her belongings and vanished. This incident became a topic of gossip among the residents. Yet no one felt sympathy for the Lu family, they were the architects of their own misfortune. Consequently, Lu Dakuei found himself at odds with his parents.
Fortunately,
the neighbors above and below managed to keep the peace, and this family refrained from quarreling at home.
However, the days for Lu and his wife grew increasingly dire.
Lu Dakuei fared somewhat better, as he worked diligently each day, managing to earn a few resources. In contrast, his elderly parents struggled, now in their 3rd year. The official rations were reduced to half of what they received in the first year.
In light of this, Li Tianqi consulted Dai Inchi,
who recalled that during the later stages of the extreme cold, resources dwindled to such an extent that they barely ensured survival, leaving no hope for satiety. Elder Lu aspired to join the Ijinjuan team for work, but regrettably, this year the ratio of ordinary people allowed had dwindled to a mere 20, which had long been reached. Although Elder Lu remained relatively robust, he could not compete with the youth. The elderly couple ventured out even less frequently. When they did, they appeared noticeably thinner and older. If this condition persisted, it was unlikely they would endure much longer. Yet, few expressed sympathy for them, after all. Even those living comfortably could not compare to the peace of former times. Each year grew colder, and the authorities offered no clarification on when the extreme cold would cease. With resources dwindling, everyone was compelled to conserve what they had. No one dared to distribute charity. In these apocalyptic times, the benevolent do not linger long. For who among us has not perused a few tales of the end times? Chapter 57, Third Tier and New Trending Topics in the Latter Half of the Extreme Cold.
Li Tianqi found himself in a state of despondency today.
He had ascended to the third tier, albeit later than anticipated. It became evident that the advancement of spatial abilities was not significantly correlated with telekinesis. His telekinesis had reached the pinnacle of the second tier 6 months prior.
Yet he had remained ensnared by his spatial capabilities for a full half-year before making progress. What troubled him most was the absence of any newly awakened abilities. The stillness of space showed no discernible changes. His telekinesis appeared to be somewhat stronger than it had been during his previous life at the third tier, which could be considered a fortunate enhancement.
The duration of the new spatial realm had increased by 2 hours, a slight consolation amidst his frustrations.
With his third-tier telekinesis,
Li Tianqi could momentarily levitate. Though he was unable to fly freely, he could merely glide for short distances. Nevertheless, he refrained from venturing outdoors, for the frigid weather was uninviting. The three women experienced the same temporal extension within the space, now lasting 4 hours, which caused Man to exuberantly engage in a flurry of activity. Most pleasantly surprising for Li Tianqi was that the little girl, after a considerable interval, once again greeted him with an enthusiastic morning bite, bringing him a sense of comfort. Zhang Nuanyuan, however, remained the most composed among them.
Her adept time management allowed her to retain some hours even by the third day. The additional 2 hours were merely a delightful bonus for her,
perhaps due to the lack of newly awakened abilities. Li Tianqi felt that his physical constitution had enhanced by more than merely doubling his foundational strength after advancing to the third tier. After enlisting the little girl's assistance in testing, it was confirmed that his constitution had increased by over 20 points, reaching a total of 198. Dianchi could not fathom the reasoning behind this, speculating that it might be compensation for his failure to awaken new powers.
Unable to comprehend the mystery,
Li Tianqi chose not to dwell on it. After all, no one had unraveled the intricacies of abilities in the decades since the apocalypse. He merely needed to become adept at utilizing them. The further augmentation of his constitution had significantly elevated his standing within the household. At least in the dynamics of male and female, he had regained the upper hand.
By the way,
the little girl had experienced her enhancement half a month prior to him, confirming that those with singular abilities indeed advanced more swiftly than those with multiple powers.
However,
Li Tianqi had upgraded approximately 6 months earlier, and their timing for reaching the third tier was relatively similar.
Yet, following this trend, it was likely that the little girl would ascend to the fourth tier well before him.
Dianchi's increase in constitution was rather standard, from an original value of 70.
It now stood at 103.
With continued training, he might only see an improvement of 1 or 2 points at most.
Consequently,
the lowest constitution in the household had reverted to Zhang Nuanyuan. Although training could yield slight enhancements, she remained just shy of breaking the 100 mark, achieving only 98. To surpass the threshold, she would need to ascend to the second tier. Man had only achieved her second tier breakthrough in the 4th year of the extreme cold during her previous life, thus, the timeline for her awakening this time around should not differ significantly. Based on Man's awakening schedule, Zheng Nuanyuan would likely have to wait over a year before her own breakthrough to the second tier. Ah, one must cherish this year and more. There is no denying that as time progresses, the disparity between the specially awakened individuals and those of awakened constitutions becomes increasingly pronounced.
Although he can easily suppress the two women with his spatial abilities, employing telekinesis in bed seems rather excessive, does it not? Don't be disheartened, Chi.
The absence of new spatial awakenings is not a matter of concern. Your spatial prowess is already formidable, said Zheng Nuanyuan in Sherman, who came to comfort him upon noticing Li Tianqi's lack of excitement after his ascension. The little girl remained silent. Perhaps she had already offered her consolation through actions earlier that morning? It's all right, my telekinesis has indeed been enhanced to a certain degree. Far superior to my previous life. I am not so fragile as to require consolation, Li Tianqi replied with a smile. While there was a slight discontent in his heart, he reminded himself that this was only the third year of the extreme cold. A substantial number of individuals had yet to awaken. And those who had awakened still had a long way to go before reaching the second tier. Meanwhile, he had already attained the third tier, significantly surpassing his previous self. Contentment is the key to happiness. The foundational outline of the city walls in the Jinling settlement has now taken shape. It appears that subsequent work will keep them busy until after the new year before they can begin wrapping things up. Dai Yinchi remarked that this progress is a year ahead of his previous life, and he pondered whether the construction of the resettlement areas would commence early. It should indeed start ahead of schedule. In my last life, the construction of the resettlement areas was rather delayed, and by the time the extreme cold ended, not all of it was completed. A few slow-moving survivors encountered mutated beast hordes during their evacuation, though not on a large scale. It still resulted in some losses. Dai Yinchi noted. That may not necessarily be the case. Once the roadblock issues are resolved, not many will proactively relocate to Jiangning. Humanity still needs to expand outward. With a significant number of people leaving, those uninhabited areas will quickly be reclaimed by flora and fauna. I suspect the authorities will likely consider expanding the city walls. Li Tianqi analyzed. Did that officer Shen Liang inform you of any insider news? Dai Yinchi countered. No, I haven't been in contact with him lately. Li Tianqi replied with a pout. Is there something wrong with my analysis? It's possible, considering that more individuals have survived this time, thereby increasing the demand for living space. Zheng Nuanyuan supported Li Tianqi's speculation. I still believe the resettlement area will be constructed. After all, the northern districts will certainly be withdrawn. The Yangtze River will not be particularly safe after the extreme cold, and even if the settlement needs to expand, it won't extend to the riverbank, as sufficient safety distance must be maintained. Dai Yinchi expressed his dissent, though he acknowledged the validity of that argument. After a round of debate, they ultimately reached no consensus, but it mattered little. It was merely a way to pass the time. That evening, Li Tianqi emerged victorious in the final encounter, leaving the little girl sobbing beneath the covers after her defeat. Sherman expressed sympathy for her cousin's plight and sought to seek retribution on her behalf. However, the third-tier Li Tianqi was no longer the submissive figure he once was. He too was subdued. The two women sighed, while Zheng Nuanyuan, for her part, was behaving quite well. In this third year of extreme cold, there had not been much snowfall. Perhaps the previous 2 years had exhausted the snowfall. The weather was exceptionally pleasant. This year, the authorities have developed a new breed of frost-resistant crops, which belong to the category of mutated plants. These hybrid potatoes and sweet potatoes, originating from the capital, can be cultivated indoors even during severe cold spells. However, due to issues concerning fuel and heating, these living specimens cannot be casually grown by the general populace. Nevertheless, every household has received a modest allocation of seeds, providing them with a semblance of activity. The survivors exhibit remarkable enthusiasm, although survival is challenging in extreme low temperatures. One can always hope. After all, this marks the third year of relentless cold, and the phenomenon of plant and animal mutations has become a common knowledge among the populace. Li Tianqi has taken to cultivating a few pots at home, while his neighbor, Luoluo, is particularly delighted. She even came over to express her heartfelt gratitude to Shi Manman. It is worth noting that her residence, arranged by Dai Ichi, boasts superior renovations compared to Li Tianqi's, allowing her to ensure the survival and growth of these frost-resistant plants simply by operating her fireplace for 2 hours each day. Luoluo has proclaimed that she has cultivated a substantial quantity and intends to share half of her harvest with Shi Manman. Shi Manman, in turn, graciously accepts. Recalling the wise words of Li Tianqi and Gu Guoxing from long ago, one should reap the rewards of their efforts without unnecessary modesty. It is clear that Luoluo's circumstances are not dire. As the leader of a team of over 200 individuals, her living standards are quite satisfactory. And she has no pressing need for assistance from others. Naturally, these crops are not exclusive to their cultivation, many others are also engaging in this endeavor. With the innate talents of their race, some individuals will inevitably discover unique methods to successfully grow these plants. In this third year of extreme cold, potatoes and sweet potatoes have emerged as the latest topics of interest. Chapter 58, Opening a Store. The notion of community gardening was something Li Tianqi had only encountered after experiencing the harshest winters in his previous life.
In H City,
there were merely 4 universities, supplemented by nearby county towns and the limited manpower of local government officials and police. Therefore, during the extreme cold, it was said that only a handful of university students engaged in cultivation, while the rest remained oblivious to the fact that the authorities had already developed frost-resistant potatoes and sweet potatoes. Nonetheless, this experience proved somewhat beneficial. With the temperature at home being quite agreeable, cultivation did not pose much difficulty. Potatoes and sweet potatoes required minimal care, yielding satisfactory results. The addition of greenery on the balcony was a delightful sight. Thus, apart from taking turns working, those who remained at home had an added task, watching instructional videos and tending to the few pots of plants on the balcony.
Time flew by swiftly.
And as the new year approached, several larger markets emerged within the settlement. During rest periods, though weekends were non-existent, rotations allowed for breaks. The family would venture to the nearest market. The closest market was none other than the second tallest building in Jiangning, where a family had taken refuge. The first and second floors had been minimally organized by the authorities into a marketplace, which was fairly spacious, particularly the bustling lobby on the first floor.
The street adjacent to the building transformed into a vibrant commercial avenue.
Although the variety of goods was limited, local survivors often frequented the area.
At any given moment, there were opportunists ready to seize chances.
The market featured numerous shops with a decent selection of products, attracting several women who enjoyed browsing. The items sold were scavenged by survivor teams that had not taken on the official task of repairing the city walls, as well as several stores run by university students. The military's management of awakened university students had become less stringent, allowing them to apply for freedom of movement, a privilege not yet granted to those who remained unawakened. The military oversight had been quite effective. These students, akin to having undergone over 2 years of military training, imparted a favorable impression. The stores primarily stocked goods scavenged from outside the city.
"Brother Chi, these items are incredibly cheap,"
exclaimed Shi Manman, having purchased several high-end cosmetics, her face alight with joy.
"What do you expect? These products will soon be unwanted. The higher the rank, the better the skin of the awakened will become."
"They need not maintain it as we did before," Li Tianqi replied, somewhat resigned, acknowledging the futility of such items.
"Oh, I'm only getting moisturizing products.
With the cold weather,
my face feels uncomfortable daily. I'll let you try some when we get back, it works wonders," Shi Manman chimed in, with Zhang Nuanyuan nodding in agreement. Dai Inchi, however, showed little interest. Li Tianqi remained indifferent, considering the low prices.
A few pieces of compressed biscuits could be exchanged for a significant amount of goods. And he merely shrugged without further comment.
"Brother Chi, should we open a store here?"
Dai Inchi suddenly broached the topic of opening a store, something discussed long ago.
"Sure. Why not?
With the wall repairs wrapping up after the new year, we won't have much to do, he replied. Li Tianqi pondered for a moment and deemed the idea feasible. Rotating shifts to tend the store seemed quite agreeable. Especially since they would be selling food stockpiled before the apocalypse, this venture would be unparalleled in this street.
How does one go about renting a shop here?
Man expressed her curiosity. There is no need for rent, simply apply at the official administration office and register. However, should the business falter, the authorities will swiftly reclaim the rights to the premises, Dai Inchi explained. Typically, such storefronts are utilized by teams, as individuals seldom possess sufficient supplies to sell.
Setting up a stall in the building's lobby suffices. But we are just 4 people, will they deny us a shop?
Zhang Nuan inquired, her mind brimming with questions. We should trade various metals instead, they can later be exchanged for currency, specifically, the electronic currency introduced post-apocalypse, Dai Inchi suggested.
Indeed, that is plausible.
These external teams will likely become our primary clientele, Li Tianqi remarked, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair.
What purpose do these metals serve?
Man questioned with intrigue. In the post-apocalyptic world, combating mutated beasts will require vast amounts of weaponry and ammunition. Cold weapons will become mainstream, especially with the authorities developing superior alloy materials, which will serve as the primary raw materials for crafting such weaponry. The demand for various metals will be substantial, gold and silver will retain considerable value. And there will be a high demand for other metals as well, Dai Inchi elucidated, to which Man nodded in understanding. Zhang Nuan appeared equally intrigued by the future of weaponry, posing further questions as the 4 of them ambled towards the official administration office. Applications must be prepared in advance. There is no urgency to open the store, as they still need to work at the construction site for some time. By the time the store is ready, their tasks at the construction site will likely be nearing completion. As for whether they will focus on renovating residential areas or expanding settlements in the future, the 4 decided not to involve themselves.
Time flew by.
And after more than 2 months, the authorities announced the near completion of the inner city wall.
The inner city wall? It seems Brother Chi's predictions were accurate. Expansion is indeed on the horizon, along with an outer city wall. Zhang Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Humph. The little girl, displaying a touch of pride,
planted a kiss on Li Tianqi's cheek.
She appeared a tad displeased at having lost a bet, suggesting that he would need to offer her some consolation later.
Shall we check if our shop has been approved? Why is it taking so long? Man tugged at Li Tianqi's arm, eager to leave.
With a playful swat on her rear that echoed with a satisfying sound, he remarked, "Are you truly going to inspect the shop?
If you wish to shop, just say so."
"Oh, Brother Chi, be gentler, it's bound to be red now," Man replied, her tone and expression reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. This athlete had indeed succumbed to a playful spirit.
"Let us go take a look, we should have some news by now." Zhang Nuan led the way, pulling Man along. Li Tianqi, resigned, followed closely behind with Dai Inchi. Sure enough,
the 3 women took a brief stroll around the street before all 4 headed towards the administration office. Fortune smiled upon them, the shop had finally been approved. Though they would need to wait another week for the original owner to settle their affairs before vacating the premises. It is a storefront facing the side of a building,
with a decent area.
Previously, it sold lingerie, shoes, and socks, and the 3 women often frequented it, though they rarely made purchases due to their ample supplies at home. It appears that the store has not replenished its inventory for some time, as the remaining items are merely the leftovers picked over by customers.
Inside,
there are still 2 or 3 patrons, while the 2 attendants, both university students, seem to be rotating shifts as part of their team,
without discussing their appearances.
Their demeanor exudes a certain robust confidence, markedly more than that of typical university students in peacetime. After engaging in a brief conversation to finalize the details of their handover,
the 4 departed.
Upon returning home, Li Tianqi opened WeChat and searched for Lu Fangho, a fellow from the Gula district,
who surprisingly remained quite active in the apocalyptic community post-extreme cold. During the harsh winter, he assisted others in installing solar panels, and once potatoes and sweet potatoes became available, he was busy helping to construct simplified indoor greenhouses, maintaining a steady stream of business. Indeed, he is a remarkably adaptable entrepreneur. Chapter 59, Survival Group in the Apocalypse 2. Following the establishment of a local area network, the survival group remained quite vibrant. The members had all made preparations, with several affluent individuals constructing their own shelters, typically leading prosperous lives. Of course, there were exceptions for those with particularly unfortunate circumstances or miscalculations. For instance, one individual had built his sanctuary far from Jinling and was still engaged in solitary gameplay, resulting in a rather dismal existence. Fortunately, he had ample supplies. Yet he spent his days in monotony, becoming a master of flooding the chat. As for how he managed to connect to the local network from such a distance, this person was already in the industry and devised his own means of connection, enhancing the signal and achieving commendable internet speed.
Boss Lou, there's a renovation job next week.
I would appreciate your assistance, Li Tianqi messaged Lu Fengho privately while simultaneously lurking in the group chat.
Little Fox, I've been rather bored lately,
so I created a small greenhouse.
Images, there are quite a few images. This seems to be a show-off moment. Okay bung, wow, cherry tomatoes. Cucumbers.
Little Fox.
What is the price? Can I trade for some?
Indeed, fresh vegetables, akin to meat, immediately garnered considerable attention.
Boss Li, where have you been making a fortune lately?
Lu Fengho also sent a private message at that moment. Yijing Garden, the usual place. I'm preparing to open a small shop.
Li Tianqi replied before returning to the group chat.
Lu Fengho was quite busy and responded slowly. Little Fox, alright, the first batch is all reserved now.
I can only take orders for the next batch.
In the blink of an eye, the chat was inundated with messages, and Little Fox's vegetable yield was not substantial. Half a year without a bath. Images, I have 10 acres of planting space and invite beautiful ladies to join me in survival during the apocalypse. Within mere seconds of joining the survival group, a message appeared, indicating yet another fortunate individual had emerged.
Uncontrollable Tan, wow.
We have a big shot with planting space abilities in our group.
I love cherry tomatoes. Do you need any trinkets, big shot? I am the group owner. I love cherry tomatoes. Who are you? Why didn't you report your name change?
I love cherry tomatoes. I am the group owner. Little Fox, don't mess around. Be careful lest the group owner silences you.
Little Fox, I'm outta here.
Emoji, regrettably. The individual who had gone half a year without bathing chose the wrong setting and did not spark much discussion. Several chat veterans swiftly redirected the topic elsewhere.
Thus, not all individuals with planting abilities could thrive in any environment.
I'll visit your shop tomorrow, but acquiring renovation materials is a challenge.
And the renovation style cannot be chosen at will, Lu Fengho interjected.
Li Tianqi quickly replied, no worries, a simple renovation will suffice, I have some materials here. He promptly responded and began searching through the zero-cost items for materials that might be needed for the renovation. As for the supplies he had purchased, he realized he had not stockpiled anything in that regard. Fortunately, he remembered that the zero-cost shop had a plethora of materials, even if they weren't perfectly matched. As the current demands were not too stringent, a basic renovation would suffice. Go, inquired Dai Yinchi, turning abruptly. The group is discussing organizing an internal exchange.
Should we take a look?
Li Tianqi glanced at the phone in Dai Yinchi's hand and noticed that the well-known figure, Little Fox, had mentioned wanting to swap some items. The group leader had also made an appearance, and soon after, several individuals expressed their interest in participating in the exchange.
It seemed that Li Tianqi had inadvertently missed an important conversation moment.
Viewing it might not be a bad idea, we have quite a few items to exchange. Although I suppose we don't really lack anything, Li Tianqi mused. That may not be the case, there are many prominent figures from Jinling in the group.
And they might possess some valuable items.
replied Dai Inchi. How do you know that?
Li Tianqi asked, intrigued.
I met the group leader before.
She is a host at Jinling TV and knows several celebrities in the group. She mentioned it to me, Dai Inchi explained.
Alright then, when is it happening? Li Tianqi inquired.
They're still tallying the participants, and the location hasn't been decided yet.
I'll sign up for now, Dai Inchi declared, promptly registering her name in the group.
Li Tianqi had initially thought that Little Fox was Dai Inchi, only to later discover that her secondary account, Manchi, seldom communicated in the group.
As for Man,
her group name was Chiman, but she contributed even less than Dai Inchi, barely uttering a word.
Once Dai Inchi had registered, the details regarding time and place remained undecided,
prompting the two to venture downstairs for a stroll, hoping to find Man and Dai Inchi, who had seemingly vanished for the afternoon. Ever since the construction site had come to a halt, the tall and leggy girls had begun to feel restless, indulging in late morning slumbers and afternoon outings.
Typically returning only around dinner time, often accompanied by someone either Dai Inchi or Zhang Nuanyuan. Li Tianqi usually refrained from seeking them out.
But since Dai Inchi was aware of their whereabouts, they decided to search together, primarily out of boredom from staying at home.
Once outside,
they soon spotted Man and Zhang Nuanyuan on the street where the shops were located.
The sides of the road were bustling with onlookers.
It turned out the military was conducting drills, and the crowd was captivated by the spectacle. This was the first time they had encountered such an event.
The regimented formation was jogging laps around the building, their rallying cries echoing loudly. Clad in winter attire, though somewhat bulky, their demeanor exuded an undeniable charisma, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the crowd. How impressive! Indeed. As Li Tianqi approached Man and Zhang Nuanyuan,
he overheard them discussing the soldiers with a hint of envy, though undeniably, they were quite handsome.
Ahem! He interjected, squeezing between the two with a light cough. Shi Gu! Zhang Nuanyuan called out. Shi Gu is the most handsome,
Man exclaimed, seemingly having noticed him, and she snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around his.
What is going on here?
Li Tianqi questioned, noting the soldiers continuously running around the building, a stark contrast to previous encounters.
In the past,
he had only seen military personnel on the construction site or when distributing supplies.
The new management regulations have been implemented. The military has been dispatched,
and they will be stationed in the building for the time being. The upper floors have all been requisitioned, Zhang Nuan remarked.
What exactly is happening? Dai Inchi inquired.
The military had already recalled a considerable number of veterans, and with so many personnel,
it is certainly impractical for them to train at the military district every day.
Li Tianqi sighed, such is the nature of a large base. It is no surprise that they have to deploy troops elsewhere.
Indeed, there have been instances of such situations before, Dai Inchi replied. However, it seems that this time, the numbers are greater.
In the past, there were no stationed troops in the urban area, they relied on garrisoning along the city walls.
Perhaps the market is particularly vibrant, prompting the military to send personnel to maintain order?
Man casually interjected. That is a possibility, but it is of little concern. Having soldiers around is quite advantageous. They might even assist with our business. Zhang Nuan responded nonchalantly. True, having military personnel nearby could be beneficial, Li Tianqi concurred.
Shiga.
The group leader mentioned that gatherings and transactions are happening in the square behind the television station, where there are troops, making it relatively safe, Dai Inchi added,
glancing at her phone.
Indeed, having soldiers present is quite reassuring, Li Tianqi acknowledged.
Chapter 60, Gula Subway Station. What time is it? Li Tianqi inquired. 3 days from now. Let's prepare and perhaps make some arrangements in the group chat, Dai Inchi replied. Alright then, I'll head home and we can discuss it further this evening,
Li Tianqi said to Zhang Nuan and Man, taking the little girl's hand as they began their journey back.
What is going on? What preparations?
Sherman asked with curiosity, following closely behind Zhang Nuan. The four of them made their way home, with Dai Inchi explaining the situation along the way. Once at home, Zhang Nuan decided not to cook today and opted for ready-made meals instead. They all gathered in the living room to discuss what items to bring and what they wished to exchange.
3 days later, the quartet glided to the square behind the television station in Gula district, quickly locating the crowd.
Someone had arrived early and hung several lanterns in a corridor as a marker. It was already May, and the weather was pleasant, hovering just below freezing.
Most people seemed acclimated, and there were already a dozen individuals present, dressed rather lightly.
Among them, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman caught the eye. Clad in a woolen coat and fitted black leggings, her figure exuding sensuality, and her face somewhat familiar.
Dai Inchi recognized her and approached with a smile.
It turned out she was the group leader, hence the familiarity. He had seen her on television.
Xiao Yijia, long time no see. Dai Inchi exclaimed, clearly well acquainted with her. Xiao Inchi, you seem to be doing well. The woman, full of joy, embraced Dai Inchi before curiously glancing at Li Tianqi and the others. Xiao Yijia.
Allow me to introduce my cousin Sherman, and this is Zhang Nuan, and he is Li Tianqi. The introductions flowed naturally until Li Tianqi's name was mentioned, at which point the little girl became slightly bashful, her voice softening.
Gu, cousin, Nuan Jia.
This is our group leader, Yi Chunai, a renowned host from the provincial station.
She proudly introduced her.
Indeed, Yi Chunai was well known for her hosting prowess.
Celebrated for her fair complexion, beauty, and long legs.
She had quickly gained the title of the province's most beautiful host upon her debut.
Quite impressive.
The group acknowledged. Noting her remarkable attire that suggested a commendable resistance to the cold, hinting at her potential as an ability user, although the specific nature of her abilities remained uncertain. After all, many with physical abilities also exhibited significant cold resistance.
Hello, I will wait here a bit longer.
It seems there aren't too many people coming this time. Those who have arrived are likely inside the subway station.
Why don't you head there first?
Yi Chunai politely greeted the three, casting a meaningful glance at Li Tianqi. It was evident that, with her discerning eye, she recognized that the charming young man was the cornerstone for these three women.
Suggesting that he was more than just a pretty face. All right, see you in a bit.
Without waiting for Li Tianqi to exchange pleasantries with the beautiful host,
Dai Inchi took the lead, guiding them toward the subway entrance.
Li Tianqi found himself puzzled.
Whom are we avoiding? As Li Tianqi's gaze appeared peculiar,
Dai Ichi averted her eyes, remaining silent. A group of them entered the adjacent subway station, which had been tidied up and transformed into a small market. Early in the morning, it buzzed with activity, albeit sparsely populated, with numerous stalls and a few shops scattered about.
Upon entering, a lantern caught their attention.
Identical to the one outside, marking a shop selling hot beverages, already bustling with a dozen well-dressed patrons.
Hello everyone, I am Manchi, Dai Ichi introduced herself,
gesturing for Sherman and Li Tianqi to do the same. Li Tianqi's nickname in the group, whimsically chosen, was living a Zen life, as he seldom spoke.
Leaving many puzzled.
Fortunately, he recognized a familiar face. Lu Fangho, whom he had met just the day before, approached him warmly.
Brotherly, please sit over here. Allow me to introduce you. All right, thank you. Li Tianqi graciously accepted and settled down with Zhang Nuanyuan,
while Dai Ichi and Sherman found seats nearby with several other women. Before long, a lovely young lady brought over a cup of steaming tea, which looked quite appealing. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is the first in our group to undertake a complete winter-proof renovation, Brother Li Tianqi. Although he may seem unfamiliar, I assure you, once I mention him, many will recognize him. His predictions are remarkably accurate, and those who have followed his renovation plan have made minimal adjustments, finding it directly applicable. Lu Fangho's introduction left a notable impression on several attendees, prompting a few to approach Li Tianqi for a greeting and mutual introductions.
Hello, I am Xiao Hu. My real name is Fei Yujiao. Thank you for your predictions. I followed your scheme for my renovations, and the results are splendid. After several acquaintances were made, an elegant woman in her 30s approached. How to describe her? It proved challenging, undeniably beautiful. She would score at least a 9 out of 10. Her demeanor exuded grace, reminiscent of a refined lady, yet her appearance and attire conveyed an alluring charm, leaving one to ponder if she was subtly flirting. Hello, I am Li Tianqi. He felt a jolt of electricity at her presence, slightly stammering during his brief introduction, but fortunately, it was succinct, avoiding any embarrassment. At this early stage, the group merely engaged in introductions, as several attendees had yet to arrive. However, they would not wait indefinitely. Once the scheduled time had passed, it was unnecessary to linger, as respect is mutual. The formal start was set for 9:30, given the vastness of Jinling and the current state of transportation, which was no longer as convenient as before. Those traveling from afar would require ample time. The four had departed at 7:30, taking less than an hour to arrive. And with the time yet to reach 8:30, they had a little while longer to wait. In moments when the crowd swells, one inevitably encounters a handful of individuals endowed with exceptional social skills, leading to a plethora of topics that enliven the atmosphere. However, the matter of transactions remains unaddressed, as the conversation primarily revolves around light banter and idle chatter. Li Tianqi, though not particularly loquacious, occasionally interjects a remark. In contrast, Sherman engages animatedly with a group of women, and surprisingly, Daiichi also holds her own in conversation with a few acquaintances. Oh? Dai Kunming? Has he arrived at Gulo? Suddenly, a statement from Daiichi caught Li Tianqi's attention. It was not that he was eavesdropping, rather, her voice had risen slightly, and the name she mentioned struck a chord of familiarity. Dai Kunming? Is he not the son of Daiichi's stepmother's family, the young heir? How is it that news of him reaches here? Curiosity piqued, Li Tianqi glanced over, noticing that Daiichi was conversing with someone who resembled a young couple. The man, appearing to be around 30, had a slightly plump physique and seemed to be enjoying a comfortable life. Chapter 61, The Big Shots in the Group Indeed. This young man is quite adept at ingratiating himself. His family possesses some wealth, and he seems to be living comfortably. The man seated diagonally across from Daiichi noticed her interest and continued his discourse. Is he currently alone? What does he do for a living? Daiichi feigned curiosity and inquired. He's with his mother. His father passed away last year. His mother is a madam who has brought over quite a number of girls from Jiangpu. As for Dai Kunming, he is a ticket scalper, trafficking official tickets while also assisting his mother in scouting for young ladies. The man divulged without hesitation. True to form, young Master Qin is well informed in this regard. Daiichi remarked. By the way, how is the quality of the girls from your family? Upon hearing this, Daiichi fell silent, while another newcomer interjected. Oh, Lao Hu. Why are you only just arriving? I doubt their girls can compare to yours. However, their girls are all students, and their quality is decent. The most crucial aspect is their youth, which makes business quite prosperous. The man, referred to as young Master Qin, greeted the newcomer before indulging in playful banter. Indeed. It seems somewhat intriguing. University girls are quite a rarity nowadays. Lao Hu remarked, realizing that he and Dai Kunming's mother were in the same line of work. Ah. Lao Hu, you misunderstand, that madam lacks such capabilities. Those student girls are merely middle schoolers, many of them still quite young. Young Master Qin swiftly clarified, noticing Lao Hu's misconception. Goodness, so she's truly a lowlife. If this matter comes to light today, I suspect Sister Yi will pay a visit there. Damn it. I'll have to deal with her too, she is utterly despicable. Lao Hu cursed, his tone clearly reflecting disdain for Dai Kunming's mother. You're right. Once this gathering concludes, I shall join in the festivities as well, young Master Qin added. At this moment, Daiichi ceased her inquiries and listened attentively to the conversation among the men.
Li Tianqi also gleaned information regarding Dai Kunming's situation and found it surprising that his mother was faring well, though her conduct was certainly disgraceful. It seemed her good days would soon be at an end. Just then, a new group entered the establishment. Among them the most captivating presence was Yi Chunai, the beautiful leader of the group. It appeared that those who were meant to arrive had gathered. Indeed, upon her entrance, the group leader introduced everyone and provided a brief overview of each individual's situation. Among the crowd was a hidden big shot, a man around 40 years of age named Ma Wenjun, a private entrepreneur from Jinling. Notably, his enterprise remained unlisted, possessing a valuation in the tens of billions. The remarkable aspect was that such a wealthy individual was a member of the post-apocalyptic survival group. One could only ponder the extent of his preparations prior to the extreme cold. Li Tianqi calculated that, excluding the new space, the combined preparations of the four of them, including Dai Inchi, amounted to merely a few billion in resources. If this man had utilized even a mere 10 of his assets for preparations, it was evident that he was not someone to be underestimated. Indeed, in the vast realm of Dawagwo, one would never be devoid of influential figures. One must maintain a sense of modesty. It is prudent to await a more stable ecological balance within this space before venturing out freely. Following Yi Chuanya's thorough introduction, the trading commenced swiftly. Given that it was the inaugural event, the proceedings were somewhat chaotic. Nevertheless, Yi Chunai had made certain preparations, providing each participant with a display board to articulate their needs and available resources, which could then be placed on the designated shelves around the marketplace for all to peruse. Interested individuals could engage in discussions and negotiations, lending a certain charm to this primitive setup. Li Tianqi sought out Shi Manman, Dai Inchi, and Zhang Nuanyuan, urging them to list items of interest. As for the materials intended for exchange, he selected some space-consuming food items to feature, such as various self-heating pots, bulk instant noodles, and a modest quantity of canned goods, which already held considerable appeal. Fruit and meat cans were particularly sought after. While self-heating pots and instant noodles might command high prices outside, they were not as coveted among this survival community. Nonetheless, they still possessed inherent value, attracting the attention of several individuals engaged in reselling. Ma Wenjun, as a prominent figure, offered an impressive array of goods, listing not only fresh fish, meat, and eggs but also a variety of vegetables on his display board. Remarkably, had he established a self-sustaining ecological zone? Maintaining such an expansive ecosystem under extreme cold conditions would require substantial energy resources. Li Tianqi had no doubt regarding his status as a reincarnated being. Dai Inchi, possessing a third-tier ability, could discern the data of other ability users from a considerable distance, gaining even deeper insights into their powers in close proximity. According to Dai Inchi's observations, Ma Wenjun was merely an ordinary physical ability user, with a physique just surpassing 90, even less impressive than Zhang Nuanyuan's, and lacking any additional abilities, rendering him rather average. Interestingly, Ma Wenjun's desired items included various non-perishable foods, fruits from mutated plants, and the young of mutated animals. Was he preparing to embark on the cultivation of mutated plants and the breeding of mutated animals? Upon reflection, it made sense. The meat, eggs, fish, and vegetables he offered had already begun to mutate, with some vegetables not only retaining their flavor but improving upon it. As for fish and meat, Li Tianqi discovered that many artificially cultivated mutated creatures had somewhat inferior taste compared to their predecessors, although a few, such as beef, had indeed become more palatable. Pork, on the other hand, had lost some flavor, yet after one or two advancements, it tended to improve. Albeit large-scale farming remained challenging due to the difficulties in managing particularly large sows. There were also an array of peculiar trading items, with various luxury watches, gold, and jewelry not being particularly rare. Intriguingly, there were even transactions involving humans. The individual orchestrating this was none other than a man known as Old Hu, who clarified in advance that all parties involved were consenting. He merely acted as an intermediary. The display prominently featured a list of handsome men and beautiful women, including several notable figures from before the extreme cold era. Certainly, most of them are merely minor celebrities from before the extreme cold.
If one disregards the introductions and merely observes the photographs, Li Tianqi recognizes few.
As for major stars, one should not entertain such notions, at least.
No familiar names have surfaced thus far.
Currently, the most prominent on his display board is a local street dance girl group from Jinling,
comprising 7 or 8 stunning young women, all quite attractive. Of course, there are also men involved. Surprisingly, Yi Chunai is engaged in such business as well, however. Her display board features socialites of commendable quality, many of whom possess remarkable talents. It is evident that, according to the narrative, she too serves as an intermediary. There is no need for quotation marks around intermediary here, as human trafficking during the extreme cold is indeed illegal. Those who prepared before the onset of the extreme cold within the survival group are now faring quite well. In their social circles,
it is not unusual for some attractive individuals to seek to align themselves with others.
Upon learning of an internal personnel trading gathering,
it is entirely plausible that some individuals would attempt to leverage connections to promote themselves. There is nothing amiss in that.
After all, they would not dare to disclose anything that was not voluntary, would they? One must remember that just a short distance from the subway station, hundreds of soldiers are stationed. Are they not?
Chapter 62, The transaction. Indeed, the personnel exchanges were quite limited, amounting to merely a roster of a few dozen individuals.
As for the demands,
the most sought-after commodities remained food and fuel. Vegetables were exceedingly rare, their prices inflated to the highest levels, followed closely by military-grade canned meats. While the canned fruits provided by Li Tianqi were also priced quite steeply. After all, these items were not easily found in the outside world. And many cans had surpassed their expiration dates. However, during this extreme cold period, expiration was not deemed a significant concern. The various fresh meats offered by Ma Wengjuan were similarly in high demand, with some less desirable flavors being comparatively cheaper. Though even the least palatable meats did not cost less than several instant meal packages.
Indeed, I refer specifically to the instant noodles and self-heating pots provided by Li Tianqi.
However, once the crowd learned that Li Tianqi had awakened his spatial ability on the second year of the extreme cold days, his self-heating pots became a hot commodity. After all, they had not expired and contained a fair amount of meat. Li Tianqi's desired items included precious metals. With gold serving as a hard currency in this post-apocalyptic world, being one of the essential materials for various uses. While silver had also seen a price increase compared to pre-apocalypse times. These two were his primary trading commodities. Most visitors here had some resources, making satisfactory gains. As for other metallic materials, it was more economical to acquire them from those teams venturing outside. Dai Inchi exchanged several sets of fur coats from the group leader, while Sherman Man returned with large-capacity hard drives filled with a variety of games, movies, and television series.
Zhang Nuanyuan followed behind the two women,
trading for some everyday tools and appliances, all at quite reasonable prices. The two managed to acquire a considerable amount of gold and silver. Along with a few other precious metals, although not in large quantities, the group primarily hoarded gold.
The initial transactions for the big shots did not proceed smoothly,
as the locals were generally quite cautious and few were willing to venture outside.
However, he did establish a long-term trade agreement with an individual possessing a planting space.
The cultivation within this space was notably proficient, and the plants therein did not mutate, ensuring the quality of the agricultural products. Later, the big shot distributed some benefits to the group, exchanging a substantial quantity of vegetables, fish, meat, and eggs at fair prices for everyone to sample, reiterating his needs. The beautiful group leader and Lao Hu presented a list of glamorous socialites and celebrities, who were quite popular, yet they did not require resources in exchange. Instead,
they would arrange to discuss terms in person after the transactions concluded.
After all, it was a relationship of dependency. If the other party had any character issues,
it could lead to complications.
Women with resources were not fewer than men, making those charming male figures equally sought after.
Nonetheless, this bore little relevance to Li Tianqi.
Even if he found someone appealing, he had no opportunity to act with the three women around him. Of course, this all depended on mutual understanding. If he truly had someone he fancied, bringing her home would likely amount to mere flattery. In terms of familial status, Li Tianqi remained quite secure. Time passed swiftly. And by noon, a throng of people arrived at a grand building in the Gula district, which belonged to Ma Wengjuan. Whether his post-apocalyptic base was still located there, Li Tianqi was unaware, yet it was certainly a gathering hosted by a big shot. The esteemed individual indeed possesses a remarkably professional culinary team, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied after the meal. Following dinner, the formal trading commenced, primarily focused on the exchange of goods. Most attendees arrived empty-handed, necessitating some time for transactions to unfold. Prominent socialites and celebrities were invited in the afternoon, with the trading venue relocated to the third floor of the building, which had originally been a supermarket, now quite spacious. The gracious host thoughtfully arranged some furniture and screens, and surprisingly, the freight elevator at the back of the building was operational, indicating that the host was not lacking in energy supply. Even a temporary trading point could be powered. Li Tianqi approached the host for a brief conversation, seeking avenues for the numerous byproducts derived from crude oil processing in his space, feeling it would be a pity to waste them. To his surprise, the host indeed introduced him to a potential trading partner, and they successfully negotiated a deal wherein the counterpart would pay in steel, which was quite satisfactory. After the trading event concluded, Dai Yinchi greeted Li Tianqi, mentioning that she needed to accompany the beautiful group leader for a matter, with Sher Man also intending to follow. Li Tianqi could surmise the nature of their interest. The beautiful group leader had developed curiosity regarding Dai Kunming's selection of underage students and was eager to investigate. What could Li Tianqi do? It was certainly a noteworthy situation. He decided to bring Zhang Nuanyuan along as well, and many others joined. Given the considerable number of surviving beauties, the actions of this mother-son duo were indeed disgraceful.
As for consent?
If there were truly willing participants in this current environment, there was hardly a need for a madam to exploit them.
Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a considerable number of people followed Yi Chunai to Dai Kunming's residence. It was not far, located at a hotel on Xuanwu Lake Avenue, a property of the Dai family prior to the extreme cold. The furniture remained intact, indicating that the mother and son had arrived quite early, reclaiming the place before the military's collection. The building had undergone renovations, featuring a simple heating system akin to northern-style heating, albeit a rudimentary version, proving effective enough. The temperature in the hall was several degrees warmer than outside, and the rooms maintained a temperature above freezing, suggesting the mother and son possessed some capabilities. Upon arrival,
the atmosphere was not overly bustling. There were only a handful of people present in the first-floor hall, seemingly overseeing the venue. The moment the beautiful group leader appeared, she drew the attention of these individuals, with the charming fox, Fei Yujiao, also becoming a focal point.
Conversely, Dai Yinchi, trailing behind the two women, attracted little notice.
Observing the influx of newcomers, the young attendees quickly averted their gaze, with two swiftly ascending the stairs, presumably to relay news.
It was inevitable. This group, comprising both men and women, exuded an extraordinary aura, unmistakably not there merely for business purposes. The hall soon became somewhat crowded, with more than half of the participants from the trading event having arrived, and given that these individuals possessed a modicum of skill, the gathering swelled to around 40 or 50 people. Ah, where do these distinguished guests come from? A somewhat piercing female voice rang out. Li Tianqi, positioned at the back, could not discern the newcomer's appearance clearly, but it was evident that the principal figure had arrived. "Madam, please take us to meet the young ladies. I have brought quite a number of friends to show our support today." The beauty group leader remained silent, yet it was young Master Qin who spoke first. "Indeed. Young Master Qin, you are quite the esteemed guest.
Please wait a moment, and I shall bring the young ladies down shortly." It seems that this young Master Qin is a notable figure, particularly within this circle. At this moment, Li Tianqi also took a good look at the newcomer, who appeared to be a woman in her 40s, an aging beauty who still retained a fair appearance, devoid of any acerbic demeanor. Thus, the saying that one should not judge a book by its cover holds some truth. Li Tianqi cast a glance at Dai Inchi and Sherman nearby, and from their expressions and glances, he deduced that this woman must be Dai Inchi's stepmother.
Chapter 63, Nothing at all. Ah, there is no escaping now. It is indeed her.
Li Tianqi discerned the noticeable change in the expressions of Dai Inchi and Sherman upon seeing this woman.
Due to the influx of visitors,
who appeared rather formidable, the young ones tending the shop dared not act rashly, while the madam exuded a palpable unease, resorting to mere verbal posturing.
Regrettably,
Yi Chunai had come here with the intent of engaging with the young maidens, and was not swayed by a few words exchanged from across the room.
Soon, a throng ascended the stairs, leaving no one behind on the ground floor. Li Tianqi followed the crowd upstairs to ascertain the circumstances. Young Master Qin, well acquainted with the establishment, swiftly guided the group to the 6th floor, of a total of 7.
This level bore little distinction from the others, featuring a dozen rooms. Upon casually pushing open one door, they discovered a dormitory-like setting, with bunk beds and lockers, surprisingly tidy.
Inside, several young women were asleep, while 2 or 3 were tidying the space or cleaning.
These 3 maidens appeared quite youthful, their faces still bearing traces of innocence.
Yet they emanated a palpable air of weariness.
A brief inquiry revealed that the girls residing in the rooms adjacent to the stairwell had been brought over from Jiangpu. Their expressions rather numbed, neither shunning questions nor exhibiting excessive emotion. Yi Chunai organized the group into smaller parties to investigate the situation in the backrooms.
Progressing further inward, they noticed that the age of the residents dwindled.
Upon reaching the final 2 rooms, where silence reigned, the ever-forward old Hu, finding the door unyielding, forcefully kicked it open. Inside were several young women, stripped bare of their dignity. After a hasty entry, old Hu swiftly retreated.
Ultimately, it was Yi Chunai who accompanied a few women inside, shutting the door behind them.
It was evident that the girls in these 2 rooms had been recently captured. Indeed, several bore signs of struggle, evident bruises marking their bodies. According to their accounts, these young women appeared exceptionally young. Those from Jiangning seemed relatively better off, while others had been deceived or directly abducted by Dai Kunming. Suppressing their indignation, Yi Chunai sensed the rising agitation among the group. After offering some words of comfort, he took out his phone and called the authorities. In this current scenario, reporting to the police was markedly different from the past. Now, the military handled such matters directly, as the police had come under unified military management. Although situated outside the city, there was a military presence here, even more pronounced than in several trading points within the city. The nearest military outpost was a few miles away at a marketplace.
In a short span, more than 30 armed soldiers appeared on the upper floor. Leading them was a middle-aged officer, who, after surveying the premises, immediately darkened in countenance upon learning of the forcefully abducted maidens. Particularly upon observing several youthful faces that radiated innocence, the officeress' expression transformed from a shade of ashen to a deep crimson. Upon learning that the overseer here was a middle-aged woman accompanied by her son, they immediately sought out Wu Lanhui, inquiring whether Dai Kunming had yet returned. They instructed the soldiers who had come to lie in ambush within the building, and with Wu Lanhui in tow, ascended to the snow-dusted rooftop. Without hesitation,
they drew their sidearm and emptied the magazine. Such directness was astonishing.
Li Tianqi, who had been following closely, stood in shock. Meanwhile,
the beautiful group leader and several other women, who had been leading the way, turned pale. Fortunately, they refrained from screaming, quickly covering their mouths instead.
I am Ni Tianfu,
the commander of the station troops here. You may address me by my name or simply as Commander Ni, he said, noticing Yi Chunai approaching with a still ashen face.
Commander Ni, will you face repercussions for handling it this way? Do you require us to provide any witness statements? Yi Chunai asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Thank you. However, that will not be necessary.
It is currently a military-controlled period, and for traffickers of this ilk, executing them on the spot is hardly an issue.
A report will suffice, Ni Tianfu replied, expressing his disdain loudly after offering Yi Chunai a salute of gratitude.
Commander Ni, you've already written nearly 10 reports this month.
In the end, it's still me who ends up writing them.
A young soldier standing behind him remarked, eliciting laughter from those present and lightening the atmosphere.
You rascal.
The two exchanged light-hearted banter, prompting the others to engage in casual conversation with the soldiers. It turned out that Commander Ni was originally a veteran who, after his service, was assigned to the public security system. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who trafficked women and children.
Unfortunately, in peacetime, the law was overly lenient towards such criminals.
Now, with military control reinstated, he had been recalled to the army, presenting him with the opportunity to confront such issues directly.
What more needed to be said?
As he had stated and acted upon, executing these offenders was simply the most efficient course of action. Li Tianqi could not help but reflect on the military's formidable authority, no matter how impressive the common populace might be. They were still insignificant in the face of official power. The true power lay with the government of Dawagwo, while external conflicts were merely trifles.
As night descended,
over 30 soldiers positioned themselves half within the building and half concealed outside. According to the captured youths, Dai Kunming typically returned at night.
As for what he was doing outside,
one could only speculate, especially considering how those young women ended up confined in the last few rooms. By around 10 o'clock, a large bus appeared,
driving around to the back of the building before coming to a halt. Yes, there was a back entrance to the building.
Once the bus had settled, individuals began to disembark.
The first to step out were two tall figures. The young people confined upstairs quickly recognized them.
One being Dai Kunming and the other his close associate, Tan Jia, who was rumored to have once been a trafficker himself. Subsequently, 3 petite figures descended one after another. And in the dim light, it became evident that they were 3 young girls. As they alighted from the vehicle, they were swiftly subdued by the 2 individuals who had disembarked prior.
Lastly, 2 young men followed, one of whom was the driver.
Just as the bus's engine ceased its rumbling, the energy-saving light at the rear door extinguished in an instant, prompting gasps from 2 of the girls.
What's all this commotion? Silence.
A man's voice echoed ominously in the darkness, though it was not particularly loud. After all, they were acutely aware of the unsavory nature of their actions.
No worries.
It's probably just a power trip. Let us head upstairs and check, another voice interjected, calm and nonchalant.
Unfortunately, at that moment, the lights flickered back on,
revealing several soldiers standing beside the 3 girls. As the illumination returned, the girls found themselves shielded by these soldiers, while 4 men were flanked by 2 stern-faced soldiers each. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were forcefully subdued, yielding no resistance whatsoever.
Li Tianqi exclaimed in disbelief, "What a perverse display! Is it really necessary to deploy such high-tech gear, complete with night vision helmets, just to apprehend a few traffickers?" To those in the know,
it's evident that they are capturing criminals. To the uninitiated, it appears as though a special forces unit is combating terrorists. He reflected on the military supplies he had hoarded abroad inside.
Indeed, one must weigh quality against quality.
Recalling how he had once marveled at those high-end goods scavenged from the Russian black market,
he now observed the casual display of equipment by the soldiers of Huagwo. What a stark contrast!
Chapter 64. The little girl's heartfelt comfort. The military's approach to handling these individuals was notably simplistic and brutal, and under the present circumstances, there was little room for niceties. The young girls who had been apprehended were subjected to a cursory inquiry, and Commander Ni decisively rendered a verdict. The group of youngsters was to be repurposed for the construction of the new city walls. The 2 leaders, Dai Kunming and Tan Jia, were executed on the spot,
their bodies to be taken back. Commander, why not just say these 3 resisted arrest? I really do not wish to write a report.
The crowd lingered long after dusk,
following behind in anticipation. Just before Commander Ni prepared to conclude the operation, A young soldier who had been assisting him with the report, recently recalled from retirement, voiced his complaints once more. "What nonsense are you spouting? We must adhere to the facts." Commander and I felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with the onlookers present. Indeed. Laughter erupted among the crowd, causing the apples of Commander Ni's cheeks to twitch as he resolutely led his team away, eyes straight ahead. Li Tianqi and Shermanman had never inquired why Dai Inchi harbored such animosity towards Dai Kunming, but given the actions of this mother-son duo, further questioning seemed unnecessary. As the hour grew late, the young girls were taken away by Commander Renai for their accommodation, while those remaining in the group, under the guidance of Yi Chunai and others, settled in temporarily. Dai Inchi appeared to be in good spirits that evening. It seemed the outcome for her and her son was quite favorable. In simpler terms, the little girl felt a sense of relief. As for the fate of the other girls, Commander Ni briefly mentioned that those who could locate their parents would undergo an investigation to ascertain whether parental responsibility needed to be addressed, for in these times, not all parents were exemplary, though this was a minority. Those without parents would be appropriately cared for by the military, after all. More than half of the university students had vacated the university town, making space for these underage individuals. It is pertinent to address the age of awakeners. Generally, minors aged 16 to 18 do not frequently fall within the awakening age bracket, possibly due to incomplete development or other factors. However, upon reaching adulthood, with proper training arrangements, these individuals could awaken rapidly. Of course, age is not an absolute determinant. There are indeed many precocious children, with some awakening at the tender age of 14 or even 13. Naturally, these matters bore little relevance to Li Tianqi and his companions, as the Group's inaugural trading event had reached its conclusion. The following day, aside from a few members who needed to finalize the exchange of goods, the majority had concluded their business and returned home. Through this transaction, Li Tianqi had amassed a substantial quantity of steel, a modest amount of silver, and a considerable collection of gold bars and items. The trifling items exchanged by the three women were hardly worth mentioning. The group was quite dispersed, however, on that day. The most participants hailed from the Gulu district. Many from other districts expressed the desire to organize similar trading events in their areas in the future. Thus, the group leader, a young lady, posed several inquiries within the group and appointed a number of administrators, tasking each with organizing trading activities in their respective districts, thereby infusing a touch of excitement into the otherwise monotonous lives of the members. Upon returning 3 days later, the university students at the store had completed their preparations and officially handed over the establishment. Li Tianqi once again encountered Lu Fengho, who had sourced some of the renovation materials, while Li Tianqi procured the rest. The final proposal appeared quite satisfactory, though the true outcome of the renovations would only be revealed in half a month. The following day after Li Tianqi had arranged for the renovations, Luo from Unit 901 visited his home to discuss the subsequent work arrangements for the team. The military had devised plans for a new area, intending to construct an additional wall beyond the inner city walls. Given the ample manpower and the official projections predicting a surge of second-tier superhumans around the time of the extreme cold, the scope of this new wall would be considerable. It was designed not only to accommodate the survivors of Jinling but also to receive those from nearby cities in the future. The primary challenge lay in the scarcity of construction materials, prompting the largest-scale migration and demolition efforts in Jinling City to commence. Survivors situated outside the planned city walls would be relocated to the newly designated outer city within the next 6 months, primarily concentrated in the Qinhuai and Gula districts. The survivors from Jiangning district once again became the envy of many, as their area transformed into an inner city. Although no additional benefits were provided, the distinction between inner and outer cities imbued a sense of superiority to the former. The designated work area for the community team was along Longpan Road in Gula district, extending towards the river. All buildings beyond Longpan Road would be demolished, primarily to collect materials and to establish a secure buffer zone outside the city walls.
Personnel from Jiangpu and Liuhe districts were engaged in clearing buildings and gathering materials, while survivors from Gula district were relocated across the river.
Recently,
the bridges had experienced congestion due to the influx of people and vehicles, but fortunately, the military had made prior preparations, ensuring that operations proceeded smoothly.
However,
Luo had not managed to recruit Li Tianqi and his 3 companions, as their store was set to open in a mere 10 days. The primary reason was that the quartet was not in dire need of supplies or tickets. Additionally, the official tickets provided by the authorities had diminished recently. The construction of the outer city walls had attracted an overwhelming number of individuals, and the official ecological zones could no longer supply such a vast quantity of fresh food and meat. Fortunately, military reserves remained sufficiently stocked to cover the general material rewards. Moreover, with the commencement of the outer city wall construction, the baseline material subsidies provided by the authorities had also been reduced, now issued monthly and equivalent to the provisions for 1 week in the second year of the extreme cold. This was a clear incentive for individuals to engage in labor, and the income for teams participating in the construction became more distinctly categorized, abandoning the previous communal approach to work. In simple terms, the principle of more labor, more reward was established. Although this had been the case previously, management had been rather lax. Now, oversight had tightened, with the authorities organizing a dedicated management team. Teams participating in the wall construction were no longer mandated to include a specific proportion of ordinary individuals, though they were free to form their own teams to engage in the construction activities. The income disparity between those with supernatural abilities and ordinary individuals has widened further.
Fortunately, ordinary people still receive subsidies for survival essentials.
According to the official plan, the subsidies for those with abilities will gradually be phased out.
However,
by the 4th year after the extreme cold days, with the exception of miners, the majority of the population will awaken, accounting for nearly 90% of the total populace, which will significantly alleviate the pressure on authorities. After an additional year of preparation during the extreme cold, the military will commence operations to rescue survivors from surrounding cities.
This,
of course, pertains to future events, as recounted by the young girl regarding the situation after the city walls were completed in her previous life. Analyzing the current circumstances in this life, the survival rate of survivors in nearby cities should be considerably higher than in her past existence,
given that the support from Jinling is much more robust this time.
For instance, Lishui, which is in close proximity to Jiangning, has already begun relocating to the outer districts this year.
The survivors from cities nearest to Jinling, such as Yangcheng, Jinzhou, Chuzhou, and Man, will be among the first to be accommodated in the Jinling settlement.
Those further away will be gradually assisted, as the longer the delay, the more perilous the rapidly proliferating flora and fauna beyond the city walls become. Chapter 65, The Grand Opening of the Shop. The preparations for the outer city wall have commenced, currently in the foundational stage. This endeavor is being carried out by military engineering teams alongside specialized personnel, while the survivor group is engaged in clearing construction materials from the outskirts. As for the towering buildings beyond the city, they have been effortlessly demolished by the military. One need not inquire how this was accomplished so swiftly, for there exists no task beyond the capabilities of the armed forces. Transportation within the inner city has seen significant restoration, with several vehicles previously collected by the military now available for use. However, the supply of gasoline and diesel remains under strict military control. Given that the teams venturing outside the city are traveling considerable distances, relying solely on foot would be quite inefficient.
In addition to surface transportation,
the subway system has also resumed operations, albeit under restrictions. Only those on official missions are permitted to board the trains,
which no longer run with the same frequency as before.
During peak hours, a few trains operate, while services are suspended at other times. Li Tianqi's shop is situated several miles away, typically reached on foot, as Dai Inchi's vehicle was disposed of prior to the apocalypse.
Currently,
the only usable vehicles for the four are Li Tianqi's Wuling Hongguan and Shi Manman's Land Rover,
though he has not mentioned the German vehicle he procured.
These two cars are rarely utilized, with walking remaining the primary mode of transportation. Despite the reduction in snow, the roads remain treacherously slippery. The absence of traffic police and traffic lights complicates matters, as any mishaps could prove troublesome.
Moreover,
the enhanced physical abilities of the supernatural beings mean that walking is not significantly slower than driving in winter conditions.
Today marks the grand opening of the shop.
And in an effort to create a lively atmosphere, Sherman reached out to the Jiangning district administrator from the survival group.
After some discussion,
they decided to host the inaugural Jiangning district trading fair at his shop, leading the four to apply for the use of the 11th floor of the garrison building for the day. The building has military occupation from the 3rd to the 9th floors, while the remaining floors remain vacant, as the top floor is still home to a family. The shop's grand opening is scheduled for noon, however, the trading fair will commence at 9 a.m. After familiarizing themselves with the shop in the morning,
they will transition to the 11th floor around 11 a.m. for the actual trading.
Similar to the previous trading fair in the Gula district, the turnout is equally impressive, if not greater, as the previous event was the first of its kind. The attendees predominantly hail from Jiangning district, with a few from other districts,
though they are few in number.
To Li Tianqi's surprise, Ma Wenjun is also from Jiangning district. He had not been properly introduced last time, and it seems many in the group are familiar with him, leaving Li Tianqi, an outsider, feeling somewhat awkward.
This time,
the prominent figures in attendance have come seeking the same items as last time, but now there are dedicated individuals who have gathered the specific items he requires, resulting in several successful transactions. It appears that as long as one articulates their needs, there will be those willing to fulfill them. The group administrator of Jiangning district is also a businessman, owning a travel agency and hailing from a wealthy background, often referred to as a rich second generation. His name is Zhang Hangyang, and he is quite young, only 3 years older than Li Tianqi.
He arrived accompanied by a dozen young women, creating a lively atmosphere to support the opening of Li Tianqi's shop.
Lu Fenghe was naturally indispensable, as he was the one who had refurbished the establishment, and he had numerous acquaintances there, far surpassing the connections of Li Tianqi. It could be said that he was quite the socialite.
Li Tianqi found Zhang Hangyang's enthusiasm somewhat perplexing until Lu Fenghe elucidated the situation for him.
It turned out that Zhang was also among those who had engaged in cold-weather renovations within their circle. His support was not merely a gesture of gratitude. He was genuinely invested. Although Zhang did not attend the first trading event,
he had kept himself informed through the group discussions and expressed keen interest in the various canned goods that Li Tianqi offered. Moreover, the fact that Li Tianqi's establishment was a fast food restaurant piqued his curiosity even further. In the midst of the extreme cold, one could still find remnants of pre-apocalyptic establishments scattered throughout Jinling City, yet restaurants were a rarity. Even the official dining facilities in Jinling were not open to the public.
Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Hangyang promptly approached Li Tianqi, expressing a strong desire to exchange a significant quantity of canned goods. The materials he presented for trade were evidently well prepared in advance, including a small box of gold bars. Naturally, Li Tianqi welcomed this business opportunity, and the two swiftly reached a transaction agreement. Alongside other exchanges, they managed to offload 7 to 8 tons of canned goods, reducing his inventory by nearly 1%. Li Tianqi also provided the midday meal, and the attendees, being somewhat worldly, were familiar with the fare. Many had sampled the previous hospitality of Ma Wenjun, while those who had not were aware of it through videos shared in the group.
However,
the behavior of the handsome men and beautiful women who accompanied them suggested a lack of worldly experience.
Li Tianqi organized a buffet,
investing considerable effort to keep the dishes warm, and the selection was quite abundant. Given the current circumstances, waste was not an option, thus, he prepared slightly more than necessary, and the surplus was eagerly packed away by attendees. The motives of these attractive companions were, of course, self-evident. Having gained some experience from the last trading event, they concluded that if anyone within their circle sought to associate with the affluent, It would be more appropriate to bring them directly rather than creating a semblance of a marketplace. However, there were limits to how many guests each participant could bring, as accommodating too many would impose undue pressure on the host. After some deliberation, it was decided that each attendee could bring no more than 4 guests.
Zhang Hangyang's decision to bring over a dozen was pre-arranged with the host, Li Tianqi, merely to enhance the opening of his establishment with a touch of flair. And Li Tianqi was unconcerned about this.
It is worth noting that the group comprised individuals from various social strata, with over half being ordinary people before the extreme cold. Their preparations were rather modest. Had Li Tianqi not engaged in overseas zero-cost shopping, he would likely have been at a similar level as most of the group. Even those with a modest fortune, like Dai Inchi and Sherman Man, who had stockpiled supplies sufficient to fill 1 or 2 apartments, were considered quite fortunate.
After all,
it is merely a precautionary measure. No one can definitively ascertain whether an apocalypse will truly arrive. Few, like the 2 sisters, have depleted their resources in preparation. While a group of individuals engages in transactions within the building, Li Tianqi busies himself with the operations of his establishment.
It is unavoidable, as the shop offers pre-prepared meals stockpiled before the impending doom.
He retrieves items from his storage space based on customer requests, but the shop's heating is rather mediocre. If he takes out the food too early, it inevitably cools down, which is far from ideal.
During the midday hours, despite the presence of many attractive patrons,
business is not particularly brisk, as most individuals have ventured out of the city for work.
This street typically comes alive only in the evening. Nevertheless, it is still satisfactory,
as he manages to sell over 40 affordable meals within the lunch period. Around 1 in the afternoon, the shop temporarily closes, reopening around 6 in the evening. The operating hours were established after discussion among the 3 women, remaining closed in the morning, with service from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
and then from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Li Tianqi finds this arrangement quite agreeable. The lunch menu primarily features fast food, while the dinner offerings are more varied.
His only frustration lies in the fact that once the shop opens, he must remain present, even though the prepared meals are stored in a static space.
Of course,
in the event of an emergency, a portion can be kept in a warming box,
though this is less feasible for the evening hours due to the wider variety of food.
While having food on hand alleviates concerns about sales, the commitment to running a shop entails meeting customer demands to the best of his ability.
Chapter 66, Rabbit Island. The Jiangning Trade Fair concluded in the afternoon,
primarily attended by local community members, resulting in a swifter exchange of goods compared to the previous event in the Gulu district. Zhang Hangyang initially contemplated promoting 2 charming young ladies to work as sales clerks in Li Tianqi's shop. However, upon discovering their relationship with the 3 women,
he dismissed the idea.
Given the current challenging job market, Zhang Hangyang found himself supporting a few too many companions, and thus, he recognized the necessity of seeking employment opportunities. After all, idleness could not be afforded, as evidenced by the industrious Ma Wenjun, who tirelessly labored for the ecological zone.
As evening fell, the shop expanded its culinary offerings,
attracting patrons who indulged in the available delicacies. Despite Li Tianqi's menu comprising predominantly inexpensive items, the prolonged harsh winter had left many yearning for pre-apocalyptic flavors,
evoking tears of nostalgia.
The first day of business proved fruitful, with over 200 meals sold by nightfall, and surprisingly, the most favored dish was the breakfast Li Tianqi had packaged from his hometown, largely due to its affordability.
To streamline revenue tracking, Li Tianqi initially intended to accept only gold and silver. However, it wasn't long before someone attempted to trade with official currency, which, though also a form of hard currency, posed challenges in terms of making change due to its limited denominations.
Soon, the small shop had been operational for half a month, with daily sales steadily increasing. On the busiest days, sales surpassed 500 meals, indicating a burgeoning demand. Li Tianqi calculated that with over 100,000 portions of breakfast, lunch, and dinner stored, at this pace, he could deplete his inventory in just a few months. The 3 women took turns assisting him in the shop, as the tasks were manageable, mainly cleaning, since the meals were prepared in advance. Li Tianqi handled the serving, while one person managed the cash register.
Qige, should we consider making some items ourselves for sale?
Zheng Nuanyuan proposed after Li Tianqi shared the situation with the three women.
That is feasible. My spatial resources are currently adequate, though I cannot provide large quantities daily, he replied.
After more than 3 years of cultivation, the yield from his new space had become quite satisfactory. The tropical environment and ample water supply allowed for 3 rice harvests each year, yielding considerable returns.
While the staple food was sufficient, he had yet to engage in external trading.
Approximately half of his 1 square kilometer of farmland was dedicated to rice cultivation, averaging around 900 kilograms per mu,
which translated to approximately 720 kilograms of processed rice.
Thus, the output from his 1,500 mu of rice fields was quite impressive, totaling over 3,000 tons annually. The accumulated harvest over the years was stored within the static space, sufficient to sustain 50 to 60,000 people for over a month.
Such calculations are truly remarkable.
Li Tianqi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, especially considering that the current population of Jinling is merely over 5 million.
Of course,
this figure represents a significant increase compared to his previous life.
According to Dai Inchi, during the 5th year of the extreme cold, Jinling's population dwindled to just over 4.2 million.
It was only after the conclusion of the extreme cold, and with the influx of residents from 2 nearby large cities, that the population barely surpassed 6 million. Presently, the surviving population of Jinling has stabilized, and with more than a year left of the extreme cold, given the current trajectory of Jinling's development,
it is unlikely that any major attrition events will occur.
Moreover, there is an additional square kilometer of land cultivated with various crops, half of which consists of orchards, while the other half is dedicated to an array of vegetables and fruits. Among these, the yield of sweet potatoes is particularly impressive, contributing significantly to the overall produce.
However,
the development of the ranch has been somewhat sluggish, as the survival rates of free-range pigs, cows, and sheep are not as high as those raised in specialized farms.
Currently,
the ranch has fewer than 100 cattle, while the sheep population is better off, exceeding 200. The pigs, however, are reproducing at an impressive rate, now numbering over 400. Yet there is still ample time before the ranch reaches its saturation point, as the stock of pork, beef, and mutton has scarcely been consumed.
The situation with the chickens,
ducks, and geese is somewhat exaggerated.
Left unattended, these poultry have thrived rapidly on the small hillocks designated for them at the edge of the ranch.
Li Tianqi often uses telekinesis to collect eggs, and after 3 years, the chicken population has swelled to several hundred, while the ducks are even more prolific, surpassing 1,000. Perhaps due to the frequent rains every 3 days in the area, the survival rate of the ducks has been higher than that of the chickens. Although the geese do not match the numbers of the chickens and ducks, their population has also grown to over 400.
As for the rabbits on Rabbit Island,
their proliferation has been impressive. Initially, the 3 women had brought back 7 or 8 nests of rabbits.
3 years later, intervention became necessary, otherwise,
the pasture on the island would not suffice to support the burgeoning rabbit population. Surprisingly, controlling their numbers proved to be somewhat unexpected.
The island, rich in Indonesian pythons,
had several nests of these snakes, which initially fed on rodents without causing much concern. However, once Li Tianqi introduced chickens, ducks, and geese to the island, the snakes began to exhibit restless behavior, fixating on the poultry. At that time, he had no choice but to intervene to protect them.
Thankfully,
his initial intention to preserve the natural ecology by not exterminating all the animals on the island helped avoid an overpopulation of rabbits.
As the farm's output increased,
Li Tianqi found keeping the mice to be too troublesome, dedicating considerable effort to eradicate them and relocating the snakes to Rabbit Island.
Surprisingly, this action helped restore ecological balance.
Although he is uncertain if true balance has been achieved, the current situation appears satisfactory.
Should chaos ensue in the future,
he can manage the snake population or reduce the number of rabbits as needed, which is not overly burdensome, given the small size of Rabbit Island.
Now,
The rabbit population on the island has grown substantially, and culling a few more will not pose significant issues.
In the future, this establishment can leverage the newly available space for production. As for unsold goods,
it is non-existent once the official electronic currency system is established. Exchanging money will be quite convenient, especially considering the abundance of people and the scarcity of production, ensuring that food will not be difficult to sell. The wilderness may prove to be perilous in the future, however, remaining within the fortified walls of the settlement will still offer considerable safety. According to Daiichi's experience, by the 12th year of the apocalypse, Jinling had developed a relatively stable environment. Although the annual mortality rate from excursions remained significant, the birth rate within the settlement was also commendable, achieving a balance and slight growth. In essence, regardless of the hardships of survival, humanity has demonstrated remarkable resilience. Particularly in the Great Hua Nation, the order remains commendable, with most of the medium and large settlements maintaining a unified voice, unlike the fictional accounts encountered by Li Tianqi,
where each base operated independently.
After all, the loyalty of the Great Hua Nation's military is unquestionable. As for whether there are small to medium-sized settlements acting autonomously, the authorities have not disclosed, and Li Tianqi refrains from speculation. Even if such situations exist, they are unlikely to pose a significant threat. It seems I have digressed too far. Nuan, begin searching for a chef starting tomorrow. The only items we can sell now, besides staple grains and vegetables,
are those rabbits?
We can also offer some eggs, while poultry can wait. As for cattle and sheep, we will only consume them ourselves in the short term. In a few years, we could consider pigs. Slaughtering a few dozen in a year should pose no issue, as long as it does not adversely affect the growth of the herd. After further discussions with the three women, Li Tianqi began to make arrangements.
Shall we hire someone directly once we find a suitable candidate? Zheng Nuan inquired.
There is no rush. For now, we only need a head chef.
We will address the surplus inventory once it is cleared, he replied. Then what will I do?
Man asked, feeling somewhat restless beside him.
Chapter 67. The wind rises. You are responsible for selecting waitstaff and management personnel. In the future,
we shall not only serve ready-made dishes but also offer a menu for ordering.
Observing Man's eager demeanor, Li Tianqi addressed her. Excellent.
The tall girl responded with palpable excitement, which was rather endearing. Little one, please inquire officially whether we can utilize the vacant rooms upstairs. It would be best to secure official approval to avoid any future complications.
Ideally, we could purchase them outright, Li Tianqi mused, considering the prospect of running a restaurant given the continuous output from his space. However, the necessary paperwork may not be available until the 5th year of the extreme cold period, as the authorities are primarily focused on constructing habitation zones at present. Daiichi conjectured based on her past experiences. It is hard to say, the butterfly effect has become quite apparent, Li Tianqi replied. Reflecting on Daiichi's observations about the significant transformations in Jinling City compared to her previous life. After some contemplation, Daiichi nodded in agreement.
The other two women soon realized the situation as well, marveling at how their seemingly minor actions had resulted in such profound changes in Jinling City compared to the past. In their casual conversation, they ultimately discovered that the catalyst for such substantial change was merely a few rabbits. Had it not been for Zhang Nuanyuan's desire to raise rabbits,
had they not ventured to Dongshan Park to dig snow, and had the authorities not discovered Li Tianqi's abilities, would Jinling still have undergone such a dramatic transformation?
Upon deeper reflection, some occurrences seem truly incredible. When contemplating the broader implications, the changes surrounding Jinling and the effects on various other habitation zones.
Who would have imagined that Li Tianqi, a humble butterfly, could indeed stir such a tempest? Nuanyuan is truly remarkable, Daiichi exclaimed. Shi Gu is truly impressive.
Man and Zhang Nuanyuan echoed, attributing the credit to Li Tianqi.
Humph.
Daiichi cast a glance at Li Tianqi, her cheeks flushing as she seemed to recall something. Her pride emerging as she looked down shyly.
The little girl has become proud again. Li Tianqi noted with amusement, unceremoniously scooping her into the bedroom.
Their idle chatter had gone on quite late, it was time for rest.
The following day, despite her haughty demeanor, Dai Inchi was the most proactive. Rising early in the morning. Li Tianqi glanced at the clock, it was still not yet 7 o'clock. He looked over at Sherman, who was still sound asleep, and sighed in resignation, tucking her long legs back under the covers before getting out of bed. At that moment, Zhang Nuanyuan was already bustling in the kitchen, with Dai Inchi assisting her. "Good, breakfast will be ready soon," Zhang Nuanyuan remarked as Li Tianqi emerged, before returning to her tasks. "No rush.
Who among you will accompany me to the shop at noon?"
Li Tianqi inquired.
"I have matters to attend to today, I will go later in the evening,"
Dai Inchi replied, presenting a plate of pickled salted duck eggs.
"I'll go, there is no hurry regarding hiring," Zhang Nuanyuan added after turning off the stove.
"All right.
Little one, go and wake your sister," Li Tianqi said, glancing at Zhang Nuanyuan, who was already serving rice. He playfully patted the girl's thigh.
"Oh. Be gentle."
The little girl shot him a glare and merrily bounded into the bedroom, leaving Li Tianqi unconcerned about how she would call her cousin. The two sisters often created a ruckus together, their bond remaining strong. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Li Tianqi finished a bowl of porridge. And only then did Sherman emerge from her slumber, her hair resembling a bird's nest. The little girl stuck out her tongue and sat down to eat, completely ignoring the forlorn gaze from the long-legged girl.
Smack!
Seeing Sherman, still clad in her pajamas, at the dining table, Zhang Nuanyuan disapprovingly swatted her reaching hand.
"Have you washed your face and hands? You're eating without brushing your teeth?" "Oh." Sherman's hand retracted, displaying a reluctant, half-awake expression.
Yet she obediently went to freshen up. Although Sherman possessed the highest physical prowess among the three girls, her familial standing seemed inexplicably the lowest. Perhaps due to her being the youngest. Li Tianqi glanced at Dai Inchi, who was disproportionately slender, and then at the curvaceous Zhang Nuanyuan, pondering this matter. Aside from her long legs, it appeared that certain attributes were somewhat lacking. After washing up, Sherman returned to the table, blissfully unaware of Li Tianqi's thoughts as she audibly tapped on the salted duck egg, extending her tongue to prevent the yolk from spilling out.
"Good. What are you staring at? Is my face not clean?"
Sherman asked, noticing his gaze.
"Nothing much.
I was just pondering how you eat so much yet haven't grown," Li Tianqi replied casually.
"Oh." Sherman seemed unfazed, perhaps simply making small talk.
But when Li Tianqi began to deliberately shift his gaze between her and the two girls, she exclaimed, "Gu. We agreed not to bring this up." "Oh no, the long-legged enchantress has possessed her, it's a calamity that can't end well after 3 times. The day passed swiftly, and by 5 p.m., Dai Inchi, the only one who hadn't visited the shop during the day, arrived. Zhang Nuanyuan poured her a glass of water.
"Good, it's all set now. The second and third floors can be used, though we only have one paper.
I heard the subsequent policies are still being refined, so it might take a while."
After taking a sip of water, Dai Inchi continued, "Why did it take all day? Is the process so complicated now?" Li Tianqi inquired,
recalling that the application process for the shop had been quite swift, with the official management office appearing rather idle at the time.
"No, it's not complicated.
It's just that gathering information was rather troublesome," Dai Inchi replied, exasperated, noting that they would have to wait a while for the new policies.
"By the way, our property should be re-registered soon. The government will reclaim vacant houses, especially in the inner city, and the policies will come down first." "What about our apartment on the 9th floor?" Li Tianqi asked with concern.
"After all, his house lacks a property certificate." "It is of no concern, I have inquired. And as long as the residence has been occupied for 3 years, whether rented or owned, there will be no issues as long as the original owner does not return." At this point, Dai Inchi chuckled, while Li Tianqi exchanged a high-five with the young girl. Zhang Nuanyuan, observing them, felt utterly perplexed. And Man seemed completely oblivious to the situation.
What joyful occasion is this? Zhang Nuanyuan glanced at the two and voiced her confusion. Consequently,
Li Tianqi elucidated the circumstances surrounding the rental.
Ah? This house is rented?
Zhang Nuanyuan gasped, having been unaware of this matter.
Gu. Will the original owner return to the country?
Man expressed a hint of concern.
What are you thinking?
If they had the capability to return,
I would immediately find a new place to move. Li Tianqi retorted disdainfully. Oh, right.
Man responded, her laughter somewhat silly.
But what if they were in the country before the extreme cold? Zhang Nuanyuan still bore some doubts. Sister Nuanyuan. Have you forgotten about the evacuation during the extreme cold?
Man replied. At that time, it was not merely an evacuation, there was also repatriation. Aside from a few international students and foreigners who had resided in the country for over 5 years, everyone else was sent back. Even those who had acquired foreign citizenship were treated the same. That elderly couple had retired by then, and their son was studying and working abroad.
They could not return even if they wished. Man elaborated. Ah? The news seemed to have barely mentioned this? Zhang Nuanyuan remarked. Sister Nuanyuan, do you not follow Weibo?
While the news did not report extensively, the foreign celebrity fans on Weibo certainly made quite a fuss. Man cheerfully recounted this to Zhang Nuanyuan. A rare moment where she had caught Zhang Nuanyuan's interest.
Let me tell you.
The incident involving that talented individual being repatriated caused quite an uproar on Weibo for several days. Those fans were babbling on. Man animatedly shared the popular gossip of the time, diverting the topic entirely. Not only Zhang Nuanyuan, but even Dai Inchi, who had lived 2 lifetimes, listened with rapt attention.
Indeed, Li Tianqi was equally engrossed in the conversation. Chapter 68, Supplier? The discourse concerning the repatriation of foreign celebrities continued until the evening when the doors opened for business. Today, as per usual, patrons queued up, and by 9 o'clock, the day's sales had accumulated to nearly 600 servings, including the midday transactions. The following day, with the approvals for the 2nd and 3rd floors secured, Li Tianqi once again reached out to Lu Fangho.
The renovations, intended for the establishment of a restaurant, were considerably more extensive due to the larger area of the upper floors compared to the ground level. Thus, the scope of work had become rather substantial,
to the point where Lu Fangho could no longer manage it alone. This was not due to a lack of capability,
but rather because many of the required renovation materials failed to meet standards, compelling Lu Fangho to enlist assistance from another survivor within their circle.
Li Tianqi did not dwell on this, for the notion of a mini ice age was not entirely unprecedented.
Even when the nation had not been sealed off prior to the extreme cold, nor was it devoid of guidance. There were indeed several groups of this nature, however.
The members within them were not as thoroughly prepared as those in survival groups.
To illustrate, approximately 1/5 of the survival group members had established shelters, including formidable figures such as Ma Wenjun. In contrast, among the ordinary groups, one might not even find a single member who had managed to create a shelter. Most merely exchanged tips on which supplies were easily preserved or discussed which resources would be prudent to stockpile during the mini ice age. Many had indeed enhanced their homes with measures against the cold, and some individuals involved in renovations mingled among them.
It is worth mentioning that Lu Fangho initially infiltrated the group as a mere renovator.
But he was subsequently indoctrinated and transformed into a genuine member of the Apocalypse Survival Group, with considerable preparation underway. After the arrival of a renovation team leader named Yuan Baoshan, the renovation plan was swiftly finalized. Given that the materials Li Tianqi could provide were now limited,
the costs escalated significantly.
To note, during the previous renovations of the storefront, Li Tianqi had supplied 80% of the materials for a mere exchange of 30 boxes of instant noodles and 5 boxes of compressed biscuits.
This time, after extensive bargaining.
The agreement culminated in Li Tianqi trading 50 boxes of compressed biscuits along with a substantial quantity of self-heating convenience foods. As for the rationale behind not settling with grains or vegetables, packaged foods from before the extreme cold would depreciate in value after a year or two once the cold subsided. Even if one had the space to store them, trading would become cumbersome. Thus, while the extreme cold still lingered, Li Tianqi was keen to expedite the sale of these items. Following their negotiations, both parties expressed satisfaction with the transaction, one appreciating the generosity of the proprietor, while the other felt relieved to relinquish some resources that would soon lose their worth. Of course, the term worthless is relative. After finalizing the renovation plan, Li Tianqi began receiving numerous private messages. It appeared that news of his intention to open a restaurant had circulated within the survival group. Consequently, even Ma Wenjun proactively added Li Tianqi as a friend, privately inquiring about the sources of his supplies and expressing a desire to collaborate. Certainly, most individuals aspire to procure goods from Li Tianqi and contemplate opening their own establishments. Particularly a few acquaintances met at the trade fair, who are leveraging emotional connections. This inclination is quite understandable. In these times, those capable of running restaurants are undoubtedly profiting. As for the exchange of goods, whether the items received will depreciate in value is not a concern that weighs on his mind.
Li Tianqi perceives potential in this venture. Even if he were to establish a restaurant, the space required for the goods produced would be minimal, and he would need to devise alternative methods for distribution, becoming a supplier for others. That indeed harbors promise. Moreover, what era are we in? The apocalypse. Engaging as a supplier should prove quite advantageous. Have we not observed the prominent figures in the group actively seeking connections? Thus, Li Tianqi decisively sent a message in the group, indicating that he is still in the preparatory phase. Once the restaurant opens, any interested parties are welcome to reach out. They may even visit for discussions. "Wow, little Chi, you are impressive!" exclaimed the little fox. It was a rare delight for Fei Yujiao, the enchanting lady, to remember him, instilling in Li Tianqi a sense of mutual interest. A flurry of flattery from numerous group members left him feeling quite pleased, though he chose not to respond further. "Little Chi, Miss Yi and I are also planning to open a restaurant in the Drum Tower district. When would it be convenient for you?" "I would love to pay a visit," came a private message from Fei Yujiao. "I have no pressing matters this afternoon. Feel free to come to the shop." Li Tianqi replied succinctly, as the address was well known among many in the group. His establishment had recently garnered significant attention, with numerous members from other districts drawn by its burgeoning reputation. "All right, I will discuss it with Miss Yi," Fei Yujiao responded, and thereafter, silence ensued for the day. The next morning, a message appeared. "Little Chi, I will be visiting you this afternoon." Damn, she even used voice messaging. Li Tianqi felt a surge of agitation. The sister certainly knew how to entice. "All right, I shall await your arrival at the shop." He maintained an air of composure while contemplating whether to warm the atmosphere of the establishment a bit more. This alluring mature woman was indeed quite tempting. Within a building in the Drum Tower district, a striking beauty, standing nearly 170 centimeters tall, spoke. "Sister Jiao, do you truly not want me to accompany you?" This was Yi Chunai, the leader of the survival group, addressing the well-known figure within the group, the little fox, Fei Yujiao. "If you wish to join, I have no objections, though I doubt your disinterest," Fei Yujiao replied playfully, stroking Yi Chunai's lovely face. "Do not linger, in these times, who still believes in love?" "I have inquired about the situation in Shanghai, and it mirrors that of Jinling." "I prefer to wait and see," Yi Chunai sighed, having lost much hope over the past 3 years. After all, Shanghai is known for its multitude of beauties, and in this apocalyptic world, unless a man is utterly destitute, otherwise. Moreover, with long-distance relationships, one could only speculate how long it might take to meet again. Perhaps before long, communication will be restored. As if to comfort herself, Yi Chunai murmured once more,
Alas, enough of this, pay more attention to yourself, you are already 26.
It's time to take things seriously. Surely, one cannot remain single for a lifetime?
I have come to understand that in this world, a man's capabilities matter most.
As for affection, I only believe that love grows over time.
Moreover, I do not have the luxury of preparation that you possess before the extreme cold. Little Nuan has recently lost weight. I must find a capable man to help me market myself quickly. I am already 31 and cannot afford to be choosy like you.
Fei Yuzhou sighed, reflecting on the provisions she had stored.
Even if they have not spoiled immediately due to the harsh conditions, it has been over 3 years. Adults may manage, but little Nuan is only 3 years old. I can only imagine how many ways she has devised to survive. I must also thank my dear friend for her assistance.
Be cautious on your way, perhaps you should bring Xuanao along?
Yi Chunai did not respond but added.
No need, what is there to fear in broad daylight?
I have inquired, and there is a garrison next to Shao Qi's shop.
If it gets late,
I shall find a place to stay there for the night. Alright, wait for my good news at home, this business deal is sure to succeed. Once my sisters and I strike it rich, I shall treat you to a life of luxury. Fei Yuzhou waved her hand and gracefully swayed her figure out the door. Around 2 in the afternoon, Li Tianqi waited alone in the shop for visitors, while the 3 women finished their work and headed home or out shopping,
leaving no one behind.
Soon, a graceful silhouette appeared on the street outside the shop.
Is this the place? The location seems quite decent.
After glancing at her phone and then at the shop's facade, Fei Yuzhou stepped inside.
Chapter 69, Reality or Illusion. When Fei Yuzhou entered, Li Tianqi was momentarily taken aback.
Managing to utter just 2 words before swallowing hard, feeling rather embarrassed.
Have you been waiting long, little Qi? Fei Yuzhou smiled alluringly. Although they had met only once,
she acted as if they were quite familiar. Anyone unaware would surely assume they were old acquaintances, rather, old friends.
Li Tianqi felt ensnared. This woman was undoubtedly a bewitching enchantress.
Fei Yuzhou did not rush into business discussions but instead requested Li Tianqi to show her the 2nd and 3rd floors that had recently been approved for renovation. As Li Tianqi observed the alluring mature woman beside him, he found himself somewhat intoxicated. Business matters could wait. So he led her on a leisurely tour of the upper floors.
Under Fei Yuzhou's deliberate guidance,
their conversation primarily revolved around their respective circumstances before and after the extreme cold. During this exchange, Li Tianqi gleaned insights into her past.
According to Fei Yuzhou, she was an ordinary wealthy young lady.
Before the extreme cold, she had been married for over a year and had a daughter who had just turned a month old before the calamity. Now, she was over 3 years old. The fact that this little life had survived thus far was no small feat. Fei Yuzhou's marital family and hers were well acquainted. Although she and her husband had known each other since childhood, their relationship was not one of childhood sweethearts but rather a marriage of convenience.
Nonetheless,
they were a handsome couple, appearing quite well matched in the eyes of outsiders. However, after their marriage, her husband was rarely home, and after the child was born, he would scarcely visit twice a month.
Initially, Fei Yuzhou assumed he was indulging in extramarital affairs, as many affluent men often did. She had mentally prepared herself for such possibilities.
What surprised her, however, was the revelation that her husband was, in fact, a rather honest and reserved man. The reason for their infrequent meetings was, astonishingly, that he was gay.
Wow! Li Tianqi exclaimed upon hearing this revelation.
He scrutinized the alluring and sensuous woman before him.
His mind flooded with a single thought: what a waste! Such a captivating beauty had been relegated to a gay man's life. The envy of others seemed to be a source of discomfort, perhaps even disgust, for him? Li Tianqi felt utterly speechless, seeing the expression in his eyes.
Fei Yuzhou could hardly contain herself, shedding a few tears. Whether these tears were genuine or not, Li Tianqi could not discern. He simply followed her emotional lead,
pulling her into his embrace. Fei Yuzhou naturally reciprocated, but alas, they found themselves at the staircase on the 3rd floor. Although no one was around,
The temperature was unsuitable for their fervent exchange. They indulged in a brief moment of passionate kisses before parting breathlessly. Afterward, they descended the stairs and began discussing business in the shop. Despite the growing intimacy between them, their conversation remained relatively formal. However, once Fei Yujiao learned about the resources Li Tianqi could provide, she became somewhat restless, showing signs of eagerness. Her interest in running a restaurant had waned. Instead, she found the prospect of becoming a middleman and engaging in wholesale much more appealing. Li Tianqi pondered for a moment and realized the truth: why must one operate a store? Engaging in wholesale would be far less cumbersome, a mere warehouse would suffice. Thus, the two embarked on a thorough discussion regarding wholesale and retail outlets. Ultimately, Fei Yujiao, employing some rather dubious tactics, managed to secure the business deal. As for Li Tianqi, his primary motivation was convenience, though one could not entirely dismiss the desire to impress the beautiful woman before him. After all, having never engaged in business throughout his 2 lifetimes, his lack of familiarity was one factor. With 3 sisters at home, only Daiichi exhibited a modicum of business acumen. While Sherman Man retained the demeanor of a child, and Zhang Nuanyuan had transformed into a homemaker after the harsh winter. Even if the 3 sisters combined their efforts, managing a small storefront would prove challenging. In contrast, Fei Yujiao had experience with retail channels from her family's business before the harsh winter, along with a brief stint as a glamorous entrepreneur prior to her marriage, making her quite adept at navigating her trade. Once their business discussions concluded, the two shared a tacit understanding and exited the store together. After Li Tianqi locked up, he joined Fei Yujiao in her car. 2 hours later, in a residential complex within the Gula district, Li Tianqi answered a voice call. "Shigu, it's almost 5:30. Where are you? Aren't you conducting business?" The voice on the other end belonged to Sherman Man, imbued with a playful tone. "I'm finalizing a deal, I'll be back shortly." Li Tianqi, feeling a pang of guilt, withdrew his hand from a rather inappropriate place, instinctively touching his nose. Beside him, Fei Yujiao stuck out her tongue. The sensation felt somewhat akin to an affair. However, their relationship could indeed be described as that of lovers. After the harsh winter, Fei Yujiao's husband happened to be on a business trip out of town. With his fate seemingly grim, she was now merely a single mother. As for her interactions with the 3 sisters, she had not given it much thought. In this world, being able to provide for her daughter and having a dependable man was sufficient. A lover was simply a lover, and considering her looks, others might just as well view her as a mistress. She had grown accustomed to it. "Why don't I drive you back?" Fei Yujiao offered, wrapping a large scarf around Li Tianqi as they reached the door. "No need, I have several cars in my garage." "You should rest a bit more," he replied, reluctant to part ways. Indeed, she was a captivating woman, and the business venture seemed profitable. "Never mind, I still need to head over to Yiye's place. The little girl is still with her." After saying this, Fei Yujiao nonchalantly pushed Li Tianqi out of the room and began changing her clothes. Half an hour later, when Li Tianqi finally arrived at the store, Fei Yujiao had already reached the home of Yi Chunai, who lived upstairs. "Yay, we sealed the deal. This is a substantial business opportunity," Fei Yujiao exclaimed, wearing an expression that seemed to invite praise, embodying the essence of a strong woman or perhaps a mistress. "Oh really? How big is the business?" Yi Chunai inquired, her curiosity piqued. "We're looking at a retail food business that could span the entirety of Jinling. Within 3 years. No, at least within 5 years, I will be secure. By the time 5 years pass, even if I can no longer continue, I will be able to retire." Reflecting on her charm and age, Fei Yujiao did not harbor excessive optimism. It seemed her trust in Li Tianqi was not particularly high. Is he truly that formidable? Yi Chunai appeared somewhat skeptical. If she doesn't believe it, so be it. Fei Yujiao refrained from elaborating. If she had not entered Li Tianqi's new realm, she too would be doubtful. However, it was not suitable to explain too much to Yi Chunai, as it was a matter of business confidentiality, after all, between women.
Well, all right, I will trust you.
From now on, I shall await your guidance to savor exquisite delicacies.
Hearing Fei Yuzhou's tone, Yi Chunai ceased her inquiries.
Merely curious about the allure of that young man who had captured this lady's attention in just an afternoon.
By the way, come over to my place for dinner tonight. I have prepared chicken soup, a treat for you. Mommy, I want chicken soup.
At that moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, revealing a small cherub, whose words were still somewhat unclear, joyfully running out.
Well, is Nuan Nuan behaving today? Upon seeing this little one, Fei Yuzhou's expression softened instantly, unveiling a warm smile that Li Tianqi had never witnessed before. Later that evening, in bedroom 902, Shi Ge, you seem a bit fatigued lately. Tomorrow, let Nuan Nuan prepare a nourishing chicken soup for you.
Man Man remarked sweetly, listening to the sounds from the bathroom.
I say, Man.
If it weren't for your daytime escapades twice and nightly thrice, Shi Ge wouldn't be so drained, Zhang Nuan Nuan retorted, pouting.
Humph. Who was sneaking around early in the morning? Don't think I'm oblivious.
Man Man cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Nuan Nuan, who was complaining nearby.
Zhang Nuan Nuan fell silent. She was rather inexperienced and could not endure 5 encounters otherwise. Humph.
Emerging from the bathroom, blushing,
Dai Yinchi quickly wrapped herself in a towel and dove into bed, huffing softly. How could Shi Ge be fatigued when he had just playfully teased her twice? Following behind, Li Tianqi pondered, am I truly fatigued, or am I not? That is the question. Chapter 70, The Chosen One, Wan Kai. Half a month later,
the authorities commenced the registration of properties in the inner city. The regulations were largely consistent with the information previously gathered by Dai Yinchi.
Those possessing property certificates could,
of course, utilize them directly, although each individual was limited to 1 property. This meant that a family of 3 could own 3 properties. In cases of rental agreements, as long as the tenant had resided for over a year and could not contact the landlord, they could also apply for a new property certificate.
However, if the landlord was still present and met the new property regulations, the situation could become rather complicated. Nevertheless, this did not pertain to Li Tianqi. The paperwork for the property at Unit 902 was processed with ease. The military indicated that even if the landlord remained in the country, they were now considered foreign nationals and thus would not enjoy the privileges afforded to citizens, allowing Li Tianqi to reside there without concern. What more could Li Tianqi say? He could only silently commend the authorities for their efforts. The new property certificates were issued on site, yet they appeared more akin to a certificate of achievement, proclaiming, "Congratulations! Not only have you survived, but you also possess a home." The situation within the building was soon divulged by the sociable and well-connected Man Man. She discovered that Pan Lei from Unit 701 had experienced good fortune, as he had been allocated the rental unit on the 3rd floor. And the property certificate for their current residence at 701 posed no issues. However, ultimately, due to the inability to locate Aunt Wang's husband, the family decided, after some discussion, to inscribe the name of Aunt Wang's daughter on the new certificate. Her name was Wu Xiaorong, a rather common name. Yet she was undeniably a tall and striking young woman, rivaling Man Man in stature. Unexpectedly, Luo received the property certificate for Unit 602. Wei Haoran's parents had settled in the military district and, in gratitude, gifted the house to this kind-hearted young lady. Man Man's Unit 901 remained hers, with no complications. Downstairs, Mr. Lu and his wife did not survive the year. Lu Dukue, abandoned by his wife, found himself alone, leading to the official reclamation of Unit 802. And he subsequently moved back to the 2nd floor. Due to the increasing number of ability users, issues such as heavy snowfall were no longer problematic, allowing residents to occupy lower floors with ease. Mr. Gu Guisheng, being quite resourceful, inquired about the situation and, after some discussions,
The four brothers pooled together a substantial amount of official currency to purchase Unit 802, allowing the fourth son of the Gu family to move in with his girlfriend. As for the third son of the Gu family, he had several romantic interests outside and changed residences daily, living a rather delightful life without concern for property matters.
The eldest son of the Gu family did not intervene in his affairs.
The individual that Li Tianqi envied the most was the reclusive occupant of Unit 501. He perceived Wang Kai as the chosen one, having effortlessly stumbled upon wealth once more.
Units 102, 401, 402, 501,
and 502 were all registered under him and his partner's names, constituting a substantial property portfolio in the inner city.
Indeed.
Xiao Ning from Unit 502 had also aligned herself with Wang Kai.
Li Tianqi was keen to inquire of him, "Young man, you possess extraordinary talent. How is your physique so remarkable?"
As for Units 401 and 402, they were occupied by four young women he had charmed from outside.
Upon a cursory calculation,
it appears that Wang Kai's household has transformed into a veritable paradise, boasting a total of 7 enchanting ladies, akin to a gathering of celestial maidens,
each possessing a beauty rating no less than 8.
Among the four brought in from outside, 2 are strikingly beautiful, rated at a commendable 9.
Indeed.
It seems that a reclusive man, through sheer persistence, has become an object of envy for many.
As for his financial capacity to maintain such a household, that is a jest.
This year, he has just ascended to the second tier, acquiring an additional 10 acres of pastoral land, with his farming space's cultivation capacity doubling. He can now harvest at least 12 crops of staple grains annually, while the military only requires a mere 5,000 kilograms of staple grains each year. The yield from his cultivated land surpasses that of Li Tianqi's self-farmed plots, with rice yielding a steady 1,000 kilograms per acre.
With such productivity,
not to mention the newly awakened pasture, he could easily support even more than 7. It is worth noting that Li Tianqi has meticulously prepared for his current lifestyle. For him, fortune seems to fall from the heavens without effort.
Do not inquire why Li Tianqi does not reclaim the 502 property. Even if he did,
he would be unable to obtain the necessary documentation. Moreover, Xiao Ning's original residence has been reclaimed, leaving her with only one property.
Interestingly, she initially sought Li Tianqi,
but was thwarted by the young lady Dai Yinqi, who had already moved to 501 2 months prior. Xiao Ning and Wang Kai reside right across from each other, a situation that naturally facilitates their acquaintance. After his awakening, Wang Kai has become rather proactive in his pursuits.
Hu Lily from the 6th floor,
who has been absent for some time, made an appearance and updated her property deed. As a shrewd individual, she would not relinquish her property lightly.
Brother Qi, are you envious?
After Shimanman posed the question, she began to recount other neighborhood gossip, while Zhang Nuanyuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Tianqi. Her tone laced with a hint of lament. "Stop your idle chatter, I merely regret the loss of the 502 property, what a splendid residence it was.
Now squandered on that rascal Wang Kai." Li Tianqi felt a pang of bitterness, lamenting the loss of both wealth and opportunity, considering the young lady's extravagant tendencies. Humph. Men are all fools. Dai Yinqi glared at Li Tianqi, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Nuanyuan, are we dining on pig trotters tonight? No more old hen soup?" Shimanman, perplexed, paused to glance at Zheng Nuanyuan with curiosity.
A sudden chuckle escaped Zheng Nuanyuan as she inadvertently sprayed water she had just sipped.
This carefree girl, were it not for Xiao Ying's vigilance, would surely have attracted as many suitors as the men on the 5th floor. "Sister."
Shi Go mentioned his desire to find a few more women.
The young girl chimed in, trying to stir the pot. Yet, she knew she could not compete with Li Tianqi.
Fortunately, just days prior, Shimanman had leveled up to the second tier, her constitution reaching 253, surpassing Li Tianqi.
Oh? Who might that be? Could it be Sister Luo?
Shimanman seemed unfazed by the revelation, instead speculating on the identity of this new interest.
Shi Ge. When did Sister Luo become involved with you? Zhang Nuanyuan, equally bewildered, echoed her surprise. Luo? Has Man discovered something? When did they start their relationship? I have not heard a single whisper about it. Aren't you two at all concerned about whether Qi Gu will return home to sleep tonight? Dainchi could no longer endure the conversation. Did these two possess no sense of caution whatsoever? They ought to consider the hypothetical adversary, dear sisters. Little girl. Have you perhaps not had enough to eat? Li Tianqi also found it intolerable, realizing that this little girl had repeatedly thwarted his romantic prospects. I knew it. Sure, Man is utterly carefree, while Zhang Nuanyuan is so obedient. Qi Gu, I was wrong, dear sister, save me. In truth. The one with the least combat prowess is Dai Inchi, even Zhang Nuanyuan surpasses her. Thus, Sure Man confidently positioned herself in front of Dai Inchi. Qi Gu. Come at me a slurp. Chapter 71, The Active Mice. Recently, Li Tianqi has felt somewhat unwell. Ever since Sure Man ascended to the second tier, she has become even more vigorous, and coupled with his clandestine rendezvous with Fei Yujiu every afternoon. At home, he can only pick on the weaker little girl, even needing to be cautious around Zhang Nuanyuan. After all, who knows, Zhang Nuanyuan might reach the second tier next month. He must strive to elevate his own tier, indeed. His standing within the family may soon be jeopardized once more after more than a year at the third tier. Unfortunately, after reaching the third tier, he finds himself navigating uncertain waters, unsure of how long it will take to ascend to the fourth tier. However, observing Dai Inchi still remaining at the first tier, it appears that at this pace, it will take at least another year. Time passes swiftly, and as expected, after the renovation acceptance of the second and third floors, Zhang Nuanyuan also ascended to the second tier, coincidentally on the fourth year's extreme cold day. Similar to the previous year, the authorities granted the survivor teams a 3-day holiday. According to the little girl, this holiday will continue to be implemented by the officials in the future. Other traditional festivals will only see a single day off for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Qingming Festival, and Spring Festival. However, whether or not there is a holiday holds little significance for Li Tianqi, as he is no longer a civil servant but rather a private entrepreneur now. Furthermore, only the 9 major settlements can afford to give survivors time off. Other settlements do not enjoy such favorable conditions, with many small settlements struggling for survival, and medium to large settlements faring little better. Since associating with Li Tianqi, Fei Yujiu has also found her days increasingly busy. After making some preparations before the extreme cold day, she quickly opened 4 retail outlets in the inner city following the holiday, selecting markets near military garrisons in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest to set up her stores. However, because Li Tianqi has temporarily withheld supplies, the daily shipments of rice, vegetables, and a limited quantity of fruits and eggs are sold out within just a morning. The reason for the supply constraint is simple: afternoons are reserved for clandestine meetings. Ahem, and there is still no unified currency, making transactions somewhat inconvenient. Moreover, markets typically thrive in the morning, so it is not unreasonable. As for the outer city, the outer walls are still under construction, yet 4 stores have already opened, albeit with a slight rodent problem. Indeed, the mice in the inner city have been dealt with. The reasons are twofold. First, the number of survivors has significantly increased, saving the authorities substantial manpower. Second, the survivors have diligently cleared the snow to facilitate their work, allowing the officials to refrain from organizing efforts, resulting in the self-removal of most hibernating or pseudo-hibernating mutated beasts within the city. However, the situation in the outer city is more troublesome. The construction of the walls will take considerable time, and the cleanup efforts have not been very effective, with occasional reports of survivors being bitten by mice at night. Fortunately, most mice only evolve to the second tier at most, and the strongest mutated mice will not exceed the 5th tier. At this juncture, it is rare to encounter mice that have reached the 3rd tier. Furthermore, due to their size, second-tier mice are merely larger and slightly quicker,
lacking significant strength.
As long as they do not swarm, first-tier superhumans can easily dispatch 1 or 2 second-tier mice. However,
the destruction wrought by these mice has significantly intensified compared to the past. They are now exuberant and emboldened.
Except for the 2 months following the extreme cold, during which the newborn mice enter a state of pseudo-hibernation, the rest of the time, as well as the adult mice, remain exceedingly active. Consequently,
while Fei Yujiao initially planned to open 8 stores in the outskirts, she has now found it imperative to hire additional staff to stabilize the existing 4 establishments. The primary purpose of increasing manpower is merely to safeguard the goods within the shops.
What? Deliver the merchandise just before selling? That is precisely how Fei Yujiao operates.
There is no alternative, as even the moderately sized mice have become less fearful of humans. They dare to wreak havoc in broad daylight within the stores. If there were fewer staff, it remains uncertain who would manage whom.
This predicament has caused Fei Yujiao considerable distress. Li Tianqi, on the other hand, is unperturbed.
His tavern is thriving, with the bustling hall below drawing a considerable number of patrons in the evenings. The business in the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors,
however, is rather mediocre, as the settlement is still under construction and lacks stability. Without a unified circulating currency, survivors, even those possessing resources, cannot easily exchange them for gold or silver.
As for other metals, their value pales in comparison to precious metals. Although it occasionally happens that someone trades a pile of steel or other metals for a meal, such instances are exceedingly rare. Most survivors prefer to reside within the settlement under official protection, and only a handful of teams venture out into the unknown ahead of the authorities.
Recently,
Sherman Man has been assuming the role of the proprietress at the shop, managing the cash register, indeed collecting genuine gold and silver.
Dainchi, conversely, prefers to remain indoors,
exercising at home. After all, both her elder sisters have reached the 2nd tier, and as the least physically capable in the family, she desires to make an effort. Zhang Nuanyuan, having learned of Fei Yujiao's existence, has taken the initiative to request to follow her and learn, perhaps haunted by Li Tianqi's past life stories, wishing to assist him more. In truth, Li Tianqi is rather indifferent. He is content with his current life, one he would not have dared to imagine in his previous existence.
As for what Li Tianqi has been preoccupied with lately,
beyond the tavern and wholesale business, he has recently been seeking out some pharmacies, having heard that the combination of deer antler and ginseng is a boon for men.
However,
these 2 items are indeed quite difficult to procure.
Little Chi, what have you been searching for recently? After exchanging some profound knowledge with Fei Yujiao, the enchanting beauty could not help but inquire.
Previously, Li Tianqi would never rise before 5 o'clock, yet, these days, he finds himself sneaking out before 4:30.
Fei Yujiao expressed her discontent. You don't think I've been a bit off lately?
Li Tianqi cast a meaningful glance at the alluring sister beside him.
What do you mean?
Fei Yujiao queried, perplexed.
Is it that I have not been as vigorous as before? Li Tianqi boldly inquired. Twice is actually quite acceptable, though 3 times would be even better. Despite her slightly older age, Fei Yujiao lacks the experience of Dainchi,
who has been involved with Li Tianqi for over 3 years. No, I meant in terms of intensity and frequency.
Did it feel a bit worse than before? Li Tianqi pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. Not at all? Are the expectations of your family members so high?
Fei Yujiao felt a twinge of embarrassment and expressed surprise at Li Tianqi's lofty standards, recalling that similar matters in her memory were typically handled rather hastily.
Oh, never mind.
I shall seek solutions myself.
Li Tianqi sighed, wondering why this mature woman had even lower expectations than a young girl. Could it be that the 3 in her household were particularly discerning?
I believe it is already quite good. If you were still unsure, you might consider consulting Qin Xiao,
as he hails from a family of traditional Chinese medicine.
Seeing that Li Tianqi remained obstinate, Fei Yujiao had no choice but to recommend someone to him.
Who is Qin Xiao? Do I know him?
Li Tianqi could not recall being acquainted with such a prominent figure. He is the young Master Qin from the group.
Are you not quite familiar with him?
Fei Yujiao questioned, puzzled, considering that both of them were LSP, after all.
Don't say such things. I am not going out to seek assistance.
Li Tianqi felt awkward, acknowledging that although they indeed connected well, their conversations had primarily revolved around rather frivolous topics.
So this fellow is actually a descendant of a family renowned for traditional Chinese medicine?
It makes sense that with the physical prowess of a first-tier special ability user, he could match me in that regard. Traditional Chinese medicine truly is profound.
Now I have a lead. This young man must possess valuable resources.
Chapter 72. Upon realizing whom to seek, Li Tianqi felt no urgency. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to young Master Qin.
Dear brother, when will you come to visit?
I must tell you, Old Hu has recently opened a new venue exquisite and lavish, with a rare few beautiful foreign ladies.
Indeed.
The seasoned veteran never lacked for words after a mere greeting.
By the way, I need to discuss something with you. Shall we arrange a time to converse?
Li Tianqi intended to address matters in person, conveniently ignoring the mention of foreign ladies.
Sure, meet me at Xuanwu Lake Avenue, the same place as last time. Just so you know, it has now become Old Hu's territory.
I'll treat you.
Wow, it seems Old Hu is quite the capable fellow. Li Tianqi replied. Wait. Who ventures out to play so early in the morning?
Tomorrow evening will suffice. If you cannot make it, then so be it. I refuse to go out in the morning, came Qin Zhao's retort, tinged with frustration. But we have business to attend to in the evening. Li Tianqi offered an excuse, as he had never before spent a night away from home, not even for the stunning Fei Yujiao.
Put.
With such a large restaurant,
it won't run away overnight. Anyway, I won't be around in the morning, so don't bother coming to my place. I plan to sleep early. And if you arrive, no one will be there to open the door for you.
Qin Zhao decisively replied, indicating that a morning meeting was out of the question.
All right.
Then, tomorrow night it is. I will try to arrive early, Li Tianqi conceded, knowing he would have to explain the situation to the three ladies later that evening.
That's settled then.
Just don't be too late, I must return home before midnight.
Qin Zhao responded. Are you afraid of your wife?
Li Tianqi scoffed.
What?
That last one was my sister. I am not married, so don't spread rumors, Qin Zhao replied. My apologies, a misunderstanding, Li Tianqi clarified.
No worries.
I have two at home myself, he added with a chuckle. Goodness, and you still venture out daily. This fellow is indeed intriguing, Qin Zhao concluded.
All right, see you tomorrow.
After putting away his phone, Li Tianqi aimed to express his gratitude to Fei Yujiao for the vital information.
An hour and a half later, he returned to the shop,
where all three ladies were present. Business had been quite good that day, with 5 or 6 tables occupied, one of which was a group of young military personnel. It was normal for the army to have rotations, indicating a gathering of comrades assigned to different tasks.
Li Tianqi's inventory was nearly depleted.
And after consulting with the three ladies, they decided to hold a promotional event in a couple of days to clear out the remaining stock. This would allow Li Tianqi not to be tethered to the shop daily. He and the ladies could take turns overseeing the establishment.
Professional management and staff had already been recruited, allowing him to become a semi-hands-off proprietor.
The reason for this semi-hands-off approach was that he still needed to supply many of the ingredients from his space.
After wrapping up for the evening, he returned home and,
amidst a whirlwind of chaos, explained to the three ladies that he would be meeting Qin Zhao the following night.
Brother Qi,
you must not learn bad habits from young Master Qin, exclaimed Sherman Man, her face a mask of vigilance, well aware of Qin Zhao's notorious reputation.
Indeed.
If you have someone you fancy, bring them back. Do not indulge in frivolities outside.
It appears that Zhang Nuanyuan is indeed the most understanding. Sister Nuanyuan, you might as well spoil him,
the little girl remarked with a hint of annoyance.
Xiao Yingying speaks the truth. The matter between Chi Gu and Luo Luo has yet to be clarified.
Man Man echoed, although her reasoning was somewhat perplexing. She consistently alluded to Luo Luo. Despite there being no connection between him and Luo Luo, which seemed to stir Li Tianqi's imagination. Luo Luo does indeed seem quite lovely. A delicate flower with a kind heart, fair skin, and a charmingly plump figure.
Ahem.
The little girl shot her cousin a disapproving glare, questioning why she would mention their neighbor's maid.
Was this silly cousin, aligned with Zhang Nuanyuan, worried that Chi Gu would develop feelings for Luo Luo? Li Tianqi rubbed his nose, realizing that the little girl was the most challenging to deal with at home, although fortunately, her influence was limited. How about you, Man Man? Could you speak a few kind words on my behalf to Sister Luo Luo? Li Tianqi deliberately brought Dai Inchi closer, addressing Man Man. Zhang Nuanyuan reached out to pinch his waist lightly, though it was more playful than painful. Li Tianqi smiled at her but said nothing in return. Chi Gu, you're insufferable. If you want to express your feelings, just do so. Downstairs, Wang Kai openly confessed, "What are you afraid of?"
Man Man huffed, though her frustration seemed misplaced.
Wait. That Wang Kai is after Sister Luo Luo? Isn't he worried about exhausting himself?
Zhang Nuanyuan, who had just withdrawn her hand, was momentarily distracted.
Do you think everyone else is like you too, toiling for hours each night and putting on a show during the day? Dai Inchi quipped, turning away in irritation. Oh dear, Xiaoying, if no one is stopping you, who else can you blame for your lack of ambition? Man Man teased,
pinching Dai Inchi's cheek while mocking her cousin's lack of combat prowess.
Ugh, cousin, not again, the little girl sighed in frustration. Ultimately,
when Li Tianqi prepared to pinch her cheek as well, she surrendered, deciding to obediently sleep instead.
The following afternoon, after wrapping up his errands at the shop, Li Tianqi promptly organized his tasks and set off in his car, first to visit Fei Yujiao, intending to bring her along that evening to ward off romantic advances.
It is known that many young women associated with Lao who seek long-term arrangements, not merely short-lived flings, and caution is warranted.
After all, he was already entangled with four, and if not for the overwhelming nature of it all, he wouldn't be searching for alternatives, would he? Can't you manage to stir things up a little less frequently? Fei Yujiao inquired, puzzled.
I wish I could, but the three at home have become rather spoiled.
Li Tianqi lamented, reclining on Fei Yujiao's spacious bed. Am I to be treated the worst?
Regrettably, he recognized the folly of his words. Realizing today had set a record for excess, without some external assistance, he would be in dire straits.
An hour later, without a moment's pause, Li Tianqi sprang from the bed, hastily dressing. Jiao, I can't hold on any longer. Quickly take me to find young Master Qin.
I am in desperate need. Li Tianqi feigned a state of emptiness, playfully causing a ruckus.
All right, that's enough, stop your antics. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can find another? Fei Yujiao, half amused and half annoyed,
could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of this strong man who incessantly claimed his own inadequacy. If Li Tianqi were aware of Fei Yujiao's thoughts, he would earnestly express that she had no inkling of how ferocious the newly ascended Sherman was.
The crux of the matter lay in the seemingly obedient Zhang Nuanyuan, who was, in reality, insatiable.
And then there was the young girl, Dai Inchi, who could be satisfied after merely 2 or 3 attempts, though ultimately she was merely a supplementary presence. Hey, if you bring another ally, I could manage just fine, Li Tianqi remarked, casting a glance at Fei Yujiao's devilish figure, which inexplicably reminded him of a certain renowned host living in her building, eliciting a chuckle from him.
I now understand why you wish to seek out Qin Xiao. You constantly preach contentment yet seem never to be satisfied. Fei Yujiao discerned Li Tianqi's subtle intentions and rolled her eyes with a beguiling expression,
nearly causing him to lose his composure once more.
All right, I will inquire on your behalf when the opportunity arises. Noticing Li Tianqi's wavering self-control, Fei Yujiao let out a resigned sigh.
In truth, her combat prowess was not particularly formidable. At times, she found it quite challenging.
though she was certainly stronger than the young girl at home. Shall I discuss this with Yi Yi? This girl needs someone who can keep her grounded, otherwise. Her thoughts remain stuck in the pre-apocalyptic mindset. When will she ever adapt? Chapter 73, Young Master Qin Yi Chunai, who lived just a ceiling away from Fei Yujiao, sneezed and hurried to find a tissue. Who could be thinking of me? Could it possibly be Ma Wenjun again? He could easily be my father at this age, truly. As a renowned beauty, Yi Chunai had attracted her fair share of admirers. She had resigned herself to the complexities of modern relationships, realizing that there were simply too many entanglements for the military to intervene. Nonetheless, she still harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps it was a bit naive of her. But until she heard from her boyfriend, she remained somewhat optimistic. Half an hour later, Li Tianqi arrived at Xuanwu Lake Avenue in Fei Yujiao's car, where Qin Xiao had already made an appearance, cradling an exceptionally voluptuous foreign girl. It was a rarity to see foreign women in Jinling these days, many having been repatriated. Of course, some had managed to stay behind, especially with the authorities preoccupied prior to the extreme cold. Look, little brother. Meet my new girlfriend, Wu Tsuihua, a French girl. Impressive, right? Qin Xiao greeted, and though he was momentarily taken aback by the presence of the well-known beauty next to Li Tianqi, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Put. Li Tianqi couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing such an exquisite foreign woman, but what on earth was a name like Wu Tsuihua? Did you really name her that? What were you thinking? He appraised the foreign girl, adhering to the unspoken rule of not coveting a friend's wife. Though no one said he couldn't admire her a little longer. I chose it myself, I think it sounds lovely. Qin Xiao replied, but before he could say more, Wu Tsuihua spoke up in impeccable northeastern dialect. Well, turns out she's a French girl from northeast China. Alright, stop staring at my lady. There are others upstairs. If you fancy any of them, I'm sure with your charm, you could easily win them over, Qin Xiao remarked. Li Tianqi had become somewhat of a celebrity in their circle, and his affluent background was no secret to Qin Xiao, who seamlessly transitioned into the conversation. Young Master Qin. My little brother Qi is quite the honest one, please don't lead him astray, Fei Yujiao interjected, her tone tinged with disapproval. Although women adapted quickly, a hint of jealousy still lingered. Ah, I was merely jesting. Please don't take offense, sister, Qin Xiao replied with a playful grin. Li Tianqi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Was this guy really a famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? He glanced at Fei Yujiao, silently questioning whether she was pulling his leg. Alright, young Master Qin, let us get down to business. Are you selling your family's treasured prescription? Fei Yujiao shot a knowing glance at Li Tianqi and spoke directly. Oh dear sister, you've struck it rich, haven't you? You're quite the bold one now. Qin Xiao retorted, clearly indicating that while he was willing to assist with prescriptions, he would never part with his family's recipes. However, Fei Yujiao was clever, employing a negotiation tactic of raising the stakes before making her request. Yet, Li Tianqi was not particularly greedy, he merely sought some quality remedies to rejuvenate his health. Alright. Let's have a bit of fun. Today, I have come here for a purpose. My little brother, Xiao Qi, wishes to find a match, but let us not overcharge. Fei Yujiao is well aware of the rules of the Qin family and is playing along. Oh, Li Laodi, you boast daily. Yet it seems you're not as impressive as you claim. Qin Xiao shot Li Tianqi a peculiar yet teasing glance, so it was you who desired this. You often speak as if you could pierce the heavens, yet here you are, not so grand after all. Li Tianqi rubbed his nose, choosing not to respond. How should this be addressed? No need for foolish talk, my Xiao Qi is quite remarkable. It's merely that I feel there are too few girls in his family. So I intend to scout 100 or so for him, fearing he might not be able to handle it all. Well. Li Tianqi, behind Fei Yujiao, pinched her playfully, exclaiming that your boasting surpasses mine. When I saw the foreign girls, if it weren't for your jealousy, I might have believed you. Sister. You are magnanimous. Suehua, did you observe? No more jealousy, learn from this. Qin Shao gave Fei Yujio a thumbs up, not neglecting to have a word with the striking lady he had just flirted with. Rest assured, brother, I am quite obedient. Wu Suehua seemed to have just successfully caught the attention of a wealthy gentleman and was behaving charmingly. The matter was swiftly concluded, and Qin Shao led Li Tianqi upstairs, with Fei Yujio following suit to take a look. This place was originally the territory of Wu Lanhui and Dai Kunming. One wonders what price that fellow named Lao Wu paid to secure it, as there were indeed many capable individuals in the group. Upon ascending the stairs, Li Tianqi beheld the foreign girls Qin Shao had mentioned, and indeed, they were stunningly beautifully tall, leggy, and with cascading waves of hair. Li Laodi, what do you think? Shall I have my sister select one for you? Qin Shao inquired, casting a cheerful glance at Fei Yujiao, who had entered behind him. Is there a suitable match? My little brother Shao Qi certainly has inclinations in that direction. Fei Yujio was equally direct, responding promptly from behind. Her thoughts were simple: these foreign girls are quite open and frequent this area. By proposing an impossible condition, she hoped to put Qin Shao at a disadvantage. Hey, sister. You might be surprised, there are indeed 2 Russian girls over there, adherents of Eastern Orthodoxy or some such, who cannot engage in intimacy before marriage. And they are still virgins. Qin Shao was delighted. What a fortuitous coincidence. Well, well. Fei Yujiao remained silent on the surface, but Li Tianqi caught her softly muttering. Regardless of whether they are enchantresses or fairies, such terms are well within my grasp. You truly are something. Ladies, would you care to accompany me? My conditions are quite favorable. Fei Yujio found herself in a difficult position, yet she planned to invite the 2 Russian girls back for her own purposes. Envisioning them as front desk staff in her establishment, thus preventing Li Tianqi from getting too attached. Sister is indeed generous, let them come report to you. Qin Shao winked at Li Tianqi, suggesting that he should observe how his brother treats him. Li Tianqi was still lost in delightful thoughts. But upon encountering Fei Yujiao's teasing gaze, an unexpected emptiness washed over him, as if he had lost a precious opportunity. Suddenly, he recalled her earlier jealousy, pondering whether his foreign beauty was about to slip away. No need to worry, his sister would handle the matter herself, and he was confident nothing would go amiss. Fei Yujio glanced at Qin Shao, then at Li Tianqi, her smile radiant. Sister, I was mistaken. Qin Shao, feeling that Fei Yujio's smile was remarkably bright yet somehow unsettling, hastily pulled Li Tianqi into a private room. Upon entering the room, Li Tianqi was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, infused with a subtle aroma of herbal remedies. Sit down, allow me to take your pulse. My family's ancient prescriptions must be tailored to individual constitutions. Rest assured. The herbs remain unchanged, only the proportions vary according to the person, Qin Shao stated. Once inside the clinic, Qin Shao's demeanor transformed, exuding an air of authenticity. Truly worthy of the young master Qin, to have established a clinic in such a place. Li Tianqi jested. Hey, you might not grasp the significance of this place. It is where affluent men flock, those who come here are discerning clients. Do you think my moniker as young master Qin is merely a frivolous title? Qin Shao replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he awaited Li Tianqi's astonished reaction. Li Tianqi, an ordinary individual, was genuinely taken aback by Qin Shao's assertions. Reflecting on how impressive it was for a playboy to conduct business in such a manner, simultaneously showcasing flair and enhancing his own reputation. Ha ha, alright, brother. Let us proceed with the pulse-taking. Qin Shao, blissfully unaware of Li Tianqi's thoughts, chuckled with pride and began to assess his pulse. Chapter 74, The Excellence of Traditional Chinese Medicine. After Qin Shao finished taking Li Tianqi's pulse, he refrained from prescribing any medicine and instead opened a safe, retrieving several herbal ingredients. Though Li Tianqi could not identify them, their appearance suggested they were rare and valuable. Qin Shao meticulously selected some processed herbs and placed them before Li Tianqi, who was equally unable to name them.
Once he had emptied the safe, he proceeded to gather an array of herbs from a nearby cabinet to begin concocting a remedy.
By the way, my friend, would you prefer pills or would you rather prepare the herbal decoction yourself? Qin Xiao inquired after assembling the herbs. What is the difference? Li Tianqi asked, perplexed.
The effects are quite similar. Preparing the decoction requires your own effort, which can be rather cumbersome.
The pills, however, will take 2 days to be ready. They are convenient and not bitter in taste. Yet, the costs are different. Ah, you have elucidated that quite clearly. Now, about the prices, Li Tianqi replied, eager to understand further. Currently, I cannot provide a fixed price. I primarily accept official receipts in gold. As for you, fresh vegetables, fruits, or rice will suffice. For the self-prepared herbs, a 20-kilogram bag of rice or equivalent goods is required. As for the pills, I would only charge an additional 5 kilograms for each pill as a token of labor. Qin Xiao spoke earnestly, yet the prices were not trivial. Why is it sold by the bag and by the pill? Should it not be based on the treatment course?
Li Tianqi had no objections to the prices themselves but found the pricing method somewhat perplexing.
Isn't there an abundance of new rice currently? How many in Jinling can offer wholesale like you?
Rest assured, my herbs are exceptional.
A dose taken periodically will yield commendable results. Naturally,
continuous consumption will provide the best effects, including the benefits of fortifying one's constitution, Qin Xiao asserted confidently, his tone instilling a sense of trust.
How long should I take them consecutively? Li Tianqi queried further. 2 months of continuous intake, followed by 1 or 2 doses per month thereafter, will ensure lasting effects. Qin Xiao continued to explain. What is the shelf life of the pills?
They are sealed with wax and can last 2 to 3 years without issue. Our family's traditional sealing technique is reliable, so have no worries.
Very well, let me order enough for a full year. Li Tianqi felt assured and unafraid of being deceived.
The young man seemed to be doing quite well, and the efficacy of the medicine would likely not disappoint. Even if it were not as miraculous as claimed,
it would surely surpass many local remedies. My friend, you are quite generous. Qin Xiao's demeanor swiftly transformed from that of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to that of a businessman,
leaving Li Tianqi with a slight sense of unease about being taken advantage of. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it further,
arranging to return in 2 days for the pills before exiting the clinic.
Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Fei Yujiu engaged in conversation with 2 Russian women. It was unclear what they had discussed, but they appeared to have developed a closer rapport.
Li Tianqi dismissed any lingering thoughts,
calling out before stepping outside to wait by the car.
Fei Yujiu soon emerged, followed by the 2 women who joined her in the vehicle. Throughout the journey,
they merely observed Li Tianqi with curiosity, remaining silent.
Li Tianqi was filled with curiosity about the conversation between Fei Yujiu and her companions. However, until their parting,
he could not glean any information and returned home feeling somewhat disgruntled.
Brother Qi is back. As soon as he stepped through the door, Zheng Nuanyuan approached him with delight,
offering him slippers and helping him out of his coat.
What's all this about? Li Tianqi was perplexed. Humph. Dai Yinqi peeked from the doorway before darting back to the living room. Brother Qi, why did you take so long to return? I was almost done with my shower.
Sherman Man emerged from the bathroom, her expression not entirely pleased. It appeared that the absence of Li Tianqi meant the 3 women could not access the space for their sanitary needs, leaving them somewhat discontented.
Li Tianqi promptly organized matters,
ensuring all 3 women entered the space before glancing at the time. Remarkably, it was already 10 o'clock.
Let us retire early tonight. Regrettably,
Sherman Man was the first to emerge and soon became restless.
Alas, it will be 2 more days for Qin Xiao's pill. 2 days later, Li Tianqi finally obtained the long-anticipated pill that evening and consumed one immediately.
Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine proved its efficacy that night.
Both Dai Inchi and Zhang Nuanyuan praised him for his prowess. Go for it, Brother Qi. You're truly amazing. Sure Man cheered. Yet, Li Tianqi reflected, he had miscalculated. There remained Sure Man, who was rather domineering. The following day, before the last customer departed from his store at noon, Li Tianqi made an early visit to Fei Yujia. Having transformed into a perpetual motion machine, he felt compelled to showcase his newfound abilities. As expected, Fei Yujia raised the white flag in surrender, exclaiming her inability to cope. He, Sister Jiao, when will your girlfriend introduce herself to me? Li Tianqi reclined on the bed, a look of satisfaction upon his face. Though it was primarily a psychological fulfillment. Alas, that girl is rather stubborn. It may take until communication is established between the settlements for her to relent. To his surprise, Fei Yujia did not divulge any details about Li Tianqi but instead remarked on something else. Oh, do share the details with me? Li Tianqi inquired, intrigued. Thus, before the evening's business commenced, Li Tianqi listened intently to the stories of the beautiful hostess. The narrative was simple and somewhat monotonous, yet he stayed engaged until the end. Yi Chunyan had dated a boyfriend during university. After graduation, they maintained a long-distance relationship that remained stable until the extreme cold severed their connection. Over 3 years later, she still held on to her feelings. Li Tianqi could only deem the girl quite naïve. Yet who could truly comprehend love? It was a complex affair. And he felt neither qualified to judge nor to comment on others' experiences. As for the 2 Russian women, Li Tianqi refrained from inquiring further. And Fei Yujia did not bring them up. At a wholesale store, a blonde beauty with striking blue eyes asked her equally attractive companion with flowing waves, Alina. Are we no longer seeking wealthy men? Karina, focus on your work. Being able to support oneself is quite admirable. We can discuss it again later. Qin mentioned that this boss is very kind, Alina replied. All right, Alina. Do you have any updates on how things are back home? Karina asked with some concern. I'm not certain. There should be places similar to the Jinling settlement, I suppose? Moscow undoubtedly endures, considering its substantial population. Indeed, it remains. Though I wonder if I shall ever have the opportunity to return and behold it once more. In the ensuing 2 months, Li Tianqi enjoyed a rather comfortable life. Apart from the elusive Sure Man, who had yet to relent, the other young ladies were wholly devoted to him. Even the once proud girl had become considerably more docile. As for Sure Man, let us not dwell on her, it brings nothing but sorrow. Fortunately, this young lady does not possess insatiable demands every day. Initially, I believed that Qin Shao had greatly exaggerated the efficacy of his pills. However, to my astonishment, his claims were devoid of embellishment, and after 2 months, the results indeed stabilized. Li Tianqi could not help but exclaim, traditional Chinese medicine is remarkable. Chapter 75, Electronic Currency. Ever since Li Tianqi ingested Qin Zhao's little pill, time has ceased to challenge his vitality. Even the previously unyielding Sure Man has merely pretended to be strong, becoming noticeably gentler at home. The frigid day of the 4th year arrived as expected. On that very night, Dai Inchi ascended to the 4th tier, astonishing Li Tianqi. How much time has passed? Has the little girl been taking drugs? Indeed, it seems to be the effect of the pills, she replied with a hint of excitement. That last pill you gave me was quite powerful, so I sought out Qin Shao. He provided me with some pills that purportedly enhance physical constitution. However, he did mention that they would be ineffective for those with abilities above the 2nd tier, but he encouraged me to give it a try. Dai Inchi paused for a moment. Could it possibly still be beneficial for you? Sure Man inquired from the side. Yes. Perhaps my constitution is relatively weaker? In any case, after consuming them for 2 months, my physical condition genuinely improved, and I unexpectedly ascended a tier. Dai Inchi expressed her joy at her premature elevation in rank, deeming it a delightful event. Are there no side effects? Li Tianqi questioned with concern. Not at all.
The only issue was a slight instability in my constitution right after the ascension, but that stabilized quickly, and my physical condition has improved further. My current constitution is at 145, though I need to exercise more to maintain my stability. I suppose that is a side effect. Dianchi was not particularly worried about her fluctuating condition, as even a slight decline would still represent a significant improvement over a normal ascension.
Very well.
Continue to monitor your condition, and I hope there are no complications.
Li Tianqi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless.
This little girl was rather impatient regarding her power enhancement and failed to inform him of such a significant matter.
Perhaps she was stimulated by the recent incidents involving small groups of rodents attacking people in the outer city? Do refrain from using them in the future.
With a gentle pat on her head, Li Tianqi earnestly advised her.
Okay, understood. The young girl responded somewhat nonchalantly, yet she complied.
The tavern's business has been quite stable recently.
And several members from the group who had previously expressed interest in procuring goods for trade were referred to Fei Yujie by Li Tianqi.
The inner city has seen an increase in small eateries, particularly around the 4 wholesale markets opened by Fei Yujiao, where a street dedicated to snacks has emerged.
Indeed.
As long as there is a relatively stable supply, one cannot hinder the Chinese people's pursuit of culinary delights. The official registration of properties in the inner city had been completed some time ago, prompting many individuals from the outer city with resources to fervently seek to acquire real estate. The authorities, of course, would not allow these properties to remain vacant indefinitely. And thus, a corresponding department for official second-hand property transactions was established. In just a few months, the government received a substantial amount of resources, a significant portion of which comprised perishable food items. The authorities, fully aware of when the extreme cold would conclude, promptly airdropped these soon-to-depreciate goods to prevent waste and conserve some official output. In summary, the authorities are certainly not at a loss. As for commercial properties, transactions have commenced. Although the volume of trade in this sector has diminished significantly due to the still undeveloped monetary system, the restoration of commerce will require additional time.
Nevertheless,
Li Tianqi is quite pleased, having cleared out the resources in the still space and purchased several properties.
In addition to the restaurant, he acquired several wholesale stores owned by Fei Yujie in the inner city.
Initially, he wished to purchase more, but regrettably, there are limitations imposed by the authorities, allowing only 2 commercial properties per individual. With 4 women in his household, each can own a storefront, leaving the remaining quotas unused for now. Following the 4th extreme cold day, most capable individuals have awakened their abilities, with the remaining ordinary people primarily comprising the elderly and those with poor health, along with a small number of surviving minors. The authorities have provided certain assistance to these individuals, particularly the minors,
as those aged 12 and above are now under unified management.
However, given their young age, the oversight is not as militarized as it was for previous university students. These children are accommodated in dormitories akin to school settings, with holidays allowing them to return home for 3 days each month, and special holidays are treated differently.
The surviving parents are generally astute, cooperating willingly without any attempts to showcase their intelligence, fully aware of the current circumstances. As for the children's reluctance,
a stern word or two suffices. This is not a time of peace, and the military is on hand to assist in their upbringing.
Time passes swiftly.
And soon it is the new year of the 4th year, with survivors keenly sensing the rise in temperatures. The authorities, differing slightly from the previous era, have disclosed the reasons behind the extreme cold and indicated that this harsh period will soon conclude, reminding survivors to remain vigilant against mutated beast attacks while venturing outside. This appears to be a preemptive measure by the authorities.
Since arriving in Jinling, Li Tianqi has lost the habit of listening to broadcasts due to the availability of a local network. Had he tuned in, he would have noticed that this time, the official announcements are more direct, devoid of veiled language, delivering their messages with clarity. This time, the 9 major settlements are better prepared. For instance, in the previous era,
Only the capital settlement constructed a second wall, whereas now, nearly all 9 settlements have erected a second wall, with some rapidly progressing towards planning a third. The capital settlement remains the most formidable, currently constructing its third wall, anticipated to be completed before the extreme cold returns. With the fourth and fifth walls already on the agenda.
Li Tianqi, however, remains unaware of these developments.
Recently, under the encouragement of Shi Manman,
he has been pursuing the young nanny, Luo.
Wang Kai's breeding space has begun to stabilize its output, prompting him to expand his harem. Luo and Shi Manman have voiced their grievances a few times, leading Li Tianqi to be thrust before Luo by Shi Manman.
The implication was clear: look, my Chiga is far superior to Wang Kai, choosing him is less favorable than opting for my Chiga. Luo, too, feels a twinge of interest.
Her reasons being rather pragmatic. First and foremost, the issue of special abilities arises. When these exceptional powers first emerged, their rarity created an illusion of value derived from scarcity. However, as time has passed, particularly with the advent of numerous second-tier ability users, the inherent weaknesses of special ability users have become increasingly evident. Those with second-tier special abilities, engaged in laborious tasks such as constructing city walls, often earn less than their more robust first-tier counterparts.
Furthermore,
individuals with inferior physical qualities and inadequate foundational training may find their earnings from such labor only marginally superior to that of ordinary individuals.
Additionally, the matter of status cannot be overlooked.
Due to the aforementioned reasons, the standing of special ability users within most teams that rarely venture beyond the city walls has significantly diminished. Many, like Luo, who were once selected as team leaders, have now been relegated to the rank of ordinary members. Consequently, Luo's quality of life has evidently declined. Of course, among these special ability users, those fortunate enough to possess spatial abilities related to agriculture and animal husbandry, such as the chosen one Wang Kai residing downstairs, remain exceptions. Upon learning of Wang Kai's interest in Luo, Li Tianqi, spurred on by Shi Manman's repeated encouragement, began to entertain thoughts of his own. Having a favorable impression of this young caretaker, coupled with the fact that their families have been neighbors for several years, it was only natural for a spark to ignite between them. Indeed, their relationship has recently progressed to a point where it is on the verge of blossoming.
As for the family dynamics,
aside from Dai Inchi's minor objections, Zheng Nuan expressed her warm welcome, and Shi Manman even played the role of matchmaker. Thus, on a clear and refreshing day, Li Tianqi found himself gently nudged out of the house by the 3 women in his life, spending the night at Unit 901.
The reason for not bringing Luo home?
It was primarily the young lady's preference, as she, being a blossoming maiden, would undoubtedly feel shy at first. After a persuasive discussion, she garnered the support of Zheng Nuan and Shi Manman.
However,
this arrangement was only for one night and only after Li Tianqi had fulfilled his familial obligations.
The very next day after Li Tianqi's successful endeavor with Luo,
the Jinling authorities issued an announcement, spearheaded by the capital's settlement. All 9 major settlements would participate in the implementation of a new monetary system for the Great Hua Nation,
commencing today. Indeed, the era of electronic currency has arrived ahead of schedule.
Chapter 76, Taxation and Official Visits. The promotion of electronic currency did not take as long as Dai Inchi had suggested from her previous life. It merely took about a month for mobile payments to once again become an integral part of daily life. Li Tianqi could not help but marvel at the wonders of the butterfly effect, prompting him to consider visiting the official exchange points to trade for goods.
However,
the exchange rates at these points were quite volatile, with food prices being the only ones firmly regulated by the authorities.
Accompanied by Dai Inchi,
he observed that the prices of gold and silver were somewhat low, according to her, while the costs of construction materials like steel were relatively high.
Consequently, Li Tianqi began visiting the exchange point daily, selecting items with favorable prices for trade.
In just half a month, his personal account had accumulated over 5 million exchange points. It is worth noting that an ordinary first-tier ability user typically earned only around 2,000 per month in labor. At this stage, aside from minors and the elderly,
there were hardly any ordinary citizens left. 5 million could buy him 2 apartments in the inner city. Most importantly,
the gold and silver he had earned from business during this time had yet to be exchanged.
With the emergence of the currency system, taxation soon followed. Fortunately,
the commercial tax imposed by the authorities was not too burdensome at present. As the inner city had only recently stabilized and was still in the phase of encouraging business development,
Li Tianqi calculated that, with 4 wholesale outlets and a restaurant in the inner city, his monthly tax obligation would amount to over 300,000, even under the current restrictions on wholesale operations. The outer city had not yet implemented comprehensive taxation,
so the 4 shops there only paid a nominal tax of 80,000 per month, presumably awaiting the completion of the city walls.
Fei Yujiao seized this opportunity,
directing her focus on the shops outside the city and diligently opening the remaining 4 planned stores.
Without delving into specifics, Li Tianqi's monthly income from these wholesale operations amounted to no less than 10 million, a veritable windfall.
However, this lucrative lifestyle soon attracted attention.
A phone call from Shun Liang,
a reborn individual associated with the Jinling authorities, prompted Li Tianqi to visit the military base.
Feeling somewhat disheartened,
Li Tianqi found himself in the company of familiar faces, Shun Liang and the female officer Xiaoya, along with 2 prominent figures from the Jinling military and government, Zhang Bingzhong from the military and Liao Hui,
the provincial head during peacetime.
Faced with inquiries from these influential individuals, Li Tianqi managed to maintain his composure.
Reassured by the fact that even Wang Kai from Building 6 had received favorable treatment from the authorities,
nevertheless, it seemed inevitable that he would have to yield some concessions.
To his surprise, the 2 dignitaries engaged in only a brief conversation with him before departing, seemingly merely to observe this wild reborn individual. Subsequently,
representatives from the department responsible for registering the capabilities of special ability users arrived, essentially those who managed individuals with agricultural and breeding space abilities.
Initially,
Li Tianqi considered fabricating a story about possessing a planting space ability as a ruse, but after a few probing questions from the representatives, he opted for honesty instead. The astonishment was palpable as Zhou Ju, the representative from the Department of Ability Production Registration, expressed his admiration for the extraordinary space. Meanwhile, Shun Liang,
who had been accompanying him, could only exclaim in awe.
As a professional, Zhou Ju posed numerous technical inquiries, many of which Li Tianqi struggled to answer.
Nonetheless, Li Tianqi inquired about the official stance towards individuals with such abilities.
Mr. Li, there is no need for excessive concern.
Your spatial output is entirely your own.
Those ability users required to deliver a portion of their production to the military are only those who received initial resources from the government and must contribute a proportional yield,
Zhou Ju assured.
Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi was pleasantly surprised, realizing that he would not face exorbitant losses.
However, due to his limited understanding of agricultural knowledge,
our department seeks to collaborate with you to provide a more professional spatial management plan.
Rest assured, we will only take a fraction of the increased yield as our remuneration.
Simultaneously, we hope you can sell a portion of your output to the government, which will purchase it at the wholesale price you offer Ms. Fei Yujiao.
Zhou Ju spoke rapidly, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, as Li Tianqi's new space was indeed quite unique.
Compared to others planting in breeding areas, it was decidedly unconventional. Not to mention its vast expanse.
Li Tianqi, intrigued by the favorable terms offered by the government,
acknowledged that while the wholesale price he provided to Fei Yujiao was slightly lower than market value for well-known reasons, it was still acceptable. The volume of purchases by the government would undoubtedly be substantial, making the arrangement quite appealing, especially with the prospect of establishing a good relationship with the authorities.
Particularly,
he was captivated by Zhou Ju's mention of a specialized team. In his new space, his management skills were decidedly unrefined, his cultivation and breeding were merely guided by intent.
A stark contrast to the expertise of professionals.
Thus, after a meal at the military district, Li Tianqi was introduced to a dozen experts from the agricultural college. To facilitate their understanding and provide better solutions, he did not conceal anything and led them into the space to assess the situation.
You are wasting over 1,500 acres of rice paddies.
The planting density is problematic, yielding a maximum of around 900 kilograms. What a waste!
The experts emerged from their inspection of the various cultivation and breeding areas, unleashing a torrent of critiques. The planting area is acceptable, but the issues in the pasture are alarming. The pig breeds are decent, yet they are all free-range, leading to alarmingly low survival rates for the young.
And those sheep are all mixed together without regard for breed, lamented another expert. The dairy cows are particularly disappointing, yielding far too little milk. If this continues,
they will surely regress, remarked yet another expert examining the pasture.
Old Yuan, you haven't even mentioned the pasture's greatest flaw.
Its utilization rate is abysmally low.
With 5,000 to 6,000 acres of pasture land, the number of animals being raised barely accounts for 5 of its capacity.
Such waste! As more experts emerged,
they all joined in the chorus of complaints, leaving Li Tianqi overwhelmed. There is little that can be done. Mr. Li possesses only a limited understanding of agricultural knowledge. Achieving a rice yield of 900 kilograms per mu is already the result of his diligent study of relevant literature. Esteemed colleagues, your task is to assist Mr. Li in devising a comprehensive new plan.
We have reached an agreement wherein Mr.
Li is willing to allocate half of the increased yield as the planning fee for the first year, and subsequently, he will contribute 20 of the increased yield annually as maintenance costs.
Thus, I implore you all to exert your utmost efforts.
At this juncture, Zhou Ju discerned Mr.
Li's awkward predicament and promptly intervened, urging them to temper their remarks. As soon as she spoke, the experts fell silent, taken aback by the boss's magnanimity.
The potential for utilizing space efficiently is immense. It is indeed a lucrative opportunity.
Really?
The elder gentleman at the forefront, in his 50s, was visibly intrigued. Just by optimizing the forage in those pastures, one could sustain tens of thousands of livestock.
Indeed, this is accurate. Mr. Li and I have established a long-term cooperative relationship, Zhou Ju asserted with conviction. By the way, may I inquire if I can regularly bring students into the space for learning purposes?
Another middle-aged gentleman raised his hand. Evidently a professor who instructs students. Professor Wu, rest assured, every 3 days, each individual may enter for 4 hours, with a maximum capacity of 200 people. I can periodically allocate a portion of the available spots for you all. At this moment, Li Tianqi chimed in, stating that the rationale behind this arrangement is to assist in cultivating talent for the community. Chapter 77. From the official professional team, Li Tianqi's generosity stemmed from the comforting demeanor of the officials. In these apocalyptic times, the officials' ability to maintain such a favorable attitude genuinely surprised him. It is no wonder that those with spatial abilities for planting and breeding were so conscientious when delivering their contributions.
Given the provision of seedlings,
the yields collected were not substantial. However, individuals like Li Tianqi, who were self-sufficient, engaged in transparent collaborations without the need for grandiose rhetoric or lofty promises. As for the benefits offered, without the assistance of professionals, Li Tianqi could not achieve those increased yields on his own. The concerns regarding sourcing individuals for planning were multifaceted: the expertise of the hired personnel, safety issues, and the potential complications involved.
Moreover, the initial year's contributions were more significant, with subsequent years requiring only 20 of the increased yield, ensuring no losses. Certainly, the officials would not incur losses either, as they were cultivating talent while generating income.
When Li Tianqi departed, several experts utilized drones to document the layout of the new space, and they were currently engaged in researching proposals.
Xiao Zhou, quickly inquire whether we can utilize the pasture from our space. It's wasteful not to harvest it, and we cannot magically saturate the number of livestock in one go, remarked the professor who had just commented on the low utilization of the ranch.
Zhou Ju, feeling helpless, had no choice but to contact Li Tianqi.
No problem. But regarding the pasture. Li Tianqi pondered briefly. It wasn't a significant issue, after all, grass would regrow once cut. Previously, there had been no use for it. But now that conditions were favorable, it could serve a purpose. However, he needed to consult the experts on how to cut it and how much to harvest. Rest assured. Professor Guo assured us that harvesting the pasture will not impede the development of the space. We will also finance the purchase of this grass. Zhou Ju said with a light tone. Professor Guo's suggestion was indeed commendable. The pasture could yield substantial profits for the official breeding farms. Very well. Li Tianqi was not overly concerned about the pasture, and the prospect of additional income was quite pleasing. I'll inform the experts right away. After hanging up, Zhou Ju promptly shared the situation with the specialists. Fantastic. The quality of the pasture there is excellent, comprising high-yield tropical grasses, producing at least 20 tons per acre annually. Considering the current number of livestock on his ranch and the anticipated expansion, we could potentially procure over 5,000 acres of pasture each year. Exclaimed the professor who had just spoken. Professor Qi, how many livestock could such an abundance of pasture sustain? Inquired Xin Liang, who had been silent until now. Filled with curiosity as he was a novice in this area. Approximately 20,000 cattle or 80 to 90,000 sheep, Professor Qi replied casually. However, we may not possess that many younglings, and we must first meet Mr. Li's needs for increasing his ranch's production. Professor Guo suddenly interjected with a thought. Professor Guo. Rest assured that we have discussed the enhancement of his spatial resources. There is no need for us to provide additional offspring. We merely need to maximize the utilization of his spatial assets. Zhou Ju proceeded to clarify the subsequent issues. We can encourage those with breeding facilities to contribute more offspring. If that is insufficient, we can initially store a portion of the forage, which can be utilized once we expand our scale. The storage capacity along our small path can accommodate not just thousands of acres, but even tens of thousands of acres of forage yield. Professor Qi elucidated the matter further. If there are no more issues, esteemed professors, shall we deliberate on how to maximize our returns this year? Zhou Ju suggested, feeling there were no further concerns. In fact, it would be best if we did not generate any profits in the first year, especially concerning the ranch, as the population there is exceedingly sparse. However, before they could commence, another question arose. Professor Hu, please do not put me in a difficult position. I raised this issue previously, and they are not foolish. There will indeed be more in the future, but their primary concern is reasonable planning. After all, we will still have a 20% increase in profit sharing each year. One Tiwi? Zhou Ju felt a sense of frustration, as if these professors were all suddenly engaged in business. However, one could not entirely blame them. The entire settlement's annual yield significantly relied on their expertise, which was indeed a considerable burden. What will the standard for future increases be? Professor Hu inquired again. For the next decade, we will calculate based on the standards established after the first year. Zhou Ju continued to explain. 10 years? This young man is quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Professor Guo appreciated Li Tianqi's understanding of the challenges faced by the authorities, recognizing his generosity.